24 hours here, starting at 1 o'clock this weekend.
5.3 kilometres, getting in for just over 3.5 miles.
Now, we have a massive crowd here.
Biggest grids in GT3 and Porsche 992 Cup that we've ever seen. Historic numbers of cars. As the intensity is ramping up. As the green flag is in the air, and the Porsche straight away tries to get a gap. It's a long, long run on the top of the brow and down towards the first corner. Behind the Blue Racing and right by side through the first corner. Audacious manoeuvre. This is going to be a bit closer. It's only 16 seconds as he goes on to his last lap now.
Between their brand new machine, the M4 GT3 Evo.
Congratulations, you've got the car home, you've won the Dubai 24 hours.
Welcome to Motor City, Dubai, for the 21st edition of this fabulous race that traditionally kicks off the long-distance element of the season, if you like, not just within the 24H Series and the Creventic promoted championship, but worldwide. We're going twice around the clock once again in 2026. But this also forms the third element of the 25-26 Middle East Trophy, because with the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi last weekend and way back in December, a 12-hour race for the first time in Malaysia as part of the Creventic Championship. This will bring to a close the mini championship that forms, as I say, the Middle East Trophy. So 5th and 6th of December, and that offered 40 points for a race win. There were also 40 points on offer last weekend, as there are for the completion of this race. However, you do get halfway points as well, which is half of the usual full points, if you like. So scoring at both the 12-hour and the 24-hour marker. And remember that you are allowed to drop, if you've done all three, you are allowed to drop your worst score. So we will be crowning Phil Anson the Middle East Trophy champions by the end of this race, which will be 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Indeed it will. 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It's a long way to go, Johnny, around here. Wonder if we're going to get that 628 lap record set in 2012. 65 starters on the grid. 33 GT3s, 9 GTXs, 16 992, 3 GT4s and 7 TCEs. Temperature, it's a bit of cloud cover today, Johnny, and the wind is just blowing down the start-finish straight, but nice and pleasant out on the grid, keeping the drivers and everybody down there nice and cool as we head up towards our 1 p.m. local time start time, when we have one parade lap around, and then we will be underway.
And speaking of weather, you were whispering to me before we got on air that there's a slim chance of some fog potentially overnight or heading into sunrise.
Yep.
Which might have an impact on the race if it's thick enough, if it's significant enough that there's the option to go code 60 because of weather. And that has happened before. I don't remember it, but that's certainly no stranger to this part of the world. How about that crowd on the grid, though? Now, I know, once again, there's a lot of Ajit Kumar fans here, but there are a lot of fans for other teams as well, including Herbert Motorsport, who are currently leading the Middle East Trophy chase, therefore. That is a significant lead. However, it's not incorporating the drop scores as far as I read it.
Indeed. The same with Origin coming second, Origin powered by CC, and then Continental Racing by Simpson 56. Herbert Motorsport in a 4th position on 38, and Team WRT on 36 points. Yeah, we do it for each of the classes and each of the subclasses as well. So you could win GT3 and also win GT3 AM or GT3 Semi-Pro. So lots to play for this Middle East Trophy. It's becoming much more, I think, as we can see by the amount of people and the amount of cars down there on the grid. GT3 Pro-Am, it's Herbert Motorsport on 76 from Ajit Red Ant Racing in 52. Can they come back? Can they win the Pro-Am? Herbert Motorsport, the 269 in third position on 40. Climax Racing, the 999 car, not here this weekend on 36 points. And Win Here Origin Motorsport, the 22 car on 32 points. In 992, Red Camel Jordans.nl on 40 points, tied with QMMF by HRT Performance. They're not here this weekend. They won last weekend. So Red Camel Jordan, they were taken out at turn 5, lap 1 of the race last weekend. So that'll be their drop score. Medina Motorsports 216 and 36 points, tied with the 888 of Seb Jalou Racing, and 610 Racing, the 666 car, on 32 points for the 992 category.
In GT3 AM, meanwhile, Continental Racing by Simpson with their Audi are level on points with Origin powered by CC.
They've done 3 races they complete. This is their 3rd race in the series.
OK, and then Haas RT in the 21 Audi are quite a few points back, 32, with Viper Nizza Racing and Optimum Motorsport. One of the Optimum cars lucked into the top 10 shootout yesterday, because we'd never had a top 10 shootout prior to this year. This was all brand new, but quite a story surrounding, unfortunately, Almanar by Dragon Racing, who were caught with a turbo overboost issue and therefore turfed out of top 10 qualifying. Vortex V8 in GTX have a significant lead, 44 points over their near rivals. Vortex with quite a story, but they do have a bit of reliability now after years of trying for it. And 701, that might be an unassailable lead now, even with the drop scores.
Indeed, GT3 Poland here this weekend in the Hurricane Super Trofeo, and the beautiful Ginetta G56 GD2 that just rumbles the grandstand, the 795, in 32 points. That retired last weekend, as did the Vortex, but they'd done more than 50% of the race, so they got there. So all of them having reliabilities. And now GT4 class, Cherny Motorsport doing really, really well in Malaysia as well as Abu Dhabi. This is their 3rd race of the round on 80 points. Circuit Toys, 444, Supra GT4, then Primus Racing, the Audi R8 LMS GT4 Evo, and then SRS Team Sorg Rennsport in the Porsche 718 Cayman on 28 points.
There are quite a lot of maximum scores knocking around, and you've done well to do that. Asbest Racing not quite there with TCE, but they do lead by 24 points over Chazelle Technology Course, with the Alpine, a beautiful-looking A110 Cup car, ahead of a couple more Asbest Racing cars, but not Cupras. A Porsche 718 Cayman and a Volkswagen leading a 4th Asbest Racing car. So that are the points. Those are the various categories. We'll detail the grid once we introduce a 3rd voice into our coverage. We've heard him plenty of times already this week, and a flavour of that hugely populated grid, John Hindhaugh.
This weekend, for the 21st time of asking, Phil gave us the details of the field. There's 53 different nationalities among the 293 drivers who are set to take part. We've lost one car. That was the Scuderia Praha Ferrari that had a right front suspension issue in qualifying, one of the parts of qualifying yesterday, and they weren't able to fix it here. It requires a fix on one of the chassis members that they couldn't do at the track. What we're going to do today, or tomorrow at some stage, just come round here, Seb. There's an empty gap for 2026. Last year, Darren Young and the rest of his team for the Amani entered Almanar Racing. They won it all, and I've just been talking to Darren, actually, and he says they think they've got the pace in their BMW this year to do it all over again. They were about half a second slower per lap than the cars in front of them, but they still managed to win the race. So it's not always about all-out speed. In terms of the shootout, of course it was, and here's the TFT Racing machine at the moment that is on pole position in a very natty local colour scheme. Hello to Patrick, Charlie. Hello, Patrick, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Congratulations on the pole position. Yep. That's today's headline. What about tomorrow's headline? Are you going to be in the shout tomorrow?
Yes. Yeah, yes.
What is the key to this race?
Concentration.
Pole position. Well done.
Pole position. Thank you so much.
And there's the car which has done it with the mechanics standing expectantly on the other side of the front row. I suspect we'll get more drivers on the other side of the front row. Here is the Audi, excuse me, I said Ferrari there, and a long-time friend of us here in all of sports car racing, Pierre Caffer. This is some event, isn't it? It has been for a while, but my goodness, it seems to just get bigger and better every year.
Yeah, it looks like, and it's really fantastic to be here again. And I have to say, the 24-hour series of Creventic, they have done an awesome job. And look on the crowd here, look at the field, how many fantastic cars, 32 GT3, every brand is here. And yeah, it's nice for us to be in the first row, and we will see 24 hours. As you know, it's a pretty long race. We know that our Audi R8 is bulletproof. It's an old car, let's say. Yeah, we are looking forward.
What is it about this race that is different from, say, a Le Mans 24 hours, a Daytona 24 hours, in terms of how you prepare or how you drive it, in terms even maybe of the mental attitude that you bring into this race?
I think Dubai is always special. As you mentioned, Le Mans is special, Daytona, Sebring. Every race has a unique point, and I would say here in Dubai it is really the competition together and the different class races, and I think it's the championship where the most of gentlemen drivers drive. And in my point of view, I like this because it's a very good attitude for the gentlemen drivers.
It's the one race I'd love to do.
Yes.
That's why I hope every year I keep my international license up, and I hope that sometime I'll get a tap on the shoulder. Tactics? What do? Do you just last until the last couple of hours? Have you got a plan that your engineers are going to talk you through?
As you know, a 24-hour race is never decided in the first corner, so it's a long race. Keep the car on track, and as our old good friend Alan McNish always say, take a lot of risk, make no mistake, and be fast. And as I know now, you have a national license. So call Alan, and then we do a special program together, and we have a lot of fun.
I don't think Alan has a license anymore now. I think he stopped when he stopped. Wasn't it Lena Gade that used to say at Audi, push without risk?
Push without risk, yeah.
All right, cheers, Pierre. Pierre Caffer, outside of the front row. Let's head on back. Gentlemen, all good. To the second row of the grid. I'm going to go down the middle, Seb, to try and make it happen. Here is one of the BMWs. Now, where's our drivers over there? No, they're hiding in the shade at the moment. So we'll go back down through the grid. It is absolutely incredible. Just watch your back there, Seb, as we're coming through here. And see if we can grab a driver or two. Now I know how Martin Brundle feels when everybody disappears on the grid. He's the first of the Porsches, the pure... and Tarasau, don't disappear. Welcome back to the 24 hours, getting ready to race. What's in your mind right now?
It's great seeing so many friends up and down the grid, so really gonna go there and wish them luck and just start on a good vibe.
Tell me about your team, your qualifying. Where's the strengths in your team? How do you think you'll do in the next 24 hours or so?
I think the organizers decided to keep how the pace of the cars are supposed to be. It's not necessarily going to be easy for us because we're definitely missing straight line pace. We'll just have to think a little bit harder and try to play up our strengths. Maybe the race will come to us, but it looks difficult.
Doesn't seem that long ago, I'm sure to you, that you were a fan. You might have been on the grid, but you would have been watching from home. Is this another pinch yourself moment?
Always is. It's the first big GT3 24-hour race in the year, and you almost always see all these big names. So I look forward to coming back every year.
Race well.
Thank you.
And Tarasau, Luke Hartog, the rest of the Porsche team there. We've got another Porsche here, Pure Racing. And see who we've got lurking around down at the far end of the grid. I see last year's winner, Darren Young, who I'm going to go and grab. He's the GT3 AM class pole sitter. Darren, can I jump in?
Yeah, no worries.
Paul, on the FaceTime to back home. A GT3 AM entry for you. You are the defending champion. Your teams are the last names on that lovely trophy. You weren't the quickest car last year.
No, I think we were about half a second a lap on average slower than the Porsche. But yeah, I think we just caught a little bit less bad luck than those guys did, and yeah, just executed slightly cleaner. So
a couple of punctures as well last year you had to fight back from.
Yeah, so we did have a couple of punctures ourselves, so we didn't have a completely incident-free race, but you know, it was nothing. We just had a bit of shrapnel on track and that sort of stuff. So that's the thing with this race. There's a lot that can happen.
You do a lot of racing all over the place. What brings you back to the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai?
I feel like there's not really any race. There's not really any race that's kind of like it. It's kind of a really good mix of super high level with some of the best drivers in the world here, but then also the event itself is just really nice. It's great off-season preparation. I do it for the Le Mans prep, so that's why I come here, drive 2 cars, and if I do 11, 12 hours here, Le Mans, 6 hours in Le Mans gets a lot easier.
The only man who I might say would say that 6 hours at Le Mans is easy, but I know what you mean.
Easier.
That's right. It's a matter of degree.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Good luck, mate. Congratulations on last year. Enjoy it. I know you will. That's a silly thing to say. Go well.
Thank you very much.
Darren Youngman, who has the Paradigm Competition bright red BMW on class pole. Let's have a look through here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
Very good.
Tell me about this race car and who you're racing for.
Drive for Optimum Motorsport this weekend with 2 Americans and 1 English teammate, and it's a McLaren. I'm really happy to drive here, and the car is really fast, so looking forward.
You panicked me because you've got another brand on there. I thought I picked somebody from the wrong car. Now, the McLaren, how is it suited? Mid-engine car, how is it suited to this track? Good?
Yeah, it's very nice to drive around here, and I think we have a car to fight with in the race, so yeah, really looking forward.
Where will the race be won and lost? Where's the advantage that you think you have as a team?
I think staying out of incidents and just putting our pace out on track, and then we'll be good.
There's quite a few cars ahead of you, but there's more behind you, so it's not a brilliant starting place. If you start in the race, are you looking ahead, looking behind, or looking everywhere?
Well, my dad told me from young ago, never look behind, so I will look in front.
Okay, cheers. Have a good race. McLaren looking good during the practice and qualifying. Mixed in with, as we said, 14 other manufacturers. Got a little time to... It's a bit of a gap here, actually. Not sure who's supposed to be in there. Hofer Racing and Grove Racing next up. See if we can see any of the drivers from Hofer. Yes, we can. Let me go across to the pit wall. Grab one of my favourite people. Well, we'll hang on. To Alex Prince. Well, this is like the Masked Singer. I know that this one is definitely an Alexander Prince. Did you have a good Christmas and New Year with the family, Alex?
Yeah, quite relaxing, easy, preparing for here. So yeah.
It's actually a break for you, I'm sure, with those little ones running around at 100 miles an hour to come and actually get in the race car.
Yeah, it is. Right now I'm just focused, so yeah, let's see how it will go. It's always joy to come here to sit in the car and give some fast laps. Now let's see how the start will work. A little bit nervous when I look around what guys are in the cars here around me. So yeah, let's see how it will work out for me.
You've got so many laps in this series and at this circuit, and you still get nervous before the start of a race.
Yes, definitely. I think it has to be that you are a little bit nervous, especially as an AM driver. Yeah, quite often I did the start, but for me it is like 5 times a year. When we go here, it's 7 times. The other guys, they do like 20 starts in a year. So yeah, let's see. I will try my best, keep the car clean, and then give it over to the other Alex Prince, the faster one, and then let's see what he can do.
Yes, that's not fair, is it? So I'm going to make you introduce yourself for that.
Yeah, my name is Manuel Metzger. I raced here a couple of times before. I won the race in 2020 with the Team Black Falcon, also in an AMG GT3. And I'm back now in a GT3 car. I had a couple of years of break because of health issues. And I'm happy to be back here, especially in Dubai. And I'm happy to support the Hofer team.
AMG is one of the front engine cars, albeit with the engine pushed quite a long way back. It's almost front mid-engine. How does it suit particularly the sweeping nature of Sector 1 here particularly?
Yeah, I like Sector 1 a lot, especially turn 3, 4, 5 and 6. In the tight corners we are struggling a bit, but the car is comfortable to drive and yeah, nice sounding, nice looking car still after all the years.
We'll get your own race soon, now that we know that you're back and fit again. Good to see you again. Really good to see you on the grid. Let's move a little bit further back and head past some more Porsches. Here's another Audi. This is the Haas RT. Ooh, now they're having a look underneath the car at the moment. Let's see if we can... It's that George King. See if I can grab... Excuse me. George King, as I live and breathe, resplendent in a brand new year, new race suit. How you feeling? How's the Audi going?
Yeah, really good. I don't know how white this suit will be at the end of the race. But yeah, Audi's really good. I'm predominantly Merc. I drove Mercedes in GT World Challenge Australia this year, so it's taken a little bit of getting used to the Audi, but honestly I love it. It's got 4 wheels and it's fast, so. Does it
manifestly change how you drive? It's got a steering wheel and 4 wheels, but does it change the fact that the balance of the car has shifted further to the rear?
Yeah, I think the way you drive the car is almost the same, but there's just small little tricks that you have to change and adapt to. Obviously, from coming from a front engine car to a rear engine car, just have to change my driving style a little bit. But
in what respect? Braking, turning in?
Just braking, yeah. It feels like you can just roll a bit more mid-speed in an Audi with a little bit more aero. But it's just small, tiny changes that just make a big difference over a lap.
And presumably the more laps you get, the more you understand the characteristics of the different type of car.
Yeah, exactly. So I only had a limited amount of laps in practice and qualifying, and it seemed like the last lap of qualifying when it kind of finally clicked and I started to understand it a bit more. So just in time for the race, and I'm sure I'll figure out some more things during the next 24 hours.
Enjoy it. Go well.
Thank you very much.
So moving down from the Haas, right, very quickly, want to see if I can dive in with one of our superstars. The Ajith Kumar Racing team will get a big cheer as soon as that comes up on the big screen. Now Ajith is deep in this throng. Let's see if we can... actually, do you know what I'm going to do? Because we've got about a minute until the national anthem. Ajith, very quickly, we've got about a minute to the national anthem. Welcome to Dubai. Your fans are right next to us. You looking forward to this?
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Yeah, definitely looking forward.
How do you feel your return, because it is a return to motor racing, has been going? Your confidence seems to be growing.
Definitely. A lot more confident and a lot of practice, a lot of testing. I know the car better now, so definitely it helps.
Where will this race be won and lost, Ajith?
So sorry, come again?
Where will the race be won or lost? If you were writing the script, where's the important part that we have to look at?
Give it our best. I mean, and leave the results to the Almighty. You know, just be honest with what we're doing, and be as what shall I say, confident, and hope for the best.
Wish you all the best. Good luck. This is the Ajith Red Ant racing car. And I'm going to go further back on the grid to pick up some of the other class poles. But for now, we're going to break for some of the formalities. As we have at the front of the grids the band for the national anthem. Please be upstanding.
Well, that sets the scene, Johnny Palmer. It's officially underway now.
The mood was building, but you need a national anthem really to drum some proper dramatics into it, and that has certainly hit the marker. Plus the Ajit Kumar interview as well, which is guaranteed to generate cheers and much enthusiasm. But there are so many cars on this grid. And also, I mean, you know, let's focus on the GT3 for a moment. I realise it's incredibly important if you have attachments to GTX or to TCE, for instance, but 33 GT3 cars, and actually a front row lockout from Pro-Am machinery, which we didn't necessarily expect to be right up there.
No, not well, with their balance of performance and various other things, they can get up there. We've seen Am wins the race. Origin won the race. They're an Am car in Malaysia. So, yeah, it's looking all pretty good. And let's see what they're racing on, I think, Johnny. Let's see what track are we racing on. We're on the Grand Prix configuration of the Dubai Autodrome. It's 5.39 kilometres long, average lap 205. We were in the 56s yesterday. 260 kilometres an hour, top speed on this magnificent circuit. There is ups and downs here. Yeah, we've got to have a look at it, what a code 60 time is around here. 5 minutes 15 and 51 seconds under code 60. Let's head down to turn number 1, downhill. Turn 2 takes you a left-hander. 3 and 4 you take together. 5 is a very difficult corner. Downhill into 6, hard braking into 7, turn left, then into the parabolica 8, 9, and then down the very, very long back straight to the hardest braking point here, down at turn 10. U-turn there, up the hill to 11, right up the top of the hill to turn 12, down through the sweeper at turn 13, then into the bowl behind the pits, turn 14, short shift up to 15, then a very important run down to turn number 16, which brings you on to the straight. 16 corners, 7 left, 9 right. And we're going to do a lot of them in the next 24 hours, Johnny Palmer.
Track limit's so heavily policed that if the 10 cars that got into top 10 shootout, 3 of them couldn't even make times. And I think they were all done coming out of 16, where you go over the curb, or maybe the approach into that final corner where it is so tempting to cross the white line. You're not allowed to do that in the race, though, with consistency, and penalties will come your way if you do it more than 3 times.
3 times and on each corner. So each corner you can do 3 times in a lap on different corners. You won't get pinged. But yeah, if you've got to do that, great view there if you're watching on the live stream of the Apex Garden. That is our podium. That's where we'll be crowning our champions. And let's head back down onto the grid with John Hindorf.
Well, here's the car that's on pole position for GTX. It's the lovely dark blue, almost a purple, the 710 Lightbird Motorsport. Old friend of ours from various racing around. John Yount is here. Don, congratulations for you and the team on pole position. And what about the atmosphere here? It's incredible.
Oh, I love it. You know, we did this last year for the first time and had to come back this year.
Started well with the pole position. It's not a deep GTX class, but it's very, very competitive. Can I be talking to you in 24 hours' time as you're getting ready to jump on a camel?
Well, you saw by the qualifying, you know, there was a couple laps left, and we had 3 cars within a couple thousand. So, you know, Brandon and Mullins, you know, just had killer in qualifying and put us up at the front. But, yeah, it's going to be close.
Tell me about how you prepare for this race. It's warm. It could be even warmer. It's actually quite pleasant down here on the grid at the moment. But this is a track that has a little bit of everything. Fast, slow, sweeping. How do you prepare?
Yeah, and I do think it's going to get a little cool tonight. So especially after the 60s, you've just got to watch your tires and come out of it. But yeah, I think it's one of the races, like a lot of the other races, be there at the end.
Yeah. Be there at the end. Go well, sir. Lovely to see you and talk to you. Again, Gerhard Watzinger as well. I just saw in the background earlier on another driver that we know from the US. I think I've got enough time as the clear grid board is coming out for the huge amount of people that is out here to nip down to the 992 class pole. They didn't have the best of racers last time out at Yas Marina, which was last weekend. They are on pole position here. They got 5 corners, effectively, before they had an incident last weekend. Who's in the car? Nobody's in the car. So that means I can grab Rick Breukers. Rick, pole position here, looking to make up for the unfortunate incident last time out a week ago.
Yeah, I mean, last week we were in a sandwich, so nothing that we could do there. Now we have a new chance and an even more important race, so we're looking forward to it.
How do you get rid of that from your mind? Nothing you could do. You just basically have to, what, press the reset button and go again as soon as you start the next event?
Yeah, I mean, if there's nothing you can do, then it doesn't really bother me that much. So, yeah, it's just a new weekend, focus on this weekend, so, yeah.
Is it better or worse that the next race was so close?
For me, it doesn't make a difference, to be honest.
And are you starting again today?
Yeah.
Get past turn 5, OK? We want you to get past turn 5.
I'll do my best.
Cheers, Rick Breukers. Very good. Pole position for what is a very competitive 992 Cup class. But basically got a Porsche Carrera Cup race in the middle of the grid here. And there's another pole position to look at, so I'll skedaddle down there and see if we can get the pole sitters in the 992 AM category as well. Just before Saif Al-Mary, before you get ready to jump in, Rabdan Motorsports, congratulations. Pole position in the AM class in a chock-a-block field of competitive 992s. How do you think you're going to go today?
Thank you so much, and we are really excited for this race, and we worked from 5 years for this, and thanks God we are in pole position, and I hope to keep it till the end of the race. It's a long one. We never know what will happen.
Right, you get ready, and I'll talk to Salim Al-Kavedi. Hello, Salim, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well. How important is it to see these flags of local nations and local competitors in this huge race here in Dubai?
That was our goal from like 5 years, to show up our flag in all the world, and we be in the podium with it. And we hope first place in this race.
If you look back 5 years when this project started, and I remember talking to you guys then, could you have imagined the size, the scope, the competitiveness and the crowds that we're getting at this race here at the 24 Hours, Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai?
That was an imagine 5 years ago. We was like planning and doing everything, but we didn't like imagine that we were going to be here. That's our dream from like we were young, actually. Yes. Not only for 5 years.
Never give up on your dreams.
Yeah, of course.
Good luck, race well. Enjoy. That's the key.
It's a goal, not a dream.
It's a goal, not a dream. Ah, right, that I like. If I've got time, chaps, can I just quickly whip back to the pole position in the GT4 category? I'm nearly down to turn 16 here, and so I'm going to have to hustle just a little bit, and I will jump into Czerny Motorsport on the class pole with the BMW. GT4 again, small but perfectly formed class with a Toyota 444 sitting right in behind them. We might not be able to get a driver here. Is he already in the car? I don't want to bother him, but that is... We can jump in? Who is it? Who's in there?
Josh
Podatsky. Josh, congratulations on pole position. I don't want to interrupt your preparation, but tell me a little bit about this team, about the fighting spirit of this team. I love watching you guys race.
Yeah, this team was completely amazing. Firstly, thank you for your congratulations. The team looks like a big family, fan of motorsport, and we are really happy to make this race. It's a big challenge for us, so yeah, let's go.
What I can see, our viewers and listeners can't, is you've got a bright yellow 444 Toyota Supra in your rear view camera at the moment. I think you're going to have a decent battle with those guys.
Yeah, for sure. We need to manage a little bit the how do you say, the battle with the yellow Toyota, but also don't forget the Porsche from Salt car. So yeah, we manage start because the race is really long.
Good luck, drive well. We'll leave him to his thoughts. Here is the Circuit Toys Toyota that we were talking about. We've also got the Zorg Rennsport 427. They've actually taken away the gantry for the number 102. which is the pole sitting car in the TC and TCE category. And as you can see, if you're here at the track, I've disappeared to be a speck at the end of the drag strip. There is literally no more straight for me to talk about in terms of the cars. That is your 65 car field. The engines are starting, gentlemen, and that's my cue to walk all the way back down there and get off the grid before these cars roll on their formation lap. The 24 hours, the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai comes of age this weekend with the 21st running of the UAE's banner endurance race, and it's going to be another 24 hours of action, excitement, maybe a little bit of controversy, but some great racing coming your way live here from the Dubai Autodrome.
John Hindhaugh with an excellent grid walk there. It's Phil Anson and Johnny Palmer in the crow's nest looking at these 65 cars to take the start of the 21st edition of the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours with so much jeopardy. I mean, this race will have code 60s. That is guaranteed. But I suppose with the absence of a safety car, we've never had a safety car here to my not in the early years. We'll look at the grid in just a tick, but if you get a good start and a good few opening hours, then it's a question of nursing it to the finish. But it's a full-on sprint these days. TFT Racing with their Mercedes, Ben Pack able to turn those tyres on brilliantly in the warm-up lap, something that the other AMGs in the top 10 shootout weren't able to do. More on them in a second, but it means it's a Pro-Am lockout, as already mentioned, because they're backed up by the Audi from Santalot Junior team. Elia Earhart will start that car, but it was Pierre Caffer's time that took him to second position. Then the team that didn't expect to be in the top 10 shootout, 74 in at the last minute, and they bag third position after a tremendous time from Ben Goethe. He, by the looks of things, is going to start the 74 car from the inside of the second row. Team WRT were winners here last year with their partnership at the time with Al Manar. They're here this year as a solo Team WRT effort, the 669, and it's Kelvin van der Linde, the qualifying driver, who's due to start there. Here are the other two AMGs I was speaking about. Winward Racing, they topped standard qualifying, but only good enough for 5th and 6th. So there'll be the 16 and the 81 cars on the third row. Starting drivers Mauro Engel and Gabriele Piana. And then on the 7th and 8th positions, the fourth row, it's going to be Stanislav Minsky for, again, Team WRT, number 27 there. They are alongside Pure Racing, who in the past have won the World Endurance Championship, partnering with Manthey Racing. They're back with a Porsche, and it will be Max Hoffer to start that car. But remember, the 92 car and the next two cars on the grid, none of them were able to produce qualifying times in the shootout.
Absolutely amazing. We were just gobsmacked. Their local team in 9th position, Dragon Racing, and Ramaz Azam, local boy, will be taking that from the start, and alongside them, number 10, the winners last weekend down at the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi, Herbert Motorsport. And like Hartog will be taking that car from the start. Can they repeat there around the outside at turn 1 to take the lead? A little bit more difficult this weekend. 11th position, Optimum Motorsport McLaren. The second of theirs, the 77 car. Dante Rapinge at the wheel for that one, and then alongside them in 12th position, the 992 Paradigm Competition BMW M4 GT3. And that'll be James Kellett taking the start for them.
Canadian racer Michael Grenier is going to be in the Team Motor Park AMG, 13th position, another Pro-Am car, and the second of the Paradigm competition machines. We caught up with Darren Young a short moment ago, and as he mentioned, he's going to be in two cars and racing for well over 6 hours in total. The 991 is going to be 14th. The minutes to go boards are being shown. Grove Racing by Get Speed, they have a great lineup on paper, and car 4 will be 15th alongside Hoffer Racing in the number 11 car. Alex Prinz and Manuel Metzger we caught up with a short time ago. Metzger's a former winner of this race in 2020. That was the very, very shortened race, mind you. 69 is the Audi from Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, currently leading the AM Championship. Herbert Motorsport number 269 is a Pro-Am entry, and of course a Porsche. 18th place for them. Engines being started now, by the way, up and down the grid. So that final instruction being given. Origin powered by CC, number 87, 19th. These are all still GT3 cars and will be for quite some time. The number 2 Haas RT completing the top 20. And then behind that, due to be Simon Birch for Razzoon Northern Racing with the number 14 Porsche. Agi Radent Racing with their Mercedes, 22nd, the Belgian entry, number 93. And away go the cars for this solo warming up lap. Is it just one formation lap? That's not much at all as we continue to rattle through the grid. Tsunami are next up with their Porsche into Africa with the number 25 Ferrari ahead of Peter Guelinks and another Haas RT Audi. Andrea Girondi will start the Fulgenzi Racing Porsche. 3 Porsches actually together on the grid because the EBM Earl Bamber Motorsport car is going to have Dorian Boccalacci for the opening stint. That's going to go well, surely, from 27th position, car number 61. Ahead of Reinhold Kran for Dynamic GT. SVC Sport Management, 2 Mercedes actually together with Mauro Calamia and Tanat Satyenterakul with another EBM offering, but that's a Mercedes, car number 8. So that's the 30 completed, and there are then 3 more GT3s. Gabriele Ridoni and Lion Speed GP's Porsche. Rob Huff in the Team Parker Racing Mercedes is 32nd, and Dennis Marshall for Almanar by Dragon Racing put to the back of the GT3 grid after a turbo overboost issue. There's the Lion Speed car, Team Parker Racing, and then Almanar by Dragon Racing's 777 Ferrari at the back of the field. It is only at this point, Phil Anderson, that we get to the rear of the GT3s.
Into the GTXs, 710, Leipert Motorsport starting 4th position, and at 35th is Team CMR in the Ginetta in 35th. 36 is GT3 Poland, the 763 car, and 37th position, the Rossa Racing local car in the 797 starting that, and then as my screen moves around, and the Vortex, the 701, rounding out the 6-car GTX field. Into the 909s, the Porsche 992 Cup cars, and it's the 909 on the lead for that. The Red Camel Jordan in 40th position. 41st is Mulner Motorsport. 42nd is Tierra Outdoor Racing by fact. 43rd is Razzoon Northern Racing. 44th, Sebjulu Racing. 45th is Neuhofer Rensport. 46 is Rabdan by Fulgenzi. Red Ant Racing 47th. Sebjulu Racing in 48th. 49th is Team GP Elite. And 50th is Medina Motorsport. 51st is HRT Performance. 52nd is X Motorsport by HRT. 53rd is HRT Performance, the 928 car. 931 is the ARM Motors by HRT Performance. 55th is Creventic Sport. The Cerny Motorsports is there, and I'm going to throw back to Johnny for the start because we can't get through the grid, but we'll get to that after we get there. Johnny, over to you for the start.
We're going to give everybody a worthwhile mention.
Yes, we will.
That's what a 24-hour race provides at the end of the day, but it's an indication of how huge the 2026 grid is for this incredible race. It's 20 years old. It's about to become 21 years old. Thank you for being part of it as well as a fan. And hopefully you've had a chance to either be here in person or you will be in the next few years. We're on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're on the YouTube channel for the 24H series. And we are go in 2026 for the 24 Hours of Dubai. And look at the cars fanning out across the field of the grid. 5 abreast easily, heading down towards the first corner. And it is not the best getaway initially for Benjamin Pack in the gold and black Mercedes, who's now way up the curb and not entirely on the track. There is a risk of contact as Anthony McIntosh is trying to make ground in the yellow and black BMW that started in 3rd and is certainly now 2nd. He's got ahead of Elia Earhart's Audi R8 very swiftly indeed, but making a nuisance of himself in the background there is the Porsche, which has vaulted belted up Loic Hartog, who didn't do any time in the top 10 shootout, is, I reckon, now third position in the dark blue Porsche car number 10. An incredible start from the young Dutchman off the back of a victory last weekend, and now it's two abreast on the straight between 9 and 10, and we've got a new leader because the 669 BMW is now ahead. Car off in the background and potentially has made the barrier. However, new race leader is Anthony McIntosh from third position. He's done Ben Pack on the brakes in the number 20 Mercedes. Everybody just about feeding through into turn 10 safely, but we need to identify the car that lost it in the Parabolica. Loic Hartog's up to second place now. I'll remind you, folks, he started this race in 8th and he's now up to second. It's a Ferrari that we have to deal with, though, at turn
into
9.
Into Africa Racing by Dragon. That's the 25 car. At the back of the field, there's debris on the circuit around turn 9 there. They're going to have a close look at that. It looks like a bit of the front end of that car has gone missing. It's making its way back down the straight. They can't use the cut-throughs this year because it brings them into a dangerous position with cars coming down to turn 14. So we'll keep an eye on the 25 car. With that spin off at turn number 9.
So there was obviously some contact,
yes,
and other cars involved because of the debris stream, and we're straight away into a code 60, and the 21 car's clearly been involved in something, and that is that's coming through the tight left-hand hairpin, isn't it, at the back of the pit?
That's HRT car, the 21 car, and maybe that was part of the contact between them. I'll just have a look at where they were on the grid, whether they were close together. But they get the countdown for the debris. It will be on turn 9.
So a few moments ago, cars threading their way through. This was in the early phase of the opening lap, and Hartog had already done most of the hard work. That was all on the race start, and the only thing I'm hoping for now is that Loic Hartog didn't jump the lights going out, because otherwise, if that's a legal start, it is quite phenomenal to have gone around the outside of a number of cars into turn 1. There's a new rule in place for 2026 if you go a little wide, by the way, at turn 1, but I think everybody kept it neat and tidy. But John Hindhaugh, certainly one car heavily damaged. The second one, probably involved in the same incident, is still limping its way back to the pits. That's the 25 Ferrari, but you have the Audi now minus the nose cover.
Well, the bonnet or the front cover was up on that car. That's down towards pit out. We are under full course purple, code 60. We had a Porsche into the pit lane as well. I was too busy watching for the Audi coming in to spot which number that one was, but it's in and back out again. I can see it going over the brow down to turn 1. I've positioned myself down at Simpson to wait for the 69 Audi. Here comes a Ferrari now. This is the other car that was involved. This is very early on, and that looks like right rear suspension damage. That's a big hit on that Apex livery Ferrari with the hazard flashes on, and that's right down at pit out. Not the way they want to start this race. I suppose the only good thing about this, guys, is we've still got 23 hours and 56 minutes to go.
That was a big hit. We've got debris at turn 9. 2 cars involved in that. The 25 Into Africa Racing by Dragon and the 21 Haas Audi. And just going back to what Johnny was saying about Loic Hartog, he did exactly the same thing at Yas last weekend. Around the outside at turn 1, took the lead. And I said in the intro, he's got a big job to get up there, and he's done it already. Up into second position in that. They're looking for back-to-back this weekend, and they want to get it started quick.
I did have to check, with the greatest respect to Anthony McIntosh, I had to double check on our timing screen that it is Anthony in the car, but that is a great effort as well from a bronze racer in the US, but he's mightily experienced, having ducked in and out of the World Endurance Championship. Definitely wants a full seat for 2026, but he's been racing Aston Martin material in the WEC, now at the wheel of another front-engined GT car, but I would imagine differently behaving, and he's got to grips with this as well. The 669 BMW wasting no time at all in getting into second, and then was able to outbrake Benjamin Pack, who was the star in qualifying yesterday. I just wonder whether Benjamin's not been able to get the tyres quite into the operating window as efficiently as he did for the top 10 shootout, because it's he, at least initially, who was going backwards, and it's now a BMW and a Porsche first and second.
For those of you who are not used to Creventic racing and wondering what a Code 60 is, Code 60 is how we neutralise the race rather than using yellow flags or safety cars. Everybody's got a speed limiter that sets to 60 kilometres an hour. What you're not allowed to do under Code 60, you're not allowed to serve penalties if you have any penalties. You're only allowed to refuel once every 30 minutes under a Code 60, and you have a reduced amount of fuel. It's about 15% of your BOP maximum. If your tyres are less than 50 laps old, which they all are, you can't change tyres within 50 minutes under a Code 60, which means that you'll get a 20-second penalty. And if this Code 60 or any Code 60 goes over 30 minutes, you can come in and refuel again, but it's on the time that you come in first to refuel, not the length of the Code 60. So if you come in at 29 minutes since the last time you cut, you will get a 1-minute penalty. So lots of penalties with Code 60. We also have our Code 60 lap time around here, which is 5 minutes, 15 and 51. It's also broken up into the sectors. We have 3 sectors, 1 minute 51.8 for Sector 1. Sector 1 finishes between turns 7 and 8. 1 minute 59.88 for Sector 2, which finishes on the rundown from turn 12 as our hard-working marshals go to work. And Sector 3, which is at the start-finish control line, 1 minute 23.82.
There was another car that came in the pits, by the way, during the Code 60, and not one that was involved in the incident at turn 8-9, and that was Bob Yuan, who came in maybe for a bit of work on the car, not really for fuel, because he said he spent about a second in the fueling area. Here's the 69 car coming in as well, which is
car right front, used Michelin, going on to the gold and red machine. Yuan Bo in that Porsche, by the way, he went to his pit stop. It was very, very quick. I could only see the right-hand side. No damage, seemingly, on that blue and white Porsche.
That, John, is a mystery to me, because they were in a good road position, something like 4th or 5th place, having qualified well in the Origin Porsche, and to give that up, there must have been a reason for it. Actually, they were on the grid in 19th place. Now, one of the marker boards was cleaned out by a white and green Porsche. That's not the Origin car, though, is it?
It's not the Origin car. Okay. This Code 60 is going to finish with under a minute.
The mark board showing as let me see as it goes by. Oh, that's the other Origin car. That's the green and white car. So that is the other Origin car. Is that twice that same car's been in the pit lane then, or is that both Origin cars as we go back round? And it has stopped at its pit stop, and it's getting at least a new set of Michelins.
Okay, that's Bojan again coming back into the pits. So maybe they didn't have the tyres ready and he just went out.
Heck of a scrap on for the lead, because the Porsche nearly took it. And then I wonder whether Loic Hartog was worried that he'd gone too early, because it was as if he got off the throttle, gave the lead back to Anthony McIntosh, and now McIntosh in turn is under huge pressure from Benji Pack, who's coming around the outside in the gold and black Mercedes. He's managed to deal with Hartog, but then nobody's taking into account that Hartog can go late on the brakes around the outside, and he's having a nibble for the lead here at the same time. Can't get by the BMW, because that's just a wall of the Bavarian brand. And again, Hartog on the back foot might concede second place to Benjamin Pack. How good is this for the opening few corners of the race? They were denied a racing lap on the second time of asking, but they're making up for lost time now.
Indeed, and behind that battle, Mauro Engels just getting his tyres up to temperature. He's right there within this battle, followed by the Paradigm competition. 2 cars there, the 992 and 991 of James Kellett and Augusto Farfus, as they move through and now complete 3 laps, and really now start getting those tyres back up to temperature as the field through positions being changed further back down as drivers are cycling their tyres indifferently. Remember, this is a 24-hour race. You can't win it on lap 3, but you definitely can use it.
Those two jinking to the pit wall, Simon Birch in the Razzoon Porsche and Dante Rapanga in his McLaren chasing. Saw one car dart to the right and he thought, well, I'll go that side as well, because you may well be able to do a couple of them on the brakes into the first corner, but being wary that if you run a little wide into turn 1 and off the track, then there is now an escape road, which is new for 2026, where you have to stay the left-hand side of a solid yellow line. It's a bit like the blend line coming out of the pits, or indeed into the pits. Can't cross that, and you must rejoin at turn 3, as plenty run wide coming out of the Parabolica, Phil, and back onto that long straight into turn 10.
Indeed, the incident involving the 21 and 93 is under investigation. So that is at Red Ant Racing. There has been an incident there that is being looked at by race control, as the leaders now making their way up behind one of the car. The 669 is currently in the lead. They are around about 3 corners before they start getting into the back markers. Probably lap 5 will be into the back markers, and that can upset somebody's plan trying to move forward.
Those are, well, that message I didn't expect. The 21 car to be included, yes, but we haven't mentioned at all Ajit Red Ant Racing and their Mercedes. So does that suggest that the 21 Audi Haas RT actually ran into the back of the Mercedes, which has continued without the need for a pit stop? But I'm now keen to see the rear of car 93 to see whether that's mullered in any way.
Yeah.
And did the Ferrari 25 go off in reaction to an incident in front of it, therefore? So there were 1 or 2 involved that we didn't take into account first time of asking on that incident that happened on the opening lap and generated a code 60 for lap 2. So some digging to be done to work out the truth in amongst all that. The class leaders in GT3 are obviously Kelvin van der Linde's number 669 car, and now that starts to make sense. As I said, I didn't want to disrespect Anthony McIntosh's driving efforts and his talent, but it's more like a Kelvin van der Linde behaving car, and that now starts to make sense because he's able to fight with Loic Hartog and with the pole man Benjamin Pack. So 669 leads GT3. Effectively pro in brackets. The Pro-Am leader is Loic Hartog now, up to second in car 10, although that's shown on our graphic as 28. No, it is car 10. If car 10 is still a Pro-Am entry, it is, isn't it, Phil?
Yes, it is. It's PA.
So the class leader's graphic is slightly out of date, but we like that to keep a monitor on where the GT3 leaders are. And AM, I reckon 992 Paradigm Competition are our current leaders, up to 4th place overall.
Indeed, 992 Red Camels Jordan in 28th position, leading the Porsche 992 category, and jumped up over the GT3, couple of GT3 cars of Fulgenzi Racing and Lion Speed GP, and then we've got the first of the GTXs in one of the Lamborghinis, the 794 from Team CMR, and then GT3 Poland as they are getting through. In the GT4 category, it's Cherny Motorsport leading the way. In the TCE TCX, it's Team SRS Team Sorg Rennsport in their Porsche 718 Cayman, and in the TC category, it's the Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing leading the TC category.
Kelvin van der Linde with a new fastest lap of the race now in the Team WRT M4, as massively on the defensive and into traffic, more crucially. That's now is Ben Pack. So Pack with the pack bearing down on him, you might say. James Keller in the Paradigm Competition BMW. He's the AM leader, but he's not an AM driver. So this is a chance for the 992 guys to punch above their weight in the early stages. Porsche off at turn 16.
Yeah, we had a momentary yellow on that one. And was that the 929?
It was around about that point of the grid, just trying to work out precisely who was crossing the line at that point. 20th position.
Oh, there was contact. It was actually the 17 that spun around. That's the Winwood race, the Fulgenzi racing car, but the Porsche.
Yeah, so contact initially. I wonder whether there was double contact as it spun back across the track, and therefore how severe is the damage on Porsche number 17. The problem is it was well past pit lane entry, so it's another 5.3 kilometres before that car can access the pit lane, should it need to, as we continue to concentrate on the third and fourth place fight between Benjamin Pack and James Kellett in the 992 BMW, and right behind them Maro Engel for Winward Racing in his Mercedes, and another BMW. We got 3 of them in the top 6 at this stage. That's Augusto Farfus. We need not really preamble too much about the Brazilian and his ability to race a BMW so rapidly, and the 991 numbered car is in 6th place.
Race just starting to settle down a bit, Johnny.
You think?
Yeah. From the start. Let's head down to the pit lane. John is down there.
Yeah, at Fulgenzi, at least I'm on the pit wall opposite Fulgenzi, racing that black and was bumblebee coloured number 17 Porsche GT3R. There's no urgency or movement in that pit lane at all. So whatever caused that spin, I don't think there's been subsequent contact. I can't see them pulling anything from the back. They're just sitting calmly watching the screens and listening to you guys talk about their car.
Well, we want to be talking about it in a positive sense, and that was a frightening spin because it happened in the middle of turn 16, which is a very busy part of the racetrack, and it's potentially blind as you approach as well. Certainly further around the corner, difficult to know precisely it's there, so you're reliant entirely on the marshals and their early flagging. A gap developing now between second place Loic Hartog for Herbert and Benjamin Pack for the TFT Racing crew. A little bit of a cork in the bottle as now Kellett thinks about outbraking the Mercedes into turn 10 and does get alongside and will get the place as a result. So that's well timed, and now he can start the set sail for the 2 that have made the breakaway up ahead. Let's go back to John in the meantime.
Front tyre change for the multicoloured, the sort of Harlequin Lamborghini, which has pulled up outside its pit. This is the team CMR, the Gillian sponsored machine. But I only saw front Michelins going on there, and now they're going on the back and having a look around, but that was very odd. They sprung to life fairly late. It looks like they're checking the torque on the wheel nuts on the left rear, but that's not going on or coming off easily. Now the gun's stuck on it as well. They're getting the second Paoli gun on there. They'll drop it. And are they sending it? Not sure. Yes, they are. This is one of the Evo 2 Lamborghinis that struggled away with a slipping clutch, it sounded like to me. See if he makes the sharp right turn into the pit, into fuel. No, he's going back out on the track. He's eschewed the opportunity to top right back up to full because we're so early on in the race. Now I'll go and find out from the team. I suspect at least one front puncture there on that car. I'll give you that news in a wee moment.
Want to give some of the love to the other classes, because at the head of the order in TCE, Darian Donkel's just done the best lap of the race in that TCE category. He drives the 127 SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche 718 Cayman, as Benjamin Pack again is using some slightly unconventional lines, I think it's fair to say, in the first sector, way up the curb, and needs to be cautious of that, probably because he's feeling the pressure now as a BMW from a long way back attempts an overtake. That's Christopher Haase on Benji Goether's McLaren, so they're battling over 8th and 9th positions, and Haase well over to the right hand side onto the approach of turn 10, and I don't think he made it work. No, he didn't.
No, so difficult corner, turn 12, big bump on the apex as Christopher Haase trying to run down on the inside. He's on the wrong side for 13 and 14. It's the long way round, and this is one of the prime overtaking points on there. Bit of battle going on behind. We're too wide, 2 by 2 going through turn 14. The racing line is getting wider and wider, Johnny, as they make their move down there. Everybody's sort of holding position. We see what they can do down into turn 1. Bit of a feint there down into turn 16. The number 4 car And Jules Gounon at the wheel of that, the Grove Speed by Get Speed.
Well, Gounon made the most progress there, getting ahead of Benjamin Goethe eventually. And actually, Chris Haase, dealing with Dante Rapanga, fell behind the Dutchman briefly, but is now back up to 9th place. And yes, can stay there into turn 1. So the next car on his list is the other McLaren from Optimum Motorsport, and Benjamin Goethe. Race still being led by Kelvin van der Linde's BMW, but only by 0.6 of a second over Loic Hartog, as we get another update from John.
With Team CMR, they've taken the tyres. I think it was all four tyres that came off. They're looking particularly at the right front. Particularly at the right front. I'm right at the back of the pit, so apologies if I'm going in and out a bit. The driver, I think, reporting a bit of an imbalance, but they've had a look at it and they can't see anything wrong. It seemed to be mounted okay, and it still has air in it. So that's a bit of an odd one, maybe just a bit of pickup early on.
Yeah, it's easily done in this early stage of the race. But then again, Phil, I mean, I just think about the levels of pickup later on, particularly on the main straight.
Yep.
When you're in traffic and you're forced to the non-racing line, you can spend 2 laps cleaning a set of tyres if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. So actually dealing with pickup this early in the race, it's only going to get worse.
It is indeed, but on some of the corners we get a double line. You get the cars that are being told at the race director, stay on your racing line if faster cars are coming up. And those faster cars clear a double wide line in certain areas of the circuit. So you know you can go there with relative impunity from the pickup, or as we call them, the marbles. And the Michelin marbles, yeah, when you have to go off to avoid somebody or overtake a slower car in a difficult position, yeah, it can take a while to clean up. It's like you lose all your grip and it takes a little while to get back. You'll see cars weaving all across the straight just trying to get that done. The top 10 stay the same as they complete 9 laps. Gabriel Piana in the Winwood Racing 81 getting past Elia Earhart in the Santalok Junior team, going through on that lap. Demis Marshall in the Almanar by Dragon Racing overtaking Ramez Azam down to 17th position in the other Dragon Racing car. Hopefully there was no paint exchange between the sister cars.
As Mauro Engel in Mercedes number 16 now gets ahead of Benjamin Pack, and there's a BMW snapping now at the Belgian's heels, who is Augusto Farfus in the 991 Paradigm competition BMW. Didn't quite get through in the latter stages of those sweepers, and remember it's fast through there, but it's really only single line stuff through 3, 4, 5, 6 and then ultimately 7. Which brings you, the track folds back on itself as you head then for the Parabolica. So there is an opportunity now, in fact, for Farfus to get ahead with the drag race out of turn 9, and the red, yellow and black BMW in very kind of Belgian colours actually gets ahead of the Belgian racer, who is Benjamin Pack.
Kelvin van der Linde only leads by 0.6 of a second. Has been that way for the 669 car and the number 10 car, Herbert Motorsport. Our victors down there. We see the 28 and the 16 battling Benjamin Park, and Mauro Engel still not done with yet, as they make their way down through turn 13 and into 14. The Grove car on the outside. Side by side through turn 14. Who's going to have the power coming up the hill? And I think it'll be the Grove car who gets that done.
I'm keeping an eye on various penalties coming in. It never rains, but it pours for Into Africa Racing and Jim Geddes Ferrari, because not only is that car stranded in the pits now being fixed, but it's also been done for not respecting coming out of the code 60. So it was over the 60 km/h speed limit at the end of the countdown, and gets a 30-second penalty if indeed that car can even rejoin the race. And there are other third offences of track limit infringements this early on for, I mean, there's a whole load of them. 985 being which car? One of the Neuhofer Rennsport Porsches in the 992 class. Car 10, now that's crucial.
That is.
It's in second place.
It is indeed. 701 also getting a penalty for not respecting the speed 60 kilometre hour at the end of the countdown. 32nd and time penalty. 103 Asbest Racing getting that penalty as well. So yeah, they are throwing in quick and fast. Now penalty box is on just past the entry to the pit area. You serve your penalties there. Not allowed to serve penalties under code 60. 2-hour moratorium on penalties. You must serve them within 2 hours. If that 2 hours foils in a code 60, you must do them, the word must, at your next scheduled pit stop, so you don't have to do an extra stop.
This is not going tremendously well for Benjamin Pack right now. He's losing places hand over fist, and I'm not sure he knows how to stem the tide at the moment, because the McLaren has now got ahead, and that is Ben Goethe in 74 who's just passed Ben Pack, although Pack's coming back on the outside line as they approach the hairpin turn at 13. And still side by side, but the McLaren's got the position. So they probably were boxing above their yesterday to get and shoot out, but they've conceded the Pro-Am lead. Then again, that is to someone of the talent of Loic Hartog, and that being a Pro-Am car, they don't necessarily number 10 car to be this consistently fast all the way through the 24 hours. So the crucial thing here is not to panic too much, but once that car gets to the lower end of the top 10, it will become a concern, the gold and black Mercedes.
I was speaking the evening after qualifying to Alex Bukhantov, driver of the number 2 Haas RT team, and I asked him about during the week where they were doing their session runs into the GT3s, and I asked him about the tyre peak. Where did it come? Where was it then? And he said lap 6 was the tyre peak, and then you had a general drop-off getting towards lap 15, 16, and then a more severe drop-off. So maybe the guys that were on lap 11, we had 2 laps under code 60, so now we're starting to see tyre degradation. Maybe that is working, not working with the 7 car at the moment.
He's also, we shouldn't forget, only 20 years old, and he's up against someone like Christopher Haase, for instance, who's a little older than 20. He's almost double his age, in fact, but he's therefore had plenty more chance to traffic like this as they now arrive 3 abreast into turn 10. Haase to the outside line in the 27 BMW, but the second of the McLarens is trying to make a nuisance of itself, and there's a Mercedes in there as well, and is that Michael Grenier therefore for Team Motorpark in the number 13 Mercedes. It is grey and blue Mercedes, now right on the heels of Pack, and in fact Grenier out in, I was about to say the weeds, not quite, he's out in the dust beyond that red strip, and again causing a potential headache for himself and those old track limits again.
Benji Goethe must look at that rear vision camera and just go, what is going on behind me? It's an absolute battle pack out there at the moment. Still battling their way now through the GT4 traffic. But yeah, they're 2-3 wide coming out of 16, just trying to make a play. This is like the 1 hour sprint race, Johnny. They are really throwing it.
I think when you put all your pros in at the start, it was never going to be anything other than a bum fight. And yeah, this is just to provide some of the foundation for the semi-pros and the AMs that will take over eventually. I did fear for people like Elia Earhart, who on his day is a great race driver, but compared to the driving talent that he's up against in his opening stint, Elia Earhart, a semi-pro, Pierre Caffa. No. Caffa's being held for later in the piece by Santalok Junior team. Again, their priority in Pro-Am. To be careful not to concede too much ground to the number 10 Herbert Porsche.
Kelvin van der Linde has now extended that lead out to 2.1 seconds over Loic Hartog in the number 10 Herbert Motorsport. So he's just creeping away. He's been able to, well, he's the first car to find traffic on the lap as he's going through, maybe doing a better job in there. And another 2 seconds back to James Kellogg in the Paradigm competition, BMW. And then Maro Engel in the 16, broken away in the Winwood racing car from the Paradigm competition cars at Augusta. And then we've got that battle of Jules Ganona, Benji Goat, Christopher Haas, Dante Rapage, Benjamin Park, Michael Groner, and Gabriel Piana, all in that pack at the moment.
And on our very clever timing screen, you get a little up green arrow to show that a car's made a place. You get a little down, cars lost a place where we haven't had arrows featuring, because there have been changes virtually every through. So the timing screen is constantly being refreshed, courtesy of timeservice.nl once again. There's been a long time partnership between the 24H series and the Dutch timekeepers that we are very grateful for, and constant evolution of their timing systems as well. If you've not found the information screen that is readily available online, then that's always a great page to head to. Statistics at the top of the live timing .getraceresults.com screen, which will tell you why we've had various code 60s. Only one of them to date, but it was very early on lap 2. In lap 1, start lap 2, yeah.
Indeed. 24H series, you can also get the information from there. You've got a drop down. That was track limits very clearly at turn number 5 for the 28 car. But just taking Benjamin Park, I take a bit of a liberty there. They'll get a ping for that. But yeah, 24hseries.com. You'll get all the information there. You'll also be the live stream, the YouTube stream, live and interrupted, and on RS1 on the radio show. Limited network of channels, live and uninterrupted. As but only got we're about half an hour in, Johnny.
It feels like a lifetime.
It does indeed.
Already. I am concerned about Ben Pack, though, and the number of times he's been off the road, because he's already had a third offence, so he's on a warning. And if that is called, as you've just seen it, as another one, then that's when the penalties begin to stack up. Also, information about the number 87 car of Bob Yuan for Origin. He came in after that swipe of one of the polystyrene boards, and it was actually a 20-minute pit stop. So he's well down the order now, not how you wanted to start a 24-hour race, quite clearly. But we got underway at 1 o'clock, and Elia Earhart tried his level best from the front row, but he was swallowed up very quickly indeed by Calvin van der Linde's yellow and black BMW. Then he cut across the nose of the Audi and almost bagged the race lead from Ben Pack. Actually, Earhart later on the brakes than the South African, and briefly got second place back again from van der Linde, but for not too long. Loic Hartog is up to 4, very much in 8th position, 4 places gained, and he would end the first lap in 3rd position at 8-9. Really a big incident kicking off that involved an Audi and possibly a Mercedes that we didn't count in at the time, number 93, and the 25 Ferrari that ended up in the barrier. And it meant that both the Ferrari number 25 and the 21 Audi were not able to continue, having to head into the pits for essential repairs. The Audi damaged on the front, the rear right upright on the Ferrari clearly well out of alignment as well. But I'm still puzzled as to exactly the Ferrari's part in it, the number 25 car, because on our display, on the information from race control, it was a 93 Mercedes that was involved, the Red Ant car, together with that damaged Audi from Haas RT.
Now, the Red Ant car has been that invest no fault but at that one, and so that has gone away. Nobody has to worry about that, and they're doing that. The 444 and 445 are getting a heap of track limit infringements. We're going to start see the penalties start to come up very, very shortly. I've got a couple on our major timing screen. Elbaba Motorsport Sports, Tanat Sathan Thirikal, he's got 10 seconds, 15 seconds for the Lion Speed car, Gabriel Rindon, already. So that is starting to ramp up with just over a half an hour gone in this 21st running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Keeping an eye on those front gaps as Kelvin van der Linde in the lead from Loic Hartog, James Kellett, Maro Engel and Augustus Farfus is our top 5 at the moment.
Another penalty for Tanat Satyan Thirikal, as you mentioned his name, for overtaking another car outside of the track limits. That was at turn 2, which is the left-hander, immediately after that tricky hander that starts the lap. Downhill approach into turn 2, which you're not really braking change of action, but it's each shortcut that, so I bet the overtake was done too far to the left, and that's immediately a 10-second penalty for car number 8. You don't have to serve the penalty straight away. It's not a 3 laps and you must be served by then. You can sit in the penalty box during your next pit stop. So next time the car needs maintenance, or maybe a new fuel load, set of tyres, driver change, first for a car with a penalty hanging over it is that it must sit in the penalty box beneath where the podium used to be. I mean, there is still a podium there. It's just that the podium presentations won't be taking place there. They're in the... Now, what's the official name for that garden on the infield?
Apex Garden.
The Apex
Because it's at the apex of turn 15.
Funnily enough.
Funnily enough. The couple more cars getting penalties. 925, Cribble Sport running in the 992 AM category, overtaking another car outside the track. 10-second penalty for them. So, yes, we're starting to see them come up. Half an hour in and we're into the penalties. This is going to be the story of our race this weekend, Johnny.
In the 992 class, Rick Broiker's doing what he does best, which is leading a race in the 909 Red Camel Jordans.NL car. Has the cushion of the GTX machine, which is the Rossa LMGT car, the Rossa racing car of Roman Rusinov. So 28th and 29th overall are the 2 class leaders there, and then the second place 992 car is Paul Meyer's Moulner Motorsport Porsche from Belgium, a 921, trying to keep Rick Broiker's within its sights. We're only talking 3 seconds or so, because the cars in the lower classes haven't really had a chance to spread out that much, because the GT3s were straight around and starting to lap them far earlier than I'd expected.
Yeah, in GT4, it's Joshua Bednarski in the Cherney Motorsport BMW leading the way. A couple of cars between him and the second, which is Stefan Epp in the Porsche Cayman for SRS Team. Then the Circuit Toys Toyota Supra running third in that. In TCX, it's another Porsche Cayman, Darren Donkel at RS Team Sorg Rennsport, leading the way from Asbest Racing. Zamin Jaffa, a local racer here, also an instructor here in another one of the Caymans, and the Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing. Rio Shimono at the wheel at the moment, leading the TC category.
Yeah, there's a great spread of machinery within TCE as well. One of the better entries for TCE/TCX
for quite a while. We
yeah.
only had 3 cars last year. So
in this race,
TCE, TCX. So Asbest Racing, thank you for a large portion of the field. They've got quite a few local drivers with them, and also with a few of the other teams, you know, in the TC category, especially with Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing, and our team of drivers in the KC, Paul Lipp at the wheel of their Toyota. They're in a Toyota Supra B-Spec. That's why they're running in TC. But that is a full Hong Kong driver lineup in that race. We've still got the Haas RT Audi in the pits, as well as the Into Africa by Dragon Racing Ferrari in there after that turn 9 incident.
There's also been some kind of incident at the final corner, which is just noted by race control, and that involved the Philippe Bonnell driven Vortex from Team Vortex. They're up to the Vortex 2.0 now, and car 701 has had an incident with one of those Asbest Racing entries, the Seat Leon Cup racer, for
oldest car in the field,
Michael Neuhauser, and the oldest car in the field. Thankfully, that is not a penalty. That's just a being noted. And now the 931 car rotates at the final corner. That's the Alex Renner driven AR Motors by HRT Porsche that was 15th in 992. Sometimes you can just spin on your own and end up across the track. I can't see any immediate damage on that car involved.
Well, ARM stands for Alex Renner Motors. Owner. Look here. Oh, this is the 93 and 97. Oh, they're all. Oh, that was very, very close.
Well, the 931 had already had its spin, so Alex is sitting in the middle of the road, and that's what I'm saying about turn 16 being a horrible place to be sitting when you're broadside and No, he would be sitting on the left-hand side within that car. So thankfully, it's not driver's door side. But nevertheless, you're entirely trustworthy trusting on the marshals, giving everybody ample opportunity to say there's something around this corner which is majorly hazardous.
Yes.
And when you've got side-by-side GT3 cars, one having to go to the left, one having to go to the right, that could have been a very nasty incident indeed. Thankfully avoided.
Alex Renner, a local racer here, did run in the 24. Alex Renner Motors is a Porsche dealer, so obviously in a Porsche he used to service my car.
Yeah.
But great to have him here. His son also races in the Radicals here in the Middle East. Sorry, in the Clio Cup, or now the Funk Clio Cup.
So, yeah, Calvin van der Linde in the 669 cars about to close in on that spinning Porsche, number 931. And also good progress being made for the James Kellett Paradigm Competition BMW, which is it to third position. But we have a pit stop a little earlier than we might have expected, only, 40 minutes in to the race. And here watching is Carla Velti.
Exactly, and it looks like that was a driver change early on, because there is something not well with the driver. Unfortunately, we don't see it right now, but he is kneeling down on the floor and holding his back, so I think that's why there was a driver change. I hope everything is okay. I hope he's doing all right. I'm going to check in later, but that's the reason for this early change. Strapping in right now as we speak. Quick pressure check on the tires, and then this Toyota will be out again.
So Ed McDermott was doing the driving in the Circuit Toys Toyota Supra, and that's a horrible situation when you are uncomfortable in the car, and it might be that Edward had been saying, it's all right, I'll get through this, things are going to improve, and the team will go, okay, let's box as soon as you can't go any further. But I would imagine Edward was sticking with it for as long as possible, and now just has had to bail out. But fair play to him for doing 40 minutes.
Oh, definitely.
And let's hope that they've got a physio within that team that can now sort his back out.
Well, it could be, and I've had this, even if you get your seatbelts done up wrong, that can have a really, really harsh effect, especially if you have one clamping your hands device down onto your shoulder. It can go down your nerve into your spine, and very, very uncomfortable. Lead staying the same at the moment. Kelvin van der Linde in the 669. 1.9 seconds down the road from Loic Hartog in the 10 Herbert Motorsport car, leading the Pro-Am category. James Kellett, the 992, around 1.5 seconds behind them, and they're leading the AM category. So we've got a GT3 Pro-Am and GT3 AM, our top three cars. Very, very interesting the way that the balance of performance lays out around here. And
but it's worth making the point that even if a car's entered in Pro-Am or AM, they get the same balance of performance regardless of driver makeup, is my understanding. It's not the same balance of performance for a Porsche versus a BMW versus a Mercedes, but the machinery outside of the driving makeup is the same when you compare Mercedes with Mercedes or BMW with BMW. It's only later on in the race, when everyone's been cycled through that car, that the AM, we would expect, to drop a bit further down the order.
Yeah, because they do have specific driving times, especially for the Pro-Ams, if you've entered in GT3 or GT3 AM. The AMs have to, combined AMs have to do a minimum of the 6 of the race, okay? If you're running in GT3 Pro-Am and have a pro driver, they can only do a maximum of their combined times, a maximum a third of the race, okay? So it changes whether your car is in Pro-Am or AM. You're correct on car type as well. Each one has a minimum weight, a BOP fuel load, a BOP flow rate of fuel, of how much you're allowed to take on, both under green and under code 60. So what this does, it equalizes everything out to stop making expensive changes to the car to get them to perform identically. They do it with driver times, they do it with fueling, how they fuel, how much fuel they're going to get. Everybody gets the same amount of tyres, you can buy as many as you want, but it's all done like that so that it keeps the cost down for the teams.
Yeah. And there is a certain amount of cost saving that has to take place. I mean, it's relative cost saving.
Relative.
No department of motorsport is cheap.
No.
I suppose there can be budget racing, but I would suggest this is not it. However, value for money,
brilliant.
Totally here, because the amount of track time you get for the amount of bucks that you're spending is second to none. And that's why it's generated so much interest, not just this weekend, but the other two of the Middle East trophy races as well, because remember, this is round 3 of the cross-calendar Middle East trophy. A pit stop for Team Parker Racing's Mercedes. Rob Huff's brought that car in from 21st position, again, early, because I would expect the GT3 car to be able to last at least an hour or so on fuel.
We would have 33 GT3 cars all pitting within 3 laps of each other if they got full tanks. 115 litres, because they were maxed out. 115 litres, I think, for most of those cars. They're all going to try and pit together. We only have 10 pumps.
Yes.
Okay, so this was brought up by Brad Fincham, the CEO of Dragon Racing down at Yass. They were really concerned about, and they were thinking about running off strat. And that could be a very important part, because you could get to that pit area and there were no pumps available, and that's going to extend your pit. That's like taking a penalty.
And actually, to get off strategy as early as possible will serve you well for every stop beyond that, as long as you can run to your maximum from this point. So, okay, you're cutting the first stint a little short, but then probably pitting at about quarter to the hour, the clock hour, from this point onwards, gets you out of trouble and might even deliver you into the fueling area with no other cars there.
Yeah, the 31, a look at the Team Parker Racing.
Just want to make sure that one of our monitors isn't going to go to sleep in about 5 minutes' time, because we've not been changing channels. Why would you want to here in Dubai? Absolutely glued to the coverage, but it's a commentator's nightmare where all of a sudden our screens go off together. So that's now solved. 21 laps completed for Kelvin van der Linde, ahead of Loic Hartog, leading by a couple of seconds, just inching his way slowly and surely away from the Dutchman. There will be an element of tyre management going on, even though these tyres could be thrown in the bin at the end of this stint. There is sometimes a benefit to double stinting tyres. Certainly with every driver change, you're going to give each driver a new set of Michelins, but here and there we might well see a set of tyres being kept on for a further hour if it fits. But the other thing that's changed for this 2025-26 Middle East Trophy, and then going into the main season of the 24H Series, is the amount of time a driver can be at the wheel in one go.
Yeah, we don't have the old thing of 50%. You have to rest for 50% of your previous stint time. It's now 2.5 hours from 2 hours. Now, down at Yass, we saw them take that right out to that, especially the 2 driver teams were able to do that. So the way that it is now, you have 2.5 hours. The amount you can drive is a maximum of 4 hours in any 6-hour period.
Yes.
Okay, that's the crucial thing. Even if you're driving from two different cars, which I don't think we have, only Pia Olsen was doing it in the Asbest car down at Yass, that's combined time, but whether you're doing that. So you've got to be really careful. That then brings into the strategy of drive time for if you're running in Pro-Am or Pro for your Am drivers, etc., etc. How do you do that? Given that this GT3 race, for the leaders anyway, is 24 one-hour sprints, literally. And so they will go as hard as they can go. Whether this used to be an endurance race, now it is literally a sprint race for the amount of time and the lap speed that the cars are doing at the moment. When we started, they were in the 58s. Now they're out in the 201s. They're starting to find that ramp down on the tyres now, and they're just holding on until they can get to them. We'll be about an hour 15, hour 20 into this race, because we did have 2 laps under code 60, but they were brimmed full. When they come back in again, as the 31 did, he can only take a maximum of 115 litres. They have a fuel card that they put up there, which actually does their entire thing for them. they put that fuel card up there, and that's the maximum that you can put in there on that fuel card. That's the fuel card for the 31, 115 under that, at 90% flow rate, under code 60, 18 litres at 90% flow rate.
And we now have smart fuel pumps that are incredibly smart.
Well, they've got lights on them now which turn purple when we're under code 60. So if you start fueling and come under code 60...
so you're in under green, the fuel nozzle goes in, you start pumping the fuel for your full allocation, then it goes code 60, and these smart pumps instantly...
They know it's 15%, but they will also know you can't go above your maximum BOP, your 110 litres. So they're smart enough to know, I've put 90 litres in, or 100 litres in here, I can only put 10 more in, not 15.
Yes.
Okay.
But ordinarily, as soon as it goes purple, you get 15% more fuel, so long as that doesn't go above your full allocation.
We have teams now running, if you're running GT3 AM or GT3 AM, you can get what's called an AM advantage, which means you get more fuel. You've got an all AM driver lineup, okay? So if you're doing GT3 AM in either 992 or GT3, you get an advantage. So AM advantage is all AM drivers, around 42 litres for the, we've only got one in there, which is the 89 car in GT3, and 44 litres for the 992. We've got 4 cars that are going to take the AM advantage. A new one is AM neutral, with AM drivers with 1 AM plus or 1 semi-pro. They get a little bit more under code 60 now. So if you've got in GT3, if you've got a car capacity of 105, 27 litres, car capacity or BOP of 110, 28 litres, and in the 992, it's 28 litres because they take 110. So we've got differing levels of AM natural and AM advantage.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've seen it here. I didn't see that down there. So it's so you have driver grading to get BOP. We also have car type BOP. 3 of the Asbest cars, 101, 102, 103, they can take 100% fuel under code 60.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So I wasn't aware of that.
101, 102. So this is balance and performance. 101, 102. 101 is the Seat Leon Cup Racer, the oldest car. The 102 is the Cupra TCR DSG, and the 103 is the Volkswagen Golf TCR.
Thankfully, each of the teams only have to look after themselves. They don't have to worry about everybody else. That's kind of what we're trying to do as well. Spinning a lot of plates here, folks. I hope you appreciate that. But the other key thing is that after 24 laps, good number 24, isn't it? Kelvin van der Linde leads by 2.8 seconds over Loic Hartog, and he has just been inching his way further and further away from that number 10 Porsche. And the good thing when you are building a race lead in this championship is that it can't be taken away from you under a full course yellow, or more importantly under a safety car, because there are no safety cars here in Dubai. You only have a code 60, and theoretically that almost 3-second lead should stay as a 3-second lead even if there is an incident in the next 5 minutes, and we sincerely hope not, because we're enjoying this run of green flag. Already, I'm going to jinx it. Yeah, but I've got a name for that, Phil. It's the Johnny Palmer wreaking chaos on a race. I'm astounded race to race quite how much power I've got. Just the mention of a code 60 can generate one. Watch it happen, folks. It's gonna. Anyway, there's Loic Hartog in the blue Porsche as we stay green, and James Kellett not that far away, just 2.1 seconds further back in the 992 BMW. BMW look to be in a strong position in this early phase of the race. First, third, fifth, and 8th. I'm surprised Chris Haas has sort of hit a little bit of a stumbling block now in the form of Benjamin Goether's McLaren, but he is right with the German racer there, a British racer, I suppose, British-born, Ben Goether, number 74.
Good news for Into Africa by Dragon. Jim Getty at the wheel of the 25. Back out on the circuit after that incident on lap number 1. The local team, Jim and his son, racing this weekend for them. We have Exo Letlaka, Stuart White, Arnold Leveling, Jim and his son Glyn Getty. Hopefully we'll see them out. We saw that that back wheel wasn't looking terribly pointing in the right direction. It is now, and they are done in the pits, and they are out on the circuit at the moment. Just looking a little bit further down the leaderboard on who's doing what. 35th position, Ronald Tran in the Dynamic GT. That's running in the GT3 category, getting past the 985, the new Iron Rennsport car, currently running 4th in 992. Just keeping an eye on that gap on the 992s. We've got all three of them together now. Red Camel, Jordan's, Sierra Outdoor Racing and Mulner Motorsport having a great battle out there for the lead of 992. But there is some distance between them. There is the 909 on screen if you're watching it on the live stream. Unfortunate incident down at the Yas Marina circuit, was caught in a sandwich, as he described, down on the grid with John earlier on, and they took time to repair that. Used it as a test. Spoke with Paul Truswell after that. He came up to the booth, and they just used it as a test session for this race because they were spending an hour in the pits. They had to change quite a few things. It was the front end of the Porsche, so it was the oil coolers, etc., etc.
Yeah. And what I don't know is how useful the Yas Marina circuit is running there in preparation for Dubai. I suppose there's not much elevation change at either circuit. There's more here.
Yeah, but the circuit itself is much coarser here than it is at Yas.
From an asphalt point of view.
For asphalt, so
yeah,
the timing is there. Carla, you're down in the pit lanes. What have you got for us?
I'm giving you a little taste of what's coming soon, because what is happening right now is we're entering towards the first hour being done. That means some of the teams will head into a driver change and into a big pit stop. I'm here in the box at the Paradigm competition team, and what we see is that Ahmed Al-Hardi is already ready to go. He only needs to put his helmet on, and his team actually put the helmet on because that's what they do for safety during the pit stops. So slowly but surely, things are moving down here, and I'm expecting it to get way more hectic just in a little bit.
Ahmed Al-Hardi always bringing lots of fans with him as well. The Omani racer, and does a lot of his racing, or used to, in the UK as a former Porsche champion in the British Porsche Carrera Cup Championship there at Pro-Am level, but also now firmly in the BMW camp and racing in the World Endurance Championship frequently again with WRT. Down at Paradigm, actually worth making the point, you said we had drivers in 2 cars at Yas Marina. That is happening here as well. Darren Young in 2 BMWs at Paradigm, for instance, as now a Porsche has a half spin at turn 16, crossing the line now, but it's one of those Porsche Cup cars that's no longer on the lead lap. It was contact between 928 and 929, I reckon. Let's turn your microphone on,
sorry.
Phil.
928 HRT performance, 929 HRT performance.
Okay.
That could be a difficult flight home.
Yes. Now, it's not like hitting your teammate in something like Formula One. There'll be differently kind of organised teams, differently funded teams as well. But yes, certainly in the opening half of this race, you want to try and steer clear of a fellow Porsche competitor and certainly a fellow HRT competitor, and they have ended up colliding with one another. A spin for car number 928, which has now rejoined.
Ryan Naker at the wheel of that one, and the 929 Steve Gambrell at the wheel of that one. There'll be a discussion over, once they've finished their stint, maybe they'll have a little chat about that.
But just back to the point that I was making, there are at least 2 drivers who are assigned to 2 cars. So Darren Leong in 2 BMWs from Paradigm competition. Yep. The other one is Louis Perrault, who is in 2 Seb Lajou Racing Porsches in the cup class for 992s. So they've got to be even more on top of not a rest period, but not exceeding any 4 hours with any 6, because you can't do 2.5 hours in one car and 2 hours in another car and say, well, that's fine by the rules. It's absolutely not.
No, it was made very clear at the driver's briefing down in Yas, because we did have multiple people driving different cars.
Yeah.
So it's made clear it doesn't matter what the car number is on the door, your driver time counts for your overall driver time.
Because it's from a safety point of view, it's from concentration level as well, and that's the more difficult rule to be on top of, because it's a sliding scale, a conveyor belt of 6 hours. At any point, a snapshot of 6 hours can be taken, and you can't be in a car for more than 4 hours of that segment.
And because you've got to do that on your driver identifier, that that gets logged.
Yes.
So there's no argument to do that side of things, because it's a statement of fact. It's when you put that switch on and when you leave pit lane, that's how they take the time.
Quick chance to focus in on the Rossa Racing LMGT car there, which is the Emirati flagged Rossa Racing crew, number 797, who continue to lead the GTX category. Striking car design for that car, and someone you may well know from years gone by at Le Mans and in the World Endurance Championship, Roman Rusanov. He's the pro within that, but you also have Amnar Al-Kubaisi, a semi-pro, and various other drivers as well, some local, some from further afield, but they've gone for a trio of semi-pros, the pro, who is Roman Rusanov, and the AM driver Evgeny Kiriv, Cypriot, and doing all the right stuff right now in the 797 to lead the GTX category.
Yes, Amna Al-Kubaisi's running under semi-pro because she's been doing the Ligier series with her sister Hamda Al-Kubaisi, both really good races.
And a pole position at Silverstone actually last season.
Exactly, and she's done W series and she, F1 Academy. So a lot of single-seater experience. This is her first time with a roof over her head, because I've known her since I worked over the back here at the kartdrome when she was driving karts, and her dad was racing here. Now the tables have turned, and Dad's here, but just providing moral support. Three-time winner of this race, and also outright, and also been on the podium at the 24-hour Le Mans. So not a bad person to learn from.
Certainly not, and it's in their blood. It has been from a very early age. They will have been coming here watching Dad for so many years. A triple winner of this event.
Yes.
Together with, well, the two drivers that he shared that car with. Jeroen Bleekemolen is one, and I've immediately forgotten the other.
Black Falcon Racing, that was.
Yes.
And that was 2012, I believe. Let me have a look back through the...
it's a race against time. I might get there before you. Hubert Haupt.
Hubert Haupt, yes. Oh, my goodness, yes.
2012, 2013 and 2020, although Haupt won in different years, so he wasn't in that car. So you had two drivers that were sharing the drive, 12, 13 and 20 for Bleekemolen and Al-Kubaisi, and Hubert Haupt equals them on 3 wins of this event in 2015, 2018 and 2020 when he was in that car with Manuel Metzger, who's back again in 2026.
Yeah, the 2013 lineup, Khaled Al-Kubaisi, Sean Edwards, Jeroen Bleekemolen and Bernd Schneider. Not bad having the F1 safety driver in there. Then Khaled Al-Kubaisi, Sean Edwards, Jeroen Bleekemolen and Thomas Jaeger in 2012. As we continue on, the gap between Kelvin van der Linde and Loic Hartog just coming down a little bit, 1.4 seconds at the moment. James Kellett in the Paradigm Competition BMW a little bit further back, just settling down a little bit at the front now, with Mauro Engel behind that in the Winwood Racing Mercedes in 4th position. Augusto Farfus following them. All of that first 30 minutes of absolutely top-class racing has everybody now just working towards their pit stops. We are over the 1 hour mark. Remember, the cars were filled up to the brim for the start. They'll only fill up to their BOP allowance when they get in, when they come into fuel. But as I was saying, it was 33 cars coming in with their 2 or 3 laps of each other, trying to find a way through the 10 only fuel pumps down in the fueling zone. And we've already seen one go off strategy that came in earlier, and I'm joined in the commentary box at Ben Constantinos. A very good afternoon.
Hey Phil, yeah, thank you very much. Been enjoying the sights and sounds the first hour of this Dubai 24 Hours, the 21st edition, and very lucky to be able to experience that from outside in the throng and the fans. And it really is such a big event now to see all the hospitality suites that all these teams have. It really does put itself up against the very, very best endurance races in the world.
Indeed, it's come a long way in 21 years. A young guy called Toto Wolff was part of the lead driver and a winner. You know, BMW with a Red Bull fire signaler on, so sponsored by back then. But after 21 years, yeah, this is a full-blown pro race now, and given the level of talent we see on this grid, they had a choice between this weekend being here and this weekend being at the Raw at Daytona. Have a look at the drivers who chose here.
I mean, the lineup that we have out on this first stint is quite remarkable. Kelvin van der Linde leads the race for BMW, Team WRT's full fat entry. Loic Hartog, now a Works Porsche driver for Herbert, in second position. James Kellett for Paradigm, the champions last year, in third position, carving his way through the traffic. We're watching Augusto Farfus, who is following Maro Engel. Jules Gounon in sixth position. All names that would be no stranger to a Le Mans 24 Hours or a Spa 24 Hours. Dorian Boccolacci a bit further back for the Earl Bammer Motorsport team. He's out in 11th position right now. Further down, we've got Michael Grenier and so many other names, including, of course, Roman Rusinov with his own car, the Rossa, that we haven't spoken too much about, but leads in GTX. We are sort of putting ourselves in standby, though, because as Phil mentioned just before coming off air, we are expecting pit stops any moment now. It's just over the hour mark, an hour and 6 minutes run. We did have that code 60 for about 5 minutes, was it not? Let me double check exactly how long that code 60 was. But that would have saved a little bit of fuel, perhaps, not a huge amount of fuel. And it was code 60, total laps under code 60, 6 minutes and 25 seconds. So, as I say, that's probably not a huge amount of fuel saving. We would expect GT3 cars to do about an hour. We'd expect the 992 cars to go closer to an hour and a half. But for the moment, we've just had those cars that were troubled at the start that have visited pit lane. Ajit Kumar, for instance, won, and a puncture for the Toyota that's in the GTX category. Rear right puncture for the 107, which is the all-female Toyota Gazoo racing team. And she's luckily picked that up right at the end of the lap, so is able to thread her way into pit lane, and will be able to replace that. And that's sort of okay, because I don't know actually for a GT4, but does it fit well in their strategy? Leopard also coming in alongside me. Simon Hill joins us in the commentary box for the first time.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one. Obviously, the GTX class fiercely contested. We're seeing a number of cars coming down the pit lane now. And that's going to shake things up as we see the strategies seem to be kind of aligned at the moment with a lot of the teams, in the sense that most of them are coming in, roughly about the same time. That's Simon Birch just coming in the Razzoon More Than Racing Porsche 911 GT3, car number 14 for tyres, probably fuel as well, as we see a great battle going on still with the 991 car of Augustus Farfus, Benji Gotha and Jules Gounon. That seems to have been swapping around for a little while now, Ben. They seem to be fairly evenly matched, and obviously it's always great to see essentially the absolute superstar drivers that we get down here, the factory guys like Gounon, like Engel and like Farfus, these sort of people that come down. And historically Christopher Haase, another driver that's been in that kind of arena, if you like, for some time. But it's really interesting also when you watch it from onboard. You can see the pluses and minuses of how the various different chassis and engines work in this very evenly matched battle at the front. As you see, coming out of turn 16 onto the back straight, it's a really, really good run from Jules Gounon onto the back of Goethe. The battle at the front still going on as well.
So we have had a few teams that were in pit lane at the very start. Obviously, we've covered off at the start of the race that Scuderia Praha, a non-starter in GT3. Hassar-T never made it back out onto circuit, by the way, after their contact at the start of the race. Whether that is a complete retirement or not, I don't know if we fully covered, but they haven't made a reappearance and have been in the pits for an hour already. Out on circuit after 2 stops in the pits and a 20-minute stop, Bob Wan and the Origin powered by Car Collection. Jim Geddy is aboard the Into Africa Ferrari that was involved in an accident at the start of the race. Back out onto circuit now, and the other GT3 car that pitted was Rob Huff, down in 50th position now, Rob Huff. And still in the car. He started that car and had a 4.5-minute pit stop. So those are cars we've seen in the pits. We're starting to see a few of the GTX cars coming in, but that top-class GT3, we're yet to completely get the pit stop strategy beginning. Now, as Phil mentioned already, just 10 fuel bays to be able to stop in, 10 fuel pumps, and you do not want to be queuing for one. So we really need to try and work out to split this. As a great battle for 3rd position on track goes along at the moment.
Yeah, Kellett and Engel really starting to get into each other. Engel, of course, a legend in the Mercedes squad, has been part of that team for many, many years. Now look at this wonderful run around the outside, and one of the young chargers, James Kellett. British fans will know James for being an absolute superstar in the British Porsche Carrera Cup. Raced with Paradigm last year in GT World Challenge in an all-silver entered car alongside the very talented Charles Clark, amongst others. So great to see that Darren Leung has put faith in this young man and giving him such a fabulous opportunity to represent the Paradigm team at such a high level. And on the lights there to make sure that the Cup car, the Mullner Motorsport car, is aware that the leaders are coming through. This is such a great section of the lap. I was lucky enough to drive the track way back in the early days when A1GP visited here, and in a previous life I drove the safety car a few times for that, so I got a chance to do some laps of some great track, and that is a great section of the circuit as Kellett makes the best of the traffic. And this is where you really see the experience coming through of the drivers that are used to racing GTs at a high level of racing in this kind of event, how they deal with the traffic, where you see people making and losing time. It can be, over the course of the 24 hours, absolutely crucial. And again, that's where the pros, usually you see something fantastic to see how evenly balanced the top guys are in the pit lane. Now, down in the pit lane in a moment, we hopefully will get a chance to speak to our good friend Carlo LT, but at the moment I think we're too busy watching what's going on track.
Well, we've got lots going on track, but it is starting to get busier in pit lane because Optimum Motorsport have brought both their McLarens in. I think Carla is down there seeing maybe other cars and a problem for Optimum.
Could be. Looks like quite a slow stop.
Exactly. I'm stood close to Optimum, but I'm doing one thing right now, and that is being very careful because it is getting busy down here. The car's coming fast. Currently, Paradigm competition, as I predicted earlier on, they are ready for their pit stop right now. And at the moment, the cars can also pit quite normally, if you want to say so. We will reach the point where they have to be at an angle in order for enough space to be here. But let me just skip over to Optimum and see what's going on there. Exactly. I see a mechanic really putting all his efforts in. There we go. The wheel is off. Right wheel back on. Car on its move. Out it goes.
Ideal though. That took way longer than it should have done, and that was one car that was right up in the mix with Benji Gotha. So that's going to be a lot longer than they planned in pit lane. Then they go to fueling. Fueling is at the end of our pit lane. And I count, certainly on page 1 of our timing screens, we've got 7 cars in fuel and 4 cars in pits, make that 5. So it needs to really fall correctly for everyone to make sure that they don't get delayed. Rob Huff, in his, what we think an off-strategy but conventional pit stop, took 4.5 minutes. So that's the comparison that we now need to look at in relation to all these other cars, particularly to the Optimum car that had that sticky wheel nut.
Yeah, looking at the WRT, the 669 car, our race leader, Kelvin van der Linde, one of the absolute superstars of international GT racing. The van der Linde family have been renowned for their success going back to the 90s. Etienne van der Linde is racing in the UK in British Formula Renault, and on to other things as well. Obviously, both Sean and Kelvin more recently being representing South Africa in the family name with great success. And WRT have got really a lot of star drivers to choose from, and great to see Kelvin representing the team and doing a superb job. But just a 0.713 second lead over Lurk Hartog in the Herberth Motorsport. Of course, winners last time out in Abu Dhabi in the 6 hours just a week ago. Hartog, a very different type of race, of course. And interesting, I got chatting to Alex from Pure Racing, who's one of the senior members of the team down there, and they said that, you know, the balance of performance for the Porsche guys in terms of the fuel that they're allowed has been maybe not as advantageous as they would have liked, and certainly compared to the BMWs, and that could be a factor as we get later into the race, Ben.
So that cost optimum or minute in the pit lane should be about a minute stop to do the tyres before you go down to fueling, and it was 2 minutes for the 74 car. So with a lap that is 2 minutes long, they have lost half a lap by doing so, and with that really competitive sharp end right now and only 6 minutes of code 60, that is going to feel like a big loss for them. But obviously we are a long way from the end of the race. Into the pits then, another of our Mercedes, and this is Maro Engel, the number 16, getting out. So driver change for them, and I think we're going to see a few more driver changes when we get them back onto circuit and our transponders update with the new driver.
Yeah, and almost exactly what we expected, 115 or 1 hour 15 minutes, and the list of drivers and teams coming into pits and fuel is pretty endless at the moment. And let's have a look at what's happening now. We see one of the Ferraris going across the 88 car, and oh, the Porsche, look at that, decided to go in and then decided to go back out again. I think that was the 92 car, Max Hoffer, the Pure Racing car, maybe?
That is because he would have turned and seen that all 10 fuel bays were already full. I was looking at the Fs on our timing screen, and obviously he doesn't want a queue, so he's gone round, but surely needs fuel.
Well, it depends on how marginal they are, doesn't it? I would imagine, like most of the teams, you're going to probably work in a little bit of a window. Of course, they had the advantage of that code 60 early on in the race, which would have given them a bit more leeway in terms of running at obviously a much more reduced pace and therefore getting some fuel mileage back. So that could have perhaps given them just enough to say, look, we can go back round and give it another go without potentially risking running out. But let's watch with interest and hope that's not the case for the guys.
Yes, so that was number 92, which is Max Hofer at the wheel of that Pure Racing Porsche, down in 13th, but yeah, 102 pit only, 108 pit stop in total. He's going to have to come in with the next couple of laps for sure, and he'll drive down all the way through pit lane, avoiding his team because he won't need tyres, and will then have really pot luck as to whether those fuel bays are available or not, because the cars are spending a good 3 to 4 minutes in the fuel area, 3 minutes in the fuel area, 1 minute in the pit lane area. So it's a significant amount of time, and there's still a lot of cars in there.
Yeah, and I think when you look at, certainly I can relate to last year's race when I was involved with Era Motorsport, who were running a car here, and how they would work it is they had 2 of their crew members down on operating the pumps, effectively doing the fueling, and they'd also have radio communication back to the pits to say, look, yeah, go back round again, or it's clear, come in if there was that situation presenting itself. Now, pole position driver Benjamin Pack clambers out of the TFT racing car. Going to see who takes over in just a moment. Couldn't quite see who it was that got back in. Nice and distinctive livery for that, for us commentator types to be able to identify, Ben.
Yeah, and this is the moment that I absolutely love in these races, when we've established an order, especially with our pro drivers at the start of the race, and now we're adding a different driver and the whole pack gets shuffled. And especially if you're going from a pro driver to an AM driver in those pro-am entries, you really are shuffling the pack a lot. I think that was Patrick Charlier getting in to the TFT car as our leader comes in, followed by second place. So Van der Linde and Loe Hartog deciding to pit on the same lap and mirror each other, and there was only a second between them before they came into the pit stop, and visually it looks a lot closer now, but of course that is that concertina effect of driving a lot slower.
Indeed it is. It was showing us 0.874 of a second when they crossed the line on their last racing lap, and clearly that's significantly closer now. You would assume that both teams are going to do a driver change, tyres and definitely fuel, but certainly they may opt to not do tyres. It's unlikely, but they can do that to save themselves a little bit of time. Hartog gets out, the very long frame of Loek Hartog. You can't miss him at all, can you? Now, going to be interesting to see how that works in terms of who's jumping in. It could have been, looked like Ante Rizal possibly jumping back in again. Now they're away and gone very quickly. That was an extremely slick stop. I'm just looking at seeing what the pit-only time is. It's currently just ticking away at just under a minute, I think, for Hartog's car.
So that's a switch then, because Porsche ahead of BMW. Pit only 53 seconds for Herbert Motorsport. They are the masters, and look at that. It's also pretty empty in the fuel area. That has worked very, very nicely for our leading teams, but there isn't a lot of space, is there? So the following cars, which will be Augusto Farfus and Jules Gounon's 991 and number 4, they might find themselves without a place to park here, and you can see them coming in on the left of screen. 1, 2, 3 cars. Then there's a space behind the BMW. Then I think there is another space underneath our drone shot there.
You can see the mechanic waving behind the BMW. There's another mechanic waving at his driver coming in. That looks to me like the Paradigm car that's come back in, come in for a stop. So let's see, who would that be? Looking down our list, is that the Amadou Harty? No,
that's the 991 car, yeah.
Yeah, 991 car. That's
and interestingly,
Farfus, isn't it?
Don't forget that GT3 Pro-Am cars and GT3 cars have different fuel flow rates. So whilst we're watching these cars being fueled up, there may be a difference in the amount of time it takes to fuel those cars, as we've got a car stopped on circuit. This is one that spun in qualifying, I seem to remember. It is a 992 Cup car, and I don't remember what Michel Blanche made. It was an HRT Performance 928. Got going again, and so the green flag is flying once more.
Yeah. Pretty dramatic situation. Reminds me of the old Racing Steps Foundation liveries.
Yeah.
Remember them? They used to support young British drivers in single-seaters coming up through the ranks. People like James Collado, of course. There's your sports car link, the current WEC champion for Ferrari. Felt very sorry for James, actually. At the Sports Personality of the Year, they mentioned Oliver Rowland, rightly so, for becoming Formula E World Champion, Lando Norris for being Formula 1 World Champion, but James Collado, let's give him a bit of respect and shout out. A very talented young man. Le Mans winner, of course, in 2023 with Ferrari. So hazard warning on for the Porsche that we just saw stopped. So would suggest that some issue that's perhaps intermittent. Clearly the car is running, but you would expect to see that make a pit stop. James Winslow, another driver just in the pits now, as we see one of the Mercedes stopped on the back straight. And
that's, I think, the Team Motorpark Mercedes of Michael Grenier, who is stopped on the pit straight. Now, is that a running out of fuel? We haven't seen him. No, we have seen them in pit lane. So that's very, very curious. And that could well be a code 60, because unless he can get that rolling again, it's a difficult place to recover a car. Whilst we watch that, let's go down to Carla Velti, who joins us in pit lane, who's got a driver with her.
I do have a driver with me indeed. That's Kelvin van der Linde, who just got out of his BMW. You did a mega job out there from the beginning on, and you led the pack until now. How was the experience out there starting this 24-hour race?
It's always a big pleasure, you know, to start such a big race, kick off the season, get into that flow of things. First lap drama was pretty chaotic, the first few corners, a couple of cars wide, but we managed to get through there safely, and then immediately the full course yellow, which kind of like, the nerves were at one point put on hold for a couple of minutes, but then we got into our rhythm, and it was a good first turn, I would say.
Very good. We have a code 60 going on right now. I just want to ask you one last thing before I let you go. Were you aware that you and the car right behind you were coming in at the exact same time?
No, not really, because I was actually the lap before I got the call to box and then a late call to stay out, so it was going to be plus minus one lap. But yeah, obviously strategy is going to play out later on in the race. But for now, yeah, it was good racing with the Porsche.
All right, now some relaxing before you come back in.
Yeah, grab some food, watch my teammates, and then we try again.
Good luck then.
This is not wonderful for our leading cars because they are still in the fuel area. And when code 60 hits, they have effectively are no longer able to fulfill their car. They will certainly be more than the regulation 15% that they're supposed to have, but as soon as that code 60 comes out, if they've got beyond 15% of their capacity, the fuel Bowser knows what car they are filling and effectively stops filling them. We are going to, and I'm holding back to tell you exactly which ones they are, without completely full fuel tanks. Now, if this code 60 lasts a long time, they could come back into the pits and top it off, because they can still get a 15% fill every time they come in. Although, actually, I'm going to withdraw that comment because I'm not entirely sure if that's the regulation. If you're listening, you can let us know on the YouTube stream. But certainly that used to be the case. You're able to come lap after lap after lap and get another 15, get another 15. But it does mean those cars we were just talking about, those top four, the 991 Paradine, the 669 WRT, the 4 Grove, all of those cars and a 10 Herbert may not have completely filled their tanks.
Yeah, I think possibly a couple of the cars that were in earlier might have just got away with it, because they might have just about had it done as the code 60 came out. But as you quite rightly said, Ben, it's impossible to know for sure unless you're actually down there looking at those pit stops. Now, Phil, who is a guru of all knowledge when it comes to regulations and tech, etc., was explaining earlier that there is a light system on the fuel pumps whereby if it appears, a purple light comes up to let the refueling team that are fueling the car know that's happened, so they're aware that that has changed. It will obviously give a display on the pump like it would do when you fuel your regular car of exactly how much has gone in. And remember, of course, a lot of these cars, the tanks actually could potentially hold more fuel, but the regulations are as to how much fuel you're allowed to run as a maximum, and also the fuel flow rate. Now, interestingly, we see, as often is the way, one of the big advantages, sometimes we get people say, you know, what's the big reason why organisations and teams and championships, rather, like 24H Series use code 60 as opposed to using a safety car? And one of the things that we do, as opposed to some other series, is we're able to recover cars. So it's less likely that, unless the car is obviously mechanically completely out of it or very badly damaged after a shunt, if it's something where the car can be towed back, as in the case here, then the team have got a chance. They've got a good chance of being able to get that car back out again.
Now, Simon, you mentioned fuel rate, and I mentioned that the GT3 car has a different fuel flow rate to a Pro-Am car, and potentially different capacities as well. Let's look at that in relation to our leading 2 cars. Team WRT 669, a 4-minute 57-second pit stop. The Porsche that they were racing against, the number 10, a 4-minute and 28-second pit stop. 30-second difference it took to fuel that car. And I wonder very much whether actually Herbert managed to get a full fill in, but the BMWs did not, because Team WRT and Paradine were pretty slow in comparison. Then you go further down the list, and some were only in there for 3.5 minutes because they were pitting under this code 60.
And remember, one of the key things that would have affected that is, if you remember, when the cars came in, the BMW was ahead of the Porsche. The Porsche's stop was 6 seconds quicker in terms of the driver and fuel change. So got to the fuel tanks just that little bit earlier, and also had a clear run into the fuel, sorry, I say fuel tanks, the fuel station rather, that little bit earlier, and had a clear run in terms of there weren't any other cars obstructing its access. So if you factor it all together, that's such a huge advantage, that gap, you know, that nearly 30-second gap. And if you look at it, one of the things that we've seen in the 24H series for quite some time now, one of the strengths has been Herbeth Motorsport and strategy. The Porsche is always a competitive car in sports car racing, but obviously with balance of performance, depending on who's running the car and who's driving the car, and all the various things can affect it, obviously. But they seem to have this amazing ability to maximise their stops, and also to obviously give themselves a best opportunity in terms of strategy. So we see our race leader, the 777 Almenara Dragon Racing. Now, remember last year the overall winners were a BMW run by WRT, but actually entered as Almenara Racing. So what you've effectively got, and you'll see it if you look down the entry list throughout the whole grid here, is there's quite a lot of, let's call it so-and-so racing by so-and-so racing, where you have a team that's entered by one organisation, but the actual technical partner that runs the car is a different team name. So that's what's happened here, and you can see that obviously they've moved across to running the 296, which Dragon Racing have been hugely successful with in the various different series that they run the cars in.
So we've got a really, really jumbled up order now, and those cars at the head of the field are there by dint of having to finish their fueling early, having been in the pits, actually going into the pits for Almenara Racing in the yellow flag period, but then the Code 60 flew, and therefore they got the half a service done and part of their fueling potentially done, but were not able to fuel their car to full, and as per the regulations, and therefore they are at the head of the field, but we'll have to come into the pits earlier, and we're going to have from now on in to the end of the race, a head scratch every single time this happens, because we wait for a Code 60 to fully reset everybody. Our leaders from pre-pit stop are down in 15th and 16th position. Actually, Antares Al is in 13th, and he is... Antares out 13th, the 992 Paradine competition, not to be mixed up with the 991, is ahead of him, but they were one of the teams that did a very short pit stop. So Code 60 ending in under 1 minute. We've put gentlemen drivers in Pro-Am entry cars. We've still got some pro drivers out there, and we've got probably, I'd say, about 10 cars at the head of this field that are short filled. Now it's really fun.
Now it gets a bit crazy. We've even got the 962 of Robert de Haan, one of the Porsche 992 category cars, 4th overall and leading the class. Remember, with the Porsches, there's only 2 categories. There's the main category, and we'll call it the pro category, but it's not really, and the AM category. So it's Robert de Haan in the Tierra Outdoor Racing by FAC that's running 4th overall and leading that class. And then the AM class is Yannick Akala in the Team GP Elite, running 8th overall. Let's go racing, Ben.
Just want to clarify a speculation that I said earlier on about refueling under Code 60. You are only able to do it once in every half an hour of Code 60. So gone are the days where you could come in multiple laps and get 15%, get 15%, get 15%. Maybe even last year you were able to do that here in Dubai, but that has now been tidied up. This constant evolution of supplementary regulations for Creventic, keeping teams and commentators on their toes.
Yeah, we need to be kept on our toes, definitely, Ben, don't we? That's absolutely that now. So it's going to be interesting. Dustin Blattner, experienced driver, very, very used to driving Ferraris with Dragon and with other teams as well. Going to be interesting to see the sort of lap times that he's putting in. The best for the car so far is a 1:59.789. And looking down the list, we've seen some of the cars in the 58s already with the pro drivers in the early stages of the race. Obviously, that is going to be interesting how those... We usually find that the pro drivers are lapping at very similar positions. The platinum and gold drivers, if you call them that, are usually very similar pace-wise. It's when you get down to the silver and the AM drivers that you can have the variance, and that's what we're going to see now.
That sorting out always causes a bit of contact between cars and drivers, and just the lightest of touches between Ferrari and Mercedes in the middle of the pack, as our leader of the race right in the middle of the pack. Of course, we didn't have a safety car, so we didn't put the leader at the front of the pack and everyone behind. It was a Code 60. We don't have safety car periods in Creventic racing, and therefore the leader stays in the middle of the pack and stays having to get through a lot of traffic. It's, as you say, Dustin Blattner in the triple 777, who leads by dint of that short fuel. Down to 9th position, they are all short fueled. Then you have Antares Au, who is our first full filled car. Interestingly though, Anthony McIntosh in the 669 BMW, they fueled before the Code 60. They did a full service and then came in during the Code 60 to top off. And so they are in a very, very strong position as well. In 2nd position and only a second back from Antares Au. That is sort of your, I would call it, virtual leaders there in 10th and 11th position. In about half an hour's time, when these guys at the front of the field need to pit.
Yeah, and that's exactly the situation we're going to get. Is this what a colleague of mine refers to as snakes and ladders, where you'll be making all the progress, then you drop down again because of the fuel. You may get back again as everybody else starts to fall into their relative strategy and rhythm of what they're running. You see Gabriel Piana in the 81 car just diving down the inside to make up some time in traffic. A guy that led the race here last year, a former winner in the past, so one of the strongest drivers on the grid.
Worth pointing out that pretty much everybody took advantage of that Code 60 to make a pit stop. The cars ignoring Code 60 were the GT4 category cars and the TCE machines. So if you didn't have problems, and there are a few that have, including, for instance, the Asbest Porsche Cayman sits 2nd in TCE. They're actually on their 2nd pit stop right now in fueling. And so they have pitted twice, but the leaders in TCE, which is Team Sorgren Sports Cayman GT4 CS, and then the RS edition leads GT4, those two ignored the Code 60, as did the Volkswagen Golf of Asbest Racing and the KCMG Toyota Supra GT4 Evo B-Spec, which is not yet a GT4 car and therefore doesn't sit under GT4 regulations.
Got that. That was a lot of explaining, Ben. Well put. So
I should save it and spread it out, shouldn't I?
Yeah, well,
I ran out of facts after about 5 minutes.
That was 24 hours worth of facts in one go. I think we got all of that going on. So yeah, looking back at the action now, Blattner here is 1.7 seconds ahead of Max Moritz. We saw just a moment ago Moritz going down the inside of one of the 992 Cup cars and really highlighted just how quick those cars are in a straight line, the 992s. There's Moritz now coming up on the Grove Racing Mercedes. Have they seen each other? Yes, they have. Slightly worrying always when you see that angle. Stephen Grove on board the Grove Racing by Get Speed car, and yeah, managed to get through nice and clearly and cleanly even. And the 269 continues on its way, trying to make up some ground on the lead. Now down in the pit lane we have we have Carla even, who's going to be talking to one of our drivers.
Good thing I don't have a camera with me. You would see my face with you calling me a different name. I'm here with Mr. Luke, who just got out of the number 10 Urban Motorsports car. So you got in just before Code 60. You did have a rapid pit stop just now. Does that hurt a bit that you missed the Code 60 chance, or are you all right with how it all turned out?
Yeah, for us it's actually all right. We at least got the full fuel. It got time just misfortunate for us, just 15 seconds or about, but virtually we're in the lead now. Because we're doing Pro-M class, we gain a 25-second advantage on the Pro cars, but then again our Ms have to drive 12 hours, so it's all a bit of strategies unfolding, and for now it's not hurting us. We've been executing well so far.
Now you came into the pit lane literally sitting on the back of that BMW that was in P1 while you were in P2. How nervous do you get, kind of saying like, come on, get out of the way, I want to go to my pit stop?
Well, but you can't overtake in pit lane, so before that, I mean, I had to make sure that I was lining up for a good pit stop, and we managed to just undercut them under the pit stop, so we gained 3-4 seconds. But again, we're not really sure if they're really in our race. We just do our own race as maximum as we can, so not really nervous for that one, to be honest, but yeah, all is good.
And will you be back in the car during the night? Are you doing any night stints?
Well, I'm lined up for 6 hours this race, so I'm not sure when I get back. I'm just making sure that I recover a bit now and I'm ready for my next one.
Fantastic. Good recovery then.
Thank you.
Very strong lineup. in that number 10 Herbert car with Antara Zhao, the owner-driver, alongside Louis Hartog, and they, of course, will be here in a couple of weekends' time in the Asian Le Mans Series. They did the same in Malaysia last year in the first round of this Middle Eastern Championship, driving one car because Antares has got a different chassis run by a different team in the Asian Le Mans Series. So he runs one with Herbert, and I want to say it's Origin he runs the Asian Le Mans Series with, but no, it's Manthai. Of course, it's Manthai. So two chassis, two different cars, roughly same driver lineup, and obviously this great experience for 2 weeks' time where Asian Le Mans come here, much like Malaysia was just a week before that first round. So you got a chance to win a race, you get a chance to win a 24-hour race, and I mean, arguably, I'd say the 24 Hours Dubai more important than the second round of the Asian Le Mans Series, which is just two 4-hour races. But most interestingly, here's another fact, I'm running out already, they use exactly the same tyres. So every single lap of data that you do in a 24H Series race directly correlates into the Asian Le Mans Series in a few weeks.
There you go, and it makes an awful lot of sense when you think of the amount of data they'll be able to take, not just from the race itself, but there's one of the great things about the 24H Series is there's an awful lot of track time in the days leading up to the race itself. So the practice days that you get are quite significant. As we look at the fourth position overall car of Robert de Haan, we were talking about him earlier. You noticed the very distinctive pink crash helmet just a moment ago from where he was running in the BWT-sponsored car in the Porsche Super Cup, those wonderfully pink liveried cars that we've seen for many years now running in that championship. And just a little apology to my good friend Carla Veltin, not Chantal Vertin. I was reading
Chantal?
Well, let me explain.
Okay.
I was reading the timing screen and just checking who was in which car, and I literally was looking at Chantal Prince in the car, and that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. So I apologise, Carla.
I think Carla would be very happy if she was Chantal Prince and driving a Mercedes GT3 car. But we're very happy that we've got Carla down in pit lane with us this weekend.
We are indeed. We're lucky to have both Carla and Sarah as well. And
and Carla, you said when you were chatting to Le Hartog there, you pronounced his first name differently to how we pronounce it. I presume that you're right and we're wrong, but it's Luke.
It's Luke. That's what I was told just now. So that's how
Amazing.
I pronounced it.
5 years of getting it wrong.
I don't. Yeah, there you go. That's why you have me down here, so I can get the things right. And actually, I don't know if you noticed, but the HRT Performance car with the 928 on it was sat in the pit box for around about 20 minutes because they had a problem with a sensor on the engine, so they had to change that, and the car is back out again. I was speaking to one of the mechanics, and he said, well, let's hope everything just sticks now the way that it's supposed to, and later on I can go and have a drink. So I'm crossing fingers for him, but the car is back out.
Yellow flag at turn 4, 6, 7 and 8. I noticed it was there earlier. I've looked out the window and there's a Lamborghini facing the wrong direction. Now gets rolling again. It's the 710 Lamborghini, which is being piloted by Gerhard Watzinger, Leopard Motorsport. Pronouncing that one wrong as well. I think John spoke to him actually yesterday, but he has got going again. One of the GTX machines, which I love GTX because it's always got such random cars in it, such different cars, and obviously Vortex always in that field. Just the one Vortex here. We've seen up to 3, but I think only one on the Middle Eastern Championship doing the tour, because of course it goes into a container to be taken to Malaysia, then that container comes over to Abu Dhabi and then gets driven across here to Dubai. And so if you start with one, you sort of, unless you're going to do your own thing and get something flown into Dubai, you kind of end up for the full series. But when we get back to the European series in the middle of March, we may see up to 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised. Obviously, they quite often competing in the Ultimate Cup as well. That's been something where they've been doing very successfully. And really interesting how that car's evolved in the time that we've seen it. As you quite rightly said, most recently, you've seen it doing a lot of running in the 24H series in Europe last year with some success there. currently the Vortex sitting second in GTX with Lionel Amarouche on board the car. Leader is the Evgeny Kiriv car-driven Rossa Racing car. And again, Alfred Kahler is down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm taking over quite a bit here. I'm standing right next to the Toyota Supra GT4 Evo 2 that looks kind of like a Zebra with its white and black stripes. And they were actually just done with the pit stop. Driver is in, wheels are on. Then they were trying to turn the car on, and it is not. So now they're trying to figure out what is actually going on, why the car won't turn on again. I see heads shaking and a bit of, they don't really know what is going on. But if you wonder why that car is falling down in the position, that's why. And actually, yep, car is back up. They're putting it on the little rollers, and I'm guessing they have to roll it in and make sure that they can find the problem.
It's a very, very new car to KCMG, that B-spec Toyota Supra GT4. We're going to have a code 60, but not a very long one, because there's a piece of bodywork out at turn 8 that I can see on the racing line, and we need to send a marshal out to pick it up. So we'll get a code 60, but very shortly. That Toyota GR is being driven by Paul Yip, Marchi Lee, Ho Ping Tung, and Andy Yan. It's a mega lineup from Hong Kong, all Hong Kong lineup. I don't know whether Ho Ping Tung's ever driven something as sort of lower powered as that. We've obviously saw he's another name for your A1GP reference, Simon. Oh, there is also a car parked down there.
Yeah, that looks like the Porsche that we saw having the problem earlier. That stopped. Yeah. So I wonder if that is the same car. It looks like it from here, doesn't it? We can't quite see, but they're obviously having a pretty tough day so far. We're only just 45 laps into the race, and already quite a tricky one. We've got 22 hours and 15 minutes to go, and they have had the longest hour and 45 minutes I think they probably would have expected.
Yeah, so code 60 allows people to come in and maybe get a bit of fuel. Robert De Haan has decided to do that from second position. Suksolev in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi, the second position in GT3, the first in AM. They've come into the pits for a top-off. That's it. They've just done... how long were they in there for? Just a minute and 45. So that's... It does look like they might have gone and changed tyres with 34 seconds in pit only. No, I think that is literally driving through pit lane. So a minute's worth of fuel, and that's the sort of thing that keeps you ahead. I apologise, because I could see the bit of bodywork on the track, and I assumed that that was what was causing the yellow flag down at turn 8, because I absolutely cannot, even from my window, see that car that's parked up beside the barrier. It's invisible. Must be behind the building. So I apologise. But again, much like we saw with the Mercedes GT3, a tow rope, and it can be quickly hauled off the track. That Mercedes, by the way, of Michael Grenier, that was the cause of the last Code 60 still in pit lane, and that's one for Carla to go and investigate, I think. Although I say it's in pit lane, I think it may have just come out at Team Motor Park. So whatever the problem, it was a quick and easy fix. Number 13, Carla. And I told you about Team Motor Park earlier because they refueled me this morning. I didn't actually need to have a coffee because I just had a really good flat white from the Cars Cafe in the centre of the paddock, but walked past the back of their garage and there was a man making coffees. Now, he was making coffees for his team, but he was making really good cappuccinos and flat whites, and he had a little menu, and so I cheekily said, can I have one? And it was wonderful. So big shout out to Motor Park and their security guard / barista, who is saying, no, you can't come into the garage, but also making mega coffee. That's where you need to go, Carla. She's a big fan of coffee, is our Carla.
Got that all covered off, haven't we?
Real refueling, because I was all the way down at pit entry and I saw all these cars coming in. I was like, that must be some traffic here now. And you will see 3 cars heading out now, while again, 2, is that a third one? And a third one comes in for fueling. It is busy, but we're not we're not stacked up yet. It's okay. Things are going quite smoothly. And I think that will be a good thing for all the teams, because that is usually the big problem, right, guys? When everyone comes in, everyone wants fuel. You don't just lose time with fuel. You lose time with just standing and waiting.
And because the fuel bowsers are hidden in the paddock, they're not even in pit lane like we saw in Malaysia, because obviously pit lane is full of teams and cars. It's hard to spot for the teams and drivers when is right and when is wrong to send cars to the fueling area. 909, Rick Breukers has come in from second position in 992. They were a good 20 seconds behind the Mulner Motorsport Porsche 921, which has Jiatong Liang aboard it. And both have taken, no, I was about to say, Jiatong Liang hasn't taken advantage of this. Now he has. So all of our top competitors have taken advantage of this Code 60 to get themselves 15% fuel. Including our leader Almanar by Dragon. So this more and more puts them into the same window as those cars that got full fuel before the last Code 60, and brings them into a more competitive space. Blattner, Liang, Fabian Dance is in refueling now. They've done a full service on the Red Camels 909, and Rob Dehaan in fourth position in the 962. He was actually in before Code 60 flew, so they preempted it. They saw the yellow flag, came into the pits, got a service, and then it went Code 60, and Continental Racing by Simpson did the same thing.
Yeah, so what we're seeing is that the drivers and teams that have just driven through the pit lane to go to the fuel pumps, that's almost exactly 34/35 seconds pit in to fuel fuel out, if you want to call it. That's without the fuel stop itself. So it takes 35 seconds-ish to go from the coming into the pit lane to get to the fuel station, or to when the timing then clicks from pit lane to fuel station. And then we can watch exactly to see how that fuel station, how long they spend in the fuel station, to give us a better understanding. Code 60 ending in 1 minute.
Now, one thing I know that happens if you are refueling and a Code 60 is thrown, then the refueling stops. If you're in refueling and a Code 60 ends, can you continue to fill? You can fill. Yeah, okay, so that means depending on when this Code 60 goes back to green, there are a good half a dozen cars down there in pit lane. They might get a full tank, and that then is certainly beneficial. But I noticed that Optima Motorsport have just missed out on that opportunity, because they have just left as we go green flag, back to green flag racing, and leave 5 or 6 cars in fueling to get a fuel tank. Carly, you're watching them?
Well, I have the car number 928, the one that was stuck right next to me. And remember when I said that one of the mechanics or team members said that I hope this will last and I will have a drink later? Well, I think he will not, because the car is back. The computer is attached, well, the laptop is attached immediately. They need to analyze what is going on. A lot of question marks in the air, and I hope for them that this is not going to be a 20-minute stop yet once again, but this is not looking very good.
Oh dear. Some cars just have little bugs and other cars go faultlessly, and it's a real shame for that squad that have got 2 problems already.
And also, I mean, it just highlights that the modern GT car, or most race cars and even road cars now, are so based on the technology that's inside the car, the ECU and all the other electronic systems, that almost immediately the first port of call is the laptop comes out. It gets plugged into one of the many data ports that the teams have. What's really fascinating for me is the GT3 cars, how they have real-time monitoring with the factory, and for most of the big races. Certainly last year I was here in the era pit, as I mentioned, and watching the Ferrari technicians download software and update things and do all kinds of stuff to the car every time it came in, telling the settings that they needed to run, feeding back the information. They can understand what the car are doing, they understand what the driver's doing, and it really gives all of the manufacturers information that can be invaluable in improving the performance of the car, or helping to iron out any issues that they may have. And that's fairly common, as far as I'm aware, across all of the manufacturers. We see our race leader now getting a little bit of a pressure put on from the Haas car behind. I'm not quite sure if that's still James Winslow on board that car. Just having a look down, I think might be George King in the car now. And so we'll watch with interest to see if that car makes his way past the race leader and starts to unlap himself.
Do you remember that we had car, I thought it was car 92, that we saw just not go into pit lane and not get fuel?
It came back in. It did come back.
Did it? We saw it come back a lap later.
Yeah, the Hoffa cars definitely came in. So I think that was maybe about 2 or 3 laps after they'd actually come in and had to go back out again because the fuel tops were thin.
Yeah,
so down to Carla, and she's got someone else for us to have a catch up with.
I did, but the Motor Park car with Mick Grenier in it, the number 13, the Mercedes, is in the box. It's not in the pit lane, it's in the box. The second I got down here, because I was going to find someone to explain to me what was going on, there was hectic movement. The mechanics were clapping in lines, hey, let's go, because out of nowhere this car was coming in. There is some trouble. I don't know what it is. People are rushing around. I'm not going to get into this right now. And Sarah is going to take over my microphone down here in it. So I will get a coffee, and it will be her job to find out what was actually going on, or is going on, with Mick Grenier's
so he
car.
has gone back out and done 4 or 5 laps, and whatever the problem was before may have reared its head again. So that's a real shame for one of our leading contenders. Our leader, come before all that mess and code 60, was obviously the number 10 Herbert Motorsport car with Luke Hartog. Everybody, got to remember to pronounce it correctly now. And he handed that car to Antares out. Antares has ignored the last code 60, stayed out because he obviously had a full tank of fuel. And look at that, he's up to 4th position. He's actually the 2nd GT3 car on track. He's a minute behind the Almanar by Dragon 777. But we know that is got less fuel aboard, even though they have managed to do 15% top up on the last code 60. So Antares carving his way through the field is being pursued by, well, now Soksoliev in the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi, who is 10, and Ahmed Al-Hati in the 992 is fighting over that 6th position with him.
Yeah, and of course, remember the Continental Racing Audi that we were just talking about, as an AM car, has a 95% flow rate. So that may well have been able to take on some additional fuel. And I think, Ben, you've just noticed we may have a car that has stopped out on circuit.
Yeah, we had a brief yellow flag for 925 there. It has been withdrawn now. So I would assume a little spin and run again. 925 being the Crubile Porsche Carrera Cup GT3 car. And this is Antares out, that number 10 Herbert Motorsport Run Porsche. It's actually Antares' car, as penalties are through. We've got a lot of penalties now ready to be served. 32nd time penalty for car 87 is the latest, and that was for effectively speeding at the end of the countdown into code 60.
What happens in that situation is the driver has like a speed limiter in the car, and it may well that they just released that a little bit early and got to above the 60 Ks before that had actually registered that the code 60 had finished. That's quite likely what would have potentially happened there. Just going back to...
that's Bob Wan, by the way, in the Origin Motorsport car that had half an hour worth of problems earlier on.
Yes. Interesting, just going back to, you were mentioning about Antares Au in the number 10 Hebeth car. When we heard Luke Hartog being interviewed earlier, one of the points, one of the throwaway lines that he said, which is really interesting, we're just doing our race. In other words, I think Carla asked him the question about, you came into the pits nose to tail with the leading BMW, and his attitude was very much, yeah, they do their thing, we do well. This is a race where you focus on your program. Whatever it is that you've got strategy-wise, how you're going to maximize the drive time. Obviously, you're reacting to things like code 60s, of course you are, but in the great scale, they timed that beautifully, and it looks like when you net scale everything out, as you said earlier, I think it's reasonably likely that they are effectively our net leaders. They're up to 4th place already with a couple of 992s in front of them. So they're second in the GT3 category and first in the PA or Pro-Am category overall.
Let's go back down to Carla Velti, who's got a couple more moments with us before she hands the microphone over.
Just before Sarah is taking over, I actually had a chance to very, very quickly speak to Mick Grenier in the Mercedes that is currently stood in the box of the team Motor Park. And basically what they are saying is, I don't know what is going on. They actually had a little issue with refueling earlier on. So that was one part of the problem, but now basically the car is just not running. There's just he needed to get back in because something is completely off. They're figuring it out as we speak. That is another laptop attached to the car because they need to find out what it is. But I think it is the worst when there is a problem and you just don't know what it is.
Yeah, laptops can only do so much, but then there's also certain processes that the team have to go to. You end up taking great big pieces of car out just to try to get to the bottom of it. It's one of the most frustrating things that you can see any race team have, and especially in a 24-hour race where you a better chance of being able to recover lost time, but it's so competitive and the lap times are so close, and the overall times across the cars, it's, you know, if you lose one lap maybe you're okay, but when you get into the situation they're in where they're losing countless laps with a really hard to diagnose issue, that's where you're going to really find that you're struggling to get yourself back into a positive position.
Little 10th, 11th and 12th all in a line, with Jamie Day just passing Anthony McIntosh for that 9th position. Max Hoffer in that Pure Racing Porsche in 11th. Gabriel Piana in the Mercedes at the back of the 4-car train. And actually that was the TFT pole car that was getting out of the way. Patrick Charlier aboard that car, down now in 30th position, but getting some of that AM time sorted. Is Patrick Charlier an AM, or he may even be an AM Spirit? Let's have a quick look. Yes, he is an AM Spirit, so a different set of regulations apply to that car because he is an AM Spirit other than an AM. An AM Spirit is below the threshold of an AM, and there is also AM Plus, which is above the threshold of an AM, not to be confused.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's there's a lot of variations even. I think what's really interesting there is if you look at, you know, international sports car racing, the FIA rank drivers based on their experience and in some cases their age, for example. So you see the factory drivers that have maybe won Le Mans, won the World Endurance Championship, raced in Formula One, will be ranked as a platinum driver. We've now got more penalties being shown. That 67 SVC Sport. Again, speeding during the code 60, and then Asbest Racing, one of the TCR cars, also a problem in terms of a penalty for them. So easily done, and as we said, it's quite possibly that they just didn't quite time it correctly when they came off. That is an absolute battle here between the Pure Racing Porsche, the 92 car, and Gabriel Piana in the 81 Mercedes, absolutely side by side as they came through the end of the lap. That is for position. That is 11th and 12th overall. They're both in the GT class. Hoffer defending hard as they come down into turn 1. Round the outside goes Gabriel Piana. Two very different cars in terms of how they work. Look at the front end of the Mercedes, is because obviously you've got all the weight over the front wheels being a front engine car. That really helps it to turn in very neatly there. Interesting to hear Chris Lullum yesterday talking about the difference in all the cars he's raced recently in GT3 and the advantages of the Mercedes versus, say, the Aston Martin that he would have raced historically, and the Ferrari as well. But you can see two of the very best cars, two of the most established cars as well in terms of the Mercedes and Porsche. They've been in their various different formats in GT3 racing for some time. As a very smoky car down there, that looks like an engine issue.
Oh yes,
could be a fire even potentially.
Is that a BMW? No, it's a Mercedes, is it not? Yeah,
the driver's out and that car is on fire, and we are waiting to see the rescue crews to get down there to do their job and hopefully get that addressed as quickly as possible.
Well, the fire is coming out of the exhaust. It's car 93 that we are talking about, Mercedes GT3 of Ayrton Redan. So that is the Ajit Kumar machine. Code 60 is thrown, and drama here in Dubai.
Yeah, I think that the fire that we may be seeing there is possibly as a result of the engine failure. It looks like with the way that the car was smoking like that, and that could be a terminal situation for the 93 car. So hugely disappointing for one of the top teams in the 24H series, Red Ant Racing. Obviously hugely popular as well with Ajit now here. We're looking as they come down the start-finish straight into turn 1, already smoking heavily. That, oh, big blast of flame. That is an engine gone, I think. I'm pretty sure. I'm not a technical expert, but that is oil smoke and a big blast of flames.
But these, what's surprising is the way that GT3 has run. They are, yes, in Creventic series, we do run the GT3 cars faster than the SRO series, but generally these engines aren't well strained, are they? They're run within their limits, and we very rarely see that kind of thing from any GT3 car. But that was a big bang from that Mercedes GT3, and it's an opportunity for a lot of cars to get into pit lane and get some fuel.
Yeah, you would expect this is going to take a little while for them to firstly recover the car. That hopefully shouldn't take too long. I think most importantly, Ayrton is out of the car and absolutely fine. We saw him skip away from the car completely unharmed. That's the most important thing. Hugely disappointed, not just for the Red Ant Racing team, such a brilliant team and a real stalwarts of this series and the 24H series in Europe. Race winners there as well last year, of course. But of course, the legions of fans that are here supporting Ajit Kumar, who was one of the drivers in that team, as Ayrton is just...
Ayrton's very athletic. That is not easy to jump on a tyre barrier like that.
These youngsters, I don't know, Ben.
It's not me, but I mean, that's a car that he will know incredibly well. That is run obviously by his team, his family unit. They run it together, they race it together. So absolutely gutting to see such a dramatic fire as well as failure, because that's more than just the engine now damaged with. The extinguishment is horrible too, isn't it, Simon?
Yeah, it is, and you just want, I mean, obviously we're guessing here, to be honest, Ben, aren't we? It looks like a fairly major engine failure by the huge amount of smoke and flames and everything that came out of the car. Look at the scorching all the way down the side of the car. That has been seriously damaged, but you never know. Get the car back, it might not be as bad as you at first thought, as first it looked. Just watch this, folks, in the replay as it turns in. Watch for the flash of flame from the exhaust, and then a massive plume of white oil smoke that's coming from the back of the car.
He's done very well to have all of that failure off circuit, so maybe some fluid down the main straight, but by the time it really went bang, he was actually off the side of the track, and so the big pool of oil will be probably underneath the car right now where it's stopped. There is no gravel. I don't think there's any gravel around this circuit. There is simply runoff tarmac everywhere, and so it does make recovering cars very easy and tidying things up very easy. Meanwhile, lots of cars taking advantage of another Code 60 to get themselves some extra fuel, maybe to even do a larger service. And I think it's going to take a couple more moments before we go back to green flag. So even if you miss out on the first lap, you could now come in and do the second or third. And there is the name Ajit Kumar being shown by our camera crew, and the hearts of thousands around this circuit will now very much focus their attentions in 2 weeks' time, where he'll be back here in an LMP3 car, would you believe?
Yeah, he's doing an awful lot of stuff. There's been stories that he's potentially looking at next season's Asia Le Mans, where the hypercar category will be eligible to race in that, of looking at trying to get involved in that side of things on the driving front, which would be a very big step up. It'd be interesting to see how that unfolds, if that is actually what the plan would be. But it's been great to see that the level of enthusiasm and passion for his fans and for the commercial partners that he has brought to this series. As always, when you look at sports car racing, seems to have historically been a draw to a lot of well-known personalities from fields outside of motor racing, specifically, you know, actors and singers and such like that seem to have come into motorsport, and GT and sports car racing has been an obvious fit for them. And that's one of the advantages of the nature of the racing. You can have somebody with relatively little experience that gets up to a certain point and can share the car with some pros and still be super competitive.
That is one heck of a recovery truck. The flatbed has completely slid off the tow truck effectively to be flat on the ground, so that we don't need to worry about splitters rubbing against the ground. The car is being pushed onto the flatbed, which is flat, and then hydraulically it gets lifted onto the tail of the low loader. That is wonderful. Most of the places I know in Europe would just be steep incline and splitters rubbing against the floor.
Yep, or if you're watching a lot of racing, you'll see the areas above the roll cage where you see certainly the background I've been involved in for a long time, British Touring Car Championship. There's two little spaces just above where the windscreen header is, that shows you where they put the strap through, so they can then basically put a strap under the roof effectively and lift the car up that way and put it on the back. So huge quantities of quick dry being put down. There's that massive pile of oil, or puddle of oil rather, that has unfortunately at one moment was inside that Mercedes AMG engine and now has obviously become part of the Dubai countryside.
I'm going to say that somewhere along that trail is a big chunk of metal that was once engine casing.
Yeah. It takes me back to the days when there used to be press releases sent out by teams and they said the reason we stopped is that we had electrical failure, and actually what that meant was the piston had come out the side of the engine and fired off the distributor cap or something like that, and that was their electrical failure. Engine had completely and utterly fallen apart. But yeah, I mean, we cannot reiterate just what a great shame it is for any of the teams to retire from the race, but especially we're only just over 2 hours into this race, and to be out of the race in such a dramatic fashion, where as much as I'm an optimist, I'd love to see that they can get the car back and have a look at it and see if there's a way of getting it back out again. But short of replacing the engine, which is doable within the time frame, they would obviously be hours behind if that was the case, but you never know. Never say never.
The good thing is, for many of these people, this is the last round of the championship. These cars will be sent back to Europe after this. Then there's a bit of a gap before Mugello kicks off the European summer season, although it's usually pretty cold in Mugello in the middle of March. So they have time to get themselves rebuilt, and they probably would have been focusing on rebuilding the car anyway, due to the fact it's done a lot of work over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, just after a 24-hour race as a standalone event, there's an awful lot of work that needs to be done to a car, let alone, as you quite rightly said, Ben, it's just come off the back of a 6-hour race the week before and potentially would have not been fully rebuilt since the Malaysia one.
And a lot of going around in circles in testing and practice and all the rest of it. We've got a penalty being given to our leaders. The 777 car has a 30-second time penalty, like many, not respecting the speed of 60 kilometers at the end of a countdown, so they're not getting themselves down to speed in time. And meanwhile, whilst we continue to clear up this incident down at turn 1, we're going to go down to Sarah, who is joining us for the first time, I think, for the first time in racing conditions. And she's speaking to a man who is a good friend of mine. And it's amazing to see that his company, Driver Lab, is on the back and front of every single one of these cars. Sarah is with Dan Wells.
Yes, down here. My first time out in racing conditions. Drivers Lab, a partnership between Oscar Lee and Dan Wells. Dan is here with me to have a couple of words. 2 years ago, you launched, second year partnering here with the Dubai 24 Hours. Tell us more about the evolution of that partnership.
No, it's been a very exciting time the last couple of years. Of course, we opened January 2024, Drivers Lab, the racing simulation and driver development facility, just located opposite Turn 1 over the road. Yeah, it came about as a bit of a last-minute thing last year, and it was awesome to be a partner to such a great event in Dubai. Of course, so many cars, GT3, GT4, some TCRs, everything here at Motorsport is coming to the region. It's great to see the expansion, of course, of the race here, and great to be able to be on site with the simulators here and in the VIP lounge as well.
Well, as you said, so conveniently located directly opposite the track. Who are you supporting this weekend? Which drivers, are in testing with you, training with you? What's been going on? Tell us some.
Well, of course, this is our busiest time because, from October till March, really, the motorsport season is here. So, we have the Dubai 24, we have Asian Le Mans, we have Formula 4, we have Formula Regional. So it's an exceptionally busy time. Now, the guys we've been working with most, and we have also a partnership directly with, is the Rossa team. So Roman Rusanov and Evgeny and the whole team there. So we've been working a lot with their drivers. But to be fair, there's too many drivers to name because we run from 7 in the morning until 11 at night on the days when we're off track from the preparation and the racing on these days. So it's great to see and also to see, the Rossa car, which is quite an exciting one, which we're sort of cheering on along the way.
And where are all your sims located around the Autodrome this weekend, so anyone coming down can get involved?
Yeah, so right here we have the Formula Evo GT, Formula Evo, which is the Formula chassis, which is just in the scrutineering, but we also have the Evo GT, which is located in the team and drivers' catering, so when they're having lunch and their dinner, they can try and have a little bit of a competition as well.
Well, thank you so much for having a word with us, Dan, an incredible partner of the Dubai 24-hour series, and looking forward to see how the partnership develops and all the different drivers that you've been helping out, training and supporting with the Drivers Lab.
Wonderful. Enjoy the race. Cheers.
And that was something I've already taken advantage of because I've never been here to the circuit. I never found it on any sim racing championship or any platform, and therefore, so many of the racetracks around the world I know from games or being there as a commentator, but this was one I just had no concept of. And so thanks to Drivers Lab, thanks to Dan Wells, I was able to jump on and do a couple of laps and understand what it's like from a driver's perspective. And it took me a long time to really gauge where this circuit goes. Quite unique, but I got there eventually. There is the Rossa that they are working with, a car built here in Dubai, thanks to Roman Rusanov, a car with a Judd V10 engine. So whenever you buy a Formula 1 car, as you do, Simon, not quite often, obviously, and you need to run it in a championship, you tend to rip out the original engine, which is highly tuned and difficult to run, and stick a Judd V10 in. So, if you got yourself a 1996 Jordan, or it was a Leighton House that was at Silverstone last year, they always have Judd V10s, and they're sturdy. Did the A1 GP car have a Judd V10 originally?
That's a Zytek V8.
That was a Zytek V8.
Yeah, it was basically a detuned sports car engine. Well, no, not detuned. It was basically could have run, I think, probably about another 100 horsepower more. I remember speaking to the guys at Zytek, and they said, look, as it's a one-make series, there was no point in putting the engines. They were plenty powerful enough at 500 brake. I think they were at. They could have probably run another 100 brake, but they made everything so that it worked within a tolerance. And I think, in my recollection of 3 seasons of running the Zytek engines with the Lola chassis, they had virtually no issues with engines in terms of mechanical reliability.
Yeah.
And they sounded like a Cosworth DFE, which is my childhood. That's what I absolutely love remembering.
But the Judd V10 is a mega engine too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is what is pushing 610 horsepower in that Rossa racing machine. And really, we saw it at Dubai last year. It made its debut. We have seen it at a Creventic, not a Creventic, a Curbstone track day in Paul Ricard in the middle of the year. But out in public, we haven't seen it race anywhere else other than this Dubai 24 hours. So somebody needs to go knocking on Ross's door and get them to bring it into the GTX cast a little bit more across our 24H series year, because up against the Ginetta and a Vortex and other various things that sometimes crop up in Europe. What was that car we had in Paul Ricard? remember that local thing that looked like an LMP3 car?
Oh, yes.
And they basically had to take half the power away from it because
That's
it was
right.
so fast.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but it was in, I think, another car that competed in the Ultimate Cup, which has been a mega series. I was talking actually earlier to James Winslow, who's driving a Haas RT. James, an old friend of mine. Many years ago, we used to work together as instructors at the Brands Hatch Racing School back in the early 2000s. As James was establishing his career, he moved across to race single-seaters in Asia, did Asian F3, and then has subsequently gone on to huge success both in the States and obviously racing here. He was explaining to me that he's been running a driver development program, and all of the drivers, as we see, a very disappointed Ajit Kumar there, looking at a hug from Ayrton there, and that's just. You can just feel it, can't you, there? Sorry, just to change the subject. We're chatting a bit about James. I'll come back to him in a moment. But just you can feel the emotion there of all the time and effort and energy. And let's not forget, not insignificant funding that's required to run these cars all come to naught. And, yeah, got a feel for those guys and girls that work so hard on that team.
I wonder if they would consider doing a rushed engine change and get that car back out for the finish, considering the man that's put his name on the door, considering he hasn't had any drive time in the race, I don't think.
It's a very interesting point, Ben. I mean, technically, of course, these teams are geared up to be able to change an engine quickly. You know, they've done it before between qualifying and a race, or even between a warm-up and a race in certain events. So it's doable. What we don't know, and obviously the bigger problem, is that car clearly went bang, rather than it just being an engine problem of sorts, and therefore you don't know what else has been damaged. You know how bad the electric's damaged. It looked like there was fire of some sort there. As we go racing once again, we can hear the roar of the engines as everyone hits the gas and gets back into the action, and we'll hopefully find out a little bit more. Maybe Sarah can stick a microphone under the nose of our friend Ajit down there, or one of the guys from Red Ant, and see if we can get a bit of an update as to if there is any chance of that happening, or whether they're done for the day for sure.
Let's run through then what we've got now. We're back to green flag racing. Almanar still lead by a healthy margin, in fact. The nub 777 Ferrari that did pit for 2 minutes in the last Code 60, but held on to the lead. The Michelin Motorsport 921 is in 4th position now. Looking at the wrong timing screen, I apologise. And Robert De Haan has just come into the pits. That's what's confused me, because he was second in his 992 Porsche. He's now doing a full service, and he's just gone into fuel as we've gone back to green, so he can get a full tank of fuel, having changed his tyres under the Code 60, so that's worked beautifully, hasn't it? And Tara Zhao in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche is in 3rd position. Mullins Motorsport dropped to 4th. Fabian Dance in his 992 in 5th. They ignored that last Code 60, or did they? No, they came in right at the very start, as did Herbert. And pretty much everybody got at least one splash and dash during that Code 60, which lasted 15 minutes. But interestingly, there's a couple of penalties for Michelin Motorsport, the 921, 30 seconds, and our leaders, as we mentioned, they've got a 30-second penalty that they will need to serve under their next green flag pit stop. So it's so hard to know in Creventic racing, if you are new to this championship, because of the way the regulations are, because of the fuel flow rates, because of the Code 60 situations, we really have very little understanding of where everybody sits in the amount of fuel they have, the tyre life. Tyre life is easier these days because we do have a graphic for that. But in terms of when they're next supposed to be in, and then if we ever get to that point, because we might get a Code 60, very hard in these early stages to really predict what is actually happening on a circuit versus what we just see. So Blattner is our leader now.
Yeah, just being unlapped there by Piana in the in fact, it's, I think, Rinat Salikov is on board that car now. Apologies, it was Gabriel Piana earlier. George King still on board that Haas RT car, just a little bit further ahead, that very distinctive baby blue Audi. It's always amazing, whenever we come to the endurance races, just how strong the Audi still is. You know, we know for sure that obviously Audi's motorsport program is very much focused now fully on their Formula One program that begins this year, with, of course, what was the Sauber team looking after that. And it's going to be very interesting to see how that performs with Nico Hülkenberg and Gabriele Bortoleto on board, as we see Blattner and Salikov having Salikov there just going past the other Ferrari just a little bit further ahead. So the 88 car a little bit further down the order, that's Khaled Al-Mazhouk on board the Dragon Racing car that's just being lapped as well.
Yeah, so teammates, 777 versus 88. As you say, 88 down in 27th spot, and how many laps back? A good few. That's not very precise, is it? But a good few laps back. A green flag pit stop at least.
Yeah, well, looking at it, they're currently on 55 laps, so they're about 2 laps behind the lead. So not disastrous at this stage of the race. We're just coming up to where are we? Nearly 2.5 hours in. Or was it 3.5 hours? 2.5 hours in. Forgot where we were for a moment there, Ben. I have to remind myself. But yeah, and the Blattner 30-second penalty that they've got. Looking at where they are now, Antarazao is now showing us 2nd overall and leading the PA class. So that is the Herbert Motorsport car, the car that was started by Luke Hartog. Now that currently is showing is on a lap behind the leader, but I think that could adjust quite easily when you allow for the fact, as you pointed out earlier, Ben, that Blattner would appear to have maybe not taken on a full load of fuel in the previous stop, although did have a top-up. So
yeah, and so he's had 2 top-ups, whereas Antarazao's only had 1 top-up. So I'm not quite sure they're totally equal, but they're certainly closer to each other than perhaps they were earlier on, thanks to those code 60s. But the main thing is Blattner's got that 30-second penalty, and so it does look like it is sort of maybe not advantage Antarazao because the gap is 1.5 minutes, but it's certainly closer than it appears right at this second. There doesn't seem to be a great deal of work going on in the garage of Ajit Kumar and Red Ant Racing, so I would assume that the idea of getting an engine change has gone out the window. Here's an interesting one on a full green flag pit stop. Remember we said Robert De Haan and the Tierra Auto Racing by FAC Auto had come into the pits? Well, it has now done a full service. So it was changed tyres. Actually, it didn't do tyres. It's done a fuel-only stop. But it got to the fuel bay as we went green, so it was able to fill 2 complete total. It is now down in 28th position, having gone into the pits in 2nd. That is actually how close everything is if we did green flag pit stops, and why so often you just want to keep topping up under code 60s, even if it only offers you 15% fuel. Just keep doing as much as you can, because that 15 does help you. If you do a full green flag, then you lose a lot of time. So the Tierra Auto by FAC Auto, fully fueled, but now, unfortunately, down in 30th spot.
Yes, now we are looking at the Mall Motorsport Porsche 992, our class leader in the 992 category. Jiang Tong Yang on board that car at the moment, and currently showing as having around about a 7-second gap over Fabian Dance in the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche 909. But both those cars have actually got penalties hovering over them, as it were. 30 seconds for the Mall Motorsport car and 10 seconds for the Red Camel's car. So 20 seconds difference, if you like. So net, that would, of course, once you apply those penalties, mean that Dance would move across and ahead of the Junton Lang car. So we're going to be interested to see where those get applied and how that works out. But as we know with the 992 class, this is just incredible how you really have no full understanding of exactly where they were. On the grid a little bit earlier, I had a chance to speak to Rick Breukers, of course, one of the stars of the Red Camel Jordan team, and his attitude was very much, he said, look, we think we've got enough speed. Myself and my brother, Luke, have got a very similar sort of level of performance. But when you look at a lot of the other cars that are entered in the 992 category, they have much more of a pro-am or even a pro mixture of drivers. So in their opinion, he said that they might struggle if it's on pure pace, but with tactics and some good fortune with code 60s, that could work for them.
So we sent Sarah down to Haas RT, to the car that was in pit lane after one lap of this race, and unfortunately 2.5 hours later, it's still with you, Sarah.
Yes, Nicholas Hulinks, tell us what has happened here, and we can even have a closer look.
Yeah, we got hit on the turn into the straight. On the rear wheel, we spun, and then a Ferrari hit us at the front. It's really unfortunate, but the chassis, it's ruptured in multiple places, so it's really nothing we can fix.
So that's it, race over here.
Can you repeat?
So that's your race done here. There's no chance of getting it repaired and getting back out?
No, if the chassis is it's finished, it's done. We can't do anything about it. If it was just the front, we could repair it, but now it's too far gone.
That's unfortunate. Well, unlucky, under so early into the race, but thank you for showing us and telling us what happened there. Hopefully next time out.
Yeah, hopefully next time we will go all out to get the win. But
that's how racing is sometimes, hey?
Thanks to Nick Hulinks there, who started his career only in July last year as a racing driver. Do you remember in Paul Ricard, he was doing testing on Thursday and 15 seconds off the pace of his dad, and by the race day he was on pace, and now he is the fastest of that team, but unfortunately will not be doing any running. There was the damage, and you know, actually those four wheels were facing the right direction, Simon, but the chassis damage on that front link was huge.
Really highlights, doesn't it, how, you know, you could easily as a driver think, okay, the car seems to be okay, but until you actually put it into, you know, a high performance situation where you work in the car really hard, you could have like cruised back to get it checked. You'd need obviously the team to be able to have a really thorough look at the car, and that was pretty clear, wasn't it? You don't have to be an engineer or an expert on race cars to know that was damaged to such a point. There's no way they're going to be able to do anything with that before it gets sent back to some specialists to be repaired, possibly, you know, factory approved specialist by Audi or whatever it may be. So yeah, great shame for that team. It just highlights that even on the first lap things can happen. It's a bit of a cliche about races being won not on the first lap but at the end, but yeah, these things can happen. So we go back to McIntosh now in the 669 car, previously running right at the very front, and he's been extremely quick. Obviously got the car up into the lead at the beginning of the race, and level of performance of that car is extremely strong.
So that means we have two retirements then. The Ajit Kumar car out, and the Haas RT Audi is our second complete retirement. We do have one other car in pit lane at the moment, the Pampanini SVC Sport Management GT3 car. That's been in for half an hour, so something going on there as well. But for the majority of the rest of the field, starting to settle down, dare I say it. I'm not sure this race will ever settle down, such as the amount of cars on track and the performance of everybody. But into the pits for a conventional fuel stop under green flag conditions, Jiatong Liang, and that's an early stop, I would have thought, for a 992 car.
Both Jiatong Liang and Fabian Dance coming in at the same time. So those were the two first and second in the 992. And we're also going to see the Red Camels car taking the penalty that they were given a little bit earlier.
And just to explain, to take the penalty, you have to drive into the penalty box. You stay in that box for the period of time that you've been told you have to, which actually, on my timing screen, doesn't tell me. Oh yeah, 10 seconds. So they've got 10 seconds, but Jiatong Liang had 30. So they will lose 20 seconds versus Red Camels. And then you go down for your service. It's going to be a full service by the looks of things at Red Camel, and then finally get the fuel in. So the two, Mulner and Red Camels, mirroring each other's strategies as they have so often done across Creventic races in the past, and therefore needing fuel and a service at the same time.
Now, one of the conversations that I had with Paul Truswell, we've spoken about Paul a few times, is the strategist for this team, a learned colleague and a man with... Whoa, that's close. Is that the... Yeah, the Vortex, I think, coming just past. That was... I think that probably looked initially worse than it actually was. I don't think it was quite as bad as it could have been. Both those drivers were aware of each other as they sweep into now. This is a great opportunity to see exactly what we've been talking about with the fuel stop. You can see... we're going to see a replay of... How close was it? Ish, I think. Ben, what do you think?
I mean, the mechanics didn't flinch, but I think I would have done.
Mechanics are pretty kind of stoic people, though, aren't they? They're like, yeah, whatever.
It was a bit slight, there was a slight sort of oops.
Oops, yeah. I think so. It's only if they actually hit each other, then you'd get a reaction. But a near miss is, you know, a miss is a miss, isn't it? Whether it's a millimetre or a mile. So here you can see what happens with the onboarder. It's a shame you can see Ifo Broikers there chatting with the team.
And Ivo hasn't been in the car, so that's not driver feedback. Vance was the driver that got out the car. Who has got in? There was a driver change, but I'm not quite sure why Ivo there has felt the need to get up and have a word. I wonder whether he felt that was a bit close as well. Hassarty finding other ways to pass time. Now they've got only one car left in the field.
The glamour of international motorsport, eh? Game of Uno.
I don't know how you have the brain capacity to be running in a race and go, should we go and play some Uno?
Or any
that's the sort of thing you do on Christmas when there's literally nothing else in the world to do.
Maybe that's the crew that were out on the car that Quellinks was just
well, I think so,
talking about. I think that's who it must be, because the other car is out there and fighting hard, still very much in the battle, sitting in 7th overall, and that's 3am, and I would say that they're going to be one of the strong contenders for definitely a podium and even possibly a win if things unfold the way that we potentially look at them doing so as the race gets a little bit further in. Ben very dangerously said the race is settling down. I think that's that. If ever there was a commentator's curse, I think that's probably about as good as it gets in terms of possible ones that we may see. So just going back to the action, we're right on board with the 669 car. This is currently 5th overall, the Team WRT Anthony McIntosh driven BMW M3. The American driver, obviously very experienced and very, very strong, coming up to lap some of the 992 cars. And one of the challenges when you talk to the drivers of the GT cars, are very quick in a straight line. They don't have as much aero efficiency, and the advantage of that is that you don't get so much drag, and therefore you can use all of the power. Significant amount of power from that 4-litre flat 6 engine that the 992s have. But obviously the GT3 cars, because they have so much aero and they have so much mechanical grip, they can get throughout the corners and onto the brakes a lot later as well. That's where they find a lot of their time. You know, I remember back in the day when we used to have GT2 and GT3 at things like Le Mans, or GT2 rather at Le Mans. Then you would see difference between a GT2 and a GT3 car in certain categories was mainly aero based. Now we have a little bit of an update from Sarah down in the pit lane.
They have had an issue with the steering rack. It says it's about 4 hours for repair, so they have decided to retire the car. They will not be going back out.
Thank you very much. And that is a great shame. That's a 3rd official retirement so early on as well. You know, sometimes I do, and I said it yesterday when we came into the circuit, why are there cars going around? Because there's so much testing, there's so much track time, and it's a great benefit to the drivers in Creventic to have the opportunity to just pound and pound and pound around. But I do sometimes wonder, is that okay on the cars? You know, they're putting a lot of miles, a lot of hours on these cars, and then they get into racing conditions and things start to fail. And I do sometimes wonder whether it'd be better off to just park it and therefore not blow it up in the middle of the race.
Yeah, you see enough running everything they need out of a test session, and then you'll just hear teams saying, yep, we're parking it, we're going to save the car, save the mileage on the engine, on the gearbox, on everything else on the car. We know what the car can do. The drivers are up to speed. You know, you're getting to such a rhythm racing around a circuit over such a long period of time that, you know, by the end of the first stint. One of the drivers, to give you an example of that, is Andrew Bentley, who has been drafted in to drive the marvellous sounding Ginetta, one of our favourite cars that's on the grid in terms of its look, that the absolute stealth mode of the all-carbon look of the GT2 Ginetta. But Andrew, very experienced race driver, has been racing in all sorts of different things. A winner last year at the Goodwood Revival with Tom Ingram in the TT Trophy. Brilliant drive there in the E-Type. So Andrew, hugely successful and popular race driver, a lot of experience. Got the call on Wednesday morning from Mike Simpson at Ginetta. Can you get yourself on a plane? And he said, I can't come out at the moment, I've got something on work-wise. So didn't actually get on the plane and get out here till Friday. So literally jumped in it, did a couple of laps into qualifying, and that was his let's get on with it. And the interesting point is, he said, look, I know I'm not going to be near the pace of the other guys on a single lap in quali, which he was very open and honest about that. But in a race scenario, once I get into a rhythm, we should be lapping, you know, at a reasonably sensible pace towards everybody else, and that's really kind of bears out what we're saying, that, you know, once you get into the race, you can really see these drivers get into a rhythm and it works for them. You could see what we were talking about the advantage of a GT3 car on the brakes there. Really late, really hard on the brakes. Another driver that we got a chance to chat to earlier was Dario Franchitti. Comes with more experience than just about anyone on the grid, of the absolute highest order. Of course, the three-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, four-time IndyCar champion, as well as many other successes in DTM and single-seaters and all sorts of things, F1 testing. He said to me that it's quite a strange technique in a GT3 car where you have to stamp on the brakes so unbelievably hard. That's the best way to maximize the braking performance. And he said it's just a different type of driving to what I'm used to. And let's not forget, of course, that this is Dario's first race in a modern car since he stopped racing in IndyCars 7 years ago. So it's a long time since he's been racing that. He's been hugely successful in the historic racing world, but a very, very different challenge for him. Great shot again of the onboard car, the 669 McIntosh on the brakes, taking a lot of time out of the Audi ahead of him.
He's chasing down the car which is being driven by Darren Lung. Now 992, it says Al Harty on our graphics on the left-hand side. That is not correct. It's actually Darren Lung in the Paradine competition, BMW ahead. So BMW versus BMW, WRT versus Paradine, sorry. And I think, do they not share drivers? Isn't there one or two?
Darren Lung's definitely doing both. And,
is he driving Paradine and WRT?
Yeah, remember last year Darren, of course, won twice here, didn't he? Because he won overall in the WRT car and won the Pro-Am class in the Paradine car. So, yeah, he's just being greedy, isn't he, Darren?
So he's racing his own car right now?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he is, of course, the team boss and the team owner of Paradine competition. They've been racing, of course, not only in this category here at Dubai for the last couple of years, but in the GT World Challenge with great success as well.
And we've also seen a change for the lead, I believe, on that last lap. I mean, the timing is completely different on what we're seeing on the screen versus live timing at the circuit. Unless we've had a problem for Antares out, he should be in the lead. He shouldn't be a minute and 26 back, as per the timing on the screen there. I'm waiting for the Sector 3 to come in, but it's very close between Herbert Motorsport and Razzoon. And indeed, Razzoon lead now by 1.2 seconds. So there was a change on that last lap. Yop Rampage is leading for Razzoon More Than Racing in their GT3 Porsche now. 1.2 seconds ahead of Antares out.
So we've got two brothers racing this weekend, Job and Dante Rapange, and Dante in one of the Optima Motorsport cars. Job in this one. There's a sister as well who races as part of the family. So the Rapange family clearly very, very motorsport through and through.
I think Dante's had the more successful career in GT World Challenge, for instance.
Yeah, certainly is the driver that I was a little bit more familiar with, of the family one, so within the family rather. So yeah, it's showing on our timing screen as Job Rapinge as the race leader by 1.27 seconds from Antares Au. You can see Au in the background in that wonderfully liveried dark blue Hairbeth Motorsport car. So similar cars being driven very, very competitively at this stage. Let's look at the lap times. Last time round, Job 2 minutes 0.959, and Tara's 2:03.473. Now that could have been traffic related. It's quite a big gap. I would have expected Antares to be that little bit quicker perhaps than the lap time suggested. So we'll watch with interest to see the next time they come through. Looking at the sector times, yeah, maybe that's fairly accurate. The first sector, Rapinge was 0.6 quicker than Antares Au. Second sector, he was around about 0.7 quicker. So yeah, maybe a couple of seconds quicker. That would perhaps be about right.
Now on the last pit stop, Job did get himself a set of tyres, and it was a stop under code 60 where both of them did a similar amount of fueling in the fuel bay, but crucially Antares Au did not get tyres, so he is on tyres that are nearly 30 laps old, whereas Rapinge has only done 13 laps on his tyres. So 30 laps, that's close to an hour. I'm going to say, well, you were saying actually, Simon, to me privately that these tyres are, once they've done their first couple of laps, they're so consistent for such a long time. So is an hour a long time on the tyre?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, talking to there's a young racing driver that I know quite well called Jake Hill, and he was telling me that when he raced here last year in the Ferrari, that the first 2, 3, maybe 4 laps was really where the performance was in this tyre. When you refueled, took tyres on and went out again and went hard for performance, you know, 3 or 4 laps was really where you got the time, and then it just kind of stayed about the same and was fairly consistent for the rest of the stint until you got right to the very end of the stint, and that's when it started dropped off. Had the same conversation. I mentioned I talked to Rick Breukers on the grid, and I said, is it a similar characteristic to the in the Porsche compound tyre, which is still a Michelin tyre but a slightly different design or compounded tyre? I said it is, but it just drops away a little bit more on over the stint, so perhaps not as consistent over that distance. But obviously the 2 cars that we're seeing fighting for the lead, it could be that tyre age is the difference, because looking at that now, the gap's come down, or the gap in lap times has come down to more like 1.5 seconds. So maybe, just maybe, that's just the lap times in the tyre there.
And the last time I saw Antares Au was as a pit reporter in Malaysia, and when he got out of the car, he was so furious with himself. He'd done a really good job from an outsider's point of view, but he has such high expectations on what he can do lap by lap, pace-wise, that having done a solid stint, but okay, as you would expect, a bit off his pro drivers, he was furious. He did not want to talk to the camera, he did not want to talk to me, and I feel as though, having sort of led half of his stint here and now dropped 3 seconds, we might see a similar reaction from Antares, which is completely unnecessary once again, because he has the pretty much the oldest tyres out there. Harley Horton is on 34 lap old tyres in his Porsche. Daniel Gaunt in Tsunami's Porsche, a similar amount. We are starting to now push the boundaries of these tyres for the first time. Mike Joe, sorry, for Alabama Motorsport. He's given his Mercedes to EBM to run this year, and he's done in 22nd with 34 lap old tyres as well. It's nice to have the tyre data.
It's a really useful stat, actually, when you're trying to work out where you are performance-wise against your competition. You see somebody go out and suddenly go bang, 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 3 purple sectors. You go, look at that. You know, he's only done 2 laps on those tyres. That would explain that one. And it can stop you getting a little bit lost as to understanding where you are. One of the cars I just want to mention here that I've just noticed has made some real progress. Remember early on in the race, we saw Rob Huff starting the Team Parker Racing run Mercedes AMG. that wonderfully liveried car. Now, the story behind that livery is that they're a partnership in with the former Ferrari and McLaren F1 driver and Le Mans winner Stefan Johansson, and that livery, those multicoloured stripes, that's the Stefan Johansson artwork, and that's the livery there. Even their race suits match that, which look absolutely superb. But what I was going to say is Max Lin is now up into 17th place, has taken over that car and is doing a superb job. Max, of course, the son of Sean Lin, who's and the brother of Alex Lin, of course, the pole sitter at the Le Mans 24 Hours last year for Team Jota Sport. And of course, Sean, a hugely well-known and very popular racer in the Historic Series. Interestingly, Sean and Rob worked together on the Motor Racing Legends series. So Sean basically runs that series, one of the best historic series, if not the best historic series in certainly in the UK motorsport. That's also doing world stuff as well. Lots of fabulous historic stuff going on there. And of course, Dario Franchitti, who's in the team now, has become a bit of a legend in historic racing as well. And Sean, Max, and Rob all raced together. Sorry, Sean, Dario, and Rob all raced together in those things. And here's an interesting little link with Alex Lin. So Alex Lin drives for Team Jota Sport, and Sean Lin's PA is Sam Hignett's wife, who runs Jota Sport. That's Kelly. So there you go. How about that for a bit of a, you like to go off on a rant about random stuff sometimes, so there's my one for you there.
I mean, there is a lot of links in that team, especially by bringing in Dario for, I didn't do the math, but he has worked, this is his first modern motor race since his IndyCar shot.
Correct, yep. Yeah, so that's what was that, 2011, 12, something like that, around about that time. In Texas, wasn't it? He had that awful accident with his sort of head and neck injuries, and yeah, really sad to see his career ended in such. He had a couple of nasty shunts that just, put him in a physical position that he just couldn't really continue safe B race. So now down in the pit lane, as we see the spin for the Porsche there, just very fortunately not getting in the wall. Down in the pit lane, we have Sarah with one of the stars of the race.
Ajay, tell us what's going on. What is the latest diagnosis for the car?
Well, they're trying to work on it with probably an engine failure. So we're trying to sort it out. Yet to get an update on what the cause is.
So 52 laps and engine failure, and you unfortunately didn't manage to get out in this race. But what's on the calendar for you for the rest of the year? Sorry, I know you're struggling to hear me. I've said, what's on the calendar for you for the rest of your racing season?
Firstly, I feel sorry for Ayrton. He was driving so well. P2, but in all honesty, we're glad no one was hurt. He's safe, and that's what matters to us right now. Well, it's an issue with the car. I'm sure the team and Mercedes will sort this out and find what the cause was. So we live another day to fight another day, and that's how brutal the sport is. And as far as my calendar is concerned, yes, we have the Le Mans Asia 2 rounds to go at Dubai and Abu Dhabi. We're looking forward to that. And next year, of course, we plan to participate in the Le Mans Michelin Cup Europe and the Creventic series in Europe. So a long season ahead, and then we'd love to come back next year to Asia, probably in an LMP2, P2 car. So a lot that's on our agenda, and we're working honestly towards, with most sincerity towards it.
Well, the Dubai 24 Hours and the whole 24 Hours series is growing, especially the Middle East Trophy, but also the fan base that turns up for you year on year. How does it feel when you come to Dubai? It's not quite as big as Malaysia, but it is a huge fan base here that have come to support you year after year.
Fans in Dubai, India, all over the world who've been following my films and now who have started following motorsport, extremely grateful to them. I'm feeling a little sorry for them that that they could not see me drive or to see the team finish on the podium. But I promised them good days around the corner. They're around the corner, so we will make them proud one day, definitely.
Well, I love the spirit. You said you'll be back to fight another day, so no doubt we'll see you back here next year. And good luck for the rest of the season. It sounds like it's a very busy one for you.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for your support.
Thank you.
We made some reference in the 992 category of those pit stops for Red Ant Racing, for Michelin Motorsport, but we didn't update you as to who ended up on top, because we haven't mentioned Neuhofer Rennsport. Martin Ranginger aboard that car, the pro driver in that car, and they are now leading 992. Maybe a little bit off strategy, but what we do know is the Tierra Outdoor Racing by FAC Auto is not off strategy, and they sit second. Third position for HRT Performance, the X Motorsport team, and then fourth for Rabdan by Fulgenzi, fifth for Team GP Elite, and then you get to Razon Northern Racing, Seb Lejeune, HRT, Red Ant Mulner, and in fact Red Camel are not even on the first 36 on my timing page. So it shows that these pit stops under green flag conditions really hurting, especially these long ones for the 992 category.
Yeah, a few more penalties coming in there. You can see track limits. If you remember, our good friend Phil was explaining the various corners that you have the track limits being applied to. Some of them, a couple of the first corners are on the apexes at turn 6, for example, and then the rest of them on the exit of the corners. Now, perhaps that's a little bit more common. We see that in most forms of motorsport, the exits being where we would find the track limits being applied, where you usually find a bigger advantage. But certainly from the team's point of view, that could explain why they have to be a little bit cautious now. We have a spin.
Dynamic Motorsport facing the wrong direction. That's at turn number 10. We've just had, and it's Phil Sager aboard that car. We've also just seen the 925 face the wrong direction again at the final turn. So a few cars with a few little issues. The circuit is a real challenge, I have to say, and it is exposing some of the weaknesses every so often. If you need to turn in tighter to avoid collision with another car, it's just maybe sometimes not possible. And not a big delay for Philip Sager, keeps going again, but a short yellow flag there.
Yeah, it's really a challenging circuit here. Everybody who's raced here, regardless of the level of their experience, finds it a really tricky circuit. It's a wonderful circuit, but it's not an easy track. And to get into a rhythm, again, our good friend Phil will explain better, as he knows the place inside out and upside down. I've only driven around here a long time ago, so I can remember it fondly. I really enjoyed driving it, but yeah, it's not an easy track, so perhaps explains why some people just get a little bit caught out. You're having to push so hard. And that could easily explain why we're getting a few spins happening at various different points on the circuit. But still, the lead's sort of stabilised now around about 2.5 seconds between Diop Rapinge and Dan Terrazao in the two Porsches that are leading. Darren Lung in third position, 16 seconds behind the leader, so 14 off a second. So that's looking very good for the 992 Paradigm competition car.
But look at the gaps behind. You've got Winward Racing 22.7 back, Team WRT 23.2. So Anthony McIntosh has just lost a position there, but Paradigm directly behind, half a second behind. So two BMWs having a great fight. Then another half second to the Pure Racing of Michelle Gatting. We haven't spoken about her yet, but she's with Pure Racing in the 92 machine. It is very tight there, and joining that party soon will be George King in the only Haas RT Audi left. So lots of entertainment, and we ride back on board with Anthony McIntosh, who's been carving his way through and having to deal with a lot of traffic, and having to deal with Jamie Day, who's just got past him as well.
Yeah, Jamie Day we saw racing here last year in one of the Aston Martins, and one of the drivers on the young driver program for Aston Martin. You see lights flashing from Jamie Day as he goes into turn 1 behind the traffic with the 669 car. He's a similar car run by Team WRT. Of course, WRT, the team that we know best for their exploits in the World Endurance Championship, with some guy called Valentino Rossi has done a bit of driving for them, hasn't he?
that was actually Jamie Day flashing Salikov to try and get past and up to 4th position as Michelle Gatting slides down the inside of McIntosh for 6. We shouldn't really get too excited about track position and overtaking with 21 hours left, but why not call it like a sprint race? Because at times it's felt like it over the last couple of hours. Jamie Day 0.5 of a second off Salikov. Salikov now doing the flashing, trying to get past some slower traffic. Now Jamie Day gets on the flashes as well. They're quite fancy, those flashes on the WRT cars. Lots going on. Now Michelle Gatting leads McIntosh, and George King at the back has shot there. There's also a car which I think is a lap down, but very much part of the fun as we only have 3 seconds separating our 2 leaders and waiting for the next round of pit stops, which I think can't be very long for Herbert Motorsport.
Definitely. Now, looking at the tyre range now, most of the front-running cars have got around about the sort of between 28 and 35 laps on those tyres, which would suggest that they're going to be coming into it soon. The car that we see, the red and white car, flashing its lights enthusiastically is I think Gregory Servet in the Lion Speed GP Porsche. So it's all Porsche in that battle at the moment.
Yeah, but he's 1 lap down, so he's down in 16th position. So actually more keen to unlap himself from Anthony McIntosh and stay with Michelle Gatting, presumably. It's the Audi behind, which is George King for position. But, you know, this was what happens in these Creventic races. Cars fall down the order with certain drivers and then they climb back up with others. Interesting to see now they've got through traffic. Salikov is able to keep a gap to Jamie Day, so he may have just got caught up and fell into the clutches of the BMW for 4th, but now they're in clear air. They have similar pace.
Yeah, McIntosh relatively slow on that lap, did a 2:03.0, which was a couple of seconds slower than Michelle Gatting and 3 seconds slower than Salikov and Day that are ahead of them. The leaders lapping in the 2:02s, so that seems to be roughly the pace that most of these cars are lapping in at this stage. Now, bearing in mind that in most cases they haven't got their top pros in the car at this stage, so it's the sort of pace that you would expect from the experienced, quick, either I guess semi-pro or silver drivers, if you want to call them that most of these drivers are at this stage. But really interesting to see Michelle Gatting. It's always strange when you see a driver that you're so used to seeing in a certain team. We've seen Michelle, of course, as part of the Iron Dames program for many years. Huge success for that team, and a top-line driver, and she's immediately on the pace, as you'd expect, in the pure racing Porsche, and fighting hard in the top 6. But yeah, that battle is incredible, isn't it? The top 9 cars all still on the lead lap. In fact, more than that, I think, going down to, where are we? Sometime into the top 14 on the lead lap, which is amazing at this stage. I know we're just about coming up to the 3-hour point. So we see one of the Porsches in there, the 930, for its stop.
Yeah, so there is a couple of 992 cars off sequence with the rest. They were up into 2nd position before that pit stop, but Ranginger is also pitting at the same time for Neuhofer. He's in the fueling area right now, which has handed over the lead of 992 back to Tierra Outdoor Racing by FAC Auto. But I would say they owe us a stop soon, because they've done an hour and a half on this last stint.
Yeah, 24-lap old tyres would suggest that they're, into around about...
Well, that's actually about 50 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, about 50 minutes, something like that.
So the driver's done an hour and a half, but the tyres have done 50 minutes. And actually, they did get looking at... You have to go through different columns to work it all out. But the last time they went into pit lane, they drove through pit lane and went and got a fuel. So they actually double stint there. This is a 2nd stint on those tyres, but we don't know, presumably, how much the tyre did on its first stint was not very much. Might be even that these tyres were ones that were used in qualifying.
Yeah.
Therefore, they've only done a couple of laps.
Yeah, so when you see tyre age, it doesn't necessarily mean that's how many laps it's been on the car. So if you, as you quite rightly said, they could have been used as part of the tyres that were used in the qualifying session. So just a reminder for those who that didn't catch qualifying yesterday, slightly different rules for qualifying this year. So last year in qualifying they had the 3 sessions, so 15-minute sessions for the AM, the semi-pro and the pro in normal cases, not always those 3 combinations of performance drivers, but that's usually what happens. And that those 3 lots of 15-minute sessions last year was done on 1 set of tyres. This year they can put a new set, or they have to put a new set of tyres on for each of those sessions, but those tyres must be used in the race. And that's the point you're alluding to, Ben, is that let's say they've done, I don't know, 5 or 6 laps in qualifying. When they go on the car, they're already registered of having 5 laps on them. So when you see, for example, if you take Antares out, it's showing 38 laps that he's done at the moment. That might be the laps that he's done on this set of tyres in this session, or it might be that they've already done some laps before he put them on.
We are at the hour mark then, and we have the leaders. Job Repange for Razun More Than Racing Porsche leading GT3 by 2.3 seconds over our Pro-Am leaders Antares Au for Herbert Motorsport, and then the AM leaders in GT3 Darren Lung for Paradin Competition in his 992 category car. Go down to 20th position where you find the leader in 992, which is Robert Dahan in his Sierra Auto Racing by FAC Auto, and in the pits is Rossa Racing leading GTX in their Rossa Racing machine. In the GTE category, we have to go down to the second page where we find the GT4 leaders, which are Cherney Motorsport in their BMW M4 GT4. Leading TCE is the Asbest Racing 111 Porsche 718 Cayman, and then in TC rather than TCX, in just the TC class, right at the tail of the field, Hoping Tung is driving the Toyota GR Supra GT4 B-Spec car and leading by 1 lap over the similar TGRR all-female Japanese lineup. That is your leaders. We've got 20 hours and 58 minutes remaining, and we throw back to Phil Hansen, and in a few moments' time we will have Johnny Palmer.
Thank you very much, Ben and Simon, for that marathon stint. Not much happened during that. Wow, not much happened. We've got a lot of stuff to catch up on as we've had some retirements. We're back into green flag running again. Total time under code 60, 36 minutes and 50 seconds. And we have had a total of 4 code 60s at the moment. Most of them come during that last stint from Ben and Simon. We had a car stopped over at turn 8-9 that brought out 1 code 60. Then we had the 13 car stop on the start-finish straight, and that had to get towed away. And then we had the big one, Yajit Kumar Racing, with that engine explosion down into turn 1. And that has really changed the way that the race is at the moment. So it's all happening out there, and it's the number 10 on this lap back into the lead, Herbert Motorsport.
I was waiting there, Phil Hansen, to see whether you could remember my name, because I think as he signed off, Ben totally had a mental block there. I mean, it's easily done. I'm a very forgettable person, generally speaking.
JP, seriously.
Oh, come on.
I'll call you JM part through the day anyway.
There are many other Johnnies that you could mix me up with. But it's definitely Johnny Palmer over on this side of the booth and Phil Hansen over there. And is it still Sarah Esser in the pit lane for the time being?
I just have to have a look at that. We did have another retirement, the 6th. Yes, there's. Yeah, we've got the 67 car that has retired. That is the SVC Sport Management that came through. That's the Mercedes AMG, Robert Pampanini, Amadeo Pampanini, Mauro Calma and Jean-Luc Dioria running in the GT3 Pro-Am. That is a retirement for the 67 car as well.
I was right in that it's still Sarah in pit lane for another half an hour or so. Asbest Racing, Sarah, have been true supporters of the TCE category. I think they've got 4 cars here this weekend, and you're in amongst it.
I'm down here with with James Walker from the 103. He is chomping at the bit to get out in the car. Tell us how it's going so far and what the strategy's been. You've just given me a little bit of an insight. Let's tell everyone else.
Yeah, so far it's been quite boring, which is good news. So we've kept ourselves out of trouble. Being in a TCR car, we're one of the slowest out there, which means when we're driving, we're very much 50% of the lap is looking in our rear view mirrors, and we've got GT3 cars dive bombing us left and right. So particularly our first few laps when the pack's super tight, we'll be trying to stay out of trouble. Our strategy, as it were, is between now and until it gets dark is to just do that. Keep ourselves out of trouble. We're not chasing lap times. When temperatures drop, we are looking to pick up the pace then. I'm the 5th of our 5 drivers, so they're putting it on me to pick up the pace once it goes dark. So I'm jumping in at around about 7:48 p.m.-ish, and then I'm going to have to switch it on, which is weird because I'm just watching all of my team hop in and out and not having any seat time, and very slowly my adrenaline's building, but at the same time I'm quite conscious that I have a night stint coming up and I want a nap, and those two things don't go. So, but yeah, so far so good. We actually have a slightly detuned car. We've done that on purpose because one of the main tactics really of a 24-hour race is actually finishing, and not due to driver error, but we can incur mechanical errors. So during testing we blew a turbo, so we thought let's just wick that down a small amount. As a result, we're running 20 kilometers an hour slower on the back straight than we are our next closest competitor. However, we're running slightly higher aero, so we're making up for it in the turns, but as a result of having higher aero, we also have more drag. So it's a strange one, but so far it means our car is running slightly cooler, it's slightly safer, and 24 until the last few hours isn't necessarily about lap times. So we're going to start to build it and see how it goes, but so far so good.
Asbest have got quite a few cars in the same class. Are you open? Are you sharing data? Are you sharing strategy?
We're not actively sharing it, but it's a very close quarters. We've got 4 cars in the pits this size, and we are a fairly close-knit team. So we're not saying no, hide our homework, but at the same time, we're not exactly swapping USB sticks either. So it's an open, friendly team, but I've got a funny feeling towards the last 3 or 4 hours that might change.
Well, you've got the night stint. Tell us about night practice last night. Are you more comfortable at night?
So last night, and I'm not saying this for the camera, it was one of the most enjoyable driving experiences I have ever had. So there's something about a night stint, it heightens the senses so much. Even though you're not going much faster, thankfully, cool air, particularly on a turbo car, helps the car run faster. Tires last a bit longer as well, but the sensation of speed is such that you just feel like you're going 3 or 4 times faster. I particularly love managing the GT3 cars. I don't know why. All of my co-drivers are like, you're mad. Why do you like it so much? It's just so unique and so theatrical, and you can see all of the lights and the neons, and it's just such a special experience. I came out and my hands were like shaking with adrenaline. It was so good. It might be because I'm in a slow car, so I've got plenty of time to look around and think and look at other GT cars, but there's just something about the 24-hour for me. It comes alive when it goes dark.
Well, looking forward to seeing you jump in the car. You've got a couple more hours, no naps, you said. Going to grab some dinner?
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to, well, I like to try and stay light before getting in a car, and there's some great burgers on site. So I need to either decide to stay off the burgers and go to sleep, or help myself stay awake and go and find some snacks. But that balance when you get halfway through a 24 of deciding how much energy you're going to retain by staying awake, or knowing yourself and understanding yourself, if you go into a deep sleep despite all of this noise, how much that might affect you when you wake up. So I'm just going to weigh that up, see how it goes, but after that first night stint I won't calm down for 2 hours. I'm like buzzing. So
well, I can feel the energy coming off of you. Thanks so much for having a chat, James.
I appreciate it.
James proving there to Sarah and to all of us, frankly, to be an interviewer's dream. One question and you can kind of let him go for 15 minutes.
Almost like a politician, really, isn't it?
We love that level of enthusiasm. It's still quite early on in the 24-hour race, mind you, so perhaps we need to visit him with 2 or even 1 hour to go and find out whether he's managed to hold on to some of that, because it's often a long old night. Although, if you can make it through to sunrise, now with the adoption of a 1 o'clock start, which happened a couple of years ago, that's a lot better. It doesn't feel much on paper to start at 3 p.m. and now start at 1 p.m, but that run to the flag is so much closer once you reach the milestone of sunrise.
17:51 sunset this evening, 7:05 sun will rise. Waning crescent moon, so no moonlight this evening. Sorry, I stole John's line there.
It's a good one, though, so I can see why you adopted it. The 669 BMW was getting all the plaudits in the early stages. That was because Kelvin van der Linde was plugged in for the opening stint. Anthony McIntosh, who for a while was displayed on the driver ID, is now in the car officially, and he's running in, well, the graphic displayed 5th position. It's actually 6th on my screen. However, the car ahead of him, Renat Salyakov's Winward Racing Mercedes, is in the fueling area. So this is a chance for the 669 BMW to get up another position. Darren Young, by the way, has now inherited the lead because of this spin for Antares Au. And Au, who was winner last weekend in the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, rejoining the race. That was at turn 1 and 2, effectively. Turn 2 very quickly following, but overcooking things into turn 1 and immediately pitting, Phil Anson.
Yeah, he may be in a bit of trouble there, because there is if you run off at turn 1, you need to take the route back to turn 3, so that may be looked at by race control, although he did wait until everything happened, got back on there.
What I don't know is whether there are mitigating circumstances if you've spun the car, and then you're facing a difficult angle to get back to the yellow line, so that might be arguable.
Mitigating circumstances may go in his favour. Now into the pits, currently P4 leading the Pro-Am. When we just went off air and Ben and Simon came on air, they had a red flag right at the beginning of the refueling for the GT3 cars, and that's really upset the way that the race has played out, because those cars coming in could only get their 15% or whatever they have on BOP, and that first one happened at 2 minutes past 3 in the afternoon.
Just to clear something up, because I think you misspoke. You said a red flag.
No, sorry,
code 60.
Code 60, yes.
Okay. I thought I'd missed a red flag then.
No, I misspoke. Okay, because I was looking at this. So we had about 6 minutes under that, which means that some of them may have not been able to get to the end. So they did have to do an off strategy there, and then we had a clear break until we got to 22 minutes past 2, and then we had the next code 60 that ran for 8 minutes, then at 14:43 another 6-minute code 60, and at 15:01 that was the big one down at turn 1 for the Ajit Red Ant Racing, which we're not sure, and I wasn't listening to whether they're going to try and replace that AMG engine, but it would be a very, very large ask. We've got yellow flag on the start-finish straight down towards turn 1 at the moment. I just saw a car come out and do the right thing and come up through there. The bypass that you need to take.
Still going to be a code 60 though, Phil, because of, well, briefly it said code 60 in 20 seconds. That message has now disappeared from my screen. Oh, no, it's back again.
It's back again.
Right. I think this is debris rather than a car being off. There was a car going wide at turns 1 and 2 and taking to the escape route, as it should do. New for 2026. But we're now into another code 60. So how many did we have on the list
we had
already?
4. And now we're under number 5.
And until we get a message to say a car's being recovered, there's a big chunk of debris on the main straight towards the pit wall.
Yeah, there was a yellow flag on the main straight, and I think that is the issue.
It's not that big, actually, because I've got eyes on it now, and it's right on the start line. I can't imagine that's the reason why we needed to go code 60. There were yellow flags at turn 1 as well, and there is a car limping very heavily. In fact,
that is the 111.
It's the Asbest racing car.
Yes.
So we were in the camp not too long ago with Sarah, and Rawad Sarieddine, the Lebanese driver, who has very limited experience. This is his first visit to Dubai by my records, might even be a first 24-hour race ever. And that, I reckon, is the car that you had spotted going wide at turn 1.
Possibly, yes. Then
going to the correct side of that thick yellow line. No, there's still a car stranded. So Rawad may have been involved in this incident, but that's a GT3 Porsche.
And that's
pretty sure. Or is it a Cup car? No, the rear wing's too big, I reckon, for it to be a Carrera Cup car.
And you can see the detritus on track if you're watching on the live screen. That's where the 93 came to a stop after the engine exploded as the emergency vehicles head into that area. Now, the 111 was leading the class in TCE, TCX. It's a silver...
Is that a Cup car or is that a GT3 car?
Well, it's got 3 numbers on it, so...
It's more likely to be a Cup car then, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a Cup car. John will be able to tell us because you look at the rear wing and we can see the car coming down the start finish. Oh, it's on the back straight now. That'll be the 111.
My concern is that the Asbest Cayman...
It's the 925 that has... that's Creventic Sport, the French team at the moment, and that is 925. Let's try and find out where that is.
So Creventic Sport coming into turn 1 and losing it by itself, but then another car goes off at the same time, and I just wonder whether that's the Asbest car going off in avoidance initially and out of frame. Have they then made contact, which has done all the damage to the front right corner to treble 1, which is still moving and thankfully is a rear-wheel drive car, but that's damaged certainly the tyre, it's damaged the wheel. Both are easily replaced, but has it damaged the steering too? And maybe a steering arm will need to be replaced, and obviously that's going to take a lot longer to sort out. But Creventic Sport,
Pascal Duhamel at the wheel of that one, currently 46 overall, 15th in 992, 9th in 992 AM, as the cars file into the pits again. Our 3 leaders at the moment: Jamie Allen Day, Paradigm Competition in the 991, and the second of the Paradigm Competition, 992. They are GT3 cars, not 992 cars. Both into the pits at the moment. Darren Leung down into the fuel station. George King in the Haas RT Audi also into the pits. Anthony McIntosh coming in there. It's just time for a stop for all of them because we're 1/4 the hour, so maybe they're just getting some tyres. Only limited fuel that they can take in the fuel bay at 15%.
But I think the value of a new set of tyres and potentially a driver change as well, because if certain drivers were up against the maximum, which is new for 2025, 2026, is a 2.5-hour drive limit. So if you've got 1 or 2 that only had a few minutes left, great that you can do a free pit stop in that respect. But you only get limited amount of fuel, just 15% of your normal allocation, and that is the case for the next 30 minutes, assuming this Code 60 stays out for that long, and I don't think it will, because the work down at turn 1 is being done very efficiently indeed. Let's just head to Sarah, because 1 or 2 are pitting, but you might have been at the wrong end of the pit lane to witness most of that.
Well, there's more than 1 and 2. There's quite a few coming in. I was just in the garages as well, and some of the drivers were waiting pending a Code 60. So it's worked out quite well because obviously they save a lot of time by pitting under a Code 60. We've got the 931 here, driver change, new tyres going on. There we go, nice quick stop for them. I can see them here. Bit of a wipe of the windscreen as well. A few bugs catching, destroying the view, so they're cleaning that out. Got the 69 here, they're also here pitting, but it looks like them a little longer than they hoped for. I'm just walking down to see who else we've got here. Number 8, new driver going in, another pit stop for them. Well, that looks like the rest of them. I don't know how it's all going out on track in terms of it clearing up and how long we think the Code 60 is going to remain, but that's the last of the cars that I've seen come in and take advantage. Number 8 having a bit of a slow stop there perhaps, but they are now away, as you can probably hear in the background.
Away go the cars close to you. You also should be bearing in mind the 50-minute rule regarding tyres, because when the code 60 is out, if the tyres have been on for less than 50 minutes, actually you can't bolt on another set.
The last code 60 finished at 15:17. This one started at 16:12, so it's outside the 50 minutes.
Fine. So it's related to the previous code 60 as well. It's not just the case of if you're under code...
Well, it's 50 minutes since the last code 60. Well, it's 51 minutes since the last code 60.
I thought it was just about, is the track status code 60 and have the tyres been on for less than 50 minutes? But we're tracking back to the previous code 60 as well.
That's the only thing I can go off at this stage. Obviously, when they put the tyres on, they've got the RFID tags on those tyres, so that'll be counted from there. And obviously, the crew will do their knowledge as well to work out. On an overall, we're over 50 minutes since the last code 60.
Yeah. And potentially, therefore, enough of time away from the previous pit stop, unless the previous pit stop was under green, and that will muddy the waters a little more. The Creventic Sport Porsche is on the back of the wagon now, on the flatbed, so it's going to have to complete this lap with outside assistance, but that is okay in this championship. You can get it back to the pit lane.
Fix it.
You can fix it, and you can send it back out again. Were this Le Mans, that'll be you out of the race, but the 24H Series like to run with slightly more forgiving rule set. Let's go to Sarah again, because we're still under the caution for the moment, Sarah.
Yeah, I can see Team Motor Park car number 13. They're just doing a driver change, tyres on, all looking nice and controlled down here, all looking nice and calm. That was a good stop for them. Although it looked like when they were coming into the pit box that there was a sudden break on the, but hopefully, well, obviously they were taking those tyres off and putting new ones on. Got another car here, number 924. That is the Red Ant Racing. They are also doing a driver change. In goes the new seat for the new driver. And they're struggling to get the rear left tyre on, but they have now managed to get it on. And another quick wipe of the windscreen. Dusty out here. Quite windy, but not too much. It does get a lot windier, and away they go. I can't see any more coming in, but looks like we are still under code 60 conditions. I'll get in the garage and see if I can have a word with some of teams.
When you're delving in to get some info, it's always interesting for us to find out why it's valuable to pit during a code 60 at this stage, because what the organisers have tried to do is limit the advantage you might get out of a caution like this. In the old days, they didn't even limit the fuel allocation, I don't think, and you could pit lap after lap after lap. So the Herbert way of doing it in the past was just to do 2 pit stops. The rule used to be 50%, so you could get a full fuel load after only 2 laps of code 60, and that was considered to be a bit too easy way of doing it.
Not within the spirit of the race.
Yeah. So I won't say that your hands are kind of tied behind your back anymore, but there's a little bit more thinking required. But there is still an advantage to be had, clearly, because Paradigm were leading the race and they pitted both cars on pretty much the same lap.
Indeed. Thanks to Ben for just bringing the regulations to. I was incorrect on my assumption. It's 50 minutes since you last put the set of tyres on, not between the code 60s.
Okay.
I got that wrong because I mixed it with the refueling. 30 minutes.
That's 30 minutes.
That's 30 minutes since you last refueled under a code 60. So, yes. So confused? Yes. Yes, I am.
Well, yeah. Particularly because with different championships we cover on the RSL network, the rules change quite a bit as well. So you have to remember precisely where you are and what day of the week it is and all of that. Anyway, 991, Augusto Farfus was leading. He's now down to second, but because Darren Young's just brought the 992 car in, and that's serving a pit stop, inherits the lead briefly. It's all going to chop and change by the time we go back to green. We're not green yet, so a chance to go back to Sarah again.
I'm down in the Motor Park garage. Obviously, they had a quite unfortunate start. They're now 13 laps behind, but there's many hours to go, so it's all about staying in it. You're looking like you really put in a shift. A little bit of sweat, a few beads of sweat on the forehead. Tell me what it's like out there for you.
So it's like we feel never give up. So that is what we always do. And you know, the most complicated for me is that if somebody approaching, so I have to obviously give way to any GT3 car because I can prevent them from their battle. But still, we are in the game, so the car is going. So anything can happen, and we believe in best.
And what about pitting under a code 60? How much does that benefit you?
I'm not a strategist, so I'm a driver. So us guys, I don't know what it costs, but they say driver change, we do driver change. They say push, we push as hard as we can.
Well, it definitely looks like you have been pushing out there. Get a chance to rest and relax and cool down.
Not a big chance, because in 1 hour I have to get back to the car, but I'm ready to fight.
And that is often the limited information that a driver may get, Phil. You know, you're told to do stuff, you kind of do it, and
so
well,
minimal information. Darren Leung in the 992 leading car just on an outlap now, so 2 quick pit stops for them, total of 6 at the moment. So we've got this code 60 ending under 60 seconds as that car has been brought back into pit lane. And a quick look around the circuit to make sure everything is. Many teams taking advantage of that as we go back to green. Keeping an eye on some of the other categories. Nicholas Prost timed that very well. He's in the fuel bay at the moment, so that pump would have turned from purple to green, which means he can get his BOP completed, which is very nice indeed. We've got the 914 in the pits at the moment. Colin Bonninghausen at the wheel of the Razoon More Than Racing, running second in 992. They've been having a great 992 battle's been going up and down. Robert DeHaan in the Tierra Outdoor Racing by Autotech is currently leading that. Not too far, a couple of laps off the leaders, but with these code 60s, and we've got another slow car out there at the moment. It is the 127. Is one of the TCE TCR cars. That's the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport Cayman.
That's got damage because the car's bouncing around way too much, and that wasn't just as a result of the car riding the curbs on the approach to turn 14. I think it's carrying a bit of damage on the front left corner as well. Thankfully not too far from the pit lane entry for the 127 to get. Oh yeah, there's damage on the right as well.
Yeah, so that's looking as that Cullermullen is at the wheel of that car, and you're going to need to bring that back as quick as he can. Once again, the leader of TCE strikes issues.
Wow, yeah.
Wow.
Has it been in the wall somewhere? Because there's definitely smoke coming from the front right wheel, and I just wonder whether there's a bearing or an upright issue there, which is the smoke's coming through the wheel, and the other damaged Porsche that is now back to pit lane is the one that was stranded at turn 1 and needed the flatbed to assist it to the pit lane, and the recovery crew are just now getting that car safely to the team. Let's just cover off what's happened at the sharp end of the field, because the 992 BMW that briefly led, they did a driver change at 3:20 to get Ahmed Al-Hati out and Darren Leung in. Darren then did a pit stop only 10 minutes ago, which was a couple of minutes in the pit lane properly and a 90-second fuel fill, which will have been the hampered allocation that you get under a code 60. But the very next lap around, 992 pitted again, and it looks like Darren Leung's got out of that car now and Ahmed Al-Hati back into it. So I don't know why they didn't do the driver change 10 minutes ago. It needed an additional pit stop, and obviously that's cost them quite a lot of time. Whether Darren had an issue, I don't know, or did they spot a kind of empty fueling area and go, well, we'll do the rest of the pit stop just as soon as the fuel is put in? But that's a bizarre one to me, because it's taken 2 stops to do what could have been done in 1.
Indeed, but as they're running as an AM class, AM category in the GT3 AM, there are driver maximum and minimums for their pros and semi-pro pros, and have a maximum of a 3rd race duration, and their minimum race for the AM Plus or AM is 1/6 of race duration. So maybe they had a look at that and went, hang on a minute, we've got to get somebody else in here, maybe get them out before night time so that they can get their pros and semi-pros in at night. Well, semi-pros and AM Pluses in the evening. Interesting.
Yeah, so it might not be a whoopsie on the part of 992 and Paradigm Competition, because, well, maybe that pit stop where Darren needed at least some fuel, 15% of the normal allocation, was too early to get him out of the car. They might be able to provide us an answer. On the other hand, it's their prerogative to not tell us as well, because there are lots of other people listening, and you don't want to give any advantage to rival teams by giving away too much of your strategy. But we definitely have Ahmed Al-Hati back into the 992 BMW, and because of the double stop on sequential laps, it's dropped from the race lead to 4th position. However, the sister Paradigm Competition car now leads in the hands of Augusto Farfus, who started the race.
We just saw a stop there for the 444, running in the GT4 category. Seeing who is at the wheel of that now. Ahmed Al-Khaja is in the fuel bay. We might have to wait until he leaves the fuel bay until that changeover. That's the Circuit Toys car, the bright yellow GT4. Let's head down to the pit lane. Sarah has the Creventic team.
I'm in with the Creventic team. Yes, as you said, they're just having a look at the car. They're not too sure what they've got yet. They said they're going to have to check everything. The damage isn't looking too good on the left rear. I think you can now see, I'm here with Seb, our cameraman, who is getting in on that. So we've got all the mechanics checking the damage, and I'll come back to you in about 10 minutes once they've had a chance to assess the damage and perhaps how long it's going to take to repair it. But it looks like, from what they've said so far, they think they can get back out again.
It was a weird old incident, Sarah. I don't know how many English speakers are within that team. They are very much a France with the trio of French drivers, but it appeared from a distant camera as if the Porsche initially, number 925, spun on its own, and then as a car's gone off nearby in avoidance, I just wonder whether the contact was made off the track as the 925 is still spinning. So it's just worth asking the question how the contact or how the damage has been incurred, whether there was a crash that generated the spin or the spin happened first and then the collision. But it was tricky to work out from our pictures precisely how and why that car left the track. That will allow you to delve in to find out how much information they're willing to put forward as we enjoy, well, BMWs again looking even stronger. I mentioned this to you a couple of hours ago now, Phil.
Yep.
At that time they were 2nd, 4th and 6th, I think. We now have 4 BMWs in the top 5.
BMW have won here on 5 occasions. So they have a benchmark that they set at 06, 07, 2011, 2023 and reigning 2025 from previous there. Let's head down to the pit lane where we find John Hindhaugh.
Yeah, just in a hot swap down here in the Creventic pit with Sarah. The silver 925 Porsche with right rear damage. As I was walking down to do the switch, I went past the Zorg Rennsports Porsche, the blue and white one. I think that's the 127 from memory. Had right front suspension damage and a damaged wheel. Now, my father, who was a detective for most of my life, in fact, no, for all of my life he was a policeman, and for most of it he was a detective, would have said, I don't like coincidences. So there may well have been a coming together, and I'll wander back up to pit in a moment. Let's just see if we can find out. Yeah, this is accident damage. They've got one of those cutters out, and they're cutting away behind the left rear wheel of this car, underneath the wheel, trying to get. Now, what are they trying to get off? Is that a bit of tyre, or is it a bit of debris? Oh heavens, no! I know what they're doing. They're cutting they're grinding and cutting. Sorry, I'm right at the back of the garage. They're grinding and cutting the wishbone, the actual wishbone on the car, because it's bent that much, and that's the only way they're going to get it out. I'm going to leave them to that. Seb's here, he's having a look over their shoulders. But that, to me, looks like that might have been a coming together between two Porsches, one of the GT3 cars, which we're with here now, and the other one a bit further up the pit lane, the Zorg Sport. As I say, I think the blue and white one is numbered 427. You'll be able to remind me of that. There's a bit of damage to the left front here as well, actually, of that car. So that's been either side to side or front to side contact between those two Porsches.
What we're trying to establish, John, is when the contact happened, because I think 925 was in a moment of its own, spinning at turn 1, totally in isolation, and then as that spin's happened, 127 leaves the track at the same time, and I think they make contact off the track in the runoff area, but we didn't get footage of that on our live stream. That happened out of frame, but I think as 925 spins, 127 also overshoots turn 1, and they clatter together in the dust. Out of scene. It's 127 was the number that you were trying to think of there. SRS Team Zorg Sport and Azat Kalimulin for his Porsche 718 Cayman, which is getting similar repair work, just like Pascal Duhamel in his Creventic Sport number 925. We never like to see two manufacturer cars meeting, and particularly not when they're not even doing battle on the track. Speaking of which, though, Phil, cracking fight here for Jordan Pepper. He's running the risk of losing a bit too much ground to Augusto Farfus in the chasing WRT BMW. That gap's now out to more than 3 seconds.
Yeah, traffic caused that. The last lap time's 59.3 versus 59.3. So Jordan Pepper is trying to get back on terms with the 991 driven Paradigm competition. Augusto Farfus, 88 laps completed for them, and just trying to get that gap. Well, the top 7, well, Patrick Liddy's just come into the pits with the Optimum Motorsport McLaren from 7th place, but there's about 50 seconds separating the top 6 cars on track at the moment, with around about 20 hours and 23 minutes to go. Keeping an eye out. We've got a spinner down in the bowl at turn 14. Getting going again. Yellow flags were out momentarily. All mobile. It's the orange and black Porsche just coming down to turn 16 now. And may have come out right near where the leader was. I've got the, let's have a look. Is it the 962? Can't really tell. Yes.
Tricky, though, for Jordan Pepper, because, I mean, it's great to see, first of all, that Ferrari number 25 back in the race. It was a long delay for that damaged car at the start when it found the wall at turn 8-9, the 25 Ferrari, for Into Africa racing. Glyn Geddes now at the wheel of that car, and we know it's been pretty fast all weekend. Sadly for them, they're down in 59th position, but Jordan Pepper's just got ahead now, put a further lap on that car. But your concern was that spinning Porsche maybe getting in the way of Augusto Farfus.
Yes.
In the Paradigm competition car. Well, actually, the gap's extended further, 4.3 seconds now, so I don't think it held him up too much.
No, yeah, two flat versus a 2:01 on that lap, so the traffic is there. Luckily, that spinner ended up on the infield side rather than the exit side, so it was coming back on. Just could you take that apex for 15 very early to drive yourself up over the hill, so it wasn't on the racing line. Possibly just enough for Jordan Pepper to avoid as the gap continues to grow between him and the 991 driven Augusto Farfus, who's just done his personal best Sector 1, a 38.740. So maybe as we're 16:37 at the moment, we're about an hour and a half away from sunset, although it does get the track is now starting to get shaded, especially the grandstand area, and from the big buildings down at turn 1 the track temperature does differ as we head into this looming sunset.
Glorious. Just the light at this time of the race, which we've had to wait a bit longer for as well compared to previous years, because I'm used to a later start here, although it was 1 o'clock last year, in fairness, after my sabbatical, you might say, although I was still part of the coverage. But it's great again for another year to be here in Dubai and soaking up the rays, as is John Hindhaugh. This is the kind of, well, we're heading early evening now right right now, John, and nice conditions down there, I'm sure.
It's fabulous. Absolutely glorious. Back in the pit lane, a little bit of cloud cover once in a while just to take the sting out of the sun, coming up to 20 minutes before 5 local time. Right, the Creventic guys are working hard on that left rear. There was suspension part problems that, as I say, they were having to cut away to get access. I've also just spoken to a French-speaking member of the team and an English member of the team. Frappe avec un autre auto. So there's a coming together with the blue and white. It now definitely has been confirmed as the Zorg Rennsport car, and it would appear that that car was already struggling. The Zorg car was struggling with a problem with their front wheel. I think they might have had their puncture first. Whether that had taken them off the track or they were just slow, I haven't been able to work that one out yet because I haven't spoken to the other side of the story. But certainly those were the two cars that came together, and they are both now in their respective garages, separated by the better part of half to 2/3 of the pit lane, which may not be the worst thing, to be honest. The driver of the Creventic car has left not very happy with life, and the team chief, who speaks a bit of English, was very lovely. When I suggested to him that is racing, he gave a very Gallic shrug and uttered a very Anglo-Saxon expletive that I think could be absolutely understood anywhere in the world, given the circumstances.
Well covered, I would suggest. I mean, it's important, I think, to keep the parties apart for the initial stages after that incident, which incidentally is under investigation now. So, yeah, that's going to be checked out and has been registered by race control. We haven't had a great deal of penalties dished out for contact to this point. I don't think. Mind you and I had 2 hours away.
Yes.
But we've had plenty of penalties for track limits. We've had 1 or 2 for speeding, whether that be in pit lane or generally coming out of a code 60, where speeds are closely observed, because you can only start to accelerate once the code 60 is officially withdrawn. But it's tempting to do that preemptively. And then there's been some contact here and there, but interestingly, the early bit of contact that we had on the opening lap, that was a no further action. But then again, the message involved a couple of cars that we weren't expecting to be there. So you've got to have eyes everywhere when you are attempting to steward a race like this.
Indeed. Axel Jeffries in the 777 Almanar by Dragon Racing, a multiple winner here, the only multiple winner. But here, 59.450, he's on it, as is Augusto Farfus. He's just on his quickest lap, 58.991. Now 5.2 seconds ahead of Jordan Pepper and the team WRT, and then around about 23 seconds back to Alex Bukanstov in the Haas RT. I spoke to Alex last night as I was leaving the circuit to say, how'd you go in qualifying? He said, I did exactly the same time I did last year in qualifying, even though I had fresh tyres. He just went, hey, look, we're not a qualifying car, we're a race car. We're there to do everything else. John, what do you have for us?
That Yara team, and Tahan has just got out of that car. I'll have a quick word with him, and once he's pulled off the helmet and the balaclava, some very warm tyres coming in, and out come the earpieces. Hot work out there.
Yes, very hot without AC and only a fan blowing on you. That's after 10 laps only blowing hot air in your face. So yeah, we were a bit unlucky with the code 60 in the beginning. Man tired to do almost like a double stint. But yeah, no, the pace was still great towards the end. If I'm right, yeah, we're still leading our category. He's 17 overall. Not too bad either.
It's not bad for a cup car, is it? It's not with this many GT3s.
Yeah, definitely. I think for a cup car, that's not too bad. And yeah, now we see, and we just got to keep focused, no damages, no mistakes, and bring it home to the end.
Did you have new tyres, or were you using some of the qualifiers?
Yeah, so I started the session with new tyres. But yeah, going towards the end, you can really feel them drop off. But yeah, managed them well towards the end. Could still drive my consistent lap times in lap 40, 45. So yeah, I'm happy with that, and we just got to keep focused now.
It's quite a long stint for you guys in the Cup cars, because you get good fuel mileage and you've got a big tank. How are you feeling by the end of it?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite good actually, better than I was expecting, because I know how hard a Cup car is to drive in Super Cup, but that's only 35 minutes, you know. And now I've been in the car 2 hours and 10 minutes, so that's quite a difference. But
4 races basically back to back.
yeah, basically, yeah. But no, I'm physically feeling all right. Maybe I look a bit like a tomato, but my body feels good. So yeah, no, looking forward for the next stint.
Look a heck of a sight better than I would have, just having just got out of that. Thank you for talking to us. Good luck for the rest of the race. Who got in the car, by the way?
Now we got Ralph Poppelas in the M. Yeah.
Okay. That looked like he did have used tyres on when he went out, yeah?
Now we changed tyres again, but he's probably driving the qualifying set, correct?
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. Thanks, Rob. Thanks very much indeed. So there you go, that's the lead car, and they managed to hold on to the lead. 17th overall when they came into the pits, and I thought I saw a lightly used Michelin's going on. That was indeed the case. The AM driver going out there for his stint, being given the used tyres. They've already got a heat cycle on them. That'll help him in the early part of his stint, and then he's just got to bring it back in one piece. Sounds simple, doesn't it?
It is far from that, as we all know. I've been doing some more delving into the race control messages, and it's actually not as simple. You know, we're talking about this incident at turn 1 and saying 925 versus 127. Well, no, not according to race control, because we've had 2 separate incidents on the same lap. So 925 has its moment, and then the Asbest Cayman, which is the 111 car of Rawad Sarieddine, the Lebanese driver, he got involved with that according to the messages. So it's the treble 1 and the 925 which are being investigated for an incident. 127 did indeed, the Zorg Rennsport car, SRS Zorg Rennsport car, it had an incident apparently with the 61 Porsche from EBM of, I think at the time, Enzo Trulli. Enzo's just brought that car in for fuel, stayed on board and gone out again. What I need to know now is how long the 61 car spent in the pits, because did they spend longer fixing some damage on that car? But we basically, that's why we got confused. 2 incidents on the same lap, and identified one car from one incident and one car from another incident, thinking they're connected, but they're not.
I'm having a horrible flashback here, because on lap 100 last weekend, we had 5 cars involved in 3 different incidents, all on the same lap, right? And Nick and I and Joe in the pit lane had to do some real, because 3 cars were stranded on track, 2 made it back to the pits, and none of the incident cars on track were involved with each other.
Wow.
And it took half an hour to get it sorted out.
So Hindhoff's theory from his dad,
yes,
was that there's no such thing as a coincidence. Actually, we sort of had a little one there, and I can tell you that sadly for EBM, that was nearly a 15-minute, well, with the fuel as well.
Yeah.
It was about a 15-minute pit stop. So 61 heavily delayed after, I reckon, contact with the SRS Zorg Rennsport car, which has that yet rejoined? Possibly not. Car 127. Let's just have a look.
No, it's still in the pits.
Yeah. So, yeah, a bit of a brutal affair that last 20 minutes or so. Down at turn 1, and we had to have a code 60, and maybe both incidents were being dealt with at the same time.
To be in race control and work it all out, or have all of their monitors in front alongside us on the wall here, so that we could see everything that was going on.
This is a good battle. It's not for position as such, because the the 4th place car, which is 992, displaying 004 in the windscreen because of the Lumirac system. So that tells us that it's Ahmed Al-Hati's Paradigm Competition BMW trying to clear the 53rd place car, which should be doing a lot better actually, because that's another GT3 car, but they've not had a good run to date. Team Motor Park, number 13.
They came to a stop on the start-finish straight. They were the cause of one of the code 60s, so they went back into the pits. The 13 car last week was part of that 5 car separate incidents that happened down at Yas. It was spread between turn 4 and 5.
Oh, wow, yeah. And just a glimpse there of the 992. I thought it was going slowly, but it's not. Sector times are still good. And the third, fourth and fifth placed cars in the GT3s are hammer and tongs with one another. There's really not a great deal of real estate between the Alex Bukantsov driven Audi number 2 in third and Thomas Kiefer in his WRT BMW, talking 15 seconds separating those 3 cars. The gap at the head of the order though between the Paradigm BMW and the WRT equivalent has opened up a little more. It feels like the traffic's slightly more favourable to Augusto Farfus, but maybe he's just got red-hot pace compared to Jordan Pepper, who generally would be able to match Farfus's speed, I would have thought. Although, I mean, this is a fairly recent deal, isn't it, to get Jordan into a BMW?
I think it is, but he's a second a lap slower at the moment than Augusto Farfus, which is very unlikely, whether he just had a bad lap with traffic. Let's have a look where the leader is, and the 669, yeah, they're just coming up on the 108 on the back straight at the moment. So lots of, yeah, they just had a big bunch of cars to pass, and it looks like the 901 got the luck of the green down towards turn 1, where Jordan Pepper picked them up at the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 combination, which is difficult.
Well, he's been spending many of the recent years behind the wheel of a Lamborghini, and in fact was part of the winning squad at Spa 24 last year for the Grasser racing team. I've had to double check this, but Jordan Pepper's never been in the Dubai 24 Hours before.
I can't remember saying his name, but wow, it's not bad.
I mean, to have such a name that he does and a history in racing, considering he's ticking this race off for the first time, it is quite some feat. And this is a major manufacturer change for the South African as well. So we've got to, I suppose, weave in some adjustment, because he's gone from a mid-engine Lambo with the V10 power to now this straight 6 in the BMW. And the front engine car may not be going quite as fast as Augusto Farfus, although that can't be said anymore, John, because the leader, quite deliberately, is only going 40 kilometres per hour. He's arriving in the pits.
Yeah, he's a little bit further down pit lane to me, but I can see that bright red car. Augusto Farfus, he's getting a new set of, or a change of Michelin tyres. I can't see from here if they are a brand new set, but you'll be able to see when they go through the RFID. This looks pretty standard. Right sides are done, left sides, that was really quick. And he's down and away with 4 replacement tyres. He'll turn to the right and go down to 20 kilometres an hour. The reason no, he's gone. Oh, no, sorry. I thought he was going to go straight back out there. He has gone into fuel, so you'll be able to tell how old those tyres were. The reason I couldn't be close to that was because I came down to EBN for the silver and teal blue 61 story, and thanks to Ash from the team, who was prepared to talk to me, had a quick word with Alessandro Giretti as well, Alex Giretti, and yeah, they were hit. They don't know which car it was. Enzo was as surprised, I think, as anybody else to get the hit on that car. The damage was to their left rear. They've had to put a new bumper support on, a new bumper. They've cleaned out underneath the rear wheel arch, but nothing major. I said, so nothing major, but you could have done without it, and basically that was a fair summation of what had been done. So I'm now going to go slightly back towards the pit lane entry and find out the third part of this excitement, this 4-part serial of these 2 incidents. I'll catch up with the Zorgren Sport team in just a moment and let you know what's happening.
Even more
there.
disappointing for Enzo is that he'd only been in the car for 20 minutes, 25 minutes at most, before he then had to come back into the pit lane. Well, actually, there was a pit stop earlier than I would have expected. He took over from Adrian De Silva just after 4 o'clock. It's now 7.5 minutes to 5. So that pit stop and driver change were done. Enzo then reappears into pit lane at 4:30. Now, when was the last code 60, Phil?
The last code...
That might tally with an opportunity to just visit the pits and check the car.
So 16:25 finished. So 16:12 to 16:25.
Okay. Well, Enzo appears in pit lane at 16:28 for some reason for 90 seconds, then goes back out again. has the incident with car 127, which is still under investigation, and then comes back into pit lane and is there for about 15 or so minutes. So it's not been a happy time for the 61 EBM car. Jordan Pepper, by the way, is now shadowing the pit stop that Augusto Farfus has just done. Different teams, so Paradigm versus Team WRT, but Jordan running short of fuel at about the same time. So 669 gets the lead for a lap, but now has to give that up. And it'll probably give it back to, well, it'll give it up to Alexander Bukantsov for the Haas RT Audi squad.
Both the Paradigm cars, the 992 and the 991, were in the pits at the same time. Ahmed Al-Hati at the wheel of the 992, just on his outlap now, while Augustus Farfus in the 991 still in the pit lane. Jordan Pepper down to fuel, as is Thomas Kiefer, our third place car in Team WRT. So both the WRT cars are in the fuel bay at the moment, alongside Paradigm Competitions Augusto Farfus. And not to forget, car number 11, Torsten Kratz, is also in the fuel bay, currently running 6 outright in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes. So looks like a wholly scheduled green flag running stops there, Johnny, for the leaders. I think they're shadowing each other at this time.
Matching each other stride for stride, and that's not a bad place to be when you're this far out from the checkered flag. Many hours to go yet, although 4 hours will be a bit of a milestone for some teams. So 20 hours and 5 minutes still to go. The Cherney squad, I just noticed, are going to get a penalty. Now they lead GT4, but there was a driver ID issue, which wasn't then put to the stewards within the designated time. You only get a short amount of time to report that there's a driver ID issue, and if that goes unmentioned, it's 20 minutes. And if the 20 minutes are elapsed and you haven't reported that there's a wrong driver ID, you get smacked with a 30-second time penalty.
Yep, because it reflects driver time when you click that over, and so that's the important thing there, because it's a statement of fact, and you can't have somebody else's ID in there.
These rules can be learned in the worst possible way, but let's hope that the message is sent out as a result of that, and you only make the mistake once. It is indeed Alexander Bukantsov on lap 99 now, who is cycled back to the front.
Zorg Rennsport, the red, white and black Porsche, is in the pit lane. Their other car still in the garage. I'll let this car get away before I give you an update. Slightly longer pit stop than it could have been. The wheels and tyres have been changed, but the driver got in and got out again. I suggest a problem with the belts there, and causing him a little bit of strife. Now, the right-hand side of the blue and white car, this is the 127 from Zorg, still being worked on. They've, I think, had a look at and changed the radiator, but the issue was a comprehensively broken piece of the suspension. I mean, literally smashed. So that's been a very, very heavy impact indeed, and the guys are doing a cracking job putting this together. There's a lot of swarf and metal filings that have been catching on the wheel and various things when they came in, but they're getting it all sorted out. And this car, it's not coming out very soon, but there's less work on to do on it now than there was. When I say comprehensively smashed, by the way, you can see the metal brakes on the suspension arm on that one, and there was another part I was looking at. There we go. The ball joint, universal joint, is not meant to have ragged bits and pieces hanging off it, and also a bit of steering arm damage as well. And the third part of the equation, no, that isn't a spanner, but that's what it looks like. But obviously that should have been fastened on to the other part that I picked up. So the guys here at Zorg have done a cracking job already, and they are now starting to think about tidying the front up, and they've already had the light in there. They haven't had the big hammer yet, but here come the tie wraps to make sure that the wheel arch liner, the front splitter, skirt and bumper are all on, and we're closer to the end than the beginning now, but they've lost a lot of time, gents.
There's John Hindhaugh in the pit lane here at the Dubai 24 Hours, the 21st edition of the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours, with a spectacular top 10 shootout for qualifying yesterday for the first time, and we're now almost 4 hours in to this start to the 24 hour season. So Alexander Bukantsov for Haas RT and their Audi onto lap 100 now, leading by a handful of seconds over Ralph Bones, number 10 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and Axel Jeffries in his Almanar by Dragon Racing Ferrari. We'll round things up a little more because we're not that far away from reaching the end of another clock hour. But just before we do that, delighted to introduce to you from the booth here Dan Wells, who is the CEO of Drivers Lab. Now, first of all, I'm aware of this, but you'll need to tell everybody else, if they're not aware, precisely what Drivers Lab do.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Johnny. So Drivers Lab is a racing simulation and driver development facility. So we are actually conveniently located just opposite of Turn 1. Many people know the Nando's in the Union Co-op shopping centre. Well, Drivers Lab is just next door, and we've been working with a lot of the drivers, and of course this is the second year in the partnership with the Creventic 24-hour series. And yeah, great to be here, great to join you on the show.
Clearly, this event at the Dubai Autodrome, you know, it's very early on in the year, but it's one of the big ones that happens, and it's had global interest from a driver's point of view and from teams as well for a number of years now. It seems very obvious why you'd want to align with an event like this, but has it been a few years in the making?
It has been, really. I mean, I was Hong Kong based for 13 years when I was racing, you know, single-seaters and then GT cars and prototypes, and I moved here just over a year ago. But Drivers Lab, the idea came in 2023 with my co-founder, Oscar Lee. We raced together in Pro-Am Championship over many years, and we worked with the simulators a lot to improve its performance. So the simulators we use are the Pro Sim Cool Performance Sims, same as used by Lando Norris, Formula 1 world champion. And Oscar said he loved the sims, he wanted a motorsport business, and he liked Dubai, and we started from there.
So it's a great place to work and live, I'm sure you'll recognise. And from a market point of view, is it a good place to be, well, first of all, geographically placed?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, of course, before when I was Hong Kong, great place, but an awful long way away. With Dubai, I could be in Monza on Sunday, I can be in the office on Monday, and then Sepang on Tuesday. So, you know, I travelled 340 days in the 2024 season. That was a significant amount. And being here allows me to be able to do that. But no, it's great to kick off the season and see such a strong grid of cars here, and yeah, it's been quite an exciting race so far.
Certainly has. I mean, those first few laps, actually the first probably hour, flew by like it was about 5 minutes. So you've come from it, you've come at to Drivers Lab having driven real cars in the past and wanting to get the simulations as close as possible to the real thing.
Exactly, this is the thing. I mean, you know, from the days when I was racing Max Verstappen and Carlos Sainz in Formula Renault, and you know, moving up to Formula 3, you know, I then moved into the GT scene, and you know, also prototypes and mainly Lamborghini. You know, won 3 titles in my career, and look after a lot of young drivers with my management company who, you know, are in the junior categories and want to become professional drivers. And one of the main things is, of course, track time. It's expensive, and it's very important to be able to get the right techniques earlier on in their careers. So we're now working with drivers from the age of 11, 12, 13, doing a whole sort of Formula 4 pre-season sort of preparation, or before they even move into their sort of testing at the age of 13, 14. And we just see the kids getting younger and younger. But the drivers who are in doing the preparation with us, of course, we have the Creventic Dubai 24 Hours. We had the Yaz 6 last weekend, of course. But then we've got all of the races coming this season. We've got the Ferrari Championship, we've got the Porsche Championship, and we have Formula 4 and regional, which I've been back and forth each day, Yaz Marina in here, sort of getting the most out of it. But we have a lot of drivers in preparing from 7 in the morning until 11 at night. So it's, you know, this is 24 hours. We tried and do 24 hours, but we're not quite cut from the same cloth as these guys, evidently.
What does your setup entail then? So you've told us where you're positioned, but what kind of kit have you got in there?
So we have a full 182-degree projection system, which runs at 240 hertz. It's basically what you would find in, let's say, a Formula 2 team, but it's accessible in a shopping mall. So it's officially the only place in the world where if you were 9 years old and you walked into our facility in the shopping mall, we could take you as far as you want to go, really. And it's all based around driver development. So we work with the proper programs, taking the data from the real cars, the video. Our Formula 4 car, for example, is within about 1/10 of a second, and we can correlate all of the driver's performance to about 2.5 tenths from the simulator to the real world. So we can really work, and we make sure, when it comes to the brake temperatures, the tyre temperatures, the brake warming, the tyre warming, the GT guys we have working with us. We had CrowdStrike Racing, Gerhard Watzinger, he's racing in this race in the Porsche, I believe. We have a lot of these guys coming in to be able to do their preparation so that when they go out on track, they're able to focus entirely on their car setup and just get down to the business of winning.
Have you had useful conversations with people that are in this race who didn't necessarily know about Drivers Lab either this year or in previous years?
100%, yeah. I mean, of course, it's great when we opened the business. It came from, let's say, zero, and January the 7th, 2024, we opened. As we just go to a yellow flag there at turn 11, we'll see what that sort of comes about.
Yeah.
A little bit of debris there, just on the exit of 10 coming off the hairpin. But yeah, so no, a lot of the drivers we've been speaking with, people know about simulators, but the great thing about simulators, it's all well and good having one, but it's a tool at the end of the day, and it's about how you utilize that tool. So that's where our coaching elements sort of come into it. We have a lot of portable simulators, so we have, if you want to try your hand at it, we have the simulator in the scrutineering bay here in Dubai, and then also in the team's VIP and driver catering area. So
I've been in there. I've watched people on there, in fact.
Oh, but you haven't had a go yet?
Not yet.
Okay, well, we need to get you on there. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so in terms of we do the remote coaching programs as well. We also do the cognitive development, physical training, everything which is holistic from working on a driver, because the race teams are all very busy, especially when you've got 3, 4, 5 drivers. So to be able to take a driver, put them into an environment where we can talk about the traction circle, we can talk about tyre warm up, we can talk about philosophy. That's something which you don't get to do on the race weekends itself, because your engineer is going to be sort of, let's say, band-aiding a certain amount between the drivers. You're not really, you're improving your driving, of course, with the laps as you go by. As we see that's the Toyota GT4 car there.
The circuit of Welshman Reece Lloyd. Now I just wonder whether the debris that you were talking about had come off this Toyota, but it looks fairly intact on the rear left corner. John's on the spot though. What do you know about this treble 4 Toyota?
Well, it went past me slower even than pit lane, and it's left front, actually. I thought it was a problem with the suspension, but I think it might just be an overheating brake at the end of the day. They look to be pushing it into the garage, and I think they've changed their mind now. No, it is going in, and oh dear. I spy a bit of fluid on the apron as well. This is the 3rd year for the Welshman in this racing. First time in the GT4 Evo 2. Damage to the left front headlight, yeah, and there's some radiators behind there that have taken a fair crack. So it wasn't an overheating brake, it was a broken radiator. They'll go to work on that. And I have part 4 before you go back to Dan. Hello, Dan. Good to hear your voice in the booth. Part 4 of the Porsche shuffle that we had earlier on, or scuffle perhaps that should be. That was the asbest car, the 111. That needed a steering arm. Manthey loaned the team a full steering rack component. They've taken off the bit they wanted, and that car is now down and away. And on the end of the Zorg Rennsport, their incident happened as they came off that full course purple, the code 60. So that was exactly when that one of those two incidents happened on that restart lap. So we're beginning to get a little bit of flesh on the bones. Nobody really wants to point the finger at anybody else, and quite clearly nobody's happy that they've all had damaged cars at various stages of repair. But at least the 111 is back out on the circuit for asbest.
Great work, John. Thank you for trying to piece those bits together. And we also know a little bit more now about how the Toyota Supra's ended up in the pit lane, because race control are investigating an incident between it and the EBM Mercedes, car number 8, which is still being driven by Johannes Setiowan Santosa, who's one of 3 AM drivers in car number 8. They're entered into Pro-Am, but clearly the 8 and the treble 4, Mercedes and Supra, have got together somehow as well. 8 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, and that means that just less than 20 hours still to go at the 21st edition of the Dubai 24 Hours, with now a race-leading Porsche for Ralph Bohn. And as the sun is really starting to set now, it's getting very obvious in the sky in the distance. A Pro-Am GT3 leader then for Herbert Motorsport, no stranger to leading a 24-hour series race. Winners last weekend indeed at Abu Dhabi. Al Manar by Dragon Racing, who were winners here last year but with BMW, partnering at that time with WRT. Well, they're now partnered with Dragon Racing and a Ferrari, and Axel Jeffries is in second place in the treble 7 car. Leader, by the way, pitting now. So Ralph Bohn into pit lane for the 4th time in the race so far. Then it's Javier Nauf for Lionspeed GP, so a second Porsche, but running 3rd on the road, car number 89, ahead of Rinat Salikov's Winward Racing Mercedes. 4th, 992 Ahmed Al-Hati, back into that car, having taken over from Darren Young, which is the first of the Paradigm competition BMWs. Leo Pichler for Razzoon More Than Racing, another Porsche, is 6th, ahead of Augusto Farfus, former race leader in the sister Paradigm BMW, number 991, 7th. Then the number 2 car for Alexander Bukantsov, that's an Audi. Anthony McIntosh in another BMW, number 669, is 9th. And Alex Fontana for Tsunami RT, rounding out the top 10. All of these GT3 cars in a phenomenal GT3 entry across Pro-Am and AM. 11th place for Michel Gatting currently for Pure Racing. Then it's Optimum Motorsports McLaren for Patrick Liddy. Thomas Kiefer's next, 13th in his WRT BMW. And Sergei Stolyarov for Winward Racing. A couple of Mercedes AMGs, 14th and 15th. The second of those is Jules Gounon, who was certainly getting stuck in the opening stint, but they've had some difficulty since then, and down in 15th position, ahead of Stefan Tribordini's Santaloc Junior Team Audi in the Pro-Am class. Continental Racing's Paul Scheuchsler, and he's just come into the fueling area, 17th. Ollie Goethes Dragon Racing Ferrari is 18th. 19th position for Car 17, Fulgenci Racing's Porsche, and 20th position for Alfred Renauer in the 269 Porsche. Then it's Hoffa Racing, Team Parker Racing in 2 Mercedes. Red Camel Jordans.nl is the first of the 992 Cup cars, and they have a narrow lead of 20-odd seconds over Mullner Motorsport, who've been tracking them all the way. So 909 leads 921. And then we've got 3 AM 992 Cup cars. So leading the AM element of that entry is Team GP Elite's 939 car. Ahead of, actually, that's not just changed. Yes, it has, because Henry Tuamala's just come in the fueling area. So Greg Gorski's now to the front in 992 AM. That's the 929 numbered car. And there is a fair bit of shuffling around happening in 992 as I speak. But that bank of, the top 8 cars take us all the way down to 31st position. Let's just give Razzoon More Than Racing a mention, though, because Senna Van Solen in the 914 car is in 30th position for the Austrian team. Then 962 for Ralph Popolars in the Tierra outdoor racing car. Dynamic GT are a slightly stray GT3 AM car. They again have not really had luck on their side in the opening hours. 32nd position for the Italian team, ahead of Andrew Gilbert for Optimum. Jack Mitchell's team CMR Ginetta is the GTX leader, so well worth pointing that car out. 34th position, 35th actually on our graphic. So 795 leads GTX ahead of Neuhofer Rennsport and Sebastian Schmidt. in 9:85, and Stephen Paulette completing the top 36. Beyond that, 9:10 or 28's worthy of note as well. Again, for not necessarily positive reasons, TFT Racing started the race on pole position, and they're now in the lower stretches of that bank of the 30s, 38th place for car 28, ahead of 930 and another GTX car, which is the 797 Rossa LM GT. We had 65 cars start this race, many of which are still running, and the class leaders further down the order include Cherney Motorsport leading GT4 in their BMW, despite a penalty that will have to be served, I think, the next time that car comes in. But 445 still in a great position. And in TCE, As Best Racing are leading. That's Pia Olsen currently in the Cupra TCR, car number 102, 49th on our graphic, and leading TCE, a field of 6 cars, and incredibly fraught actually in amongst all of the As Best Racing cars. We have 4 of them, and then on the next slate down in 62nd is where we find the retirements, sadly, to this point. So we've still got 61 runners, but 4 cars, well, 1 car that didn't start and 4 that we haven't seen for a long time now, and they include HRT Performance's 928 Porsche, the 2 Mercedes for Agit Red Ant Racing. That was an engine failure down at the first corner. SVC Sport Management's Mercedes, likely out of the race, number 67, and the 21 Haas RT Audi had damage on the opening lap when it ran into the back of a Mercedes, we think, and the top of the nose of that car flicked back across the windscreen, and the team thought they might be able to fix it, but we haven't seen it for several hours now, with still just 1 lap completed. So there's confirmation of our retirees. 928 likely out of the race, as our 93 Agit Red Ant Racing, the 67 SVC Sport Management car, and the Haas RT. And we didn't even see a race start for Scuderia Praha after there was suspension damage to that. With 19 hours and 45 minutes still to go, you may be just joining us, and well, where have you been? Because you've missed so much action. But thankfully, we've got all through the night and running till 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for the 21st edition of the Dubai 24 Hours with Michelin, and with a top 10 shootout yesterday to decide the top 10 positions on the ultimate grid. Big trophy on offer, and the cars got racing at 1 o'clock this afternoon, when the field was 5 abreast, easily down towards the first corner. And unfortunately for the then pole sitter Benjamin Pack, he didn't last too long out front in the gold and black TFT Mercedes, dropping down the order. But there was drama, lots of it elsewhere, including for one of the Haas RT Audis. Plenty of contact, because in amongst the GT3 pack there were, if anything, too many cars trying to get to the same bit of asphalt. And the natural thing is some contact here and there. Unfortunately, some fallers on that opening lap. We've had half spins, we've had full spins, we've had near misses as well, and a couple of cars that have needed to be towed back to the paddock with repair work. Sadly for Agit Red Ant Racing, too much work to be done. They were even thinking about an engine change there. Could we maybe see that Mercedes again, the number 93 car? At this point in the day, some cars coming in for fuel, including the 777 Almanar by Dragon Racing Ferrari. Was leading at the time, but that's now getting fueled under green flag, as is Xavier Nauf in the Lion Speed GP Porsche. So Rinat Salikov now in the Winward Racing Mercedes, back to the front on lap 108. But we're not very far away from the transition stint, where evening and full daylight will start to fade away, and we'll head into the night time. A long night, as it so often is here in Dubai. Dubai and the Daytona 24 Hours compete for the amount of hours of darkness, particularly this year when they are on back-to-back weekends. And we'll have the full Rolex 24, of course, covered here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels as well. Some decisions coming in lately from race control regarding the 61 EBM Porsche. That's a track limits offence, though. Bear in mind the 61 was involved in contact quite recently, and that's still to be decided too. So with 19 hours and 42 minutes still to go, down in the pit lane is John Hindhaugh waiting patiently. Thank you, John.
No problem, lads. I understand it's the transition, not necessarily from night to dark or dark to light, wherever we are right now, but also on our time clocks as well. Very kindly, Rhys Lloyd has come out from the back of the Circuit Toys garage. You weren't a happy bunny when you came in, and we've given you a little bit of time to cool down. Tell us what happened to the 444 bright yellow Supra.
Yeah, we're fortunate. We just made some contact with the GT3 car, a class above us. He was just coming around to overtake us. He'd passed us, and another car had come around the outside, and I think he just overreacted slightly, and we ended up running into the back of him. It's just really frustrating, just so frustrating. So
where was this on the track, Rhys? Where was that on the track?
It was at the top hairpin, the uphill hairpin.
12, yeah.
Quite a slow corner, to be fair, so it was fairly low speeds, but it has damaged the radiator. So I'm just hoping it's just the radiator. We can get a change and get back out there, because still 20 hours left to go. So
I hate asking this question and how I'm going to phrase it, but it has to be asked. How was it going before that?
It's been up and down. We've had the first driver went out, who unfortunately injured his back, so we had to do an early pit stop. Yeah, the Code 60 went against us a couple of times, but you know, there's so many twists and turns this race. I've been here before. I've done another 24 hours, so yeah, there's so much to do. There's so much more to play for, you know.
Particularly in the GT4, the TC classes, any car could easily have a problem, and if anybody gets through without a problem, I'll be very surprised, to be honest. So you're not saying you're out of it yet, then?
100%. No, I mean there's so much to play for. It's reliability. It's the driver. The night now coming down is going to add so much more interest in this race, and so much more probably cause a lot more carnage in Code 60. You know, to be fair.
I wish you well, and hopefully you'll get back out there. The crew behind us are hard at work. The front end is already off the Supra. The damaged radiator is coming off of the left front. They've got the new one already ready to go on. Rhys, sorry for your bad luck. We'll see you back out there later on, I'm sure.
No problem. Thank you.
And it's amazing how a situation like that can just come completely out of the blue. You're running sweetly, hitting the delta times, and then out of your control sometimes an incident that involves another car or something unforeseen on the track, and all of a sudden the team have got to deal with it, and they may be kind of in a break at the time. Yes, you've got the strategists, the engineers, who generally do the whole race, but the teams may be on a rota system and are cranked into life to have to deal with that with very little warning. Talking about Dan Wells is here, by the way, who's the CEO of Drivers Lab, pretty much based here at the Dubai Autodrome, just up the main straight there. And we're talking about transition stints going from day into night. Is that something you can imitate as well on a simulation?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the main things which we teach is adaptability, because of course you have the temperature which is dropping, you have the light which is dropping. The track is a living thing. So as we see a yellow flag at turn 6 there as well. So we'll see, oh, that's someone off there at just on the exit of turn 6. So he's going to have to wait until he can get going again.
That looks vortex shaped.
That does indeed, yes. Of course, there's a lot of cars passing through there looking at the track map, so he's going to have to find his spot and be able to squeeze his way out back onto the circuit safely.
It is the 701 Vortex, so I'm pleased that I can identify at least that car. It's got quite a radical design.
Your eyes were a lot better than mine on that one, Johnny. But yeah, so when with all these sort of condition changes, this is something which we deal with a lot at Drivers Lab. So we do the night stints, we do the early morning stints, and also the transition from day to night as we have now, just to get the drivers dialed in and see their adaptability, because you have a lot of different conditions. You have the wind changes, the temperature changes, you're going to maybe go faster into one corner because you can brake later with the wind. All of these things as a driver you have to be able to adapt, and that's what the programs which we run on the Drivers Lab simulators, it correlates directly into real life as well.
The actual the software that you are using, is that coming from somewhere else, or are you part of that design process?
Yeah, so we use a custom version of Assetto Corsa, which is, you know, one of the most popular simulation sort of physics engines used for simulation. But then we have our own custom car models, and for example, the Dubai Autodrome, we have our own LiDAR scanned
so
track
you've
model.
mapped this place?
Exactly, yes, because a lot of the simulations of Dubai Autodrome, they're good, but they're not the best. So we made sure that we had the best to ensure that, you know, what we're teaching, especially the trickiest thing to get right is turn 9, of course, the bowl onto that back straight, the camber, the bumps, trying to get that right. Really, really important. And same as you come out of turn 10, the hairpin up through that left, you open the corner just to be able to carry that little bit more speed through, making sure that, you know, the drains are in exactly the right place. All of these things are exactly what they would be in real life and in the sim.
How many tracks can you offer worldwide then on the simulation?
We do everything. So we get some very interesting requests. We had one in an Eastern European country. I cannot remember where it was, but it was a very bizarre one. And we did it for one of the clients who's racing here today, for him and his son actually in a Porsche. So we're a very can-do team. So anytime we get a request, if we can't find it, we'll build it and make sure that we have the best experience for the client.
And that is, again, worth putting across to people in a market such as this. I mean, the race meetings kind of come to you, if you like, or you've come to it, one or two. But it is a great opportunity to have those conversations. And like you say, if you can't get a solution straight away, there's a way of working towards it.
No, absolutely. I mean, we work with a lot of different, you know, companies and, you know, teams, even with Formula One recently with Abu Dhabi, but we had simulators in the Yas Mall, Dubai Mall. We work with brands, we work with teams, we work with drivers, and making sure that, you know, there's a lot of simulators out there, and, you know, they can be good if they're set up properly, but making sure that the hardware is top spec, the coaching is top spec, the track models, the car models, everything is to the highest degree possible. And of course, with the racing, track time is difficult to come by, and of course it's very expensive. So to be able to learn effectively, especially for a lot of the AMs on the grid, you know, if you're starting your career, we have a lot of guys now who they will be racing in the Dubai 24 in a few years' time, and currently they're starting their driver development program at Drivers Lab.
Yeah. How can people find out more? How can they get in touch with you?
So on Instagram, we're drivers.lab, and the website's drivers-lab.com. Follow us on Instagram, get in touch with the team. We have the 2 sims on site, as we said here, so if you are here, be sure to go by, check it out, experience the simulators which we have, and we're always welcoming new people into the facility to let them experience what it's all about.
Thank you for coming to chat to us. I hope that's been useful for you as well.
Absolutely. Great to be up here in the commentary team with you, Johnny.
And continue to enjoy the Dubai 24 Hours for 2026.
I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Enjoy the rest of the 19 hours and 34 minutes remaining. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes through the night.
Excellent stuff. Dan Wells, the CEO of Drivers Lab. Thankfully, I'm not going to be in this chair for the next 19 hours and 30 minutes. I will get a few hours skip, is the plan. And there are others, hardy souls out there, who will be doing the full duration. And I'm sure if you're sitting elsewhere in the world, you may be set up to do the full overnight stint. And credit to you if you make it. As Phil Anton sidles his way back into the seat just vacated by Dan Wells, because you've been keeping tabs more closely than I perhaps on precisely what's been going on, because the Paradigm competition BMWs are very close to one another, and actually Ahmed Al-Hati doing the sensible thing there in allowing Augusto Farfus safely through and back into 3rd position. There's a platinum driver in Farfus versus Ahmed Al-Hati, who's a rapid bronze, but he didn't want to be holding up the 991 where that car is in a quicker phase of its race.
He is indeed a quicker phase, but Ahmed Al-Hati in that 992 is leading the AM class. So very sensible to let the 991 go and chase down Leo Pichler in the Razoon More Than Racing Porsche, managed this weekend by Christoph Huber, who said on social media, I'm retiring, I'm not doing this anymore. He was at Yas, he's here this weekend, still with Porsche.
And you'd expect nothing less, I suppose. So there are certain drivers aligned with manufacturers that have been for several years. On the other hand, there are some significant changes. We're talking about Jordan Pepper not too long ago with his regular Lamborghini drive, but first time in a BMW this weekend, and the first time taking part in the Dubai 24 Hours. The 992 still very much having the wheels driven off it by Ahmed Al-Hati. He was right over the curb there in the first sector, trying to, again, tick off his delta times. He can't necessarily be drawn into the speed that Augusto Farfus is setting, because he's already 2 seconds further down the road. But it's about knowing your race, who you are ultimately racing in the longer game, and as you say, staying ahead of Alexander Bukantsov, which the Omani driver is doing comfortably. There's well, the best part of half a minute now between the first and second place cars in AM. 992 ahead of car number 2.
4.5 hours in, and 9 seconds separate the top 4 on the track.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
It's pretty good indeed. After all of the Code 60s that we've had so far, all 5 of them totaling just on 49 minutes now. And yeah, the cream always rises to the top, Johnny, and that's the way it works. Mercedes from Porsche, from BMW, from BMW. That is the top 4 at the moment. Winwood Racing leading the way. Rinat Salikov at the wheel. Just 3.7 seconds ahead of Leo Pichler in second position. Both doing 2:01s, but Pichler was a little bit quicker. 2:01.1 versus 2:01.4. Then it's Farfus, 2 minute flat, a second a lap quicker, as Pichler now comes into the pits, and he's going to give up that second position for the Paradigm BMW. And that's going to put Augusto Farfus just 6 seconds behind Rinat Salikov, racing for the GT3 outright lead. Both of them have done 5 stops, but Rinat Salikov is already 2:18 into his stint, just an hour for Augusto Farfus. But he's going to have to pit reasonably soon for fuel. Down to the pit lane for John.
That sun dropping, and it throws itself at the ground here in these latitudes. In fact, we're pretty much entirely in shadow in the pit lane now. The sunset is going on over to behind the pit lane. You can't see it now, guys, but there's new development going to go in there, so in future years the apartments there will bring the pit lane into shade even quicker. So sunset not too far away. However, that's not what I wanted to talk about. What I wanted to talk about is what happens when the sun goes down, which is it gets dark, obviously. But in keeping with the additional investment that we're seeing all around the Motor City area, and particularly here at the Dubai Autodrome, we've got a new sound system, which is super duper, and we've also got some new lights in the grandstand. Now, this is a track that isn't fully Daytona 24 style lit or Yas Marina lit, but on the grandstands, a new set of floodlights. So the front straight, for the first time in Michelin 24-hour history, will be lit by these brand new lights, and I'm told they are going to give something between 50 and 75% more illumination onto the front straight than we've seen in the past years. And they're also shining, some of them are shining down into pit lane, so instead of just having those pools of lights that come from the gantries here, we should have a bit of assistance there. That's a little way off yet, though, Phil. What time is sunset tonight?
5:51. Sunrise at 7:05. Waning crescent moon, so no moonlight tonight.
It's the 21st edition of the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours with Phil Anson and Johnny Palmer in the crow's nest. Our commentary position with a superb view of the 5.3-kilometre Dubai Autodrome, and John Hindhoff looking after reports from the pit lane and the occasional interview as well, where we can dive into teams and try and get some information from them. They don't want to give too much away, of course, particularly this early on in the race. As Rinat Salyukov was really balked there in the braking area for turn 10, well over to the left, which is the natural racing line, but there was a Porsche Cayman awkwardly placed, not doing anything wrong, mind you, and Salyukov, it was his responsibility to find a safe way by. Thankfully, contact avoided for the Winward Racing Mercedes, but he's trying to stay as far ahead of the chasing Augusto Farfus as possible. 6 seconds, actually slightly less than 6 seconds now, the leading advantage for the GT3 Pro guys, or as they're called on the entry list, GT3 entries. And then we have the AMs in 3rd and 4th positions, but there's not a huge amount of AM hours that have been burned just yet. Alexander Bukantsov is doing a splendid job, mind you, in that 4th place car, trying to stick with Ahmed Al-Hati as best he can. And the Pro-Am leader, 11th position for Stefan Tribordini for the Santaloc Junior team. Now, virtually stopped car in the pit lane with the hazards on, but in the fast lane, and that is not a happy place to be sitting, John.
It's the Modena car, Johnny, the 216, with Francis Chia, John Shen, Christian Chia, Benny Simonson and Pascal Descombe. And it struggled away after the pit stop, if I'm honest, and there was a big rise in the revs. I am hoping he's not done the clutch there, or it's a clutch problem, but that is very much my worry. It's sitting, engine running, one of the other teams trying to help that car. He'll have the same problem again as he moves out. Now, it was a driver change and a full service, but the engine is running. I can hear it from here, but I think that is something more, sadly, something slightly more sinister than just needing extra fuel. Although it seems that there's some teams prepared to help. What a great camaraderie. We talked about Manthey loaning some parts out earlier on to Asbest for their Porsche. And now this Modena car getting some assistance, manpower rather than brake horsepower, taking that car down towards fuel.
And the other thing that was happening whilst the Porsche got stranded is that the race leader came in for Rinat Salyukov, the 81 Winward Racing Mercedes, actually in the background behind the stalled Porsche, was having its pit stop. But this happened a few moments ago. The Modena Motorsports 216? Yes, 216 car of Philippe Descombe pulls away okay, and then just immediately stops. Now, the race leader's not gone down to its pit bay yet, so how badly did this affect the Mercedes, I wonder? Because car 81 came in and will have had to have gone around this stranded Porsche.
I saw it. It went around on the left-hand side.
Oh, it squeezed between the left-hand side.
The pit wall and the left-hand side.
It didn't look to be enough space, but fair play to Rinat.
He was on the right-hand side of the pit lane when he was coming out, so there was enough room there for him to get past.
So Rinat Salyukov will have had his heart in his mouth for a short spell, because, you know, legally you're not allowed to stop in the fast lane, but obviously there are mitigating circumstances there with a car that just won't go anywhere. And sensibly, the driver, whether that was still Philippe Descombe or a replacement driver, I'll try and find out for you, but the hazard lights were on to try and give ample warning to anybody else wanting to access the fast lane. But yeah, our then race leader that hasn't actually re-emerged from the fueling area quite yet, dropping down a few positions to at least 6th place. And that gives us back again a Paradigm competition 1-2 for BMW. Here's John again.
Yeah, sorry, Johnny, just to mention that under people power, that Modena number 216, the Descombe car, has been pushed into the fueling station. So were they that tight on fuel that with a bit of a burnout and a run down the pit lane and it said enough? Not sure, but we'll find out in about 2 or 3 minutes when they've had their sip of gore juice, and then whether that car fires back up again. I suggested if they've had run it down, and Phil knows all about this, because we've all had this one, trying to pump the fuel back through is not the work of a moment. If it starts, great, but I'm not convinced that that was a fuel starvation problem on that Porsche as it was pulling away.
Thank Thank you, John. Down in the pit lane, the lights on board is out. Everybody has to turn their lights on as it's getting a bit darker out there. So yes, we don't have Yas level lighting, we don't have Daytona level lighting, but we have Kuwait level lighting around Kuwait Motor Town, where we had 2 of the Middle East Trophy races a couple of years ago before we went to Malaysia, and the drivers really liked that. Okay, it's fairly bright when you're coming down the start-finish straight, but then you're into a nice level of lighting, and the lighting is good enough, plenty good enough, which means that for night practice, everybody used to have to do 2 laps where we only had half a dozen corners lit by the club circuit, which was the only thing we had lit. So during night practice, only the AM Plus and AM Spirit had to do the 2 laps, which helped the team save the car, although quite a few did quite a few more laps than that.
Marvin Dienst takes over the 81 car that's just pitted from the race lead, the Winward Racing Mercedes. So that is Rinat Selyakov getting out. A concerning moment in the pit lane where the fast lane was briefly blocked, but actually look at the pit stop time, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Actually not too much time lost there, and a significant fuel fill, which you can obviously take under green flag conditions. So we're back to Paratine competition being first and second. Augusto Farfus leading Ahmed Al-Hati by 12 and a bit seconds. Alexander Bukantsov in car number 2 for Haas RT is third, and then Anthony McIntosh makes it 3 BMWs in the top 4 positions. The other thing that we should let everybody know is there's been a bit of a change regarding the LED signal boards here. Did we not have any at all last year?
We had some lights around the circuit.
But these are marshalling LED boards.
Yeah, these are digipanels, as you see on Formula 1 and at Yas last weekend. This is the first time we've had full digipanels here, and I was standing out there yesterday afternoon in the 992 qualifying when we had that red flag, and I could see the red flashing all around the circuit. It never was that way. You had to wait until you got there, so a lot more. It's a lot easier now, especially if we're looking at maybe a foggy morning tomorrow morning. The marshal post can see the digipanels, whether they previously they had to see the flags from the marshal post in front of them and the marshal post behind. 13 and 14 we have I see a car coming slowly. That was a Cayman coming slowly out of 14. 13 is out of our view from up here in the Global Broadcast Centre. It's a left-hand, very fast sweeper into the 14 behind the bowl. The 180, or it's probably 193-degree corner.
Yeah.
But I can't see anybody stuck there, and we're back green again.
Well,
763 possibly.
Anthony McIntosh in the yellow and black BMW was going through that part of the track just as I think a half spin happened, because I caught out of just to the edge of frame from his vantage point. So there are 1 or 2 cameras in cars here this weekend, and hopefully you're enjoying our coverage in both sound and vision. And a great vantage point it is from inside the 669 BMW. But I think his line was compromised by a spinning car at turn 14 for Anthony McIntosh, which he will have had to think about and deal with very quickly indeed. And as a result, his lap time might have been compromised a tad. Last time through 203.9.
Yeah, they were down in the 201s, so maybe just a little bit of avoiding action.
Yeah. Well, I caught sight of a car, I think, facing the wrong way as Anthony McIntosh was working his way through the bowl at turn 14. So, again, you have to have your eyes on stalks and, you know, be prepared to slow down at any moment, even though, I mean, the marshals, again, will have been aware of that, and perhaps the yellow flags came out in time for Anthony to be able to react. But the other thing is, sometimes at certain parts around this Dubai Autodrome, the expanse from the edge of the track to where the marshal post is significant.
That is a long way, because you've got all that runoff for turn 13 that goes all the way down to turn 14, and the marshal post is on the far side. The next one is up on turn 14 on the bowl itself.
Yeah.
So it's always a difficult place for that, because that probably would have been yellow, and then we move around on the exit, and we've got another marshal post there. So, and a lot of the time you're not looking that way, especially if you're in traffic or you're dealing with stuff, you're not quite looking that way.
another 30-second penalty goes to the leader of Cherney Motorsport in the GT4 category. So Shiv Sapra, who's actually in the pit lane in car 445. I don't know whether that penalty was issued early enough, no, probably not, to be served during this pit stop, but that is because of a driver ID issue again.
To the fuel stop now, that car, having done what looked like a standard fuel stop. I'm 2 pits away. I'm swapping to Carla at 6 o'clock, so I just wanted to look in on some of the walking wounded that we'd left. The EBM number 61, one of the 4-car Porsche Frazzle, has left. We know that the asbest car has disappeared as well. Well, not physically, it got back out. They did a good job there. Bit of clean-up going down by Cherney. Awful lot of brake dust from that car. We will have to have a brake change for all of the cars during this race. So I think the only one that we've got left in, guys, from the little mad half hour that we had is the 444, the Circuit Toys Supra that was having the radiator change and the front end looked at. They were hoping there was no steering damage on that car. So that's an empty pit lane for me. Michelle Gatting was in and out as well whilst you were watching on track action in the RX, the racing number 92, the crayon coloured car. And that's all my sins, Father. We seem to have just about got rid of everybody, and we've got a nice clean pit lane for Carla to take over in 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, that's just great for an incoming pit reporter to just have a clean slate, I suppose. So we'll entirely put that responsibility on John's shoulders to be able to deal with the overhanging issues and a couple of incidents we think that happened on the same lap involving a total of 4 cars. It is better news for Cherney Motorsport, actually, because that was just a repeat issuing of the same pen, just a reminder, I reckon, and it has been served in that very pit stop. So they sat in the penalty box for 30 seconds, did their normal pit stop, fuel, and now the 445 can go and probably will retain the GT4 lead.
Let's have a look, and they will do. They're quite a few laps ahead of the 427 and Benito Targal at the wheel of that Cayman. We've got a BMW 123, Johnny, at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Against Fafas in the 991, Ahmed Al Athi in the 992, and Anthony McIntosh just got past Alex Bukanstov in the Audi and put the Team WT up into 3rd position. Those are separated by 43 seconds at the moment as Alex came into the pit, stayed in the car and back out again to take it into the night.
Well, the dominance of BMW has been striking sort of from the off, not in top 10 shootout yesterday, but it didn't take long for Kelvin van der Linden to get to the front in the opening hour of the race, and Augusto Farfus has been doing some splendid stuff in the 991 numbered Paradigm competition BMW. But even in the hands of the bronze driver, the AM driver, as he's coined in 24H series racing, Ahmed Al Athi, that car's going spectacularly well. Now an off-track moment though for the 103 Golf, which is one of many of the Asbest racing cars, and Rafael Guieras in the Golf GTI running actually 3rd in TCE, so don't want to be spending too long off on the sidelines there.
Best cars is in the penalty box at the moment, fellas. There was a very short, maybe a 5-6 second penalty being served. Cupra, that makes it the 102 that comes in to receive full service. I know we're a couple of minutes away from official sunset, but the sun's gone down below a bank of cloud behind the main grandstand, and Seb, Das Pit Machine, our cameraman here, and I both just looked at each other, and as soon as the sun disappeared, the temperatures dropped by 3 or 4 degrees. There's still a bit of a wind blowing down from turn 1 down the pit lane as in comes the Grove Racing AMG. That's the number 4 car heading for its regular pit stop, and just before the hour So temperature will be falling fast, air temperature. Good news for the turbo cars. And then after that, it'll be track temperature that will surely follow, because there's no heat of the sun, no light and solar energy being put into the track surface. Next set of drivers might be having a tricky time. I was just talking with Pierre Caffer, who says he'll be the next in their car. He's going to take over what he thinks is one of the trickiest stints in the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours, that transition from full heat, full light into twilight darkness and colder temperatures. For the engine, good. For the tyres, maybe not so good on the opening laps.
Interesting you brought that up, John, because we went into darkness last night in qualifying for the top 10. And remember, the last cars that came out couldn't match those first few cars that went out, even though we had a lot of drop times. But those times weren't as quick. And as John said, when the sun disappears here, the track temperature drops. And if they put their tyre temperatures on a hot track set up to have that one lap, and then it's not that temperature, the tyres don't get up to temperature in time, and they lose it all through sector 1.
Out the window down towards turn 16. Are my eyes deceiving me? Or have we got a pall of dust sitting down at that end of the circuit, or is it just the gathering twilight?
It could be a combination of both. We have a little bit of dust, a lot of construction going on around this circuit, as you can see by the amount of cranes on the live stream. But normally, if we have somebody tipping off a 30-ton load of dirt, with the wind that's blowing at the moment, it could get around there.
To the naked eye, as I stand up and peer above our screens in the Global Broadcast Centre, it's not particularly obvious. But we do, if you're enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, have now a very high drone camera overlooking the bowl at turn 14, and the image of 2020 Dubai Autodrome, which adorns the inner section of that bowl, is crystal clear. So I can't see any dust there necessarily. What does the 20 mean?
Last year was the 20th anniversary of the circuit.
Yes, having been built, or at least opened in October 2004. So 20 years of the Dubai Autodrome, although we're now into year 22, aren't we? I suppose it's a bit much for them to continue to repaint that, according to what year we're in.
Every 1st of January, they're going to have to update it. The flags on the entrance were exactly the same. They were 20th anniversary. Spoke with Tarek El-Gamo, who looks after a lot of the marketing here, and he said just the time they need to get ready for this race, and just the amount of work that has gone in all the car parks around the place. Remember, where we used to park is no longer parking, right? For the teams and everything, we used to park down alongside the start-finish straight on both sides. Well, that's all construction, and it's all been finished down there, and so we're parking. They've got shuttle buses running from behind the big tower at turn 1 at the car park back there to bring people up in silver parking, because there's absolutely no parking left at the circuit. This place is growing year by year.
You remember when it was all fields around here?
There was a roundabout down here and a dirt track leading in where I had to tow my car in to go racing. It was proper club level racing back then. Boy, what a change now.
We really need a kind of then and now photograph. You know, if you've got one from 2004, for instance.
There was nothing behind us. Motor City didn't exist.
Yeah.
This
was one of the first things here.
This was Arabian Ranches on the other side of Al Quadra Road was the only place that was here. We had to go over there to go shopping. That was it.
Not only behind, we used to be able to walk out the back of the booth and watch to see the weather and the sandstorms coming in. The other way, looking out of your box, we could clearly see the Burj Al Arab, because there was nothing between us and it, and that is sitting on the coast. And now you have to sort of move around a bit to get that sunrise shot, which we'll get tomorrow morning. But when the sun comes up behind the Burj and gives us what has become the iconic logo and indeed the design of the trophy for this event. I mean, it really has been an incredible rate at which Dubai City has come out to meet the circuit that was half an hour out of town.
I lived in Murdoch back in those days, because that was like where you lived. and it was a 40-minute drive out on a 2-lane road. Now from Murdoch, it's 6 lanes either way on the 311, which you can see when we get the shots tonight in the background. Yeah, we used to be out in the sticks. Now we're the suburbs. There are more suburbs behind us now, all the way out to Emirates Road, which is the 611, which is 5 kilometres behind me.
The old phrase, you can't stand in the way of progress, but it seems particularly rapid in Dubai. Well, in fact, the United Arab Emirates as a whole.
You actually have to run out of the way of it. As I said to Eve and John when they're trying to find their way here, I said, Google Maps update every streets every
day,
every 72 hours. Dubai updates streets every 6 hours.
Brilliant. Looking back at the leaders, or the kind of leading gaggle of cars, they're all BMWs, but I noticed they're all favouring names starting with A as well. We have Augusto, Ahmad, Anthony and Alexander. That is Farfus, Al-Hati, McIntosh and Bukansov, and 3 of those names drive BMWs. Bukansov's doing splendidly well, though, in his Haas RT Audi, running in 4th position, ahead of another Beamer, though. The other one from Team WRT, the Belgian squad, although aligned with the Bavarian manufacturer these days, and Thomas Kiefer should not be overlooked because he's within, well, a minute of Ahmad Al-Hati. So that means just over a minute, I think, now separating the top 5 places. But considering we're nearly 5 hours into this, it's still great for us. However, it does seem like it's favouring one manufacturer at this point, and difficult for those fans of Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari and others. There's still an Audi with a shot at it. The Haas RT car, we must remember, is an AM entry, so will naturally drop a little further down.
Every winner of this race, car-wise, has been a German manufactured car. So McLaren are the 77 McLaren currently in the fuel bay. Optimum Motorsport in 8th position. Can they get there? Can they break the 20-year German domination of this event?
Which would be truly something, but at the moment the order of play suggests not. Purely because, I mean, BMW have a fast car, but they also have them in high numbers as well. So if 1 or 2 were to fade away through reliability problems, from a customer point of view, BMW still in a very, very happy place. Admittedly, still very early on in this event, but the signs are good, with just over 19 hours still to go.
Only 19 hours. Let's have a look at 992. Seb Jalou Racing currently leading that in 24th position in the 910 car. Tierra Outdoor Racing by far. Ralph Popplebuzz at the wheel of that in 2nd in 992. Stephen Paulette in the Red Ant Racing 992. 3rd in that and leading the AM category. Just keeping an eye on Red Camel Jordans. Now, remember, they polled this car. They polled it down in Abu Dhabi for the Michelin 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. Got taken out at turn 5 on lap 1. And they're down in 6th position at the moment. 6 pit stops for them. The other Porsche from Seb Jalou Racing leading the way, only 4 pit stops for them. So are they hedging their bets on fuel? Are they running longer from those code 60s that we've already had to just outside, because they can run a lot further into their stint than the GT3 car?
And by the way, in the 910 Seb Jalou Racing car, you might have mentioned this, but Mathis Jobert has now been installed, who is going to be a Genesis Magma driver in Hypercar this year, let us not forget. So he was the standout star in LMP2 for the Genesis Magma, while EDEX Sport aligned with Genesis Magma, and a chance to get some Hypercar drivers in training. But I also remember Jobert being an absolute star in qualifying at this event 12 months ago, when he was put in for Q2, I think it was. He topped the times, and I have to admit, I didn't really know who he was at the time. But he was front and centre on my radar after qualifying on the Friday here last year, and then he goes and has a stonking year in 2025, which actually saw that car win the 2 opening events in ELMS. So Seb Lejeune in a wonderful position. Not only do they lead that class, but they've now just put Jobert in, and it'll be fun to catch up with him after a stint or two in car number 910, 23rd in the overall order, but in a strong spot in the Cup class.
2 seconds a lap quicker than the next car in that thing, so he's doing the work now.
Yeah.
With that experience that he has. And GTX, it's still the Ginetta. They had a failure down in Abu Dhabi. That's the 795 Michael Simpson at the wheel of that magnificent sounding car. Leading that way from the GT3 Poland entry, Gustav Wineski at the wheel of the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Then the Rossa that was leading earlier on, and it's great to have Amna Al-Khabaisi at the wheel of the Rossa racing car. I think this is her first stint in a 24-hour event. Also, her first stint as a racing driver with a roof over her head. She's come out in totally karts and single-seaters.
Well, her dad will be able to pass on a little bit of it, I suppose. And I'm sure, you know, she's been... How old is Amna now? Amna now? Late teens, early 20s, so she'll be driving on the road for a good few years as well. So, you know, the confined environment will not phase her in one iota. But I suppose driving Ligiers has helped as well.
Yes, it's the Ligier thing with her sister. They're sharing those drives, and she did the W Series and the F1 Academy as well. So
and that would have been when W Series had the halo too.
Yes,
so there's a bit of a distraction there that you've got to work your way around.
But she's a pro. She's a professional. She can probably jump in anything and make it go quick.
Right.
And that's just her adapting to what it is. And also now being part of a team. She's been a team with one teammate, which is her sister, but now working with a group of other drivers where you have to compromise your setup to make sure that everybody's happy, that they can all reach the pedals, do all the right things, all the data's in the right place, etc., etc. It's a difficult thing, especially when you've got 5 drivers like that team has, and English isn't the first language of a lot of them.
No.
And how do you pass that information on?
The Al-Khabaisi sisters are also great crack on social media. Whenever they sit down and have an interview together, it's actually very difficult to get any sense out of them because they're just too busy bantering with one another. And there's clearly been that competitive spirit between the two of them from a very early age.
Yep, and it continues on today. Alex Santov just had a big moment there under brakes down into turn 10. The Audi got very, very squirrely, still running in 4th position, second in GT3 AM. Has been up the top or thereabouts for the last probably 2 hours now, as we're working our way towards the top of the hour. As this race continues on, started at 1 o'clock this afternoon, 6 hours in, 1/4 of the race has been done. And I still don't have any idea how it's playing out.
There is a pattern forming, and it's favouring a certain manufacturer in terms of how numerous that they are in the top 5, i.e. BMW, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 5th. And Audis are mopping up the other top 6 places. So Haas RT 4th, Santilok Junior Team just pitting from 6th position after a good steady stint from Stefan Tribordini. And then the next manufacturer that we perhaps should be wary of is a Porsche, but more importantly in the hands of Herbert Motorsport. And Alfred Renauer, one of the twins of family Renauer, brings the 269 car in now then from 7th position, with 19 hours still to go. And it is a 1-2 formation for Paradigm competition, but they are 30 seconds apart as it's getting dimmer and dimmer outside our global broadcast centre. Little bit of dust, I suppose, in the distance, but that's not fog at this point. We are expecting some overnight fog and maybe just before sunrise, which could hamper visibility. We really hope it doesn't have an impact in the flow of this race, particularly when that's when some of the quicker times are expected. Audi number 2 working its way through turn 10 at the end of the back straight is the Alexander Bukantsov car, that sky blue and white Haas RT Audi. that is trying to hang on to the coattails of these 3 BMWs, namely Anthony McIntosh. And that's an interesting fight to observe, actually. There's only 4 seconds between McIntosh, who is a bronze, Bukantsov is a bronze, and Alexander Bukantsov, very experienced in LMP3 machinery, with some success over the years in the Road to Le Mans event, for example. The other great thing about an endurance race where we have some steady amounts of green is that gives opportunity for certain teams to get off strategy compared to 1 or 2 others. So a pit stop now for the 6th place car of Tribodini. I mentioned Alfred Renauer coming in as well, 7th place Herbert car, and we've got that uneven element to the race now. It was really kind of set by Rob Huff, pitting 15 minutes earlier than we might have expected in the 31 car, and we do think that was deliberate, just to try and avoid that busy and remember, confined fueling area. Fuel's done in a different location from the garages, as is typical for the 24H series events. So you do your stop, then you go up to the fueling area where there are only 10 pumps available. And Simon Hill, it makes sense to try and not be there when everybody else is. It's because you could very easily lose time in a pit stop, which is crucial, particularly early on in the race.
Absolutely, and we saw an example of that with the Purex Racing a car coming in relatively early on, and I came down the pit lane ready to go in for a fuel stop, and then basically had to do a little hook around the cones at the exit of the pit lane to rejoin the circuit because the fuel stops were completely full. So it's an interesting thing that the teams have to try and work out, because certainly I saw it happen last year where teams would have their fuel team that are at the pumps, usually 2 personnel that were working the pumps, would be in radio contact with the crew, the engineers, and probably the chief mechanics, and maybe even the drivers, and say, you know, head back round again, you know, do another loop, because you are going to be just sitting there twiddling your thumbs, metaphorically speaking, which is not an ideal situation for anyone. So myself, Simon Hill, and Ben Constanduros in the box for a little while now to keep you informed with how things are going. As Johnny mentioned a moment ago, the light is fading. We are starting to get into the twilight hour. Could this be argued the golden hour in terms of performance? Is that perhaps the case, Ben?
There are 2, aren't there, in any 24-hour race? One in the evening and one in the morning. But it felt like last night, and I think John Hindhoff in the pits mentioned this earlier, that in qualifying last night there was a moment where the track seemed to drop off, that suddenly the Mercedes were 1 second off, even in a qualifying session, a shootout session that only lasted half an hour. But it did feel as though suddenly the track lost performance, and I feel as though we are beyond that time. Well, it was this time last night that we had that session, and it feels as though perhaps that moment has disappeared now. And it's very difficult to know, because you have all kinds of different drivers on different stint lengths with their tyres and capacity with their fuel. So yes, we've got Augusto Farfus there out in the lead, but his tyres have done 34 laps. He's coming to the end of the stint, so the car is in theory light. Let's see what happens if we get a driver of his caliber on a new set of tyres, but obviously therefore full of fuel.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm just looking down the list as we speak of who's in the cars at the moment, and yeah, some of the the factory drivers, the absolute real superstars on in the cars at the moment. Obviously, one of the key factors in that, as the other commentators will have shared with you, just to reiterate, is the drive time is limited for the pros. So we heard it right early on in the race when Luke Hartog was interviewed by Carla, and he was talking about how, not fussed about what everybody else is doing, we just focus on our race, which is understandable with a team of Herbert's experience. That's a logical thing to do. But also, he made the point of not knowing when he was going to be used again, when he was most valuable to the team in terms of him being, the quickest driver in the car, and therefore going to be maximised as and when they need him. But could only limit it to 6 hours for the pro driver. One of the interesting twists this year is I was talking to Andrew Bentley during the break when I was off comms for a little while. I went down and had a wander down to the pit lane and talked to a few of the teams and drivers that I know. Andrew Bentley, as we know, has been a last-minute call-up for Ginetta and is doing a fabulous job stepping in with virtually no experience of the car and very limited of the circuit. In fact, this is his first time here, and he was explaining to me there's only done a 25-hour race in a Fun Cup at Spa. It's the only similar event he's done. But the point is that the AM drivers, whether they're a Spirit of AM, an AM, or an AM Plus, between them they have to do 4 hours. Last year it was 2 hours.
Yeah.
And so obviously that changes the strategy massively in terms of how you can't maximise the time of the semi-pros. The semi-pros were given pretty much a carte blanche of doing as much driving as they needed to, and as we know, there are some semi-pros are as quick and arguably in some cases quicker than the pros. So it's actually a massive tactical advantage if you've got a lot of semi-pros in the car.
Third member of our broadcast team for the next hour or so is Carla Velti down in pit lane. Carla, what have you got for us?
I am back indeed, and I just witnessed quite a bizarre situation. The Volkswagen, which we have on track as well, was just coming into the pit lane. It stopped right at the beginning of the pit lane. I couldn't quite see why. It headed on. His team was waving for him to come in and get the tires changed, and he almost drove by. Unfortunately, I don't have a camera with me right now, so we didn't catch that. But that almost ended up in the driver having to do another lap because, he almost missed his own team. And the other thing is right now, it is getting really, really hard down here to recognize the cars. We are reaching the point where the headlights are so bright, even though there's still light out, but the headlights are so bright compared to the light. I'm, first of all, being blinded down here in the pit lane, and second of all, it's not easy to recognize which cars are out. So kudos to you guys up in the comms box that you still recognize which cars are in and out, because it's getting
when you just see the headlights coming towards you, as Carla has said, it is pretty blurring. They're incredibly bright, these LED lights that all of these modern race cars use. Just like when you're driving on the road and somebody comes towards you on full beam, it's pretty hard to see what's what. But the advantage we have up here is most of the cars have an illuminated light panel on the side, on top of which in the screens, as you'll have seen, it will tell you what position the car is running in, which then alternates with the three-letter acronym, for the three-letter abbreviation rather, for the driver that's on board at the time. So that gives us a little bit of advantage, but in Carla's defence, it's pretty hard to see that until the car is either right on top of you in the pit lane, or in our case, we can see it from a distance here on the screen. So a little bit easier to understand as the 27 car of Thomas Kiefer in the WRT BMW in the more traditional BMW Motorsport style colours or livery is getting stuck in, as we see the 10 car, and now Ralf Spohn on board the Herbeth Motorsport car. They're running in 5th and 6th place at the moment, Ben.
So the car that Carla was talking about, the Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR DSG, run by Asbest Racing, what is the 103 machine. The reason why it stopped at the start of pit lane would have been to serve a 30-second time penalty for not respecting the speed of 60 kilometers an hour at the end of the countdown. It was issued to them. It was issued to them a long time ago, but you don't have to serve within 3 laps. The old F1 rule. You've got a good few hours, so that's why sometimes there are plenty of penalties overhanging certain teams that get sorted later on. But yes, he also missed his pit box as well. Going back to what you were talking about just before we heard from Carla regarding the driver limits of each individual class. Let's just go through that quickly because it can be confusing, and it definitely shapes the way that these races are attacked by the teams, how they choose which driver to go in at which individual point. So get your pencils out, everybody, because this is what you need to know moving forward the next 18.5 hours. In the GT3 class, if you are a full GT Pro team, and you do not have a pro driver, you can do anything you like. If you have a pro driver and you have an AM Spirit or AM driver in that pro car, and that is possible, then that AM driver needs to do 4 hours minimum the pro drivers as a whole must do half of the race. Sorry, can only do less than half of the race, a maximum duration of 12 hours. So effectively, if you have an AM driver in a pro category car, then they must do the other half. But each individual can do a minimum only of 4. In Pro-Am, there are loads of different conflagrations of how that works. But an AM Spirit, an AM driver, an AM Plus must do a minimum of half the race if you are a Pro-Am entry, whether you've got a pro driver or you haven't. If you have an AM Spirit driver, that changes slightly because the AM Spirit driver and AM driver combined must do 8 hours. If you do not have an AM driver, then the AM Spirit driver must do 4 hours. The pro drivers must do a third, as we have a yellow flag out at turn number 10. And those regulations also are replicated in the 992 category. And in GTX, GT4, TCE, it's a little bit easier. There is a Porsche facing the wrong direction. That is in 971, which is Arta Simonde for Raban by Fulgenzi, down in 5th position in 992. And actually, another car with what I would suggest is a greater problem. Sparks coming out maybe the left front of the number 24, down in 21st position, and that is it's not Michael Doppelmayr, it is Rafael Duran in the dynamic Porsche. And I think that may be a puncture where the rim is now grating along the circuit. But that is not actually the reason for our yellow flag. It's very spectacular in night conditions when you've got the rim touching the tarmac and creating those sparks. But I think it is less dramatic, perhaps, than it looks in the night. And that might simply be a delamination of the tyre, and now the rim is catching the ground. But as I say, that's not the reason for our yellow flag, and that will be upgraded, I should say, to a code 60. So because of the other stationary car, code 60 out on circuit, Carla, prepare yourself. It's about to get very busy with you.
Well, what we did see whilst that was happening was the race leader, Augusto Farfus, in the 991 had come in. And
perfect.
That was, I think they're in fuel as we speak. It says that there are currently 4 cars in the fuel area, and 9 in the pit lane. That's what it says on our timing screen at the moment.
A reminder, therefore, that Farfus will only get 15% of his allocation, as will Team WRT.
I think he might have got in and out in time, because look, Kellett's in the car and gone now. I think he might have just got there and out before the code 60 was thrown.
No, he done the first part, so we got it serviced, new tyres. But when you're in fuel and the code 60 gets cooled, then if you have more than 15%, then the fueling stops. Yep. So his whole pit stop was only 3 minutes. It should be more like 4.5. And be nice to talk to Augusto Farfus, who's just got out of that car. Let's go down to Carla, who's with him.
Indeed, I am with the driver we just talked about, Augusto. First of all, how are you doing? You look a little bit sweaty. You okay?
Yeah, I just did almost a double stint. Car is feeling good, I think, as the temperature is dropping. It's kind of coming towards us. Pretty happy with the stint. I think still 20 hours to go, so 18 hours to go. So a long shot, but we are looking strong. So let's try to keep our nose clean, execute all the stops, and let's see what the race will bring to us.
What is your thinking right now? So you just came in, we have a code 60 right now. What is your thought in that very moment? Good or unlucky?
Well, I think we got just the last bit of the code 60 while we were in the pit. We tried to stretch as much as we could the stint, but it was just not possible to go another lap, which would have been then very, very good. But unfortunately, that's it. So I think we're still on the lead, still a long way. Sometimes we might be lucky with the code 60, sometimes not so much. But at the moment, it seems things are going well. So I'm very pleased. I was last minute call here in Paradigm. So let's try to to finish the weekend with a smile.
So for the ones so exactly the differences in cars. So the BMW, does it feel happier in the colder temperatures that we are going to experience now, or is it happier in the heat? How does the BMW feel out there?
Well, this goes a little bit track by track. I have the feeling here in Dubai, the colder temperatures help our car. So, but we haven't done a full night yet, so let's see. If you come back tomorrow at 6 in the morning, I'll be able to tell you if our car likes the night or not.
I will definitely look for you tomorrow morning. Have a good night.
Thank you.
What a lovely man Augusto Farfus is. Spent many a year with him in the World Touring Car Championship, where he was a mainstay and where he established his relationship with BMW. Nearly, what do we say, nearly 15 years ago, he has become a BMW driver and has been a BMW driver ever since, having spent a little bit of time as Gabriele Tarquini's teammate at Alfa Romeo is the young charger then, the crazy Brazilian, and he has just developed into a wonderful human being and a very, very reliable and fast driver.
Yeah, of course, part of BMW's DTM team as well, and then went on to be involved with their WEC program, so hugely experienced. Now, this perhaps explains where the damage came for 24.
Yeah, well, two cars parked on the side of the road. We caught the second one, the number 24, moving again, but I think that's broken rear suspension on the 971. That's why it could not move any further and will be recovered back to the pit lane. It looked like also the fuel bay getting pretty congested from our drone shot just a few moments ago, and that's a concern for those trying to go there. Now it looks a little bit better. You know, every second counts, every second it changes. This has worked really, really well, by the way, for the car of Darren Lung, the 992. They pitted just before this Code 60. The last part of it was under yellow flag, and then he did a full service. Tyres and 5 minutes of fuel, came out into circuit, Code 60, bang. So, all right, he hasn't been able to catch up anyone else, and it's not going to initially show that it is a positive. But everybody fueling right now is only getting 15%. Maybe Augusto Farfus in the 991 got a little bit more than that before, because he was in the fueling area before, and then when Code 60 hit, it shut off. But everybody now, these ones we're watching, are only getting 15%, and you can't get another 15% any longer. That is a rule that's changed, so they have to wait for the next Code 60 to get any more fuel, or obviously under green flag conditions. We have had around an hour's worth of Code 60 now. It's not going to, well, it may rival Abu Dhabi, because that's, in terms of percentage of race, that was a huge amount of Code 60 there. But this is Code 60 number 6.
Yeah, total time 54 minutes and 45 seconds and counting is what it says on the timing screen at the moment, Ben, which is, yes, I mean, when you look at that in that context, you think about how that affects strategies, when we can get the fuel, when you come in for tyres, how much fuel you're going to get because of the reduction in fuel flow during the Code 60, all of these factors. You can see what Carla was saying about the how difficult it is to identify the cars when they're in the pitch. You can see from a distance, you get this this just glow of lights coming in, and that's a very frustrating sight to see. Whenever you see a car being winched away like that, you know that that's almost certainly the end of that car's race. Hugely sad for those guys and girls in that team. And yeah,
it's going to be left front contact with rear right contact, right? Dynamic being given a penalty for causing a collision. That could just be a tracking arm on the rear right corner of the 971. So yeah, it's going to fall out of contention, but it's possible that they can get that fixed and head back out quite quickly.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, until you actually get the thing back, you really don't know. Sometimes you can get really lucky. I've seen it before in other categories where you see a wheel flapping all over the place and it's just a toe link or something relatively simple. You know, mid-race, you know, even in a short race like a touring car race, they can get the wheel off, you know, put it back together and get it back out after a lap or two. So I think we may have a little bit more info from our friend Carla.
Actually, I saw something that you didn't see because there is no camera with me down here in the pit lane right now, and it's actually a question I'm going to throw back to you guys. So the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan ST Evo 2 with the number 710 just came in, and I witnessed them being all rushed and worried because the number was not on attached to the side door anymore. It was the passenger side, not the driver's side. And they also adjusted some sort of LED lights to it in hopes to illuminate the whole thing. Now, question to you guys, is that a rule? Numbers need to be on and visible at all times. Is that a reason for a car to come in?
Absolutely. I mean, it harks back to the days where you had manual lap charters sitting beside the circuit, needing to see those numbers to be able to register a car across a lap before the days of electronic timing and all this. And in theory, the corner workers also need to see the numbers on the cars for when naughty things happen, like contact and people being pushed off the circuit. So to identify the cars, the numbers are vital. They have a very clever way of illuminating themselves, but sometimes it is true that they fail. And so, yes, if that car went out and did not have a number on one side or the other, then it would be black flagged and told to fix it.
Yeah, it used to be once upon a time. I remember back at Le Mans, watching Le Mans as a kid when it was in the days when drivers would really try not to have their headlights on until they absolutely had to. They'd be driving into the dark. Now, obviously, the regulations are just to save fuel, because obviously it's using energy, isn't it? So it's like those people who drive along on a rainy day or on a foggy day without their lights on because they think they're saving a bit of fuel.
Really?
Yeah. It's called a clown button that people have on there. So, yeah.
Did not know that was
There's quite a lot of them about, unfortunately. Right, sorry, look, I think Carla was, sorry, just dribbling on while Code 60 going on. Carla had a little bit more info for us.
I am currently sat with someone who is quite happy right now, I would say. I mean, okay, he's correcting me, he's not happy, but in a situation that this car, the Toyota with the number 444, was in, this is good news. Your car is moving out to the pit lane. Can you give me an update? What was going on with your Toyota?
Yeah, we've lost quite a lot of time. The guys have done a great job and got the car back out, which is super top effort. Just traffic, and we just tripped over a GT3 car and went straight in the back of one, which was really frustrating. So we damaged the radiator. The guys have changed it, the system, so we go again.
So the goal now is to finish the race, no matter what position in, just to get through?
Yeah, 100%. And you know, it's not over. There's a long way to go. It's only 6:30. You know, we've just started to get in the darkness, and we all know what happens in Dubai in the dark.
That is indeed true. Will you be on driving in the night, Reese?
Yeah, I'll be back on a bit later on now, so get some food, get some rest, and get recharged.
Do that, and I'll talk to you later.
That was Reese Lloyd there for the Circuit Toys 4x444. I was looking at the entry list thinking, I wonder which of the Brits is that? But
that was definitely Reese.
That was definitely Reese Lloyd.
I saw Reese on the grid chatting to Dario Franchitti, and basically...
Did you understand what they were saying?
Of course I did, yeah. And Reese was basically saying, it's really cool, I'm on the same grid as Dario Franchitti, one of my heroes. And Dario, being a cool dude that he is, was just sort of politely saying, oh, it's very sweet of you. And they had a photo together, so I'm sure Reese is enjoying being on the grid, even though they've had a tough time. But Circuit Toys is one of the coolest names for a team. I like that an awful lot. That's a great name for a race team.
Talking of Dario Franchitti, we have not seen Dario Franchitti yet in the car, have we?
I don't think Sean Lynn is in the car at the moment. I know
we've seen Max.
Both Max and Huffy have been in the car. Huffy started the car, of course. The legend, sorry, that is Rob Huff, started the car. And now we're going racing again, Ben. So we got a green flag, and we have 18 hours and 34 minutes and 10 seconds and counting remaining of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, and we are starting to watch with interest how it unfolds. At the moment, it's Audi, BMW, Porsche, Ferrari. That's our top 6 overall and in GT3.
Yes, and 669 has older tyres on. I need to actually have a look to see if there anyone who ignored that code 60, because if they didn't, then we're sort of reset, and this is a more an order that sort of replicates reality. Looking at the strategy software that I've managed to get my hands on, obviously we know about Paradine and the 991 not being fueled particularly full, but came in before the Code 60, so they will have some more fuel, as will Team WRT 669. Herbert came in twice under Code 60. So I think the real winner in terms of a car that can go a long distance will be the 992 Paradine BMW that pitted just before the Code 60, and then you go all the way down to Tsunami RT, which is their 79 Porsche. They ignored the Code 60 completely, so they I don't know quite why, because they haven't pitted for a long time, but they ignored the pit stop, ignored the opportunity. Herbert 269 and Santaloc 18, but we're down in 19th, 20th place there. So perhaps the top contenders all get a chance to put a bit of fuel in, and certainly for a lot of them get a new set of tyres as well.
Yeah, if you look at the top 6, they've got 2 laps, 2 laps, 3 laps, 11 laps, 2 laps, 1 lap in terms of their tyre age. That's from the top to the 6th. Alim Geshev in the Haas RT, sharing the car with James Winslow. The British driver is one of the reasons why Alim is racing. He's been coached by James and has raced in the Gulf Radical Cup out here. He's based in the UAE, and in fact, speaking with James earlier, he's basically all of the drivers that are in that car with him are drivers that James has either worked with or coached or brought along through his driver development and program. You see the JWR on the side of that light blue Haas RT. That is the James Winslow Racing, and James has been one of those professional drivers that has just established himself through a combination of being exceptionally good at what he does, very quick, but also working in lots of diverse ways here where he's based. Although he did tell me earlier that he hasn't actually had a permanent base since 2019. He's been living out of hotels and traveling around the world, so he's just in the process of buying a house out here, or buying a flat rather, in Dubai. So a very nomadic experience, I would suggest, or existence rather, for James. But he's bringing these drivers on brilliant. They're doing a superb job, and it'll be interesting to see that what Alim does now he's in the car.
He's holding on nicely, but he does have Christopher Haase and James Kellett and Kelvin van der Linde behind him, so that is a staunch test for Alim, and they aren't that far behind. I think the gap between Gashev and Haas is just 5.8 seconds. Yeah, so that was a big chunk of time lost on that first lap. James Kellett had a slow last lap, but that's because I think it included the Code 60 time, so we await the 2 BMWs, the 991 and the 669, to come over the line to see how far they're behind. 24 seconds. In fact, they're locked together, James Kellett and Kelvin van der Linde, so that is very entertaining. And van der Linde weaving around in the mirrors of James Kellett, also probably trying to get a bit of temperature into the tyres. Goes for a late dive into turn 1, but there is no space for him for the moment. We'll monitor this. It's very, very tight between 2 separate teams running the BMW. And in fact, let's stick with it, because Kelvin is going to make this happen, going down into the sequence of turns down 5 and 6, and there's not quite any space there. But I imagine James Kellett doesn't know that it's Kelvin van der Linde, because if you do, then you tighten up a bit, don't you?
Probably a little bit. I mean, let's be honest, Kelvin is one of the finest GT drivers in the world, certainly in a BMW, and GT World Challenge champion amongst other things, and the Intercontinental GT World Challenge champion as well. So absolute superb driver. Him and his brother Sheldon, who's obviously busy out in Daytona, nephews of Etienne van der Linde, which is the driver that I know from when I used to race against him back in the 90s in Formula Renault. But yeah, Kellett, real test of his character racing against that guy.
And now he can follow him. The pass has been made. Let's go down to Carlo Velti.
I am being your eyes and ears down here, since I don't have a camera with me. 2 things happened more or less at the same time. As we speak, I am watching the Lion Speeds GP Porsche car being sort of repaired. The front right appears to be a bit off, and they're looking at the inside of the car as well, while the wheels are being changed, new boots for that car as we speak, but there is something they're not happy with. They're looking deep into the car on the front right, so that's why you will see a bit longer time spent in the pit lane with that car. The other thing is the Raptan by Fulgenzi Porsche just came in, and I saw Arthur Simonde get out of the car and being visibly frustrated and sort of hurt by what happened out there on track. The rear right end of that white and yellow Porsche is very bent in. Pretty much every mechanic is sat on the floor right now looking underneath the car. I hear banging, I hear working on the car, so I don't think that this will be a very quick fix. Nonetheless, they're doing everything they can, and as soon as the drivers and especially Arthur have cooled off a little bit, I will try to get a word in and hear what exactly happened. But yeah, both cars, both Porsches I just mentioned, are still here. And
banging is a good sign. That means they are making an effort to get that car out as we follow Christopher Haase chasing down Alem Gishev. Now Gishev's got past quite a hefty bit of traffic there, including Roman Rusinov in his Rossa Racing. And I think in a couple of corners' time, we might see a change for the lead here. Again, Haase on the flashes. There's a big gap to Van der Linde and Kellett in third and fourth position, 20 seconds. So they're not going to join this party quite yet. But it is looking almost inevitable, and I think it is probably inevitable considering the levels of Haase versus Gishev. But where will it happen? Probably into turn one, because they come around the final corner now. The Lumirank flashes, meaning he is the leader of his class. Gishev round the final turn in the number 2 Audi, and already right on the tail is Christopher Haase down the main straight in the slipstream. Looks to the right-hand side. It's the inside into turn number 1, and Alem Gishev will do a really good job of not defending this too much and just simply follow that BMW to see what he can learn from one of the best in the world. Let's get down then to Carlo Velti, who has the driver of the 971 that unfortunately has damage to the car and in the pits.
Indeed I have. Arthur, I can see you're frustrated with the situation. Can you tell me what happened out there? How did that feel for you physically?
Yeah, I mean, we were having a great race. It's a pole-sitting car in our class. Excellent setup. The guys had worked all week to get us to this point. And yeah, like I said, the race was going really well. Turned into turn 10 the same way I have been for the past 2 hours, and I guess a GT3 had completely missed his brake marker and completely obliterated the side of our car. It looks like it may be repairable, so maybe we get back out, but I mean, at this point, it's hard to see how we can recover from where we were. So overall, really unfortunate, and it's a shame it happens this way.
I will keep this brief so you can cool down in case you can go back out soon and you had time to rest, but good luck for the rest of the night.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, understandably incredibly frustrating for the drive. When you're on the receiving end of that kind of contact, I had a similar conversation with Jim Geddy, who was in the Ferrari at the start of the race that got caught up in somebody else's accident. The 25 into Africa, racing by Dragon car that we saw coming in, ended up with a broken intercooler as a result of contact from the other cars that got involved in that. So, yeah, endurance racing, as we know, by definition, by the name is killer is in the question, as they say. It is about keeping out there and keeping going. And when you see contact, especially even now at a relatively early stage of the race, it's beyond frustrating. Obviously, the 24 car clearly wasn't intentional, but it was a really unfortunate situation for everybody involved.
This circuit, Simon, looks to me as though it encourages that idea that you can sneak down the inside of someone as somebody else takes the racing line, swooping around the outside. And sometimes you don't necessarily see that person sneaking up the inside because it's in the blind spot. Like thinking down at turn 6 and 7, you've got this double apex tight right-hander. If you want to get past a slower car, you just just hold the apex a little bit tighter and you get the overlap. But it's so easy there in those situations to then have contact.
Well, also, if you talk to a lot of the drivers, that are certainly the experienced GT drivers and endurance drivers, they'll say, you know, the onus is on the overtaken car. What you really want is the driver that you're catching, being overtaken, to continue being consistently doing what they're doing. So they're going to take the racing line that they would normally take. You, as the overtaking driver, in most cases, have to judge, if I'm going to go down the inside of that driver, I need to make sure it's done well before the driver tries to turn in, to protect yourself and them from that kind of scenario. So you would suggest, and again, without seeing the exact incident, that the 24 driver maybe it just was a bit late in positioning the car there. Arthur, that we just heard from, obviously, as he said, I'm just doing the same thing I've done every lap, and Clee wasn't expecting it. You know, obviously, you need awareness as a driver. You need to be aware of where everybody else is, whether if they are coming down the inside of you, you need to give yourself protect yourself, defensive driving, if you want to call it that, from that situation. But obviously, you can't see everything. As you quite rightly said, you're going to get people sometimes in your blind spot. So it's extremely unfortunate, but you do, without seeing the absolute evidence, Ben, I think we'll probably both agree, you would think it's probably on the onus of, especially the quicker car in a GT3, making sure that move is done early enough, so that the driver being passed rather, is going to, you know, have seen them and not turn in.
Into the pits comes Kelvin van der Linde. It wasn't very long ago that Kelvin was in before, during that code 60. So it does mean that they didn't get very much fuel in that car, or maybe he's just chosen to get himself out of traffic. Remember, that was the car that pitted before the code 60 and was in the fuel area when the code 60 fell. So that suggests to me that after 37 laps there wasn't very much fuel in the car, and it also suggests to me that James Kellett may well have to do the same thing in a few laps time, and that doesn't bode particularly well for those two BMWs that will now find themselves, let's see how far they drop down, but will find themselves a bit further down. Yes, Kelvin missing his team, so he's driven straight to the fuel area, and now under green flag conditions can get a full fill, but that will take him the best part of 2 laps.
Yeah, it's usually, as we said, it's usually around about 3 minutes for a full fill, isn't it? Now, obviously, as we've discussed several times, it depends on which category of car you've got. Look at this just on the screen for a moment. You can see the rear view camera on the left of the screen. You see where it says plus 2.8, etc. That is the V-box, which is telling you what your gaps are. But on the left, you can't see it very clearly now, but there's a screen which is effectively a rear view screen, rear view camera, that the drivers can see the cars that are closing on them. It's particularly useful in something like World Endurance Championship, where they would have a hypercar or maybe an LMP2 car at Le Mans coming up and closing for them. And in a moment, or we did see it a minute ago, so if you're watching at home, you might even be able to do a little rewind and see it. You'll see a green arrow which highlights the car, a little kind of like watch this space of where the car is as Haase comes in at the end of that lap from the lead.
Van der Linde still in the fueling area. Christopher Haase, I think, is about to join him there. James Kellett surely is going to do the same thing quite soon. And I would suggest that the Audi will need to do something similar. Many of the competitors actually at the sharp end of the field will need to do something similar. And this is going to elevate Darren Lung into a really strong position. Let's see where Kelvin van der Linde comes out versus Darren Lung. That's the important factor right now. It's nice and quiet in the fuel area. There's nobody around. They're able to drive around the permanent installations in the middle, which is actually here to refuel your supercar when you come here and play in Dubai. But because these are specific systems to Creventic, they install theirs on the outside of this fuel area.
Now, interestingly, you can see the mechanics there just making sure Motor Park get another penalty. They seem to have had a few penalties today, Motor Park, haven't they? Not least of all, they had a drama, obviously, the car stopping earlier, which didn't help. But yeah, the mechanics will pull the car in, make sure that the driver's in the correct position, do the fueling to the maximum that's available for that particular car at the best fuel rate that they're allowed to have. One of the things on the balance of performance that we hear talked about a lot is not just the amount of fuel, but also the fuel flow rate, how quickly that fuel can flow So you might be like a 120-litre tank, for example, on some of the Cup cars, but you're only allowed to fill to like 110 potentially.
But you can actually fill to capacity, so you could, for instance, completely fill a car, and then you can take another 15%, as we see the Rosser Racing car have a full 360 and spit some flame as it gets back started again. That's just a little bit of excess fuel sitting in the exhaust as it does its spin, and nice and spectacular. Need more spitting flames out of race cars.
Let's go back to the 80s with all those turbo cars firing huge great globs of flame out the back of them in Formula One and Group C and various other things. That was a look that we all remember with effect. Well, I certainly do, but I'm old. So anyway, that's the 710 car that we've seen being super competitive, still very much in the mix in the GTX category. Sitting there currently in third position, Fred Roberts on board, the Canadian driver in the Leipert Motorsport car. Leading GTX, Michael Simpson, the managing director of Ginetta Cars, been a Ginetta team player, team member, team staff member, driver for many, many years. I remember meeting Michael first at Snetterton Winter Series race in 2008 when he was racing what was then the brand new Ginetta G50.
Oh, I knew him before then.
Did you? Karting?
Yeah. Big man in karting, and then he won the Michelin scholarship for a Renault Clio drive, but had to share it with, I want to say, Ed Peat.
Yeah, Peed.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not quite sure I've got the years right there, but that was his first foray into cars in a very different way to how incredibly successful he was as a karting driver, and now has so many responsibilities within the Ginetta organisation. We should have had Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson in that car. They were on the provisional entry list, but chose not to join us, and that's where they then needed to draft in a couple of last minuters, as we already spoke about with Andrew Bentley. They are the leading GTX car, and they're going to take more of a lead, I tell you, because that Rosser Racing V10 610 horsepower, Roman Rusinov driving that at the moment, doesn't look like it's moving very fast.
Yeah, we'll have to watch to see. Last lap time he did was a 2:11, which I don't think that was the one with the spin. But look at the times that Simo's doing, as everyone knows him, 2:06. Yeah, that's a significant advantage. Now, I wandered down to the Ginetta pits. As I said earlier, I had a little chat with Andrew Bentley and also caught up with Mike, who was just about to jump in for the first of what was going to be a double stint. Jack Mitchell was in the car at the time, another top-line driver, GT2, GT3 and GT4 driver, with a bit of Ginetta history as well. Won the Ginetta Junior Championship way back in 2013, did Jack Mitchell. With a bit of a touring car link. He was sort of a scholarship driver for Motorbase Performance with Airwaves chewing gum down the side of his car. There's another Anorak fact for you, Ben.
What a wonderful sponsor to have. I was once a Ginetta owner. I was a Ginetta owner in 2013.
There you go.
And a Ginetta driver for the most part of 2012. Let's go down to Carla, who is down there. Carla, what have you got for us?
Just a little information I'm sure you will find interesting as well. I just saw one of the Santelok junior junior team mechanics, actually was an engineer, taking the track temperature. So the highest we had today was 29 degrees, and we are down to 22 degrees track temperature here in the pit lane, I must say. Of course, on the race line, temperatures might be a little bit different, but it's interesting to see how much this temperature is actually falling, even though we're in hot Dubai.
I think Carla's a wannabe race engineer.
She knows her stuff, doesn't she? Yeah. She really does. But that 7 degrees...
It's not very warm.
It's not very warm, is it?
No.
I've got shorts on and everything, Ben. I'm most disappointed.
I came to Dubai for some warmth, not 22 degrees track temperature.
I'm used to walking my dog on a frosty morning with, wellies and a big coat and all that kind of stuff, and missing my dog Goldie. Anyway, so...
I mean, Malaysia in December was 45 degrees track temperature, maybe a bit more.
Yeah.
So we're half that here.
So let's actually put a twist on what we were talking about earlier, as we can see the Ginetta on track that we were just talking about there. The stealth Ginetta, as you'll have to call it, a proper Batmobile, isn't it? but what we were saying was obviously, is this the golden hour? As it was getting dark, it's now obviously getting much darker. It's almost fully dark now, and I think that's perhaps starting to answer that. Ben, you've just noticed the lap time that Kellett's just done on a new set of tyres, newish set of tyres.
It's not. It's a newish set of tyres, and I think the thing is, it's a newish set of tyres with not very much fuel. I'm pretty sure he owes us some fuel. So Kellett's able to do a 1:58.7. It's not the best lap that car has done, a 1:58.2. Presumably a little bit earlier on, but the way that that's worked out with Code 60 get a new set of tyres on but not get very much fuel in is allowing lap times to be really, really fast right now. We've also got Marvin Dienst under the 2-minute mark. And by the way, Christopher Hasse and Kelvin van der Linde came back out onto circuit in 8th and 9th position. Hasse ahead of van der Linde by 10 seconds, but they are 26 seconds behind Darren Leung. So that strategy right now, the way it's playing out, is advantage to the 992. Carly, you had some more information for us?
Well, I'm just sat with Alex from the Hofer team right now, and I remember the last time we spoke, or the last time we had an interaction, is when you sprayed me with champagne in Barcelona, winning the 24-hour race there. We're sat here now, watching the screen, paying attention to what is happening. Give me a bit of an insight. What is going on in your mind? What is going on track with your car?
Yeah, remember me on Barcelona brings back great memories. Yeah, but right now we struggle a bit with our performance, to be honest. It started at the start. I did the start stint. I really had to fight with the tires. So we adjusted some parts here, and now we try to fight back. But for sure we lost already quite a bit time to the top. So let's see. We just now start to come in our rhythm. And let's see how the night will work out for us. And then also in Barcelona, I always say it, we just need to survive the night, and then we will see when the sun is coming back out how we can fight.
We do have a few nerds in our YouTube live stream chat that know a lot about what is going on here. When you say you struggled with the tires, can you be a little bit more specific? What exactly was the problem?
I think the biggest problem was that the weather changes. It became cloudy and was not so warm like we expected. And then it is always like difficult to adjust the perfect tire pressure. And that's, I think, we had to find out, is it now the right way? So I had to step in and had to see how it will work out. It was not quite what we expected. So I struggled in the first stint, and then we knew how the tires are working, our pressures. And then we could adjust, and now we are back to pace, but for sure to the top teams from Mercedes and BMW. To be honest, we are not at that speed, so we cannot compete to these pro teams. So we keep focused on our IAM class for sure.
That sounds good. You look quite ready. You have your suit on. You were very focused until the moment I interrupted your focus. Will you be the next one in the car?
Yes, I will be the next one after Max. So we see how it will work out with Code 60. But I'm ready to go, and I'm ready to fight.
Get back into the zone and enjoy it out there.
Thank you very much.
And that's key, isn't it? Because if there is a Code 60, he needs to be ready as soon as that car comes in. And you never know when that's going to happen. So you need to really be half focused, and you really don't need Carlo Velti coming in and distracting you and asking you lots of questions. Great interview, though, because it emphasizes a really important point. These are different cars. Yes, they are a GT3 spec, but GT3 is not a one-make championship. It's got multiple different brands, multiple different engine configurations, and the way that the whole car is set up and driven. And clearly, the weather conditions that we're seeing, and as we go through the night, it's only going to get worse for those cars that don't like the cold, is suiting one brand more than it's suiting others. Mercedes were great yesterday, but it's really BMW that are strong right now with 4 cars in the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the real point that we've seen with Hofer Racing for certainly most of the European season last year with the 24/8 series is that across the race events, whether the 12-hour races that they did a lot of that. They won last year. They won the 24-hour race, of course, in Barcelona by being super consistent, quick enough. Strategy was brilliant, making no mistakes. You know, they had absolutely such a heartbreaking event last time out at Abu Dhabi with the car being damaged very early on. And that combination of drivers they have, in the most cases, pretty consistent. So they're still sitting, and as we heard Alexander say, they're third in the AM class, 10th overall. Max Partle, who's in the car at the moment, is lapping in a 2:03.991 last time round. So no, to sort of just expand on the point that Alexander was making there, lapping between about anywhere between 2 and 4 seconds slower than the real star drivers that are out ahead of them that are in the pro cars. Having said that, Kellett is still lapping in the 58s. He's gone even quicker than the lap that he did before. We saw him do a 58.7 before. He's just done a 58.6, so still just a little bit away from the fastest the car's done, but definitely the fastest that he's done personally. And he is the fastest driver of that leading group by some way, by over a second, in fact by more than 2 seconds in most cases. So he is doing an absolutely outstanding job in that car at the moment.
And it surprises me that he's able to go this long. This is his 14th lap since the last refuel, and if you remember, he came in after a 38 lap stint. In theory, the car must have been absolutely on fumes, and he got some fuel in. The code 60 came, he got probably 2 minutes, so maybe he got half a tank in, and maybe that's the difference. He was able to get half a tank in before he ended up being sent out, because the code 60 came out and stopped the fuel flow. Let's go back down to Carla, who's got somebody who I'm very keen on hearing from, a lady racer who we know from Vortex, because that's what her dad runs and part owns. I think we've only ever seen Solène Amarouche in a Vortex, but this weekend she's in a 992. A struggle?
That's exactly what I'm here for. I want to know how different this driving actually is. Solène, tu as une voiture complètement différente cet week-end comparé que la dernière fois qu'on a parlé. Dis-moi, comment c'est la différence et avoir une tête au-dessus, une voiture au-dessus de la tête? Comment ça marche pour toi?
Alors oui, c'est sûr, c'est complètement différent. On est sur une voiture qui a moins d'aéro, mais du coup qui va accepter beaucoup plus les vibreurs. Et comment on les prend, les vibreurs, c'est assez impressionnant. Mais j'apprécie beaucoup de rouler dans la Porsche. C'est très agréable et très naturel à conduire.
So she's saying that this car is actually really nice to drive. It is impressive how much vibration it actually allows, but she's enjoying herself massively. Comment ça se passait que tu es dans cette voiture maintenant et pas dans la Vortex?
J'ai voulu un peu changer. Le but, c'est de prendre de l'expérience dans différentes voitures. Et les Porsche, c'est une très bonne école, d'autant plus que l'équipage avec qui je suis, ce sont que des professionnels, donc j'apprends encore plus.
So I asked her why or how it came about that she changed from the Vortex to a Porsche, and she said that she wanted to try something new. She wanted to learn from the pros that are actually on these cars. So it's not just to change it up, but to actually learn more. Merci beaucoup, Solène, et bonne chance pour le reste.
Thank you. Bye.
And just a little French lesson for everybody at home, because Carla obviously did a great job there of translating Solène's interview. A vibreur is not vibration, although you would assume it would be, because that's what it sounds like. It's actually curbs. It's the colloquial word for curbs. So she was saying that it was amazing how much curb she could take in her Porsche versus the Vortex. Well, yeah, I imagine. No. I don't want to correct you because obviously doing a fantastic job, but it's a weird one. Why would you call a curb a vibreur? Well, it vibrates the car, so.
Exactly.
Well,
classic French language, that one.
So I learned a little bit of motorsport French when I drove for the Miguel team in the Formula Renault back in the 90s. And all I remember was sur le curb and sur le curb, which is, if I'm correct, understeer and oversteer.
Okay.
So that's what I sort of vaguely remember. But mainly it was lentement, which I think is slow, if I'm correct, in my case.
Oh, you were?
Yes.
Okay. Not please be.
No, exactly. But
I mean, the Elf Racing School was such a massive thing in the late 90s and early 2000s, going to Le Mans and living and working there and learning your craft. I don't know if it still exists, but there is a really good racing school down in Paul Ricard, but it's not that same level because, of course, being sponsored by Elf, you went down there and you hoped after 2 years that you would be an Elf-sponsored driver, as so many had been before. Right, finally, James Kellett comes into the pits.
Yeah, Kellett comes in having done 16 laps. Well, the tyre age showing 16 laps, as we established earlier. That might not be accurate of how many laps he's just done, because it may have done some laps in qualifying. But what we do know is that his lap times were absolutely superb. Kellett, one of the real top young drivers that's been given an opportunity with Darren Lung's Paradigm team to really show just how good he is. So let's have a look at the pit-only time before they get to the end. We would expect to see it around about a minute, 53 seconds, so that's a very, very good stop. And now going through for fuel. So let's see the total pit time and where that drops the 991 car to. Now Marvin Dienst in the Winwood Racing Mercedes, the 81 car up into second place. Alim Geshev, we saw him come through for a fuel stop. 3 minutes 53 was the fuel stop, so he managed to get a full load of fuel on. So that's the leading AM car, third overall, the Haas RT Audi. And Darren Lung now second in category, has been for a while now in the other Paradigm car. So the sister car to our leader, looking to see where that brings him up. He's lapping around about, last time round, around about 6 seconds quicker than the leading car in class. But obviously they're just starting to work themselves out as Geshev rather has just come back out on track.
The one question mark I have about Darren Lung is his last pit stop was 38 seconds, and he spent 35 of it in the pits only. So that was it. That was a second, well, it was his first entry into pit lane during a code 60. I wonder whether he came in to get a top off in that car, having just pitted before the code 60, got to fueling and found it completely full. So had to drive straight through, because that would then account for the 3 or 4 seconds basically that he spent not in the pit lane.
Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. That could be the situation. See if we can maybe get a bit of info a little bit later on as to what that whether that has happened or not. Now looking at,
we've got a code 60.
One of the yes, we have a code 60 now. What's going on there? As we're looking at the TCE car there on track. Is that the asbestos car? Couldn't quite see.
Probably.
I missed the number. Sorry, I should have been paying better attention. I missed the number of whether it was the asbestos car.
If you want to be in TCE, then basically go to ASBES and they'll put you in any of the different categories down in that category. They've got so many different cars, different versions of cars as well. As we go code 60, I can't tell you why. I was waiting to see our tracker to give us some idea.
Yeah, there's nothing obviously on there. Normally you'd see a car stopped somewhere. Let's see if there's any messages. We'll go on to our timing screen and see if there's anything that says that the code. It's debris. Basically, we've just seen there it's debris. Debris will be cleared at multiple turns.
And this is going to hurt James Kellett, who's in there in the fueling area, and again is not going to get a full fuel, because just like what happened 14 laps ago, the code 60 comes out and will interfere and interrupt his fill. Which is very frustrating. Marvin Dienst is right at the end of his stint in second position in the 81. They've got 35 laps on those tyres and 17 laps on the fuel that he had. He pitted last in the last code 60. And then Darren Lung, who has 18 laps on his tyres. And then you've got to go down to the Razon More Than Race. They've got 37 laps on their tyres, and that is a double stinting of those tyres. So that's, I imagine they're going to have to come in and try and get some fuel under this, as well as Max Partel for Hoffa Racing, and the number 11 is in the fueling area.
And look, there's loads of debris here. Look, you can see it all over. It's like something has come off somebody's car. Something is shed, hasn't it? Look at it. You can see the bits and pieces everywhere.
Carl, have you seen anything that's shed down there in pit lane? Because there's a lot of what looks to be light blue bits.
I don't see any shedding, but I was just holding my breath. I think the camera is right on there right now with Seb. So literally, Do you see the pushing back? They are pushing back a car because once again, what happened earlier on happened now to Paradigm. The car almost missed its box, and that's something that happens every now and then. Because in a moment like now, where everyone is coming in, virtually every team is out and doing a pit stop, it is quite easy to miss your box, especially now in the dark. Everything looks sort of the same. So hectic moments here. I'm actually staying a little bit behind because I don't want to get hurt while they are throwing around tires and wheels and whatnot. But yeah, it is a hectic moment down here, and you can really feel the stress and the energy of especially the mechanics who just need to do their absolute best, because in a 24-hour race, every single second counts.
Who has missed his pit box. So he is the main man of that outfit in Team Parker Racing, and it is he that has missed his pit box, had to be pushed back into it, and that is going to cost them quite a bit of time. Thankfully, under code 60, it doesn't hurt quite as much, but it'd be a bit of a disappointment for him. And is he staying in that car? I didn't see a driver change.
I didn't see a driver change. No, I mean, as we both alluded earlier, I haven't seen Dario Franchitti drive that car yet. Definitely seen the other 3 drivers in there, obviously including Sean at the moment. So I'm going to watch to see what the pit time is. Now, normally it's about a minute for a good stop, isn't it? Yeah. And at the moment it's shown 1:54. So could have potentially been a minute that they lost there in that stop, where they had to obviously put the car on the dollies and move it back out again.
Good to see some of these mechanics reacting to cars in the fast lane and releasing everyone safely, because as Carla is alluding to, it is busy down there. It's not the busiest we've ever had. It's not the biggest grid we've ever had for the Dubai 24 Hours, but 65 cars starting and multiple garages being shared. It does mean that in moments like this, where everyone needs a service, it does get very, very busy. I can calculate 8 fuel bays being used right now, so not a lot of space if you want some fuel. Darren Lung is in there getting some fuel right now. He won't be there much longer, I wouldn't have thought, because I would have thought he's already got his 15%. And he was followed in by Luca Rettenbacher for Razon Northern Racing, who was just behind him on the road.
We just saw that car was the car that you mentioned about the mechanic reacting quickly. That was the red and white 14 car that was in the pit lane and now has just gone to fuel. So yeah, that is a little way behind the 992 Paradigm car. Kellett, apparently, from what we can work out, we're waiting for it all to shake out, seems to have come back out in the lead. As you quite rightly said, Ben, it looks quite likely that they got the tyres done okay. We saw that as a 53-second stop, which is about right for a good tyre stop without a driver change, and then it's saying 3:35. So I think
he's got about half a tank.
He got yeah, I think even maybe a little bit more than that. Perhaps I reckon he might have been quite a long way into it before the code 60 stopped play, as it were.
If you look at Darren Lung in the same car, 2:28, he definitely was in there for code 60. So that's your time for 15% then, 2:28.
Yeah, there's a few. Isn't there? Look at the Razon car, that shows 2:22. So around about 2 minutes 20-something seconds would appear to be your kind of 15% fueling rate, which kind of makes sense, doesn't it, when you do the math, as the Americans would say.
Math.
So yeah, let's see if that unfolds the way it is. Code 60 ended in under 1 minute.
I wonder how this is going to play out for Marvin Dietz in the Winward Racing Mercedes, because he's come in and done his pit stop. Yes, he serviced the car under code 60, but now he goes to the fuel area and it's going to go back to green. So he's going to be able to get the whole lot of fuel. He's going to get the first part, the first 15% under code 60, and I'm pretty sure he's going to then be able to do the rest. Now, this is interesting. Does the code 60 end before the 15% ends? Because if the 15% ends before the code 60, he'll have to leave. But if the code 60 ends before he gets 15%, he can stay and get the rest of the fuel. This could be a big moment for Winward.
Yeah, absolutely. That made my brain hurt, you explained.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, it doesn't take a lot with my brain. But here we go. Let's go racing again.
Oh, that's worked out lovely for Winward Racing. Mercedes-AMG, maybe in the pits right now, maybe not moving as like everyone else is, but he will get a full fuel fill. And yes, it's going to drop him down the field, but as things shake out, that's, I think, a nice place to be. Carla, what have you got for us down there?
My gentlemen up there in the com box, I have a challenge for you. I'm stood in front of the Paradigm competition box because you wanted to know why that 992 car did such a short pit lane time, let's call it that, during not the Code 60 just now, but the one before. He smiled at me, the strategist that I spoke to, he smiled at me and said, well, if I told you now, I would have to kill you. But he said that you guys should pay attention because it's not the last time they are going to do that, and maybe you're going to figure out what it is that they're doing with their strategy.
There you go. Thank you, Carla.
Oh, she's left us
hanging. I don't know.
I'm not sure I've got a strong enough brain. What's
definitely
going on?
haven't got a strong enough
Palmer?
brain, that's
I'm
for
not
sure. Ben.
Johnny Palmer's actually listening, but he's probably be able to have a bit more capacity.
So what I'm thinking here, let's try and pick that one apart, shall we, Ben? So it would appear, from what we could work out, that they drove through the pit lane without a tyre stop, which is fairly common when there's the opportunity to fuel, i.e. with perhaps a Code 60. And then, from what we could tell, it looked like it was about a 38-second fuel stop.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't even a 38 fuel stop. It was a total pit was 38 seconds. Pit only was 35. So there was nothing. But does that reset something in the strategy that allows them to? Does it reset drive time? Does it reset tyre time? They didn't change tyres. They wouldn't have had enough time.
No, definitely not. Not within that. As I said, they drove through in 34 seconds, which is.
Did they change driver?
No, definitely not. It was Leung in the car before, and the same with Kellett in the car as well. Kellett's 3:35 pit time suggests that he got most of his fuel in. Last pit 3:35, pit only 53 seconds. So yeah. That would suggest something a little bit different to what we were.
Yeah, that's different. But actually, Christopher Haas has done the same thing. 34 seconds, last pit, 37 seconds. Does last pit is total pit, right? Or is last pit? Oh, I'm getting myself confused now.
Let's just watch some racing and try and let brains bigger than ours try and work it out.
Because if last pit, if 35 seconds last pit only 33 and pit only 38, last pit 41. To me, that suggests they haven't done anything other than just go through the pits and drive out the other side.
Yeah, that would suggest that. So let's
you can't even
see if we can work it out.
You can't even get rid of a penalty in that because it's not. Penalties are given in 5 or 10 second increments, and that's not even 5 or 10 seconds.
Interestingly, James Kellett, we know how quickly he was lapping on those older tyres now. He has just set a personal best for that car in Sector 2.
With a full, not a full tank, but with
a heavy-ish car now. He is absolutely flying. He's just gone across the line in a 58.721, so not as quick as he's been when he was in with the tyres on. That's perhaps allowing for the fact he's now got more fuel in the car, even though he's got new tyres on. Their tyre age of 3 laps would suggest they were a brand new set that he took on when he came into the pits last time.
Marvin Dietz dropped down to 8th position in the 81.
Yeah, he definitely took a full fuel load because showing his last pit as 4 minutes 27, which is the full allowance.
And what was mega is he got his tyres done and a majority of his 15% fuel done under Code 60 before getting the rest of it under green. So if you wanted a perfect pit stop under Code 60 conditions, that is it, really.
Indeed, and also he has got a brand new zero lap tyre age set of tyres on, so they haven't even done any qualifying. So expect to see some very strong times from that car. Dietz is very quick. We know how quick that Mercedes is. Historically, it's been one of the strongest cars and the strongest teams, so there's no doubt he's going to be right in the mix for some really, really good times.
But he's got a full tank of fuel. He's got 100 kilos of fuel.
Yeah, but we've seen before, even with a lot of fuel on board, the tyre advantage, especially now the temps have dropped, can be, just for those 2 or 3 laps at the beginning of a stint, can be significant. So let's just watch to see if that does play out.
want to see if the YouTube chat has got any answers for me. And generally, they don't tend to be able to help that much, but I wonder if anyone was listening about our strategy chat that can help. Or indeed, sometimes there's engineers and mechanics down in the garages that can work it out. I know that Johnny Palmer's decided that he's going to make it his mission and do chat with us. I know overnight John Hindhaugh will want company, so please keep us in communication with you. It would be lovely to have you along through the night. Over 10,000 listening at the moment, or watching, and that is wonderful. Let's go back down to Carla, who has Mathis Jalbert. Has he just been in the car?
I'm stood with him right here, and the special thing about you, Mathis, is that technically you're a hypercar driver. You are with the new Genesis program, but you're here with us, and I know that Seb Lejoux is very, very thankful and proud for that. How is everything going for you here in these very different cars?
Yeah, it was a bit a last-minute call. I was testing this week with the hypercar, and at the last minute I had a call to test in a GT3 Friday morning. So first time in a GT3, it was very nice. And then I had the opportunity with Seb, thanks to the team, to race this weekend. So yeah, I'm very happy to be there, racing in a Porsche Cup that I'm used to, and for the moment everything went well.
Is it your first time in Dubai, or do you know the Dubai racetrack quite well?
No, actually my first race ever in a Porsche Cup was there in 2023. I raced also last year, so it was my third time.
And in general, like judging this racetrack, where would you rank this racetrack with the experience that you have? Let's say for the GT cars, I know it depends very much which car you're driving. How much do you like this one?
Yeah, this car and track, you said track or car? Sorry.
Well, you can do both. Go ahead, do both.
Okay, so the track is very nice. At the end, yeah, there is many opportunity to track limit, so we need to be ready on the line, and there is many opportunity to overtake. And the car, the Porsche Cup, I'm very used to this car. It's very nice to drive. There is also a lot of traffic there, so it's very difficult to manage with the GT3 and the GT4 plus the TCR, but it's very cool.
When you switch, like you just did, so you were just in a hypercar and then you jump into a GT car, is that difficult for you, or are you on a level where it's just riding a bike by now?
It's not just riding a bike, but after 2-3 laps you are in the pace.
What's the main difference if you would have to compare these two? What's the main change that you have to make in your driving style?
I think it's the braking shape, but also the aero balance. In the hypercar we have a lot of downforce, so it's completely different. And this is car you need to carry a lot of speed in entry, but keep the brake a lot longer than the hypercar to keep the downforce down and yeah, to keep the grip.
We're very happy to see you here on the grid, and enjoy the rest of your race.
Thank you.
So Mathis Jalbert, as Carla alluded to there, part of the Genesis Magma hypercar program, but a lot of history in racing Porsches, even though he's obviously known for his prototype stuff in recent years. He's been driving for IDEC Racing last year in the European Le Mans Series, very, very strong in that, but historically racing in the French Carrera Cup and also in the Porsche Super Cup, finishing runner-up in the Porsche Super Cup to Alessandro Gueretti in 2024, and has raced for Seb Lejoux before in the 24-hour GT series with Seb, and just the odd race here and there, but has had some experience of it, so not totally new. Just obviously wasn't expected perhaps to come back, make a bit of a guest appearance after, as he was explaining to us, getting himself ready to go for his hypercar programs. You see the two-car guest chef just making up some time there and battling hard with Kelvin van der Linde. He's making his way into that battle now.
There is an absolutely mega lineup that I'm pretty sure I saw. Maybe it's no longer on this entry list, but Gueretti being one. He's the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia champion for this year, and a real character. He was lining up to drive alongside Dorian Boccalacci, who is also very, very strong and a Porsche Carrera Cup Asia driver, and Enzo Trulli,
who is newly announced a Porsche Asia factory driver.
And son of
Jarno.
But I haven't actually seen them on the timing screen, and maybe they were one that fell off the entry list. Oh no, there we go. So Adrian De Silva, so the 61. And what's happened to that 61 car? Because it has dropped off the first page of the entries. So they have had issues. I think they had issues actually whilst we were off air or off comms. But that's a mega lineup, and we're just not going to be able to chance to really enjoy it that much.
Yeah, Gueretti in the car at the moment, 44th overall. Currently sitting, where are we? Yeah, 44th over 27th. Yeah, 27th in GT3. And 10th in the Pro-Am class. So, yeah. Oh, am I reading that wrong? Hang on. Where are we? Lost myself now. Gueretti, sorry. Yeah, 27th in GT3 in a 911 El Bamba Motorsport run car.
And they, yes, El Bamba Porsche with Adrian De Silva, who's a long-time investor in that team. And they were... the first endurance race for Gueretti was the Malaysia 12 Hours. And by far the longest race that he'd ever done. Run by, he was running with Absolute that weekend. So this will be now his longest ever. It's a good interview, actually, if Carla gets a chance to hang around that particular garage. Very, very young character. And I'm sure alongside Boccolacci and Trulli, they are having a lot of fun this weekend.
Now, do you remember a little while ago I was mentioning just how quick James Kellett was going, or could potentially be going. 157.904.
Wow.
Which is, I think, pretty much nearly the fastest lap of the race.
Not the fastest lap of the race.
Not the fastest. I've got 57.811. Michael Porter earlier on in the race. So I think that, if I'm correct, is the fastest lap of the race. But certainly at the moment, comfortably the fastest. Just done a 59.214 on his last lap. Which is putting him, you have to go all the way down to Lucas Stoltz, who is currently running in 14th place, who's anywhere near that. So he's the only other driver I can see in the sort of vicinity who's doing a 59 at the moment. So pretty impressive stuff by Kellett. We said earlier on what a talented young man he is. I'm sure that we are going to see more and more of him. And at the moment, absolutely the fastest guy in terms of the performance that he's doing. And it gives them a little bit of breathing space. It's showing that they're a lap ahead of the second place Team WRT, Christopher Haase car. And that's going to be quite an impressive performance if they can maintain that throughout the balance of the race. Now, I was just about to be asked a question. There was a very long pause from my colleague Ben Constanduras. He was just about tip of his tongue to ask me something, and then he's just gone to check something with our other colleague Johnny Palmer. So let's go back to what's happening on track and the action at the moment. You see the 6th place car of Vladislav Lomko in the 14 Razun More Than Racing Porsche. That's currently 4th in GT3 and 6th overall. And that is battling hard with the car. In fact, I think they might have just got past the Alim Geshev Haas RT car and moved up into 5th place on that last lap. Again, we're losing a little bit the action in the blaze of headlights that we're seeing. Down the inside there goes that 14 car of Lomko that we were just talking about. Have you thought what it was yet, Ben? You were about to ask me something.
I was about to say something that I then questioned in my own brain, but Specutainment would love this. I know John will be listening somewhere on his break, and he'll be joining us in a few moments' time. The speculation, Josh Bartlett is the man who's come up with this, so thank you. Josh Barrett, sorry, Josh. The pit lane is quite significantly shorter than the main track. So if you were to run down the pits during Code 60, do you gain time versus running on the track under Code 60?
There's a good one.
So I know that part of the pit lane is a 60-kilometre limit, but once you go into the pits, it's a 40-kilometre limit. So it's slower in terms of speed, but distance time calculation, DST, could it be that actually they're gaining a little bit of time by running through the pits? Now, WRT and Paradigm have done it. I haven't seen anybody else do it. Maybe Dragon have done it, and they would know, because Dragon are obviously locals, right, based in the middle of the pit lane. Maybe it's one of those little things that rumours spread around the paddock in the garage. Oh, do you know what they're doing? Do you know what they're doing? A few years ago, it was leaving the pit lane without fully doing your belts up. because you took some bit of time to do your belts up. So you'd run at 40 kilometers an hour down into the fueling area, and you'd then do your belts up there. That obviously got outlawed. Yeah, there is the theory, people. Any other theories, do please get in touch. We're looking at a Super Trofeo Lamborghini here that has its running lights on, but not much more than that.
Yeah, I would suggest that's possibly going to involve a black and orange flag if they don't automatically pit to sort that out, because as we were saying earlier on, when modern GT racing or in modern sports car racing, there is a requirement for you to run with the lights on at all times, let alone when we're clearly now in full darkness. Now, that running through the pit lane reminds me of a famous story about a certain Ayrton Senna racing in the 1993 European Grand Prix, the legendary 1993 European Grand Prix, where he overtook all those cars on the opening lap. And in those days, there was no pit lane speed limit in Formula One. And the Donington Park circuit back then used to come in after the Melbourne hairpin into the back of the pit lane, down the pit lane. Sometime in that process, he was told to go back out, flat out, because I think possibly his teammate was having a tyre stop, and he went down at full speed but set the fastest lap by some margin by charging down the pit lane, probably sideways, knowing Ayrton Senna, not knowing Ayrton Senna as he was my mate, but I mean as in the legend that was Ayrton Senna. But he set the fastest lap going through the pit lane. So there you go. Not quite the same thing, but I kind of expanded on the theme.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure there are other incidences of that, depending on the speed limit of the pit lane. Carla down in the pit lane, not driving through at 60 kilometers an hour or 40 kilometers an hour. You are parked up at Fulgenzi right now.
Yes, exactly, I am. And unfortunately, I have very sad news for this Fulgenzi car. It has to retire. Right now, you can see mechanics sitting around it and just sort of explaining to each other what is actually wrong. But imagine anything that goes on back there. So the way that the wheel is mounted, the steering, the fuel pump line, anything that is going on back there is broken, bent, and in places it is not supposed to be. And even worse, the engine ran backwards after the crash. So unfortunately, this is not something that you can do overnight, and it makes no sense to do that work. So very sad faces here at Enrico Fulgenzi. In Italian, you would say "che sfortuna," because that was really unlucky that he got hit like that through no fault of his own. And there you go. You can even see pieces dangling around, just fixed up, yeah, with some wires. Very, very sad for them.
Engine running backwards thing, Simon, that is something more and more seems to happen in this type of motorsport, and really hurts the cars, because each individual car has different things. Some have foot clutches, some have hand clutches, and if you're a driver that is not used to doing that as a reaction to spinning, as in grabbing a clutch or putting your foot on the clutch, if you then roll backwards, the engine is driven backwards by your momentum. Kaboom.
Yeah, and if you put it in context, that if you remember, we heard the interview with the driver saying that he completely caught unawares the car that made contact with the Enzo Fulgenzi racing car was basically dived down the inside, and there was contact, and he was suddenly spinning. So in his defense, you would probably expect that maybe he was already going backwards with the car bouncing and rolling backwards before he'd even realized what was going on. So it just compounds what was an already massively unfortunate situation, and a real shame for those guys and girls that work so hard, as all of the teams do. But yeah, just very frustrating. Riding on board with Christopher Haas. Now, remember a little bit earlier, we talked about looking at the dash on this car. We can see a great example of the race logic system working. You see where it says plus 0.34, it's going up and going down. That's telling you his delta. So that's basically saying this lap is going to be up or down on his best lap or on his previous lap. Not sure how it's set, whether it's set on his best or whether it's set on its previous as to what the lap is, because you can have different settings on there. And then to the left of that, you see the screen, which is basically the rear view camera, which will give the driver indication of when there's cars closing. When it gets to a certain point, then a little green arrow will come down and point to the car, so the driver knows exactly where the car's coming to or coming from. And we have a spinner. We have one of, I think it's one of the Cup cars.
Yeah.
Could it be the 925 car? The flames out the exhaust.
925, yeah, well done.
That's had a day of it, hasn't it, this car?
Not the first time it's
really
faced the wrong direction.
Anthony Plessis is trying to get it restarted, and there's some fuel there. Stands out beautifully in the darkness, doesn't it?
Love a little barbecue.
Yeah, not quite an expensive one, that one. That's not one of those throwaway ones you get for like 10 quid at Sainsbury's, is it? That's considerabably brighter than that.
You see, this car, if you ran this car backwards, you wouldn't have that same damage that you get from a Clubman car because of the different systems. The clutch, the automatic clutch versus the manual clutch. And I remember in Mugello at the start of the year, the start of this year?
Last year.
The start of last year? Well, yes, definitely started last year. We had the Aston Martin Vantage GT3 car there, and being run by E2P. And
E2P, the Spanish team.
Yeah, and their driver spun and let the car roll down a hill, and that did the engine on that car. But weirdly, it was. You'd expect a GT3. Oh, he's actually this time the 925 was helped around, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I can't see the car that made contact, but that was another case of the driver overtaking, waiting a little bit too long. So let's hear from Carla down in the pit lane.
I wish I didn't have to tell you about what I'm looking at, and I'm not a mechanic, so I'm not going to attempt to explain to you what I see. You guys will be much better at that. But the TGRR car, the 107 Toyota GR Supra, it looks quite taken apart, and that is because in the last lap, which was 20 minutes ago, just before they came in, they had not one but two contacts, so they have several damages on that car. They said they are not giving up, they want to fix the car and they want to go back out, but my oh my, I don't know what piece is still in that car because there are so many pieces out here. You guys, I don't know exactly what that is. I mean, I do, but I don't know the exact name of it. Explain it, but this will be a lot of work for sure.
So that looks, can't really see very clearly, looks like that could be the diff and the front and assembly from that point of view. But yeah, can't really see the angles very clearly on that. But yeah, because that looks like a drive shaft coming out the front of it. Sorry, a shaft coming out the front of it. So yeah,
that's the rear. Yeah, diff.
Rear diff, basically. Yeah, and suspension assembly, obviously.
Yeah. Which is quite lovely, isn't it? Because you just bolt that in. It's all assembled already. So they've had that pre-prepared and obviously ready for this sort of situation.
Not quite Audi R8 standard, where they could take the whole back of the car off and change it in about 3 minutes or something like that back in the early 2000s when they dominated Le Mans with that car. But
curiously, there's a lot of work going on the front of the car, even though that's the rear axle and rear diff. They've obviously got splitters being repaired here too, but this B-spec car is in development. It's something that is going to replace the first generation of GT4, and so this is a learning process, and the more they can make this car serviceable, the more the teams will be happy to then have that, purchase it and run it in the various championships. So it's always been a strong car, the GT4 Supra, and now they're trying to make a better version, and that's all part of it, how it comes apart and how it goes back together.
Absolutely. KCMG, the team that are running it, obviously the very, very well-known team in sports car racing, previously class winners at Le Mans in LMP2, so really know their stuff. Matt Howson, very much heavily involved with that team. Fantastically talented driver, Matt, and has been very much the figurehead of that team, bringing it forwards in all the various different categories, of course, not just in sports cars, but also in top-line single-seater racing over in Asia. So really very much a top team, and understandable why they have that program working with them. So what's happening at the front? James Clelett still leads the race, 1:59.248 last time round in the Paradigm competition, 991 BMW. It's BMW 1, 2, 3, 4 as we speak, Ben. If ever there was an impressive sight to see for any one manufacturer in an endurance race, that's pretty much it, with Kellett, Haase, Van der Linde and Lung, the top 4 drivers at the moment, Ben.
But all of those cars fueled under the last code 60. Kellett got more fuel than the rest, so I would say that Kellett in a better position than the 3 others. But then you don't quite know how much fuel they had in beforehand. Christopher Hasse didn't take fuel on his visit during the last Code 60. He actually just drove straight through pit lane. So it's, you know, that little strategy is not the same. It's not just a paradigm thing. It is a WRT thing as well. Darren Lung and Kelvin van der Linde did take some fuel. But the Haas RT car, for instance, lying there in 5th position, Adam Geshev still in that car. They did the service before the Code 60, so they didn't come in during the Code 60, and neither did Herbert, the number 10. We haven't spoken about them for a while, but they are now starting to move up the field once again, and Marvin Denst in his 81 Winward Mercedes is chasing them down too. He pitted post Code 60, so he's also in a really, really great position. Both the Winward cars actually fell into a very similar situation there, although the second one, the number 16, is down in 11th spot. So yes, right now it looks very healthy, but it's healthy, but there's always a healthy but, or not looking great right now but, because you don't really know where the strategy falls.
Yeah, exactly that. It's still very early days in terms of understanding how that will all unfold. But just looking at some of the other cars that are in that sort of that fighting area, if you want to call it that, fighting for the top results. Interesting. We talked about how strong BMW are at the moment. The slightly older, and I mean that in the nicest possible way, Audi, run by Haas RT, is still very much in the mix as well, and in second place, just behind the Darren Lung 992 Paradigm Competition BMW. You mentioned about Sturm and Dienst, and Dante Repage as well in the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, so McLaren in the top 10 as well. They're running currently 5th in the GT3 category. And we've got a driver serving a penalty at the moment. We just heard from Carla. Not quite sure who that is. Carla, who did we have come through the pit lane?
Well, if only I knew from that far away. But I'm taking this very moment right now, and Seb is just putting the camera on this situation here to explain to the people who have not yet heard about that, the penalty box. So what happens here, I'm just going to walk towards that penalty box, is if you did get a penalty during the race because you exceeded track limits too many times or whatever it is, there is a box. It is called the penalty box, and you have to come in from in pit lane entry, drive into this box and wait for the amount of seconds of penalty that you got, and just then you're allowed to drive on and go to your pit stop and do whatever you have planned. So there's no serving of the penalty in front of your box. It has to be in the very conveniently called penalty box.
And thankfully there's not too many penalties left to be served. I see Red Ant Racing, their 992 Porsche has a 10-second penalty, but certainly on the first page of our timing screens, and there are 2, there are no penalties to be served. One of the big things of the Spa 24 Hours, and I'm sure it is similar here, is track limit penalties go a bit quiet in the night. In the day, you have people giving them out. They can easily see where the limit of the track is, but because it is a human thing, there are judges of fact monitoring cameras, or even in the old days standing at those corners. If they can't see where the edge of the track is, and also they're tired, you know, it requires huge commitment to sit and look at an apex and go, over, not over, over. Oh gosh, what number was that? In the night, you tend to get less penalties for that kind of thing, and so everyone gets themselves a little bit of a let-off during the night hours. It's not a rule. It's very much an unwritten secret, but it is kind of true.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you look at a lot of circuits now, they have sensors or cameras that will define whether someone's exceeded track limits. But certainly, just speaking again of my own personal experiences, some of the circuits in the UK, there are some tracks that have sensors. There are some tracks that rely on judges of fact. And there was a great video I saw last year of a race where where you could see cars coming out of this particular corner, and they were in a line. They were racing hard, so it was in a sprint race. It was bam, 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 bam. And I'm watching it going, I cannot tell you, my eyesight's not great, but even allowing for that, I cannot tell you definitively which cars are over and which cars aren't.
Yeah.
So in defense of the judges of fact, sometimes it's an incredibly difficult thing to really be consistently on. And you jokingly say that you'll see someone with a cap or supporting a particular driver, and then surprisingly enough they don't seem to get much in the way of track limits. But only joking. A good friend of mine, John Gunner, is a marshal, one of our wonderful Orange Army back in the UK, and he sits on the post with the judges of fact and saying it's really a difficult thing to do. So again, understandably it will occasionally get missed, but that's why the sensor option is obviously one that's a little bit easier to do. Yeah. But you have to, I guess you also have to look at it a little bit in terms of a bit of good old-fashioned common sense maybe. So in comes a car. Look, you can see the countdown there on the screen. That's great. It tells you exactly how long he's got left of that penalty to serve.
And you know what just happened? So this was the red end team having to serve a penalty, but the mechanic had a problem with exactly what I have explained before. He looked and looked and looked and tried to see which car is coming towards him. He waved in a car. Turns out it was the red camel car. So the red camel car literally did like a little swerve around him and went straight on into its box, or to its box, to do a pit stop or whatever it was. But there you go. Even for the mechanics, it's hard to see which car is there, so it's not just me. And it's a difficult thing here because there's such a short way toward the penalty box. So yeah, some small mistakes like that do happen.
Yeah, they come around that final turn and they are quite quickly into the penalty box area. And 992. All look pretty much the same other than the colour, but you won't see the colour with the lights blaring in your face.
What was lovely there, I just watched that again as the mechanic, when he realised that he'd obviously got the wrong car, he's like hastily waving the red camel car through as if to say, yeah, come on, mate, don't stop there. What are you doing?
You'll block my car.
Flipped it around as if it was his fault. And whoever, let's have a look and see who's on board the red camel car as we speak, see if I can work that out. Look, Rick Breukers, I think, was actually ironically going to Phil anyway. So
I don't know if it was Rick in the car at that time. I think that's been a driver change for the
Could be,
909.
yeah, could be. So I'm not sure who was in it last time. But yeah, Rick, one of the quickest, most experienced drivers in the 992 category. If it was him in there, would have probably been kind of slightly puzzlingly looking at the red ant mechanic. Are you trying to trip me up here, mate? You know?
It was Rick coming in. Whether it's still Rick in the car, he's already done a double, so I would imagine not. But just looks so congested out there on circuit. It's incredible, isn't it? It's not. I actually didn't see how long the lap is. What is it? 5.3 kilometers in length, so a pretty standard length racetrack. But it does seem like there's a lot of cars always. Whenever we find a camera shot, seems to be a big clump of them here coming down the main straight down towards turn 10.
Yeah, I guess, you know, when you look at it, when you look at the statistics for a driver's stint, so again, from last year when I was in the era pit looking at the driver stint for their drivers there, you could see, you know, it seemed to be certain periods of it where you very rarely would get a particularly clear lap. You might luck into one or two, but and that's where the skill set is of the top drivers, is that they're able to maximize the performance of the car, minimize the time lost in traffic without putting the car at great risk. I heard a wonderful piece of advice. It was the most simplistic piece of advice you could possibly give someone last year, just before the race. When a driver about to start his first 24-hour race was advised by a driver who's won several 24-hour races, just don't bleeping hit anything. That's all he said. You can insert the word, I'm sure you can work out what it was. And that's all that he gave him as advice. And you think, it couldn't be more simple, because just think about it. You could be the fastest guy out or girl out there on track, and then you hit something, damage the car, and it doesn't matter that you're, you know, a half a second quicker than everybody else. You've now lost however much time by having the car coming into repair. So remarkably simple but very logical bit of advice.
I spent most of the 12 hours in Malaysia when I wasn't working in the Absolute Racing garage with Goretti and a couple of young chargers who were having their first endurance race, and the energy that they had at the start of the race. They were so sort of just waiting for the race to finish after 30 minutes. Legs were going and all the rest of it. And their team manager, Ingo, was having to say, it's 12 hours, guys. You've got to preserve yourself, otherwise you'll never last. And by the way, you also need to drive in this race. You can't just sit there and be glued to the screen and watching every single corner and every single apex. It is about consistency. It's about getting the car through that full stint, sometimes 2 stints that's needed.
You could also, just going back to something we've referred to a little bit earlier, was right early on in the race, at the end of the first stint, when Carla spoke to Luke Hartog, and his whole, you could tell where he's done an awful lot of endurance racing. For a young man, he's done an awful lot of very high-level endurance racing, very successfully. His attitude, you could sense, and partly I think this is the kind of natural, laid-back nature of a Dutch driver or a Dutch person. They seem to be inherently pretty chilled. Was just preserve your energy, preserve the car, preserve your personal energy. The team, the mechanics, everybody involved needs to just keep that energy at a fairly constant level, and that's where, you know, the teams that are the most successful are just managing that. You watch, I'm always fascinated by, we know how important it is for the drivers to get really good rest in between their stints, whether they're able to get some sleep or whether they just go and have a lie down, have a massage, get some good food, whatever it might be. But inevitably you'll see that the team members, the mechanics, the engineers, the strategists, the tyre guys and girls, whoever it may well be, they seem to quite often work through. But somehow they seem to have this way of being able to do that, managing their energy and still being able to, because you can't take your, we take breaks. We're lucky enough to take breaks between us as commentators, and we're trying our hardest to keep our finger on the pulse of what's going on with the race. And it's really, really easy just to lose something, one little incident, and maybe it doesn't happen.
And I think teams and mechanics, they don't have to talk about it like we are, but they don't necessarily sit and analyze and watch. They concentrate on their job, which is servicing the car when it comes in the pits. In between times, it's, as you say, preserve energy and don't waste too much energy on getting het up about that fight, or really just be passive about it. And I think it's why sometimes we see high-end sprint race drivers, I'm talking Formula 1 drivers, maybe not adapt so well to the endurance atmosphere, because they don't know how to be at 95%. Here comes Marvin Dintz having a look down the inside of Joel Sturm. It didn't work out at turn 10 that time. But if you look at it's like WRC versus Dakar. Doing an 8-hour rally stage versus a 10-minute rally stage requires a completely different approach. You can't do a Dakar stage in the same way you would do a WRC stage, because you would almost certainly crash for starters.
Yeah, exactly. And even though, as with all forms of motorsport, it seems to be getting increasingly closer and more competitive. And to give you an example of that, I just caught a very brief glimpse of one of the results from Dakar. The motorbikes, and I can't remember which category it was, 2 seconds was the difference between the first and second rider at the end of that incredible endurance event.
I mean, I could go on for hours about why that happens in motorbikes, but still, it is very, very impressive. I haven't seen the result yet, but I can guess who took the victory. Still locked in this battle for 7th position, Joel Sturm and Marvin Dienst, and Dienst is now, I think, just about alongside. Sturm would be unwise to fight this one, and Winwood are going to move up on track into 6th position. They get that done. It's been a long time coming, but finally we have a change on track. Let's go down to Carla Velti.
I am down in the pit lane. Sorry, I couldn't hear you there. It is quite noisy. Well, we've just seen a driver change for car number 61 EBM. That is Dorian Boccolacci has just jumped in the car. But next door, we've got a bit of an update on the all-female Japanese car, the Toyota Gazoo Racing project, where we've got some mechanics going on because they had 2 shunts in 1 lap. But it's sounding promising. They've told me they're going to be back out on track in the next 45 minutes to 1 hour.
So it's, of course, Sarah.
apologies for that.
We've had a Carla, now we've got a Sarah there giving us some information. So great to have you with us again, Sarah, and thank you for that. Just reiterating what we had a little bit of info about for. Good to get an update on the progress for the KCMG team to get that car back out on track. Once again, we see Christopher Haase on board in the 27 car, the car that's currently running in second place, a lap behind the James Kellett-driven Paradigm competition. Kellett is doing a remarkable job at the moment.
Yeah.
Looking at the lap times, last time round he was around about 3 seconds quicker than Haase. That would suggest that Haase had traffic, because Christopher Haase isn't lapping at that speed on performance. That would have suggested he had some fairly hefty traffic, and would explain why that gap has perhaps expanded somewhat there. And we're going to watch now. The tyre age difference between the two cars is 21 laps for Kellett's leading car and 36 laps for Haase's car at the moment, as we see the car that's currently in 26th place, the Yannick Hakkela Team GPL8 Porsche, the number 939 car, I think that is, that's in the pits.
I mean, Kelvin is now on his third stint in this car. The other two stints have not been full stints, but yeah, 45 laps. He must have put tyres on that are already from qualifying, because his first stint was 8 laps, his second stint was 9 laps, he's now on 20 on this stint. So my math suggests that they weren't new tyres when they went on, but the fact they're doing 45 laps definitely is worthy of an interview with Sarah when he does come into the pits, because I don't imagine they're going to feel that great.
There's a couple of cars looking down the list that have got high-ish mileage on there, but inevitably most of them are the 992 cars, which seem to be able to eke out both the tyre and the fuel mileage further than the GT3 cars for obvious reasons, as the nature of the cars and the nature of the category. But looking down at the GT3s, the only car that's close in terms of that is the Darren Lund car, which is on 39 laps on the same set or tyre age rather of that particular set of tyres that's on the car. And remember, as I think Ben might have explained earlier on in the race, that this is identified, how this is highlighted is by the RFID that's in the tyres. So when the cars leave the pit lane, it's registered that as the car leaves, that it actually tells you what tyre age that particular tyre is, because it knows what set of tyres is on the car. It's used quite a lot in all forms of motorsport now, where those the tyres are so sophisticated, they have that technology in them, and it gives us as drivers, us as commentators rather, an indication of what the drivers are working with.
I mean, in the World Endurance Championship, Michelin developed it so they could keep track of their tyres, so they knew which tyres were used and which tyres were not, and how much everything had done. But they never shared it with TV for years and years and years. We were always in the dark, and it was only a couple of years ago that now, and I can only reference Le Mans, you actually get an iPad from Michelin which tells you what's going on with their tyres, and that technology is exactly what we now get thanks to the switch to Michelin tyres for the Creventic series 2 years ago. We now get that same technology here. But I mean, you go to a Formula 1 race, Simon, I don't know if you've been in a Formula 1 paddock for a while, but the live timing screens that you get in the paddock still do not show tyres. Whereas your iPad does, but they still don't put it on the big screens in the track.
You see it also with various different categories. Like, for example, followed some of the F2 racing last year, and one of the key things of that is that they had different compounds on the feature race. Sprint racing normally would run the same tyres, but not always. And they're really important to know who was on which tyres and what sort of tyre age you had. And that technology hadn't, well, not so far I could see, been made publicly aware. Certainly you just had the normal timing screen with sector times and laps and all that kind of stuff. So it's such a useful bit of information for everybody, and obviously for the teams especially. They'll be looking at what their competition are doing. The information we've been sharing with you is available as we see one of the Paradigm cars in.
That's James Kellett.
Is that Kellett's car that's in? Yes, it is. So let's see who's going to be climbing on board that car now. Going to be really interesting to see who jumps in, because that could really affect the the lap times now. What a great stint by James Kellett. I've got to give him, I know we've been talking about him a little bit earlier, but he has really done an absolutely superb job. Could be...
when he's got Christopher Haase and Kelvin van Linde breathing down his neck. And, all right, not in exactly the same cars, but he really has been able to be equal to them.
I remember last year was when they debuted the Evo version of the M4, and that was obviously WRT, as we've said before, are the absolute elite of the BMW teams. They work obviously with their hypercar program, and am I right in thinking their IMSA program is WRT now as well? Have I got that correct? I think they've taken over from RL, I can't even say it. So we'll have a little chance to see what's going on. Now, I think we may actually be able to catch up with James Kellett. And Sarah, if you are, tell him well done from us. That was impressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was a big push. Absolutely amazing. The car is on point. I can't thank the team and the engineers, Rob and Rich. The car's unreal, and we knew it was going to get a little bit quicker for us when the night became a little bit cooler, and I can't believe it. The car's on point, and yeah, I was just bringing it home as best as possible.
Well, there's a bit of a guessing game going on in terms of strategy coming through the pit lane. Can you give us an insight?
Do you know what? I'm just here to drive the car as fast as possible. I'll let those guys do the strategy. Rob and James Mullen, absolutely amazing on the strategy. I couldn't think of anyone better, to be honest, so I'm super happy there on that car. And yeah, we've just got to keep pushing forward and keep it consistent, keep the damage to a minimum, and just bring it home.
Very diplomatic answer there. Who jumped into the car, and when are you back in?
So that was Augusto jumping into the car there. I'm pretty sure I'm jumping in after him again into the pro car. So hopefully Augusto gets on with it like I just did. Sorry, I'm out of breath. That was a big push. But yeah, super excited to get back in again. You know, when you just get into that rhythm, into that zone, time passes so fast, and yeah, I was happy with myself there.
Well, it's wonderful to see just everything coming together. You can feel it just coming out. You know, you're just so happy. What's the plan for rest and recovery until you're back in, I guess, in a couple of hours?
Yeah, I mean, depending on how long Augusto does, if I'm getting straight back in after him, it'll be maybe an hour out I've got. So dry off, cool down, have a bit of a chat with the engineers, get some liquid in me, water, and then go again.
You got a spare race suit?
I actually haven't, so I'm going to be smelling a little bit after this.
Well, maybe we'll keep away from the Paradigm garage there. Well, good luck, rest well, and I guess we'll be watching the lap times to see if you've got another good stint in there later on.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you.
Thank you.
So something that James alluded to there is we've mentioned before that Darren Lung is doubling up. He's driving both the 991 and the 992 Paradigm cars, as is that young man, James Kellett. And you could just see the adrenaline literally, along with some sweat, oozing out of that lad there. I mean, he's such a hard-working driver, came from racing in things like Ginetta Juniors and then the Ginetta Super Cup, moved into the Porsche Carrera Cup with success, and then obviously got his break racing in GTs. And I remember chatting to him early last year. He was at one of the races. I know he was racing here last year, but also I think he was at the GT World Challenge, and we were chatting, and just had so much enthusiasm to get into the car and to show people what he could do, and he's clearly delivering that. As I said a little bit earlier, last year drove with Charles Clark, another supremely talented young man that hopefully we're going to see back out at top level racing in GT World Challenge or similar this year. Him and his dad Steve, good mates of mine, so always pleased to see them doing well. As we look now at the CMR Lamborghini, looking like it may have had some problems. Now remember, this is the car that we saw a little while ago running around with no headlights. Had the daytime running lights were on, but no headlights, and it looks to me like that could be some sort of maybe a wheel bearing issue or some sort of brake issue on that left rear corner. Apparently the brake disc was loose, we're just hearing from the director, so they're pushing the car on the dollies back into the garage. Remember, they're also CMR, the French team, are running the Ginetta G56 GT2 car which currently is being driven by Andrew Bentley. We talked about Andrew earlier, jumping in as a last-minute addition to the squad. Michael Simpson and Jack Michelin, and of course Nicolas Prost also racing that car. So they're currently running a couple of seconds off the lead. Rusanov leading in the Rossa Racing in the GTX category. So let's hope that CMR can get that car back out and running quickly well.
That's a very good point. We were discussing most famous driver in the field. And we kind of all, and this was off air, so we, as in not you guys, the audience, but we pretty much unanimously said Dario Franchitti. We haven't seen him on track. Nobody's interviewed him yet. And I've just realised that you could actually argue Nico Prost is well up there. We haven't seen Nico in motorsport for a few years, but, you know, he was up in works Renault Drive Up, son of, now very much in his fashion brand. Yeah, I would say that he's worthy of a famous person's chat, and Rob Huff as well, but Rob is a more motorsport purists kind of person.
That's one way of describing Rob Huff.
Well, you know, Rob is a guy who, obviously, World Touring Car Championship winner and amazing in GT3 cars, won all the stuff that we love, you and me, Simon, but your general audience possibly haven't been across those things. Bearing in mind I was host and presenter for World Touring Cars, I know how few people followed it. And you know, and he did a bit of British Touring Cars, and British Touring Cars actually almost has a bigger following globally than the World Touring Cars. But Dario, as a Le Mans, IndyCar commentator in Formula E, Nico with all of his, yeah. Who's the most famous? John Hindhaugh.
John Hindhaugh's the most famous of the lot, I think, if you're going to put it like that. Difficult one. I think the Prost name. I had a little brief chat with Nico on the grid, actually.
Okay.
And I mentioned that just on the flight over, I'd watched a brilliant little feature on the Goodwood Festival Speed last year, which was the F1 75 celebration of 75 years of F1. His dad, Alain, was there driving the famous 1988 McLaren MP44, wearing his race suit from 1988 because he's in incredible shape.
Because he can.
And Nico described him as he's just like a teenager. He said he's just playing paddle and all kinds of stuff. He lives out here, interestingly, Alain, which is I didn't realise. But it was the reason I mentioned it is Nico was driving his dad's I think it was the 1983 Renault F1 car that he won 4 Grand Prix that year in, and he said that was the first time he'd driven one of his dad's cars, so it was a really special moment. So they were on track, or on the hill, if you like, at Goodwood together. Him in the 83 Renault F1 turbocharged car, and his dad in the McLaren also turbocharged car, the last of the turbo cars, the last championship winning turbo car before the current iteration.
It's quite a surprise, actually, that he hasn't got his hands on more. If you think about, I know Ayrton isn't around to drive his cars, but Bruno has driven a lot of Ayrton's cars.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure the Mansells had a good chance to drive some of Nigel's cars back in the day. Alex Brundle's driven a fair few of his dad's car, and Martin's very much still on this world.
Absolutely.
So not enough effort made from Nico Prost then to be able to drive his dad's cars.
Opportunity.
Sarah, are you with us? Did I hear you wanting to say something? Oh, amazing. Hi, Nico.
I hear you talking about him. Nico, they were talking about drivers driving their dad's cars and about perhaps not enough effort from you to drive your dad's cars.
I've driven one, you know. Yeah, I drove his Renault, which was a really good experience, you know. But in the end, they don't really want to lend me the cars. To be fair, I was not so interested in the historic racing or anything, but it was a good experience. And I think this year I get to drive another one. But yeah, it's never not so easy to organize, you know.
Well, you're here driving your 3rd Dubai 24 Hours. How's it been so far? You've been out once for one stint.
Yeah, it turned out to be more or less a double stint. So yeah, I mean, so far so good. You know, we know it's a lot is about getting to the end of the race. The Rossa is very fast, and also the Lamborghinis are fast. But so far it's an interesting race, and you know, we keep driving, and you know, still a really long way to go.
Yes. Well, we've seen the other Team CMR car come in. Do we know what's going on there?
I'm not sure. It looks like it's a loose wishbone or something like that. So something was moving on the rear left. So they're trying to fix it as quick as possible.
How long until you go back out?
I don't know, it's not my car yet.
We're waiting to see on the lap times. Well, thank you so much, Nico. We'll be looking out to see, and you can keep putting your bid in for being the most famous driver here. That's what they've been talking about. Back to you guys.
We're coming up to 8 o'clock local time. 17 hours remain of the Dubai 24 hours for 2026. Yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen, 2026. And it is a WRT 1-2 with BMW 1-2-3 right now. But we are really awaiting the pit stops from the 3 BMWs. I think that Haas RT Audi is off strategy. We know Winward Racing is off strategy of those BMWs, and we expect those 3 to fall down to around 7th or 8th position. So that is the headlines at the front of the field. We've got a 992 leader in Seb Lejeune Racing, Enzo Juliet aboard that car right now in 20th overall, and it's Rossa Racing leading Ginetta at the moment in the GTX category. Down in TCX and the TCR category, we have firstly in GT4, Cherney Motorsport in their BMW M4 still leading GT4. TCE is led by the Cooper TCR DSG of 102. And we've had a few retirements, including most famously Ajit Kumar's car out with an engine failure. Fireworks over the Dubai Autodrome, and we're handing back to Phil and Johnny.
Thank you very much, Ben, as we get welcomed back by fireworks. Isn't that amazing? As they kick off here this weekend to celebrate the 21st running of this, the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai over the top of us. Right down and towards turn 10, over where the new kartdrome is going to be, as they have to keep on moving around because we keep on building things around the circuit. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Simon, for that stint. Johnny Palmer will be joining me shortly in the Global Broadcast Centre.
For avoidance of doubt, I am here. It was just, it's just that as I stepped in, Ben mentioned to me that we've got a paper entry list, as you should traditionally have, you know, because if laptops and devices fail, at least you've still got the hard copy. But he has just pointed out that one of the crucial pages, possibly page 1 of our paper entry list, is missing.
Oh.
So that's not ideal.
I do have a copy of that here. Excellent. On my approved drivers list. So that works out well for us.
Good.
As Marvin Deans takes 4th position away from LM Geshev, Winwood Racing moving back up towards the top, and Haas RT moving down into 5th. And it's the BMWs again. We left with BMWs top, and BMWs are still top. Christopher Haas in Team WRT 27 and 669 Team WRT, who have been the real movers and shakers as we moved into the night hours. Spectacular view of the fireworks kicking off around the Autodrome circuit. Just having a quick look through on some of the cars that we may have been in the pits for a while we've been off air.
The one thing I will say, they do know how to do pyrotechnics in this part of the world, illuminating the skies. I mean, the modern day fireworks display is actually an automated drone show, which we had, I remember. First time I saw a drone show for real was at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the centenary celebration year, which was 2023, and the ACO really pulled out all the stops there. Carla Velti enjoying the fireworks as well, making sure that she's soaking it all up for social media. And in all seriousness, this could very easily be a distraction for those drivers put in for this stint. And it's almost as if a lot of the pros have been chosen because they have the ability to keep their eyes on the road and full focus.
Well, at the driver's briefing, it is announced that there will be fireworks at 8 p.m. Okay, then all the teams get a message that there will be fireworks at 8 p.m. that they can broadcast to their drivers. The only thing here is where the wind is blowing. It's actually blowing the smoke across turn 10 at the moment, which will just be be a little bit disconcerting for the cars heading down to the tightest, hardest braking and tightest corner on the circuit, as it so happens. But fantastic fireworks show. Thank you very much for that. We do it every year. It's got bigger and better every year as well.
Have you seen the F1 movie?
Yes.
I watched it on the plane across here actually a couple of days ago, and the I did enjoy the opening, which is set at Daytona for the Rolex 24, but on an outlap, the kind of hero, the star, the Brad Pitt character, is straight into GT, and he's starting to overtake people on an outlap, and then you have the, like, side by side door banging down the back straight and fireworks kind of landing on the cars. They're trying to imitate that here in Dubai, and not getting far from it actually.
Yeah, you can see the smoke haze from the fireworks down in the track lighting down towards turn 10. That'll dissipate. The wind is still reasonably brisk out there, about 14 to 15 degrees. It's blowing straight down the start-finish straight, so that smoke will move off over towards Arabian Ranches, and they can smell the cordite over there as they do.
Well, it is a feast for all the senses, the Michelin Dubai 24 hours, and we're working it for the 21st time, and a special year as well because of a significant tweak in the qualifying format. It's also race 3 of the 3-race Middle East Trophy, so a championship to be decided across all categories within that at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, with a drop score incorporated. But you've got 40 points on offer for winning this race in category, but there are also the halfway points that we need to be concerned about. There's a few hours away.
1 a.m. to be exact.
1 a.m, 12 hours in, and with 12 hours to go.
And to be classified, you must have done 50% of what your class leader has done.
Okay.
Okay, that's for classification.
Now, if you're, let's say, leading your category at 12 hours, you get 20 points for that. If you then retire at the end of the 13th hour, do you still hold on to those 20 points?
You still get 20 points because you made it to the halfway mark.
Yeah.
Good news for the Dynamic GT number 24 car. Spent a bit over an hour and a half in the pits. They are back out on the circuit again. Ishan Perez at the wheel of that car. We've got, I'm just looking at the cars that ended up in the pits while we were away. Circuit Toys is back out there. They're 444, not having the best run of the luck. Then the Rabdan by Fulgenzi that went into the pits just as we were coming off air. And so there's a few cars that have been in there for a little while. Obviously work going on those. And let's head down to Sarah in the pit lane.
No camera, my voice. Team CMR 794 car is back out. They replaced the rear brakes and brake pads, and that's the update. They've managed to get the car to go back out. A few nervous faces as it went out, but they said they're glad to get the car, obviously, back into the race. So let's see.
Yeah, there was something else going on with that car, because normally they can do a brake change in the pit lane as part of the regulations, and they pushed it back into there, I think, just to have a closer look to make sure everything was connected. And then Roderick Gillon has taken that back out. That car is running currently 6th in GTX.
Brake changes are a staple point. You know, you will at some point have to do brakes in the Dubai 24 hours, but I am concerned that you're having to do them this early on with still just under 17 hours to go, because, third place car.
Marvin Dienst at the Winwood Racing car. Where's he come to a stop?
That's a tight shot. It's sat the cutout on the back straight, I'm going to suggest to you.
Let me see if I can see.
Is it between turns 9 and 10?
It is on the back straight, yeah. It's actually where the hill circuit comes back down into that. So it's just past the club circuit on the inside of the circuit, but you can see they've blocked the downhill run off the hill circuit. So he's on the inside. The rescue vehicles will be able to get to him, to tow him if he can't get that, because they're situated in the club link, which is about 200 metres down the road, so they'll be able to get to him if there's a problem.
So he's done the first sector. The car clearly can't be left there. It's actually flagged as turn 8, but I think it's after that, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just looking to see where that is because of So he's pulled it right off the circuit. Yeah, it is. It's actually on the entrance, the exit of the international circuit. Exit of the international circuit. So it's just after turn 8, turn 9. And yeah, he's pulled it way off the circuit there. That may be a bit more of an interesting recovery. We've got local yellows out there. Our leaders, Christopher Hart, and Joel Sturm straight in to get the fuel running into that car. Remember, if it goes code 60, he can only have what the 15% that he is allowed. So they're trying to fill that up before the recovery gets placed. I can see a recovery vehicle down there already, just with the lights flashing. But that can only really get out on that part of the circuit when the and he's about 20 metres in, or about 200 metres in front of that. So a few cars coming into the pits. Lights have gone off. Lumirank's gone off. Driver exiting the vehicle. Wow.
This is not good, and Marvin Dienst half slams the door, checking the rear of that car. There's actually quite a lot of focus on the rear right.
Yeah.
He's going to do a wheel wobble, almost as if, has he lost drive in that car all of a sudden? Or did he have side-to-side contact with somebody?
2 hours 25 into his stint.
Okay, so he can't have been that far away from
a pit stop
to pit, whether he needed fuel or not. You can't be in a car. He's furious.
Oh, yes.
He is furious. I wonder whether that was an in-lap.
Has he run out of fuel?
Yeah, but what?
I'm going to put that there.
No, and you're quite right to put it out there, because it's a definite theory which carries weight. But I also am wondering about some potential damage. Unfortunately, the car's very close to the concrete wall to driver's right, so it doesn't allow us a close view to that car. But they were massively in the fight for the win.
Most definitely,
this
yeah.
year. Didn't have a great top 10 shootout, but the Mercedes AMG has been a strong car despite being up against so many of these BMWs. Meanwhile, the race is continuing. We're not under code 60, despite the stop for the car we've been talking about, Marvin Dienst, number 81 Winward Racing car. And whilst we contemplate that and potential retirement, we can head to Sarah.
There yet. I'm on my way down to Winward to find out what's going on. There is a lot of stops going on in the pit lane. Let me just head back in there. I took the back route around because I didn't want to get in the way of all the tyres that were flying around. But let me give you an update of who is stopping. Right in front of me a moment ago, there was the car 929. I've just seen car 31 come in as well. Lots of driver changes. But I wanted to get down to Winward to get a bit of an update of what's going on with their car on the back straight that you mentioned came to a stop. So let me head over there and I'll come back to you in just a moment once I reach that garage.
Great work, thank you. You had a word in my ears and I wanted to jump to you as quickly as possible, but it was actually a message to say you were en route following the story as ever. And the 81 car then not out of it at this stage, because the code 60 is now out, and that will provide opportunity for the marshals to retrieve Marvin Dienst's car. But very quickly it's gone from 3rd to 11th, and obviously its descent is not going to end there either. But they will be able to rejoin if they can fix the car. But you can pretty much definitely say they're not going to win this race now because of the ground that they are losing.
Indeed. Christopher Haas, Team WRT, Team 27, made it into the pits, did the tyre change, got around to the fueling. He's been in the Mathieu in there at the moment, just leaving. I think they pretty much got their full fuel, even with the code 60 coming out late in their fueling. So that is a car 27 that is doing that, and that is Matteo Detri at the wheel as he comes out of pit lane, currently running 3rd.
Yeah, he's on the entry list with all his names, isn't he?
Yes.
Confusing me briefly. Mathieu Vincent R. Detri, but we know him as Mathieu Detri, and has been in cars of all sorts of different shapes and sizes through the years, but he's a very handy pair of hands, a semi-pro driving the 27 Team WRT BMW.
Yeah, I can see the recovery vehicle making its way there to pick up that car, and they'll get that on the back of the recovery vehicle and get that back into the pits, which means that everybody who's in the pits at the moment have got a little bit of work to do under code 60. Let's head down to Winward.
That is not what's happened. So they're waiting for the car to get back. Very sort of glum faces at the moment, looking a little bit worried because they're not sure it's going to be something that they can fix, but they'll only know once the car gets back down here. So that's the update for now. I will keep you updated as soon as I find out. Lots more cars though coming in for a quick pit. It's really hard to see, I think Carla mentioned earlier, until they are right up next to you. And that there coming in, you can hear is the 669 car of Team WRT.
And Kelvin van der Linde, the race leader, so that's definitely one to keep your eyes on, Sarah. The black and yellow number 669 car that Kelvin van der Linde drove so well in the opening phase of the race. He got the race lead. He'd had a tremendous battle then with Loic Hartog, but in the end the South African was able to eke out a gap to the rapid Dutchman. Now, as this 81 Winward Mercedes is lifted onto the flatbed, hopefully we can get a close-up view of that rear right corner, because that appeared to be Marvin Dienst's close attention as he got out of the car. He had a I mean, it's difficult to do with the car on the ground, but he wanted to wobble that wheel despite the tyre being in firm contact with the asphalt. I'd be surprised if there's any, you know, significant drop and suspension failure, but there may still have been a loose wheel or a vibration. And I just wonder whether he's had a slight bit of contact with someone. Oh, the wheel's off. The wheel has now detached from the car. So that is the issue.
Wow.
And whether that car had lost the wheel, well, first of all, how's he managed to get down 1/3 of that back straight and end up next to the concrete wall? The wheel must have been attached coming out of the parabolica.
Yes.
And then it's fully come off the car as he's got towards that cutout.
Yeah.
Where in the past you were able to turn right and shorten the lap to get back into the pits. And he's not even been able to get close to that because there are 3 wheels on the wagon.
It's a long way to run with 3 wheels on the wagon. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. They're going to put it on backwards so they can get that recovered. We've got more cars in the pit. Jordan Pepper now taking over the 669, the Team WRT. Dustin Blattner taking over the 777. Remember, that car started 33rd, the Almanar by Dragon Racing, after overboosting in session 1 of qualifying and being disqualified. Augusta Farfus in the Paradigm Competition BMW heading out as well in the 991 car. We've got the 4th place car, drove by Get Speed. Kai Allen at the wheel of that, currently in the pits. Everybody taking their 15% or what they're allowed under their BOP. We have some cars that are allowed more. This is going to play in like we had last weekend. We had the QMMF racing car that was AM Advantage. So under the 13 code 60s that we had down at the Yas Marina circuit, they were able to take on 44 litres, which basically gave them a massive advantage in that, and by doing that regularly they were able to extend their stints and end up the winners, and they am as well. So just looking at the cars that have that advantage, whether it be the AM advantage or the AM neutral advantage, just seeing who is really doing it in the AMs. And I don't think the number 2, which is our 669 is not part of that, but the number 2, the second car, is under AM Natural, so they will be able to take 28 litres where everybody else is on 16 and 17. So they're running under the AM Natural, so they've got all AM drivers and 1 semi-pro or AM plus.
Let's get to Sarah in a sec, but I just want to say Marvin Dienst had done 29 laps on those tyres, so it's not like it's an out lap and the wheel hadn't been attached properly. You're talking about an hour-long stint, and then bizarrely the wheel just falls off. He has to have had contact with somebody at the start of this lap, and then the wheel finally detaches 1/3 of the way down that back straight. The most bizarre incident, and the car's heading for you now, Sarah. However, you're at the moment with WRT.
Turned up but just in time. I'm here with Kelvin. He just jumped out the car. You're currently leading the GT3 category. How is that BMW M4 feeling?
Yeah, it was a pretty painful stint out there. I mean, great to know that we're leading. I don't know how much it's worth, to be honest, at this stage in the race, but we got caught out a little bit with the full gas yellow, and we probably almost double stinted a tyre set, which was pretty painful because I had to let a couple of quicker cars past. So yeah, pretty painful, but I think we survived, made the most out of it, and hopefully we can crack on now with a fresher set.
So Jordan Pepper jumped in the car. Was that a fresh set of tyres that went on as well, or is that one of the quali sets?
Yeah, I didn't really see, to be honest, but I would hope for his sake that it's a new one.
Yeah, definitely. Well, good luck. We'll keep an eye out to see how the next stint goes. How long until you jump back in, do you know?
Yeah, I'll get a bit of rest now, probably just before midnight. Or is it midnight already? I don't know. I've lost track of time. It's been pretty flat out race so far, but yeah, normally around midnight or just after midnight.
You've got 4 hours to go, rest and recover until midnight. Well, enjoy that. I'll let you go so you make up the most of it.
Thanks. The fireworks were nice though, so thanks for that.
Oh yes. Before you go, how was it driving with the fireworks in the background?
They were great. The engineer came on the radio and said fireworks in 1 minute, so I had the full countdown. Felt like New Year's Eve all over again, so I enjoyed that one this time around.
Quite the experience, I imagine. Well, thank you so much, Calvin.
Calvin van der Linde, not sure where he was for New Year. Could have been back home in South Africa, I suppose. They put on a heck of a party there as well. But here in Dubai is a nice place to kickstart a year, I'm sure, for him, which will include many 24-hour races. Calvin van der Linde, part and parcel as well of the BMW program in the World Endurance Championship these days. So that's the best news he will have had all day, yes. Probably. You've got the best part of 4 hours now before you need to get back in the car. If it is midnight that he's going back in, and he's not going to get an early call, let's hope not.
Under a minute until we go Code 60. I was having a chat with a couple of drivers when we were on our break, and one of them said a really interesting thing. They said they've broken this race up into 3 stanzas. The first stanza is from race start to sunset. Second stanza is night. When the sun comes up around about 7 o'clock in there, it's a 5-hour sprint to the finish. Yep. Work out what you got, work out what you need to do in regard to your driver's times, whatever. Get all of that sorted in the night time, then get your race prepped and turn it around, count it back from 1 p.m. for all of your breaks.
And 1 p.m. is very much in sight. We're going back to green. 1 p.m. is in sight when you get to sunrise, far more than it used to be when this was a 3 o'clock race start, and obviously then finish as well. Not quite as good as Barcelona's 24 hours, which is also a 24H series race. That's traditionally a midday start. So when you get to daybreak, it really is very close to the end. And hopefully Sarah's now aware that the arrival of the Winward Racing Mercedes might reveal a little bit more to the team. Now, was there an early indication that there was a drama for the 81 Mercedes? It was already slow, Phil. And that was before Marvin Dienst got anywhere close to the long straight.
I could tell. Yep. That's it.
And there's no other car around him when it starts to go slow, and maybe that suggests to me that maybe something's failed on the hub.
Possibly, yeah.
Because he's 29 laps in. It's a bizarre thing when, you know, that far into a stint, an hour long in, you're not going to get anything cross-threaded. So perhaps it's too much curb through the stint or through the whole of the weekend. What I don't know is how much mileage this 81 Mercedes has done prior to this year's Dubai 24 hours, but all of a sudden it comes out of the parabolica at turn 9, and there are sparks.
Sparks, yes, indeed. And so wow, how did he save that? Seriously, that's a quick corner, that's 4th gear, and he hasn't got any load on the right rear. Wow. Well, there is no right rear.
And thank you to the guys at 0221 or 0221, as us English people call them, or English speakers call them, because they are cutting the pictures and being able to dive down into where that footage was. It was in the dark, the camera was a long way away, but actually that's offered us a perfect resolution to precisely where that issue hit. Maybe he was getting some signs that something was going to go wrong in sector 1, but it was only exiting, and that's a hard throttle coming out of the parabolica, maximum torque, and something gives up the ghost on the rear right corner. And there's not a great deal left of the inside of that wheel either, where it has shed.
Oh, yes, that's...
Well, no, there's more than I expected, actually. So it's still a bit of a mystery, and Marvin Dienst, furious with the situation, he may know more about precisely how much abuse that car has taken, whether it is too much curb striking, or perhaps there was some side-to-side contact in the early hours of this race. It can so often take a number of hours to actually then reach breaking point.
Most definitely. Jordan Pepper leading the way at the moment from James Winslow in the Haas RT car. Then Almanar by Dragon Racing, the 777 in third. Then we've got this battle. Antez Au in the number 10 car and Ahmed Al-Arthi in the Paradigm competition car. Well, boy, they've been going at it for a little while. And the 10 car looking to move up past that. Antez Au is currently leading the Pro-Am, and he's currently behind the second car in the Am category, running 8th and 9th respectively. And we'll see how that all winds up. Let's have a look at the lap times. 2:03.1 on that last lap for Ahmed Al-Arthi, 2:03.2 for Antez Au. And just looking at Augusto Farfus now starting to close in on Dustin Battner, 2 seconds a lap, or 2.5 seconds a lap quicker on the previous lap on 187. And the 991 moving its way back up the leaderboard, well, trying to move its way back up the leaderboard.
If you're wondering, by the way, how 669 Team WRT BMW retained the lead, well, let's just check their latest stop, which was a driver change, but it was done under code 60. So they weren't able to take a huge amount of fuel, just 15% of their normal allocation, but they got a driver change in and a change of tyres. Kelvin van der Linde was fairly confident about, because he said, well, I had the double stint and that wasn't a great scenario. So it was a pretty difficult couple of stints to get through, and he hoped for Jordan Pepper's sake that he'd just been given a fresh set of Michelin tyres rather than some that have to be weaved in from the qualifying
I think he has. He's just done. He's put the team's personal best Sector 1 and Sector 3. I think he's got fresh Michelin boots on that car.
Yeah. So that's actually back-to-back green sector time. So car personal bests through Sector 3, and then the next lap Sector 1. And lighting up the timing screens, not quite going purple, which would be an absolute best, but a personal best for the 669 BMW nevertheless. And he's enjoying a 90-second lead over Jamie Winslow in his Haas RT Audi, car number 2, which, again, considering that's an AM car, and we are a good distance into this race now, 16.5 hours still remaining. I really didn't expect there to be an AM car in second place overall, but the next question is how much of the AM time has actually been done.
Yes.
And as long as it's done by the finish, that's okay, but it may be that they are rear loading there just to try and get some track position. Alexander Bukatsov been at the wheel. I remember calling his name many times. He is one of the AMs, and the others being Damian Szosek, the Polish driver, and Alim Geshev, joining George King, who we heard from during the grid war with John, and Jamie Winslow, who's the AM Plus.
Yeah, Alex has been doing multiple stints out there. He makes sure he's not exceeding his 4 hours in 6. But he was at the wheel probably after hour 3, possibly. And I've seen his name up there. Yes, he was up there when we were commentating in our last stint as well, as the battle between Dustin Blattner and Farfus continues. The 777 and the 991.
I reckon there's been a total of 3 Bukatsov stints. He actually started the race.
Yep.
And is that right? Actually, that appears to be a shortish stint at the start. Now, I think there's some erroneous information there. He's certainly done a couple of stints which amount to 19 laps followed by 34 laps, so a decent chunk of time, and then needs to be cautious, as you say, of not going over the maximum stint, the individual stint of 2 hours and 30 minutes, and then not breaching the 4-hour mark in any 6. So he'll probably be in a rest period now, leaving things to Alim Geshev, who's starting a double. No, he's about halfway through a double now, 33 laps in, and actually not that far away from needing to stop again. So it could be a driver change pretty soon. Oh no, Geshev's not in there anymore, is it? Because it's Jamie Winslow.
Yeah.
So we've had that driver change, and Winslow probably now beginning a double stint himself.
16
and a half hours to go. You're tuned to the Radio Show Limited network of channels or the 24H Series YouTube channel. Phil Anson and Johnny Palmer in the Global Broadcast Centre, and Sarah Esser in the pits for us.
Yes, well, not too much of an update because they don't really want to talk about it. Some very, very sad faces down in the Winwood Racing garage. The car number 81 has been retired. They did say that the slowing of lap times was purely trying to avoid getting into trouble. So the tyres were coming towards the end of their stint. He was just slowing up. He caught some traffic, so he was trying to stay, you know, behind the traffic and not take them on. But then obviously the wheel came off and that's caused some damage. As it took so much time to come back on the flatbed, they lost 10 laps. So they said, well, we've lost that time now. We're not really competing at the top. We've decided to retire the car. I have a feeling there's a little bit more going on, but no one really wants to talk at the moment. If I hear anything a little bit later on, I will then get you an update. But
yeah, I mean, you need to time this question correctly, Sarah. I don't want to put you on the spot, but it would be useful to know if Marvin Dienst actually hit anybody, whether it be his fault or not. And I strongly suggest it wasn't his fault if he did. But even just a sideways glance, if that's compromised a bit of the car, then that makes sense for a wheel to come off. But otherwise, an hour into a stint and then a wheel just randomly falls off. It's very, very rare for that to happen. But yeah, rather you than me to ask that question, and you might want to go back in 15 minutes or so, and you'll, I'm sure, shout up if you have any further updates. So slowly and surely, one or two of the pre-race favourites are dropping away, Phil. But the thing about the top 10 shootout yesterday evening is that because that was a single lap format to qualify the top 10, you were going to get names up there on a Friday that aren't necessarily going to be then in the hunt for the whole of this race. And it wasn't obvious to me in the order of that top 10 shootout that we would have BMWs in such a strong position. But I am encouraged that the Audi in the hands of Jamie Winslow now is second, and bear in mind that car's fairly recently stopped, so looks to be a legitimate position for car number 2. And as for Ferrari fans, the treble 7 car of Dustin Plattner's up there in third as well.
Started 33rd after being DQ'd from qualifying, so it doesn't matter where you start as long as you're out there and you keep circulating, not getting penalties just like the 88 did Giovanni Alto at the wheel for exceeding the time limit, speed limit, or lap time limit in code 60, and they've just copped a penalty at that. They're currently running down in 15th position but third in Pro-Am, so you don't want to get that. 17 seconds is their penalty time. We have one other car, the Leo Pichler, number 14, Resume More Than Racing, with a 10-second penalty hanging over it. A couple more 10-second penalties on our timing page, but everybody seems to be able to clear them during the green flag pit stops and not accumulate them. Remember, if it's over 30 seconds, it will be doubled, and if it's a lot more than that, it could end up being laps added to your overall time. So when we get to the end of the race, it's normally we have our penalty list very, very large in our views, because it's only provisional until the timing people get it and add all the penalties in.
And we had that moment at the end of the 12 hours of Malaysia as well. We knew there was a penalty coming for Herbert Motorsport, but there was a little bit of question mark as to how bad it might be for the German squad. And yes, everyone crosses the line, and then timeservice.nl kind of hit the button to incorporate the penalties, and everything rejigs, and all of a sudden Herbert Motorsport, who'd crossed the line in the lead, dropped to 5th, and there were other tweaks as well that you had to be cautious of. So yeah, because of the fact that beyond a certain point, as you've explained, the penalties are soaked up by the timing screen rather than in reality and having to stop the car in the penalty box. Yeah,
that penalty for the number 10 was actually for not the AM drivers not completing their minimum time, their combined minimum time, and that's why they got the penalty.
Because they didn't have an AM Plus in their lineup, and I think they were reading, I mean,
just AM. Yeah.
And it's very easy. I mean, it took me and Peter Mackay and John Hindhoff to actually go through the chart that is published in the regulations to go, okay, what did Herbert think they were trying to do, and what do the stewards or the race control guys say? No, this is what you should have done.
Yes.
And there's a column that says if you've got an AM Plus, you do it like this, but if you haven't got an AM Plus, the AM drivers have to be in for a longer period of time, and it was quite a significant time as well, like 2 hours versus 6 hours, and they missed it by a considerable margin, but they were pretty confident. I mean, we interviewed one of the Renault twins, and they were pretty confident to say, no, we think we've done everything to the letter of the law. There was a disagreement, and actually in the end it didn't go their way. But the way to react to that is in the very next motor race, go on and win it, and they did that last weekend at Yas Marina.
Yeah, they took the lead past both of the Winwood cars around turn 1, lap 1, like Hartog, and into the lead. And unbelievable stuff. A couple of the regulations that have changed or been updated for night driving is if you lose lights, like your tail lights or your headlights, you're allowed to lose one on either end of the car. So a tail light and a headlight, you have to fix it at your next pit stop. But if you lose both tail lights or both headlights, you must pit immediately and rectify the issue. So that's been made, because I just saw a couple of cars running down pit lane there, running down the start-finish straight with their tail lights, not both of them being illuminated at this time, possibly through light contact, etc., etc. The Porsche is an easy one, because they've got just a massive red light right across the back of their car.
Yeah, so it will take something for that to fail, although I assume it's in sections, so it might be that one bit knocks out, but and it will be the outer portions of the tail light that will need to be illuminated for obvious reasons, because, you know, in traffic, one corner might be obscured even though the light's working, so you need the other one to be visible, and as close to the edge of the car, the more visible it is.
Jordan Pepper into the pits from the lead in the BMW, as well as Dustin Blattner also now in fuel in the Almanar by Dragon Racing, the 777. That puts the 991 of Augustus Farfus up into third position.
Now, the reason the 669 is in is because it can only take 15% of its normal fuel under the code 60, so it won't need a driver change or tyres. Jordan Pepper's only just got into that car, but it desperately needs fuel, and that's exactly where he's heading to. So now we find out how much ground it's going to lose to its rivals and how much of a strong position it is in. Meantime, let's head back to Sarah for another Winward update.
Actually noticed he thinks they had problems getting rear left tyre on in the pit stop, so perhaps we could roll a replay of that pit and then we might have a good idea as to why that tyre came off.
Interesting.
It's a long way into the stint for it to come off if it's cross-threaded.
I'm now half doubting the information I've got in front of me, but it says 29 laps on the stint for Marvin Dienst. I don't think I missed a pit stop. He was due for one. He was due for fuel, but hadn't come in, as far as I could tell. So it's still bizarre for that to have lasted so long, and then all of a sudden something goes bang. Unless Reece Lloyd saw a pit stop much closer to the incident, and for some reason that's not incorporated into my data, but I'll keep cross-checking things. 16 hours, 23 minutes to go, and one difficulty for a runner is then the benefit of somebody else, and BMW in a strong position, yes, but the other one creeping up the order, I notice, for Mercedes fans is Grove Racing by Get Speed. Chris Lulham's at the wheel of car number 4, and they're inching their way up the timing and scoring screen, now 5th, and he's not a huge margin away from the Team WRT car of Mathieu Detry. What's that, 14 seconds actually, as they cross the line at the end of lap 192 and on to 193. Jordan Pepper's already done 193 laps, or at least his car has, and that is the car, the black and yellow WRT BMW, which is now in for fuel.
Yeah, just looking at that Grove by Get Speed driver lineup: Stephen Grove, Brenton Grove, Kai Allen, Jules Guinon, and Chris Ludholm. That's a very, very serious driver lineup, and I did see. I think Jules has already been out, and we will see him out again. But yeah, it's. The leaderboard changing around with the pit stops. Dustin Blattner on an out lap now. The Ferrari from Almanar by Dragon Racing down into 9th position. Jordan Pepper still in the fuel station. He'll take his full 100 with the 669. I can tell you how many litres he's allowed to take.
I'm just checking the... Actually, I'm not going to be able to get down enough timing screen pages. I can do it this way, though, for Marvin Dienst, because now Marvin has returned to the pit lane. Has that altered the final information for... We now know a retired car, but Dienst will still be listed as the current driver, I think.
Possibly because they didn't do a driver change at their pit exit. So
yes.
it'll still be him. And... well, there we have it. He's on the leaderboard at the moment in 31st position. Dario Franchitti takes to the track at the Dubai Autodrome. Indy 500 winner, Le Mans 24-hour winner. It's great to have him here at Team Parker Racing in the Mercedes AMG. John had a chat to him yesterday. Let's see what sort of lap times he can put in. He's just moved up into, he's running 7th in Pro-Am at the moment.
Yeah, some interesting exchanges with drivers of a similar caliber during lunch, because actually Dario was sat down with John for a snack at lunchtime and was just enjoying the coverage, actually. You know, he is a retired racing driver now, kind of dabbling, but when you consider he's a 4-time IndyCar Series champion, he's a 3-time, as you said, Indy 500 winner. He's raced at Daytona in the past, Le Mans? I think. Well, certainly Le Mans, yeah. So there's a right history there for Dario, and it's just good now for him. To be honest, it gets him off our commentary back, because he's a very, very good colour commentator as well.
He is indeed.
And I'm just keen for him to stay away from our world and get back into a racing car, which he is doing this weekend. Here's Sarah again.
I am down at Dragon Racing with Ramez Azam. It's just the voice for now, but we're down in the garage. He started the stint for car 88, but you're jumping in very, very soon. How is the car feeling out there? What's the data looking like?
Yeah, it was good. It was difficult at the start of the race. It was the first time I started a race like this. Pretty intense. And now apparently the car's feeling good according to my teammates, so we're jumping in now as soon as the stint's done, or maybe if there's a code 60 I'll jump in earlier, and yeah, looking forward to it.
And this setup down here at Dragon, it is their home circuit, it is a home garage. It's quite impressive. How is it being part of the Dragon team, and tell us more about some of the work that you do with them?
Yeah, I work with them a lot here as a coach, so we do a lot of Ferrari Challenge and a lot of track days here with some of their customers. And yeah, it's their home race, so it's a really nice VIP setup. We don't have to rent a hospitality upstairs. We have their headquarters just 100 meters away. We have bedrooms, we have a driver's lounge, we have changing rooms, showers, so we're always fresh. It's a really nice experience, and I'm very happy to be here with them.
That's amazing. And obviously you drive this circuit a lot, but how is it feeling this weekend?
Yeah, it's different. It's actually quite interesting when you have a lot of... I drive the track all the time, so I have my ideas about how to go fast around it, and then you see a lot of top pros coming and doing some different lines and using curbs differently, and it gives you more ideas, and I've actually done some things I've never done before on this track. So it's a lot of fun. Looking forward now to driving at night, and yeah, looking forward to it.
Can you give us a bit more of an insight into perhaps one of those things might have been, perhaps one of the lines into one of the corners?
Like turn 1, for example, using a lot more curb than normal, and 3 and 4, usually I stay off the curbs there, but it seems there's grip there, so starting to use them as well, and yeah, just exploring, checking what the faster guys are doing and trying to copy them.
Well, thank you so much for having a chat with us, Ramez. Looking forward to you getting into the car very, very soon.
That's the number 88 car. I know Ramez very, very well. We've done I've commentated on many of his karting events just behind us in the SWS, and he does know his way around here. Dragon Racing have a magnificent facility over there. I spoke with their CEO, Brad Fincham, last weekend down at Yas, where they had 2 cars entered, 3 cars this weekend. But yeah, they've been here and a staunch supporter of Dubai Autodrome. They've run they're in the 296. They run the 488, the 458. They had some McLaren 720s for a while. But as Ramez says, I see him at the racetrack all the time with the National Racing, because he's a driver coach as well. And back in the dim, dark ages, his father used to be the CEO of Union Properties.
Okay.
And he used to do all the podium presentations for the 24 hours. So the Azam family have a very, very strong relationship with this circuit, and his father's name is Simon.
Now, if you've been following our coverage of the Dubai 24 Hours through the years, you might have heard of a chap called Paul Truswell, who still at Le Mans every year. He is the mine of information. He's the statistician. He stays up all night and details the path of every single car in the 24 Hours. Unsurprisingly, he was kind of headhunted by a certain Ivo Breukers to go and work for him for the last few Dubai 24 Hours at redcameljordans.nl as their race strategist. So he is here in Dubai this weekend, and he just sent me a message saying, Johnny, you have noticed what's going on in the 992 class, haven't you? 4 seconds. As he sent the message, this was correct. 4 seconds covering the top 4 in 992. It's actually now 9 seconds, but, you know, we are... How many hours into this race? Oh, there's a wheel off. There's a wheel off. I was about to say we're at nearly 8 hours into this race, and if you took a snapshot of the 992 order, there were 4 seconds between Up van Eindhoven for Thierry Outdoor Racing and the chasing 3 Porsches, which incorporate Müllner, Red Ant and Red Camel. Now, this loose wheel will not be from Marvin Dienst's car, because that will have been retrieved by the marshals, but there is a slow car in Sector 2 that has presumably lost this wheel, and this wheel and tyre inching its way. It's the number 2 Audi.
That's the race leader.
Race leader. This is the race leader, and that's going to stop in exactly the same position as the Mercedes of Marvin Dienst. What is going on here?
Is it a right rear?
Is that another right rear wheel that's come off a car? This is bizarre, because you can't even match the two up. It's a Mercedes first time around, an Audi this time, and this is a carbon copy of what's happened to Marvin Dienst not 30 minutes ago. And Jamie Winslow is going to be stranded 1/3 of the way down the back straight. It's a code 60, unsurprisingly, with a loose wheel and tyre out on the racetrack. But I mean, it's like I'm in a dream somehow, a perpetual nightmare. And that is certainly the case for Haas RT and earlier for Winward Racing. And there's going to be some, well, interesting post-race debriefs, probably between the two teams, going, well, how on earth did you lose a wheel? Because the same has happened for us now.
It looked like it was on the entrance into turn 8. This is like watching a replay. It's seriously.
He's going to slam the door. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen here, Phil. He's going to walk round to the back of the car. He's going to do the hands in the air, which is what Marvin Dienst did. And in a few moments' time, Jamie Winslow's going to walk behind the concrete wall and throw his driving gloves to the floor, because we've seen this happen already.
Oh, my goodness.
It's Groundhog Day at the Dubai 24 Hours.
Unbelievable. It looked like he lost that wheel a little bit earlier, because I can see a vehicle over just on the entrance to turn 8, maybe recovering that car, because there is a stopped vehicle over there. I can't see if it's a race car or not. It's just on the entrance to turn number 8. But that wheel, as you can see, the car's going around there to the right, is wow. And they're just picking that up now.
So the wheel has ended up on driver's left on the approach to turn 6 and 7.
Yeah, it's you can see the emergency vehicles down there at 6 and 7. So he's lost that around there. He's made his way around turn 8 and 9 and parked it down here, hoping to get back to the pits, obviously, but just couldn't do it without damaging the undertray of that car. And so he lost it in an earlier position, whereas we saw the sparks go out as the other
Marvin Dienst, Mercedes,
he was sort of right on the power area of turn 9. So wow,
yeah, so it looked like his problem was under traction, under torque, as he's buried the right foot to come out of the parabolica. The wheel is detached, whereas the Audi. Now the next question is, this is so much of a shock. I don't know in what stage Jamie Winslow was in his stint. We'd already mentioned his name, so let's just check.
27 minutes.
27 minutes rather than 27 laps, but even so, that's half a stint in. So once more, he took the car over from Alim Geshev at 20 past 8. It's now 12 minutes to 9, so half an hour. And again, why is a wheel falling off a car 30 minutes into a stint? It's the sort of thing you would see on an outlap if the wheel's not been bolted on, not with the wheel gun connected to the car correctly, unless there was a cross thread, and that just hasn't then manifested until 30 minutes later. But Jamie Winslow looks as perplexed as we are after this incident, and heartbreak for Haas RT, who are a GT3 AM entry with 3 AMs in their lineup, and they were having a barnstorming race, actually leading at the time. I thought it was a shock to call the third-placed car in dramas, but now we have an even bigger one. And
there it is.
A few moments ago, well, a few moments as the incident happened, the wheel's gone off at high speed, so it's gone straight on at effectively turn 5, whacked into the barrier, and thankfully the arm coat and the tyre wall have contained the car. And quite then how Jamie Winslow's gone through turns 7, 8 and 9 with only one driving wheel is testament to an Audi R8, frankly.
And given that the left-hand corners, all the weight is on the right-hand side of that car going through those 2 corners.
Good point. Very good point. He cannot believe it, as we can't. And in discussion with the marshals, they're going to carry this recovery on, which is relatively simple now that you've got those hooks in the roof.
Yeah, so basically a lot of these cars that come out here now, we don't have any gravel here or at Yas, and that's how they pick the cars up, obviously, when you're in gravel over there. So it does rip the under tray off the car, and so we're seeing that much more now with especially GT3 cars, because they come out of the factory. You know, they are built like that now to enable, you don't have to put the flatbed down, you just crane it onto the back.
And the linking points there are deliberately designed, you know, they're either aimed towards the front of the car if it's a front engine car, or towards the C-pillar almost of an R8, because it's a mid-engine car and all the weight is in the back. So your attach points differ depending on where the engine is positioned and the weight distribution, but it means that the recovery is incredibly swift. And unfortunately for Jamie Winslow, he's going to have to complete this lap, probably in the cab of that flatbed.
This is the first one.
Yeah, this is not anything to do with Jamie Winslow, but was a launch into the future, a window, almost like a, what do they call it? Yeah, I'll get there in a moment. But precisely the same behaviour. The only thing we didn't see from Jamie Winslow was the dropping of the hurling of the gloves down to the floor.
Here we go.
It's a portal. That's what I was trying to think of. A portal of this view into the future, and 2 absolutely carbon copy moments. But from 2 different cars, 2 different teams. The stars have aligned. John Hindhaugh mentioned earlier on that, you know, that his late father thought that there was no such thing as a coincidence. Well, you can't get much closer than this.
No, that's strange. And, you know, are they having trouble with getting those wheels on, and is damaging the thread so that they come loose? I mean, they have the locking ring on them that sort of springs in to try and stop that from happening. We saw a lot of this when NASCAR went to the centre hub. We saw a lot of lost wheels because the guys didn't know how to change them more than anything else, because they're used to the 5-nut wheels.
Yes.
You know, but
if you think Winward, vastly experienced in GT racing, both in Europe, this part of the world, and particularly in the United States. Haas RT. I mean, how many 24H Series races have they done? Plus all the extra bit, all of them, probably. This is most bizarre, and 1 or 2, I think, members of the Audi customer crew may well have been down there as well, trying to get to the bottom of precisely what has gone on with that car.
Wow.
Is it to do with the lifing of parts? That's assessing, you know, how long certain metals retain their rigidity. But we've had a wheel or a hub failure, I assume, after an hour of running. In the case of Marvin Dietz, he'd done 29 laps, and Jamie Winslow had been at the wheel of his car for half an hour or more. And how many laps was that in total? Well, again, that the figure I've got is slightly out of alignment, because it equates to more time than Marvin Dietz did, and that's not correct. But we know that he went into the car at 8:20, and by 8:45, the rear right wheel is off the car.
Unbelievable, absolutely. I'm just look at the track. It's actually left-hand side heavy because we have 9 right corners and only 7 left. So but you've got a big area there where the right rear doesn't get a lot of use through the left-handers, and then it doesn't make any sense.
However, I will say on a clockwise circuit where you're predominantly turning right, therefore most of the curbs
are on the left,
on the right-hand side of the car. So yes, all of the weight is on the left-hand side. So I hear what you're saying there in terms of tyre wear, but you're whacking the curves more frequently on the right-hand side, and with a rear-wheel drive car as well, that's putting stress through the drive system. But to see wheels falling off cars is most unusual, particularly 2 instances separated by about 30 minutes. Sarah, I'm sure you're not far away from this story, but you might be following up a few other things as well.
Yes, just walking down the pit lane, but I did pop into Haas RT and have a quick chat with Lim, and he said the car feeling fine in there about 30 minutes before Jamie jumped in. They're all looking very perplexed, though. I was having a chat to the engineers, and they just obviously can't work out what happened. We're just waiting for the car to come back on the deck. I think this is it now, just entering the pit lane. So I will pop back there shortly to see, yes, it is going past me now. I'll pop back there shortly to get a little bit more information. I'm going to drop into Asbest now and see what's going on. We've had word from one of our followers or watchers that 101 hasn't come out the pits for some time. So give me a couple of minutes and I'll go and get an update and I'll be back with you.
Thank you for that. There are more yellow flags on the racetrack as we go back to green. That was at turn 7, but might have just been a hangover from the reason why. Well, no, there's confirmation at the bottom of now the live stream screen that yellow flags were out at turn 7. I can tell you they've been withdrawn now. So maybe a small incident which has rectified itself. 5 minutes to go before we reach the end of another clock hour, and the same for a race hour as well, because we started at 1 o'clock this afternoon and it is nearly 9 p.m. So this will get 1/3 distance into the books already, and it's been a chopping, changing narrative all the way through, Phil Anson.
9 code 60s, hour and 25 minutes. Really difficult to get a couple of stints under your belt without interruption, just settling everything down, just not happening. We had exactly the same last weekend. It's so competitive, but a lot of the code 60s are not for accidents. It's for breakdowns.
Yeah.
Okay. We used to have this race when we had the Clio Cup cars out against the GT cars. There was 120 km/h closing speed down at turn 10. And we had Aston Martins into the fence. You know, we've had lots of accidents here. We don't seem to be having the accidents, but the race pace is so frenetic now that the cars are failing, or parts of the cars are failing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, you could label the blame there because of the speed that everyone is being forced to go to by everyone else. I mean, when you've got drivers of the caliber of Kelvin van der Linde saying, I don't like this, I'm having to really push outside of my comfort zone this early on in a 24-hour race. They're ready to go gangbusters in the final 2 hours, but to have to do it 6 and 7 hours in is, I could tell, unexpected for Kelvin van der Linde, and no doubt many other drivers too. But we love it.
Oh, it's brilliant stuff for all of the spectators here and all watching online or listening online on the radio show network limit of channels. Pedro Ibrahim now at the wheel of the 991 Paradigm Competition BMW, around 31 seconds ahead of Matteo Detri in the 27 Team WRT, and then a further gap back to Chris Ludham in the Grove Racing by Get Speed. Sarah, what have you got for us down there?
Well, the 101 car of Asbest is heading back out in a couple of minutes. They said they think it's ready. They've just got to recheck the wheel alignment. That damage was caused from the contact with the 107 Toyota Gazoo Racing, the all-female team. That happened probably about an hour ago now. But anyway, they look like they're going to be heading out in the next 5 minutes. One quick check of the wheel alignment, and they will be back out.
Thank you very much. 2 hours in the pits for that car.
Definitely not an hour then, 2 hours. Having too much of a good time down here, you know what they say.
Enjoy.
Well, time is flying. Without a doubt. I mean, how did we get to 200 laps, by the way?
I don't know.
For Pedro Ibrahim in the leading Paradigm competition BMW. It's back to a 1-2 now for the Bavarian brand. So they lead Team WRT. And just as soon as Mathieu Detry crosses the line, I can tell you what the gap is. But Ibrahim's only been at the wheel of the 991 BMW for 5 minutes, whereas it's 45 minutes very nearly for Mathieu Detry, and it's half a minute. So you'd take that after nearly 8 hours of running in a 24-hour race to have two BMWs separated by 30 seconds.
Nico Prost has his first time out. We hadn't seen him out on the track. We saw him in qualifying yesterday trying to get on to the pole position, and he is out there. So we've got a couple of names out there at the moment. Dario Franchitti, Nico Prost. They're all coming out after the sun goes down.
Yeah, in the cover of darkness. Well, in the case of Dario, he's trying to obscure a retirement, isn't he?
He doesn't want to.
Returning to racing, but under a veil, if you like. It's great to have names such as that. I mean, it was a little bit like, you know, certain other names coming out at Malaysia as well. I've now completely forgotten his name, typically. Marcus Ericsson. Who you had to take a double take at the entry list. I thought, 12 hours to Malaysia, excellent. And a good number of cars, for the first ever trip to the Far East for the 24. Marcus Ericsson? What's Marcus Ericsson doing here? And he was racing with his brother. And again, I think that these guys that are so often in the spotlight in the past, you know, Formula One and now an IndyCar driver, to be able to come here or to Malaysia and just enjoy a weekend of racing, but just away from the constant glare of the media, it's exciting to them. And it reminds me that they got the love of racing before they were famous, and that's never going to fade. The nearby traffic, that's quite a junction nearby. Is that just down the road? Yeah, just over the way there for our drone, which has ventured a little outside the boundaries of the racetrack at Dubai. 9 o'clock though in Motor City for the 21st edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai with Michelin. And we've had action aplenty, not least in the last 40 minutes or so, with the two most bizarre failures, wheel failures, that we've possibly had here in the history of this event. After darkness, the fireworks were some spectacle, but there have been fireworks on track as well, with sparks being kicked up by three-wheeled cars, by the odd fire here and there. A very sad retirement for the Agit Red Ant Racing crew and their Mercedes, with a significant engine fire as the V8 went up in smoke. But those still standing in contention, a lot of them have the BMW roundel next to their name. Paradigm Competition, Team WRT, and, well, there's sister cars within each of those teams as well. 4 of them in total. But now all of a sudden, getting into the fight are teams like Mercedes and Porsche. You'd expect nothing less. It does look very likely that we're not going to break the stranglehold of German manufacturers, though, that have dominated this event since it began 21 years ago. But maybe we shouldn't be surprised to see a team like Grove Racing by Get Speed, so big name from Australia, joining up with the German squad. And Chris Lulham's got that car into 3rd position now. We are 8 hours in, 16 to go, and Paradigm are leading by 30 seconds with Pedro Ibrahim. He's been in that car for 10 minutes or so, but getting comfortable to lead Mathieu Detry's Team WRT BMW number 27, and then the chasing Chris Lulham for Grove Racing by Get Speed in the Mercedes AMG. The sister WRT car of Jordan Pepper is 4th. Herbert Motorsport and Antares Au, who was a winner last weekend in the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, car number 10 is 5th, and they are leading the Pro-Am division. Razzoon More Than Racing for Leo Pichler in his Porsche, 6th place, number 14. Leader in AM for GT3 is Ahmed El-Hati's Paradigm competition BMW number 992. Lucas Stoltz on a bit of a recovery drive after a tricky start for that team. Remember, Maro Engel was making strides in the opening hour, but then the car dropped down the order. But Lucas getting things back onto an even keel. He's 8th ahead of Harry George in the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, and Dustin Blackner will complete the top 10 at the 8-hour marker for Al Manar by Dragon Racing. So Ferrari fans, do not give up entirely the prancing horse in the top 10, Phil.
11th overall, Hoffa Racing. And 12th, it's Herbert Motorsport. Dragon Racing, the double 8 in 13th. Pure Racing in 14th position, the 92 car. Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, the 69 in 15th. 16th for the 18 Santaloc junior team. Tsunami RT in 17th position. Optimum Motorsport in the second McLaren in number 74 in 18th. Fulgenzi in 19th position, Fulgenzi Racing. And then the second of the Haas RT cars, the number 2, which has just stopped out on track, in 20th position, dropping from 2nd to 20th in a matter of laps.
And beyond that, 21st place is the 962.
You want to come to me?
And
with number 2, it's
962
heading
is
back
the
out.
Van Eindhoven Tierra Outdoor Racing Porsche, which leads the 992 class. Paul Meyer's Mulner Motorsport number 921 car is in 2nd, ahead of Luc Broikers in the 3rd placed car. It wasn't that long ago when we were talking about 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in 992 being separated by 4 seconds. It's a little over a minute now because some have pitted and others have not, but still in the fight for 992. Certainly Tierra Outdoor Racing, Mulner Motorsport, Red Camel Jordans and Red Ant Racing. They were the big favourites ahead of this year's race, without a doubt. But probably shouldn't discount Seb Lajou Racing either, with Anthony Vince and Solène Amrouche, respectively, in the treble 8 and the 910. Then it is Thomas Cangro for Team GP Elite, 7th position for car number 939. Dario Franchitti, we've been mentioning his name several times, for Team Parker Racing, the Mercedes there in 30th position.
Coming up into 31st, now Team Parker in 31st. This was taken at the hour mark. 795 is 32nd overall, leading the GTX category. 929 Porsche in 33rd, then the 985 in 34th. Rosser Racing in 31st, 2nd in GTX. X Motorsport by HRT Performance in 36th. Origin powered by CC in 37th. Alabama Motorsport, the 61 car, in 38th. AR Motors by HRT Performance in 39th in the 992 category, and Leipert Motorsport in the GTX category in 40th position.
Still they come, because it was a 65 car entry. We have lost a number of them though since we got going. Modena Motorsports in their 216 car, 41st then for Benny Simonson, currently ahead of the GTX entered Vortex, which is still pounding round, car 701, ahead of the Team Motor Park Dennis Remayako driven Mercedes. Then Josh Bednarski. 445 is certainly of note, because that is the GT4 leader, ahead of Rodrigue Guillon's Lamborghini Huracan for Team CMR. Winwood Racing out of the race, even though it's in this snapshot shown in 45th position, but have lost so many laps now after that bizarre rear right wheel failure. Marvin Dietz and the rest of the team now packing up for this year. 427 is 2nd in GT4. That's getting fueled. The SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche, ahead of the recovering Inter Africa Racing 25 Ferrari, which was in strife on the opening lap. Car 102 leads the TCE division. It runs in TCX, and that's Junichi Umamoto in his Cupra for Asbest Racing, and the top 50 rounded out by Pascal Duhamel for Krubile Sport.
Heading over to the page to 51, Asbest Racing, the 103. GT3 Poland, the 763 in 52nd. KCMG 53rd in the 108. The 127 SRS Team Sorg Rensport running in the TCE category 54th. TCE Asbest Racing, 5th of their car in 55th position. 24 Dynamic GT in 56th. TFT Racing 57th. Now these are cars that are in the pits. The Circuit Toys have got back out. They're in 58th position in the 444. Rabdan by Fulgenzi still in the pits in the 97 wildcard 59th, and the 101 Asbest Racing car 60th position.
And then we are into the likely retirements. Car 107 has been in the pits for quite some time now. Another Asbest Racing entry. But sorry, that's not Asbest Racing, that's TGRR,
yep.
Say that correctly. And its pit stop now has been over 2 hours. So unlikely, I would suggest, that we see that car again. And other retirements, the 928 HRT Performance Porsche. Agit Red Ant Racing, a spectacular engine failure for the 93 Mercedes hours ago at turn 1. SVC Sport Management's Mercedes is out of the race, as is the Haas RT Audi, which barely did a lap after some contact, which did significant damage to the front. And sadly, we didn't even see a race start for the 56 Ferrari.
Yeah, damage yesterday in qualifying. It was frame damage, and they went out for night practice after qualifying and weren't happy with it, so they decided to withdraw. So 65 cars started the race. We have around about 56 cars running at the moment.
And at 8 minutes past 9, all of a sudden, some movement down at Haas RT with the number 2 car. This was the second car to be affected by a very similar incident. It looks like we've lost the first car that lost a wheel, which is the 81, unlikely to rejoin. But, Sarah, and hopefully you're right, close to this, the 2 car's going to get back into the race.
Yes, the number 2 car has headed back out. I'm down here with George King. He was in the car a little bit earlier on. I mean, the spirit in the garage is we are not giving up.
Yeah, absolutely not. You know, we've still got just over 15.5 hours left. Haas, the boys and girls at Haas, done an amazing job to fix the car so quickly and get James back out, so we're definitely giving it everything we've got.
It was a very quick turnaround, wasn't it? And if we take a look at the tyre, there's not a lot of evident damage. It's looking like a lot of normal wear and tear. Perhaps we can get the camera in there to have a look.
No, I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure what I'm looking at mechanically, but there's no evidence to say that it wasn't done up tight enough, because he done 12 laps and then it just fell off. So we're still kind of diagnose the problem to see what exactly happened. But yeah, as I say, the boys and girls at Haas done an incredible job to get it done so quickly and get us back out.
Well, the investigations will go on through the night, as the same also happened to the Winward car. How's the car feeling for you? I mean, I was talking to Alim, he was in just before Jamie was there, and he said it's feeling really good.
Yeah, I done the second stint in the race. To be honest, the car's great. Race pace, we're really looking strong. You know, before the incident, we was leading overall and just kind of flickering between third and first. So the car's got great pace with all 5 of us drivers. So yeah, it's a shame what happened, really.
Well, we're going to take a quick look now at the slow-mo of when the wheel came off. We can have a look at that and then perhaps get your insight into what happened. I mean, I know there's a lot of conversation going on, but let's just take a look again.
I mean, it's so hard to tell what kind of happens because the headlight is looking at the camera, so it's hard to see actually who it is, but honestly, I couldn't give you an answer on what happened, honestly.
Yeah, it is pretty tough. I mean, I think those investigations are going to go on through the night, but let's hope all 4 wheels stay on for the rest of the race. And I mean, you turned it around so quickly. You never know. 24-hour race, anything can happen. It's all about getting through the night.
Exactly. She giveth and she taketh, so we're hoping we have some luck for the rest of the race.
Absolutely, George. Looking forward to seeing you get back in the car a little bit later on. Thanks for having a chat with me. Well, just another update. The 107, yes, you did mention as you were running through, they are going to be heading back out on track very, very soon. It'll be quite interesting because the contact was between the 101 and the 107 car, and they're both due to head back out around the same time.
So 107, the TGRR entry, which is one of a couple of Toyota GR Supras. Rami Sasaki brought that car into the pits. It's been a lengthy stop, but I am encouraged by Sarah's news there that it's going to rejoin in the not too distant future. again, I'll say, particularly that run through sector 1, where you're threading the eye of the needle, turns 2, well, 1 where you hook the curb, many cars will do that, then 2, 3, 4, and then it appeared that something broke at turn 4. And I'm not suggesting it was anything to do with Jamie and what he was doing on that particular lap, but it's the stresses and strains of not only 8 hours of running to that point, but that car will have done so much running in free practice, qualifying, night practice. If it was out in the warm-up, that's extra mileage. And was it in the Abu Dhabi 6 hours a week ago, the number 2 car? What we don't know is how much ground it's covered even before it arrived here in Dubai. And if then it's been a particularly brutal set of stints where lots of curb hopping has taken place.
It was in Abu Dhabi as well, yeah.
Right, yeah. So the same car was in Abu Dhabi. Whether it was all the same suspension bits and whatnot, it's very difficult for us to tell. But it could just be fatigue, race car fatigue. And that, at the end of the day, is one of the reasons we go long distance running like this, to try and break cars, fix them, get them back out again, and still try and get a good result.
Indeed. And just looking at James Winslow, currently down now in 32nd position. Remember, they stopped when they were in 2nd, and currently 5th in GT3 AM. Little bit of work to do.
Just a tad. I mean, you know, you can go from leading the race to being 10 laps down in the blink of an eye. And that is sadly the now position for Haas RT for one of their cars. But I'm encouraged also by George King's ability to just forget what has taken place and get back on the horse as quickly as possible. Sadly, of course, the other Haas RT Audi barely lasted a lap, as mentioned during the update, when Peter Gulinks started that car and I reckon ran into the back of a Mercedes, maybe the 93 Mercedes. So it was involved in an opening lap skirmish, which it never recovered from.
Vyacheslav Agutak in the 797 is going to have, this is the Rossa racing car, is going to have some bragging rights. He's just overtaken Nicholas Prost in the Ginetta. That's something you're going to pin on the wall, isn't it?
Mark this point in time. Write it down in the diary.
Yeah, that's it. I've done now. I'm coming in. I've done it. And that was for the lead of GTX.
Oh,
the Rossa Racing is leading from the Ginetta at the moment. Just 2 seconds separating them.
I overtook Prost at the 2026 Dubai 24 Hours. You're never going to take that away from me.
You can't. That's it. It'll be in the data. It'll be in the data. Oh, dear.
Dining out on that factoid for the rest of his life, probably. Pedro Ibrahim leads the way 10 laps into his stint, so he was given a fresh set of tyres at the start of this Paradigm competition stint. Ibrahim, I don't think had been in the car prior to that. I don't remember mentioning his name, but of course haven't done all of you and I haven't done the whole race, even though we're strapped in for a considerable amount of it. Let me just work out their driver rotation in car 991. So they began with Augusto Farfus. He did a fairly lengthy period of time during that. Then we had Jamie Day in for a triple stint. Well, it's shown as a triple stint. That's probably because it was a code 60 partway through his first, so he was able to come in for a little bit of fuel and go back out again. But 2 meaningful stints, then another double from Farfus. James Kellett did really well in that car at the start of the race, let us not forget, and then Ibrahim in now and has been driving that for 14 laps.
88 Dragon at the moment has got a very large 1 minute 17 penalty hanging over it. Just picked that up, just came up on the screen. Ramez Azam is at the wheel. Sarah talked to Ramez before he went out and getting his first taste of night driving around this circuit, on which he has done thousands and thousands of laps in the Ferrari 295 as well as a instructor for Dragon Racing. But that big penalty has really going to just looking at where they are on the leaderboard, they're second in Pro-Am. It's the 269. Max Moritz at the wheel of the Herbeth Motorsport. That's currently in 3rd position, and it's about a minute and a bit away. So they could actually lose, if they have to do that penalty, they could lose that 2nd position in Pro-Am.
And that's how significant these penalties are. You don't necessarily know what damage they're going to cause until you serve them. And when they are first issued, there'll be a panic on in the team thinking, right, we've got to serve this sooner rather than later. And then you remember, actually, you can soak it up during a scheduled pit stop, so long as you do that first of all. So the cars will come in down to 40 kilometers per hour, as is the speed limit in the pit lane. And if you've got a penalty hanging over your car, first job is to dive right and sit in the penalty box for the amount of time which has been assessed to you. That, I assume, is that still timed by one of your mechanics, or is it done by a Creventic official?
I am not sure of that, because sometimes I haven't seen a mechanic down there.
Yeah, and
so we have
it can be a very long journey. If you're in one of the pit out garages, that's quite a walk.
There is a gentleman down there with a road case with a monitor on it and various other things. So maybe that is their job, or many of the staff of the race.
And there's only one penalty box, though.
Yes.
That's the other thing. So,
well, we've had cars stacked side by side as well, and behind, to make sure that they can clear their penalties. So is it when they come in, because they want to take that clearly. But we have got a team member down there now. We're ready to get his driver in to serve their penalty.
And I think what Creventic do, what the 24H series do, is also have an official there to time it too, because the last thing you want is to come in for a penalty, let's say a 10-second penalty, and you only sit there for 9, and that's got to be checked as well, cross-checked, of course, by an official. But it does appear that it's timed by a team member, and they stick a piece of card or paper in the driver's eye line, and once the time has elapsed, that sheet is lifted, and that's the indication then for, in this case, the number 14 Porsche of Leo Pichler, Razun More Than Racing. So running 4th currently, but they did have a penalty to serve in this pit stop.
Well, they'll be Christoph Huber will be very, very happy, as he's team manager for them, and was so down at Yas as well. I had a great chat with Christoph down there of why he retired from, well, remember, he'd won Porsche Super Cup for Huber Racing, and then joined up with another team, which I can't remember the name of, who actually bought him out because he said, I was exhausted. Now, I know Christoph from here because he used to work for Walter Lechner, and Lechner Racing runs the Carrera Cup Middle East, and we've got another car
with a wheel off.
914.
Another wheel off. Now, this is not a rear wheel, but it is a front left for a 992 car, a 992 category car.
That's Razun More Than Racing.
It is, number 914. And where are they in the 992 order? Not one of the 4 that I was mentioning that was so close in the hunt. But this...
Oh, wow.
This again, within the same probably 60 minutes. Another wheel detaching from a car.
It's an outlap from Colin Bonninghausen. So an outlap, possibly the tyre not affixed. And yeah, that's Razun More Than Racing on the way back into the pits. There's the wheel alongside one of the reflective points of where you can get out of the circuit.
That's a very well-behaved tyre if it's kind of come to a halt naturally there. Is there actually a gap in the fence where a marshal could lean over under a local yellow and retrieve that wheel? You need quite a bit of upper body strength to do it. We may not be too far away from another code 60, Sarah, to retrieve, would you believe it, another stray wheel. But you've got an update for us.
I will head over and check that really shortly. But you were chatting about the penalty box and how it works. So I'm sitting down here for this one right now. Car 108 is serving a 30-second penalty. It is checked. I'm going to have a quick chat. So how does it work down here? You apply it, and then...
So we get the screen here that says penalties. And then once a penalty has been issued, I just have to put in the car number. And then once he stops, I press the countdown button, and then the counter starts. And then when it's green, it'll show me it's green, and he served the penalty. Once I click the penalty is served, it'll update the system, and then it gets off the screen.
So one of their team members also comes down here to support with that operation to make sure that they stay for the full amount of time. If they don't serve the full amount of penalty time, do you immediately apply another one that they have to serve next time out?
yes, if he doesn't serve the penalty and he say for example, he's given a 30-second penalty and he leaves in about 25 seconds, I will put it down as penalty not served, and then it will go back to the race director, and then he will decide if he wants to give him another penalty or they need to reserve the same penalty again.
And it looks like Dragon are down here. Does that mean there's been another penalty applied to one of the Dragon teams? The car number 88. Well, we'll see that come in shortly. There is a code 60, so I'm going to head back down into the pit lane and have a look and see what's going on. Did you say there was another tyre come off another car?
Indeed, the 914 lost a tyre. They made it back into pit lane, but the tyre is still errant out on the circuit somewhere.
Actually, I mean, I suggested we might go code 60. We've done well not to, because we are still on the green. Now, the tyre whacked the concrete wall initially. Did it then cross the track?
It did. It crossed the track and then came to rest.
So it found a gap.
Oh, look. Oh, wow.
That was some amazing avoiding driving from one of the Mercedes pilots there.
It actually bounced across, bounced off the Armco and bounced back again. It went across the track twice and got avoided by all of the very skilled drivers out there who are looking through the windscreen trying to see a black tyre that's on a black racetrack.
In the dark, where there is a little bit of floodlighting, but it's nothing like driving at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So thankfully there was the track space there for as yet an unidentified Mercedes to jump, and almost literally jump from the right side of the track to the left side of the track, where the tyre, well, you've got to think, where's that tyre going next? Because I don't need to be there. Yes, it's got forward momentum, but you are going to feel hitting a tyre which is slowly slowing down as your car is hard at it.
Well, the 914 is back out there. Maybe you can stop and pop it in the boot.
Indeed, yeah. So
you can see it goes.
The concrete first, the driver's left. It then crosses at high speed. Amazingly, it did find a gap there, so no avoidance driving necessary. But as it hits the Armco, it's then the 14th place Mercedes. And now, can I tell you who that was in and around? It might have been Chris Lullum.
Yes.
Chris Lullum's Growth Racing by GetSpeed car. I bet that doesn't happen on The Sims, Chris. A tyre trying to attack you from one side of the track to the other, and he had to have reflexes like a cat.
Maybe Dan from Driver Lab can introduce that into the simulations of. We've had 3 occasions of it now. It's a thing.
It's a reality. Just bonkers. I mean, I'd love to know, when did the Marvin Dean incident happen? And now the third one. It could all have been within the same hour. I'll track back, because it feels like it's been in quick succession. And remember, there was that copycat thing for Jamie Winslow. He basically took the same parking space as Marvin Dienst had done, 1/3 of the way down the long straight between turns 9 and 10. This a different wheel failure, or well, no, this is more of a conventional wheel falling off, because it was an outlap, as you worked out, and a front wheel detaching, but again at high speed. And then when you've got a tyre rolling down the road so fast, it's just a question of hoping it will come to a resting point sooner rather than later. But it crossed the track twice before that happened.
We just had a quick replay on the live stream, and it looked like the under part of the splitter on the Porsche 992, that rubber bit that John says is incredibly expensive.
Yes.
I think it came off of the 216, Benny Simonson at the wheel of the Modena Motorsports. Yeah, it was the 216. It's got the blue light on the beginning of that, and that just departed, I think, down the main straight. So he's going to turn that into a corner, and it's going to understeer from underneath him. And it's going to be a very difficult car to drive, and they have to. They'll probably just replace the entire front clip on that car, as cars are running over that now. It's out on the circuit, so we've got some cars. The car that was behind Simonson has absolutely run that over as it disappears underneath the back wheels, and the car behind's got nowhere to go, and it's straight underneath their front wheels.
Now, with the wheels detaching flavour, what's the old phrase? Bad luck happens in threes. They tend to be grouped like that, so I sincerely hope we have seen the end of those particular incidents, but it does seem to be a peculiar year this time around for the Dubai 24 hours. The initial incident for Marvin Dienst happened at about 8 o'clock, and now an hour and 20 minutes later we've had two similar situations. However, the latest one can be explained away very easily, being an out lap, but otherwise Dienst was almost on an in lap. He'd been at the wheel of that car for an hour. 29 laps in the books, and I've now cross-checked that because the tyres were 29 laps old as well for Marvin Dienst, and it was about half a lap in for Jamie Winslow. Let that be the end of it, please.
Yeah. This the 216 with Benny Simmons at the wheel. He's got the leader right up behind him at the moment as he heads up around turn number 12, having a lot of trouble getting that car through the corners. He's all over the curbs and cutting corners to try and get the car to turn as the 991 with Pedro Ibrahim at the wheel goes past down 13 into 14. But that's going to have to be a bit of work to get that, because he will be losing time out there. 2 hours and 4 minutes into the stint, maybe time to come in and do a little bit of repair work on that car as the 991 continues to lead. 39 seconds Pedro Ibrahim and Paradigm competition have over Matteo Datri in the Team WRT, and then 49 seconds back to Jordan Pepper in the second of the Team WRT BMWs, the 669. Then a lap back to Antez Au in the number 10 Herbeth Motorsport. They are leading Pro-Am. And then Ahmed Al-Hathi in the second of the Paradigm competition cars in the 992, leading GT3 AM in 5th position.
The return to the race for car number 2 didn't last too long, because Jamie Winslow brought that car back in again. That was 4 or so minutes ago.
Yep.
So clearly not all is right with that car, despite frantic work being done by Haas RT. Better really that Jamie goes back into that car, because he knew the state that it was in half a lap in, and he can then half a lap in, half a stint in, so he can compare and contrast. But clearly not happy with the behaviour of that car. They'll hopefully continue to work on it, and they will see value in trying to get some running, even if it's just the second half of a 24-hour race. That's still a huge amount of track time that you don't necessarily want to give up.
No, indeed. And it's just, he will know how it's through. You've got to remember that car with that wheel gone, the under tray's on the floor.
Yeah.
Okay, and with the corners he's going around, did it damage the suspension? Has it done something to the disc? Because the disc is in contact with the ground. Okay, so something may not be quite right, and he's brought it back in to say, let's do a disc change on the rear wheels just to make sure that we've got this right, or has it bent a suspension arm?
It can probably start to warp a disc, I suppose, when you've got all the weight of that car as well. Now on a new wheel, i.e. it's not the steel wheel, it's now the brake disc itself, which is probably rotating and keeping the car from grounding out completely. Although there will be parts, the skid, there are skid kind of squares around the wheel arches that will be taking a lot of the weight of that car as well through the left-handers. I'm amazed that he was still able to drive the car, drive, as in, one tyre, the rear left is the only one generating the forward momentum and also, of course, you've got probably the front left corner of the car skyward, because all that weight is now resting on the rear right corner, putting extra stress through the suspension and the brake parts of the number 2 Audi. So there will be a substantial amount of work still to be done on that car. But Haas will not give up.
No.
Until the very dying stages of this race, I'm going to suggest. I'm sure they'll carry on the work for a little longer yet.
We had Dragon Racing into the penalty box, and it had 2 penalties there. One was not respecting the speed at the end of the 60-kilometre-an-hour countdown, and they had served that one. But the other one was not respecting sector times. Now, the code 60 is actually, you've got a total lap time, but also the code 60 is in sectors as well. So sector 1 is from the start line to between turns 7 and 8, 151.8, 159.88 for sector 2, which finishes between 12 and 13, and then 123.82 for the final sector. So not only is the hold lap timed, you have to stay at that 60 all through the sectors as well, otherwise you can get pinged for that.
Let's get back to the pit lane and Sarah.
Yeah, a few little updates for you. So that 101 car from Asbest Racing, I think I told you about 30 minutes ago they were going to head out. Well, they're still here in the pits, perhaps longer than 30 minutes actually. As they were checking the wheel alignment, they also realised they needed to change the rear suspension. So a full change of the rear suspension, but they have told me they will be going back out. I also popped into Razoon More Than Racing. That's the 914, our third car to lose a wheel. They changed the brakes in that pit stop just before the wheel came off. And they think that could be the cold brakes could have had something to do with the tyre coming off. I mean, no one owning up to the fact that perhaps it wasn't quite on properly, but who knows? But that's what they've said. They've obviously managed to get that car back out quite quickly. We saw the Haas RT come back in. I'm heading up there now to see if I can get a bit of an update before I pass back over to John, who's going to do the night shift, and perhaps that's when things are going to get a little bit spicy.
Wait, you're suggesting...
Are they already not spicy?
Yeah. I mean, well, in Sarah's world, it could get even more bizarre, this race. And we're quite far into the scale of bizarreness already. But I like your thinking, Sarah. All is well now with Colin Berninghausen's 914 Razoon car, I'm going to suggest, because he's just done back-to-back personal best lap times. So a 203.5 and a 203.1 for the 914 car. So it looks like their repair work, there wasn't a great deal to do, I'm going to suggest, but just bolting on a new tyre and wheel and a quick check of everything else. They'd already done what did Sarah say, a suspension refit on that car. So it's good to go.
They were doing a wheel alignment, but then they realised they couldn't get it into alignment without changing the rear suspension.
There you go.
So there must have been a bend there. We've got another famous name out on track. We've got Prost, we've got Franchitti, we've got Enzo Trulli.
Yeah,
out there as well. He did race down at the 6 hours, and so the names are coming out during the evening, Johnny.
Well, he is, if you didn't know, he is the son of Jarno Trulli with his 252 Formula One starts, no fewer, and one race win. Trulli, I think it's just the one, but he had a phenomenal run in so many different teams in the 80s, 90s, just into the 2000s possibly as well. Here's Sarah with guest.
I am down with a guest. It's Jamie Winslow. Not very happy, James, to be honest. Car number 2 from Haas RT. Bit of a difficult stint for you there, James.
Sorry, I didn't.
Bit of a difficult stint out there for you.
Yeah, first place and your wheel falls off. Never a good day in the office when that happens, especially after all the effort we've put in. So extremely disappointed. We'd gone through a whole cycle of our drivers, and we were genuinely leading on pace and average pace, which is frustrating as an AM car. And then, I knew there was something wrong when I started my second stint. It felt like the rear right was not correct in some way. I thought it maybe was toe. On braking, it was moving around, and turning left, there was a problem. We could still do quite a good lap time, so we continued. We were just about to come in, and the wheel fell off on the in-lap. So, obviously stranded out on the circuit. Got brought back to the pits. The team have strapped a wheel on, bled the brakes. The problem is it's damaged the brake line in some way now, so now I've gone out. Car's extremely fast again. I came into turn 10 and had no brakes. So brakes went to the floor, missed the wall by meters. I think I lost rear right brake, or complete rear braking was gone. So the fronts just went to the ABS. Thankfully these cars have ABS, because I've had brake failures in the past, unsuccessful ones. And we managed to just limp back to the pits. The brake went hard again, but the rear right was smoking, so there's obviously some major issues happened with and damage. When the wheel was loose, it's obviously ripped a brake line or nipped, or we're leaking brake fluid on the rear, so we've lost fluid. So let's hope the boys can get the car fixed and we can try and get back out again.
You were the second car within about an hour to have exactly the same thing happen. You drive around this track pretty frequently. It's one of your home circuits. Do you think it's something to do with the curbs?
No, I don't think so. This for me was as soon as I drove into the fuel bowser, the steering wheel was not straight. So instant indication if there's problem on the rear of a car is if the toes are not straight or there's some damage. The steering wheel going straight is not straight. So I was right hand down. I instantly knew there was some problem. If I knew it was a wheel falling off, I would have come in straight away. I thought it was a minor problem and I could drive around it. As happens in 24 endurance racing, you know, I thought maybe the previous driver got hit by someone and the toe and the alignment was out. After the wheel fell off, the new wheel went back on. The car is perfectly straight again, and thought we were going to be good. And yeah, the brakes went to the floor, and I had to funnel through 4 cars in front of me without T-boning and hurting anybody. So extremely lucky there that we didn't hit the cars in front under heavy braking at turn 10, which is obviously a first gear hairpin.
Yeah, definitely. That is very, very important, and well done for managing to avoid that collision. Well, the boys and girls in the garage are still working on the car. Can you tell us what's going on there?
Yeah, they obviously can see the problem is the rear right brake line. They're replacing the line on the caliper. Yeah, it's where the wheel was loose or where it came off has obviously ripped, broken something to do with the braking. Because obviously the brake caliper, the wheel goes around the brake caliper, so when the wheel is loose, it can damage the caliper or the brake line or something in that area, which helps the car slow down, which is a pretty critical part of the whole process.
I can see you've got a driver in the car. Is it Alim or George? And is that an indication, they've got helmet on, is that an indication it's not going to be too long until they head back out?
Yeah, we just get the next driver in straight away. Hopefully if they fix it, and we'll send him back out again. It's just a shame to be leading the race.
It is.
The guys before us as well. As soon as you get in first place, something happens.
Something weird going on this evening here around the Dubai Autodrome. Well, I hope fortunes change for you and we can get the car back out very, very soon.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm just glad we didn't hit anybody in front.
Thanks for stopping and having a word with us, James. Thank you so much. Well, John is down here. I'm going to be handing over to him shortly, but back to you for the moment.
Really great insight, Sarah. Thank you for asking those questions, because we're trying to find an answer to this peculiarity. And well, Jamie Winslow suggesting absolutely not the curbs. Something didn't feel right at the start of his stint, but it didn't feel like it was as serious as a wheel might fall off, because he would have pitted way sooner than that. So it's not until it happens and you realise, that's why the steering wheel's not straight, because the wheel was working its way loose. But it took half a stint to get there, and as he said, he was leading the race at the time.
Unbelievable. Just shy of 300 kilometres an hour when he put his foot on the brake and the pedal went to the floor. Unbelievable. With the ABS on the front wheel, was able to slow him down, and as he said, thankfully the cars in front of him were aware enough to see somebody coming through at full half chat, as it would be. While we were talking, we had a small spinner down there. The 931, Alex Renner was at the wheel. Grigor Berlatsky is at the wheel of the ARM by HRT Performance. Alex Renner was at the wheel. That's what ARM stands for, Alex Renner Motors. And if his name's on the car, he can have a spin.
That's generally the rule, is it? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. People who provide the resources to get a car in the race, they're entitled to do what they like, as long as they're having fun.
Yes.
But I'm sure he's learned from that, know what he's done wrong to correct that in the future. And that is, when you're an AM driver, or what did John call it earlier on, a late starting professional racing driver.
Oh, I can use that.
You totally can.
Oh.
It is a learning process, because sometimes, if you've been very successful in the business world, you may not be introduced into racing till you're 50, 60 years old, and then the learning curve begins, and it might take a half spin here or a misjudged braking point there, and that's how you hone your talent.
Yeah.
Hello, John.
Hello, John.
I like to come in and clear things up straight away. So, met with Sarah down at Haas RT, and the noise you just heard was the Sky Blue number 2 going back out again. The worry was that that errant wheel, the story told so fabulously by Sarah and James Winslow, had maybe done damage to a brake line. They've had a good look at that. It's fine, it's down, it's sent, and it's already now probably about turn 4. So if it stays out for more than a couple of laps, that car's back in the race. Obviously the lead long gone, but the car's back in the race. Spirit of endurance, I think so.
Yeah, an early nomination for that, without doubt. And when you compare it to the 81 crew, who, well, came here to win the race, I'm not saying Haas RT did not, because they were leading, let us not forget, either. But Winward Racing, kind of, you know, it's make or break for them in their eyes. And as soon as they'd lost the best part of half an hour with the first wheel failure, they just say, do you know what? It's not our day. It's not our weekend. Forget it, and we'll come back fighting in the next one. Haas RT with a slightly different way of looking at it, and they're back in the race just to try and pick up whatever may come their way.
Well, there's 6 in the AM category at the moment, 26 in GT3, and 43rd overall, with George King now at the wheel of the number 2 car. Let's see where he works out. Obviously, he's going to be on the radio back to the team all the time, just to work out, you know, just to make sure everything is okay before he goes full noise. We'll keep an eye on his lap times as he heads out on 204 laps. Our leaders just completed 222 laps. Matteo Detri at the wheel of the team WRT. Just gone through the lead, the car number 27, and the 669 is in 2nd position. That's just coming through turn 14, so a decent lead there for Matteo Detri over Jordan Pepper. And then we have the 991 Pedro Ibrahim Paradigm competition on an outlap now, just come in to get Phil Ahmed Al-Ati in the Paradigm competition car. The 992 just gets past him as Pedro comes out of the pits. Lucas Stoltz for Winward Racing in 5th position in the fuel bay at the moment. Justin Blattner in 6th. Dragon Almanar by Dragon Racing. Alexei Nesov in Pure X Racing and 7th position in the 92 Porsche. And Tez Au in the number 10 Herbert Motorsport in 8th position overall, leading Pro-Am. Just got to mention that the 3rd place Ahmed Al-Athi is leading AM. That's an AM in 3rd place overall, with 15 hours 16 minutes to go. So it's pretty cool as Chris Lullam just gets past Antez Al and puts him down into 9th, still hanging on to that Pro-Am lead.
And remember that when the number 2 car was leading the race, that was an AM leading the race.
Yes.
And we were many, many hours in at that point. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility to get an AM on the overall podium, because Ahmed Al-Hati's one of the AMs in car 992. They are an AM lineup for the BMW Paradigm crew. And I just want to remind myself of the full combination of drivers.
James Kellett, semi-pro. Ahmed Al-Athi, AM. Darren Leung, AM. And Anthony McIntosh, AM.
Okay. So lots of AMs in that car, and they've all been cycled through.
Well, they have to do at least 1/6 of the race distance.
1/6 of the race distance, and that
combined.
But remember what happened to Herbert at Malaysia, because
combined.
Is there an AM plus in that makeup? Sorry, you've now dispatched that piece of paper.
No, I have it perfectly in order. Thank you, Johnny.
Because I think actually
no AM plus in there. AM, semi-pro, AM.
Right. So that then changes the makeup, which is what tripped up Herbert a few weeks ago in Malaysia. So do they have to do 6 hours as a sum total for their AM drivers?
Basically, their AM drivers in the GT3 AM, if they're using BOP, they have to do 1/6, but they're not using BOP, so that's free for the AM drivers. Okay, so if they're using BOP like AM neutral or AM advantage, they get put down. But if they're using free, it's fun. But they've got a semi-pro in their driver lineup, and so they have to do that because their semi-pro has to do a maximum of 1/4 race duration.
down in the pit lane. In and out very quickly for WRT's BMW. That was the 27 car. That was Mathieu de Trey who brought that car in, I reckon, and an exceptionally quick full service pit stop. That car down and away in what seemed like about 20 seconds, if that. And 4 new Michelins, and there were new Michelins, the ones that have come off look in pretty good nick, and that car's already in the fuel. I'll see if I can. Well, Mathieu's disappeared. Oh, hang on, he's coming back. If you give me a second, I'll pick up my cameraman and see if we can have a quick word with him. I'll dive into the pits. If you lose me, I'll bring him to the front. Don't worry. Let them get the tyres out the way first. And see what he's got to say for himself. Bear with, chaps. I feel like I'm doing a bit of a Marriott here. Apologies. He's just doing a bit of a... Oh, you've lost me. He's doing a bit of a debrief. Give us a sec.
No worries, sure, John. We get the Andrew Marriott reference, which is trying to kill time whilst you gather the driver and get them in the position required for an interview. But obviously the priority for a driver is to do the debrief, to chat to his engineer, and John thought he'd got him. And have you got him?
He has some personal business to attend to, having just got out of the car and rehydrating. He knows I'm waiting for him. I'll grab him in a sec. Yes, thank you.
So we will get the word from the horse's mouth just as soon as we can. But there's still plenty happening out on the racetrack, by the way. If you've not caught the timing screen and realised the dominance of one particular manufacturer, I can tell you it's BMW, 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 BMW now. First, second, third and fourth. 2 offerings from WRT, first and second. The other 2 cars from Paradigm Competition, the British squad, are third and fourth. And one of those is the AM lineup for car 992. But Ferrari are the next best manufacturer after those 4 Beamers. So Ferrari up to 5th place now with a great drive from Dustin Blattner, currently in the Almanar by Dragon Racing offering.
33rd they started on the grid after their DQ in qualifying. I spoke with the CEO of Dragon Racing regarding their BOP down at Yas, because they had raced down there in the 12-hour race, the split before Christmas, and they were 2 seconds a lap slower. They got a little bit of a boost in the overnight BOP to bring that car up to balance of performance with the Audis and the Mercedes, etc., etc. That's worked really, really well, because that Dragon Racing, well, Almanar by Dragon Racing, the Ferraris were pretty much in qualifying were nowhere. They just didn't have the performance, and that got rectified overnight. No real change in their BOP coming into this race, and they are way up the top. Back down to John in the pits.
With a refreshed Mathieu de Trey from the... That's all I'm going to say, Mathieu. Thank you for coming out to talk to us. Well, you brought the car in out of the lead, so I'm going to presume that everything was going pretty okay there for you.
Yeah, I mean, with the strategy of everyone else, it's difficult to read the race, but I think we are in a pretty strong position. We will know tomorrow afternoon if it was the good strategy or not. But we just need to focus on what we are doing. The car is really amazing to drive, especially now on the night. So we just need to do our laps, no mistakes, no penalties, and I hope tomorrow it will finish on the podium.
When I was in the pits as the sun went down, the moment the sun went down, I could feel the difference in the air temperature and the track temperature. It takes a little bit longer, but has that changed markedly how the car is driving? And it's a positive for you then, is it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the turbocharged cars, they are normally a bit faster during the night due to the low temperature. And also, setup-wise, we worked a lot yesterday during the night practice to have a very strong car for the night, because it's most of the races during the night, so it worked well for now.
Now, you talked about the strategy of the other cars around you, which are all BMWs as well, including one of your team cars. What have you done differently from the others that you think might pay off? Or have you just worked the Code 60s different? What have you done differently?
I mean, Code 60 is a bit of a lucky game, but we focus on our strategy, which is saving as much as possible fuel to try to do less stop than the others. That's the strategy for now.
And you do that from the start of the race. You can't just decide to do that halfway through a stint.
Yeah, of course. Since lap 1, we are doing it, so we hope that it pays off at the end.
Thank you very much for coming to talk to us. Excellent drive so far. Good luck. Race well.
Thank you.
Mathieu Dutré from WRT. The BMW benefit for the moment continues. The Bavarian steamroller at the front of the field at the head of the timing screens.
And I've managed to work out, in my mind at least, I'm sure Phil Anson was several steps ahead of me, but in regards to the AM BMW, the 992 car, actually what we need to be thinking about is James Kellett and how much time he can do in 992. Now, James is due to be in both cars, I believe, so there's also a concern away from just the time associated with 992 numbered BMW about his rest period. But yes, the entry list telling me that he's going to be in both cars, but the 992, he's the only non-AM in that lineup. He's the semi-pro. And he can't do more than a quarter of the race distance, which is 6 hours. So once James has done his 6 hours, and you won't be able to do that in one go, because you can't drive more than 2.5 hours, you can't do more than 4 hours in any 6. But there are 4 AM drivers who must therefore do the other 18 hours across, collectively.
And that brings them above their minimum. Which is
massively so. Which combined is only 4 hours. They're going to do 18 all told.
Exactly.
So there is a minimum there in that the AM talent collectively have to do a minimum of 1/6 of the race, which, with these fractions, I'm having to kind of actually calculate it on my phone, because even though I've
got an abacus in my bag.
I did fractions at school, but my school years were quite some time ago.
I did fractions at school, but that was for milk.
Okay, yes. I was milk monitored. No, I wasn't. So you've got 4 hours as a minimum, but actually they're going to have to do 18 hours as 4 AM drivers. Ahmed Al-Hati, Darren Young, Anthony McIntosh and Stephen Gambrell will have to combined do the rest of the race.
About 4.5 hours each.
Yeah.
On that, gentlemen, is there a minimum that any of the drivers each driver has to do in that to be considered as being part of it? Do they have to do an hour, 90 minutes, or could, in fact, any 3 of those do the 18 hours, or however it worked out, so long as the AMs in combined driving times do more than that minimum that you mentioned, correct?
That is my understanding, John. There is nothing stipulated about an individual having to be at the wheel of the car for a minimum amount of time. It's banking the AM driver time together, and when you add it all up, that's got to be a minimum of 1/6 of the race duration. So it's not a question of, you've got 3 AM drivers, you've got 4 AM drivers, they've each got to do 4 hours. It's just when you total up the amount of time that the AMs are at the wheel, they have to have done a minimum of 1/6. But that's not going to get you anywhere close to the end of the race, because James Kellett can only do 6 hours. So that's the defining factor, and all other choices are free. If they did happen to have an AM Plus in the car, it doesn't really matter what they do either, because the opportunities there are free, but they don't have an AM Plus, so we can discount that straight away. I'm glad you printed off that document, Phil.
I'm going to throw it in the bin. It's just confusing me.
No, it's unlocking precisely what the teams have been thinking about all weekend, John.
Exactly. I do think, though, gentlemen, that it is refreshing to see that team saying, to heck with it in some respects. These are the people we've got to drive. We'll make it work. And, that's in Darren Young, that's last year's overall winner. And, he was very bullish on the grid when I spoke to him all those hours ago, 8 hours, 9 hours ago, about, we're in with a shout, and clearly he was right. taking the knowledge that they'd learned last year with not having to have the fastest car on the track. I think he said it was half a second they were losing a lap to the faster Porsches, but they won the race. So they've got a formula, Johnny, and they appear they're quite happy to stick to it.
They've also got quite a lot of crossover, you know, in amongst their driver talent as well, because as mentioned, James Kellett's in both Paradigm cars, Darren Young's in both Paradigm cars, and actually last year, as you quite rightly say, he won GT3 Pro with the treble 7 Almanar Racing by WRT BMW, but he was also on double duty in 2025 as well, because Darren was on the top step of the podium in the Paradigm camp because he also won GT3 AM, and that was with Ahmed El-Hati, who he's with again this year, Toby Sowery and Simon Trave. So, you know, not only do you get all of this drive time, but there was also the opportunity to win in both classes he'd entered in, GT3 Pro and GT3 AM.
It is.
Overall podium once here, didn't he, Phil? I remember that. So the thing that they've got to be careful of then, by my reckoning, is we don't have the rest period rule that we used to have in Creventic racing, but we do have the 4 hours in any 6, and that's 4 hours per driver, not 4 hours in a car. So that's the only thing they've got to be careful when they're doing 2 cars, isn't it, of falling foul, because that mandatory 50% out of the time out of the car you've spent in the car, that's gone now, but it's 4 hours in any 6, which kind of brings it into line with IMSA and ACO racing as well. Again, that's how I read that, Phil. Is that correct? That spreads across the driver regardless of
100% correct, John. Looking at the regulations, it is on the driver. Any driver cannot do more than 4 hours in any car or combination of cars in a 6-hour period.
And James Kellett began in one of the Paradigm cars. Now I'm trying to remember which one he started in. I'm going to imagine that it was the Pro car, or the non-AM car, because I mean James wasn't that far away from taking the race lead in the opening minutes of today's and tomorrow's race. The better placed of the Paradigm cars on the grid was the 992, which is it was actually the AM car that started in 12th position, and ahead on the same side of the grid of the 991 car. So 992 started the race in 12th, 991 started in 14th. Neither got into the top 10 shootout. I'm pretty sure Kellett, though, was at the wheel of the 991 car, so he got some early drive time in there.
Yep.
And did Darren Young start the other car?
I can't remember.
The problem is, well, yeah, some of the information I've got from the early phase of the race can't now be relied upon.
Yeah, I've had a reboot, so I've lost 4 hours of the beginning of the race.
I made the mistake in Malaysia of not resetting the sleep settings on my laptop. So, of course, when I headed away for a 3-hour break, my laptop had fallen asleep as well. I remembered to switch all that off this time, so it's been working hard when I've not been in the Global Broadcast Centre. My laptop's been plugged into the back of the booth and still working everything out, but somehow, I mean, it's now telling me that James Kellett's been at the wheel of the AM car for 23 hours, which clearly isn't correct.
Yeah,
and massively breached the regulations. But Kellett can be used sparingly, and he's going to have to dip in and out of that car. Bearing in mind he's also driving the other car as well, but cannot exceed in the AM car a total of 6 hours. Here's John again.
Yeah, guys, the number 992 class Cup car that is standing in front of us. This is the Neuhofer car, the all-black car. This is the first racing brake disc and pad stop. They're doing the backs on this one. I'm not sure if they'd already done the fronts. They're doing that now in the midst of this pit stop. The extremely hot disc coming off. They use the rear brakes on these 992 GT3 Cup cars to help rotate the cars into the corner, so they do get a bit of a going over. Also coming through the bright orange Porsche. So this is Porsche pit stop time here as everyone's diving into the into the fuel. This is taking a little bit longer on the left-hand side than it did on the right. You try and do the pad spreaders at the same time so you don't get any airlocks in the system. On goes the left rear wheel. There's a new Michelin tyre. Very quick wipe of the windscreen. Those brake discs being carried very carefully to one side. Airline about to come out, and you'll hear the flat six start any second now. And this Neuhofer machine will be back and into the race, just clearing everybody out of the way. Oh, stall. Not the first Porsche I've seen stall away, actually, in the pit stops. Not bad. But that, as I say, that's my first racing brakes that I've seen. And guys, we're not at half distance yet. So log that one away.
Martin Raginger was at the wheel of the 985. We'll get to the driver change as it comes through the pit stop. Let's just cover off who is where. Our second place car, Ahmed Al-Ati, is in the pits at the moment for the Paradigm competition. Jordan Pepper leading the way in the 669. And then we've got Pedro Ibrahim in the second of the Paradigm car in third position. In the GT3 AM, it's Ahmed Al-Ati leading the way from quite a way from 11th place. Manuel Metzler in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes. And third in AM is Mikhail Simonov in the Continental Racing by Simpson. In third position in Pro-Am, it's the Antes Al, the car number 10, Herbeth Motorsport winners last weekend, and in 8th place overall, Ramaz Azam at the wheel of the Dragon Racing Ferrari in second in Pro-Am, followed 54 seconds behind Matchmer is in the 269 Herbeth Motorsport Porsche. Having a look at 992, it's Matthew Castellan in the Red Ant Racing Porsche, leading 992 and 992 AM. Robert DeHaan in the Tierra Outdoor Racing by Afak in second position, and third position in Thomas Kangro in the GP Elite Porsche, also second in AM. Third in AM is in the pits at the moment, Sylvain Pastoris in the HRT Performance Car. GTX is led by Nicholas Prost in the Team CNR Ginetta. Second is Vladislav Gutek in the Rossa Racing car, and third is Leipert Motorsport in the 710. Moving our way down to GT4, Cherney Motorsport leading the way in GT4 from second position, SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. Third position at this time, and I'm just checking that they're not in the pits, they've just come in for a regular pit stop, is the Circuit Toys in Fuel Bay at the moment. Harry Reynolds at the wheel of that Toyota Supra. TCX is led by Asbest Racing in the 102, and then it's the Volkswagen Golf TCR in second position, the 103 car, 104, and in fourth position is leading the TC category, the KCMG, hoping to at the wheel of that Toyota Supra. Then we have quite a few of those TC cars in the pits. That gives you a general wrap-up. It's a very warm welcome to Ben Constantiouris up into the Global Broadcast Centre. We've had an exciting couple of hours, my friend.
Good to hear, Phil. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much to Johnny Palmer. They'll be back on air with you at midnight local time. It's myself, Ben Constantiouris, Simon Hill, John Hindhoff down in pit lane for the moment. We will be hearing a little bit later on from Carla Velti, and Sarah SS as well will be joining us. I think she has, actually, I think she may have gone home. She's got the early stint tomorrow morning. That is your Radio Le Mans team here at Dubai for the 21st running of the Dubai 24 Hours, and very much now in the middle part of this race where strategies are not really aligning. It's very difficult to really get a feel as to who is at an advantage and who is not. And as Jordan Pepper clicks to 50 laps on his Michelin tyres, I imagine we're expecting to see himself and also Alexei Nesov in the Pure Racing leading Porsche, the 92, into the pits pretty soon, as some of our teams have already made their latest pit stops over the last 10 or so minutes. The driver that seems to have done the most drive time so far is Ahmed Al-Hati, with 4.5 hours in the car. That is a pretty decent effort. That's in the 992 car that Darren Lung has just taken back over. It's, I think, still leading the AM category in GT3, although has just come out the pit, so is not completely clear as to where it sits. And Julian Hanses takes over the number 27 Team WRT BMW for the first time. We haven't seen him in that car very much. In fact, this is his first stint. And so as we continue to cycle through those different drivers, those different paces in each car, it gives us a slightly different feel for the categories. Team CMR, the Ginetta, leading the Rossa Racing Rossa machine in GTX. Red Ant at the moment on top in 992, but that's all very topsy-turvy, and especially as we haven't had a code 60 in the last, I want to say, hour or so. Let me have a look what it says. 906. Yeah, so it's been just over an hour since the last code 60 was out, which means we've seen basically everybody have to make full green flag pit stops. Well, certainly when it comes to the GT3 category anyway. And we are awaiting the 777 of Dustin Blattner, and we are awaiting the 669 of Jordan Pepper. And we were waiting for Pure Racing, but they have now come into the pits. They are in the fuel area right now, and therefore they'll get themselves slightly back in sync with the likes of 991, who for the first time we say hello to Pedro Ibrahim in that car, and Julian Hanses in the 27.
So one of the things that we're seeing obviously is the Jordan Pepper car coming in, but one of the things that certainly I think you and I, Ben, haven't really had a chance to have a chat about much is what's been going on with the GT4 class so far here in the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Currently in 44th place overall, car number 445, the Cherny Motorsport BMW M4 GT4, currently being driven by Ivan Krapitsev, and they are leading. In second place is the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS of SRS Team Sorg Sport, currently driven by Stephen Epp. And in third place in that class is the Circuit Toys Toyota GR Supra GT4 Evo 2, driven by Ahmed Al-Khaja at the moment. So that's what's going on in GT4.
Big gaps between those cars as well. Should note, it's not a particularly close affair.
Yeah, so what we're looking at the moment, we're 207 laps for, sorry, 211 laps for the leading GT4 car, 207, so 4 laps the lead that they have there. And then in turn, the car that's in third place is quite some way behind. I think it's like 23 laps behind or something like that. So that's fairly well spaced out at the moment. A TCE class, well, obviously we've got TCX TCE, and the leader in that is the Asbest Racing of Junichi Omimoto, currently 48th overall. And that's one of the Cupra TCR DSGs. And they are 6 laps ahead of the Gulf of Asbest Racing again, Nadia Zuhor. And then in third place, the KCMG of Ho Pin Tung. Ho Pin Tung, you mentioned earlier, fabulous driver, raced in A1GP, raced in single-seaters and other top-line forms of motorsport. The Chinese driver with a Dutch accent.
Yes. And certainly 10 years ago didn't speak very much Chinese. I think it's probably better now. And that is a great lineup in that car, actually. Some Marchi Lee also part of that. And if you know your Hong Kong-based drivers, all 4 of them are absolute legends. Looking at Dung Yi, Andy Dung, in the Origin Porsche that was in the pits on lap 1, had a 20-minute pit stop. And Origin were one of the teams that we thought might be in contention for the championship, having won in Malaysia first time out. But that was with Wei Lu. I don't think Wei is part of this lineup. I And again, I look on my sheet at GT3 and do not see the 87. I am missing a sheet of paper, which is very frustrating.
So which one are you looking for there?
I'm looking for effectively page 1, which has got, I think...
What number? Car 87, did you say?
Yeah.
Car 87.
Yeah, but you've got the other entry list.
Origin powered by CC.
Yeah.
Bo Yuan.
Bob Wan, yeah.
I'll let you do it. I don't want to upset anyone.
So Bob Wan, Yi Hong Lee. So that's oh, now my memory's gone as well. And actually, yes, they don't have Wei Lu, who is the owner of that car, in that lineup, but they did have him in that car in Malaysia.
Right.
And they've added 2 other drivers in that car. But really, Bob and Leo Ye, in fact, SRO GT champions 2 times in 2 years in SRO Asia, Bob Wan and Leo Ye. And Andy Dung is a really exciting young driver that's been in Ferraris actually most of the year, but joining them for these races where you need more drivers, and absolutely showing that he is a solid pair of hands as well. Got a couple of pole positions, but was not able to convert it into a victory. It's a very slow car that they carved their way past there. Our leaders into the pit, so Jordan Pepper getting a full service here. Should be back out on circuit in about 30 to 40 seconds. And I am sure that will put the Paradine competition BMW back into the lead of the race by half a minute over the 27 Team WRT car.
Yeah, still incredibly interesting at the front, isn't it? Those 3 cars. A car that's really come into the mix in the last couple of hours is the Grove Racing by Get Speed Mercedes AMG, currently driven by Chris Lullum, the young English gamer, I suppose, he's best known for, and who raced in the Radical UK Cup a couple of years ago and won that. I think that's possibly a prize drive.
Yeah.
And then obviously got picked up by VerstappenRacing.com, raced in GT World Challenge, and famously raced alongside some bloke called Max Verstappen at the Nürburgring NLS series to win on their debut together.
Was chosen by Max.
Which is interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, at the end of the day, he had a choice of a lot of people, and I think shows how much of an impact Chris had made in the gaming world, which we all know Max is massively into, and it's his thing, as are in fact quite a lot of F1 drivers. Lando is another one who's really into his gaming as well, isn't it? So Quadrant, I think, was his team.
I don't know how much now, actually. I don't know if he's still as much as he was before.
You're correct with your assumption that the 991 of Pedro Ibrahim Paradine would, in fact, go ahead of the Julian Hanses Team WRT car by about 30 seconds, 27.7, if we're going to be nitpicky about it, Ben. But it's pretty damn accurate. That's about as good a guess as it gets, really.
And Anthony McIntosh, now back aboard the 669, has slotted into 3rd position, so it was a 5-minute stop. That seems to be convention for the full fat GT3 cars. If you're a Pro Am entry or an Am entry, you're allowed to have a significantly quicker pit stop thanks to the fuel flow rate. So Antara Zhao back in the number 10, Darren Leung in the 992, their last pit stops 4 minutes 22 and 4 minutes 33. Actually, Anthony McIntosh is dropping further down. So Lullum moves up to 3rd, but owes us a pit stop. He's done 51 laps on those tyres. Actually, we're still waiting for the 669 to come across the line. So not confirmed yet in 4th position, but we've been following him, have we? So is that him now coming over the line? It's a bit difficult to see, isn't it?
Is it just?
Oh no, that's Alexei Nesov.
Yeah, so currently in 12th position in the Pure Racing Porsche.
There you go. So he's now over the line. Anthony McIntosh, 1 minute and 40 seconds behind the 2 BMWs, which gives us, at the moment, 4 cars on the lead lap. I think John Hindhaugh was talking in my ear. Let's go down to John.
I am, Ben. Good evening still, as it is, at 10:15. Just before you guys came on, I was down at Neuhofer to watch them do a rear brake set change. The car hasn't been out for so long. It was Martin Ragginger who got out, and Felix, I think, that got in. Yes, it was. The car's back with me. It's up on the hijacks here. They've had a computer plugged in, and they're looking under the gearbox and the engine of the car at the back of this Porsche. Let me have a look round the... But what's the problem? Do we know?
Yeah, we have some electrical problem with the gearbox, so mechanics are trying their best to fix it. We can replace it and we can continue, that's for sure, but we try to lose as little time as possible.
And was that happening while you were in the car, or just when Felix took it out?
No, I had to stop halfway through my stint because of that problem. Yeah. And then obviously we tried to fix something, because we didn't know immediately what it was. And then Felix went out again and he still had the same issue, and yeah. Like I said, now we try to fix it and then we can continue.
Sorry, I should have said that's Martin Ragginger I'm talking to. Now, I know who I'm talking to, but I realise you don't. Annoying, because this is a super competitive class and you can't afford to lose any time, really, Martin, can you?
Yeah, that's for sure. Obviously, to fight for the victory, I think now it's over, because, like you said, it's so competitive and such a strong class. But a 24-hour race is also to finish it, and that's what we want to do, and give also our chance some driving time.
It always amazes me that a Porsche Carrera Cup car, which is this was built for 45-50 minutes, hang on, I'll just move out a little bit, is such a good endurance car. And it's almost like Porsche decided that we can do two things with it. It's a tremendous piece of kit.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, this car is very, very reliable. But also, if you see the GT3 class, they almost have no technical issues anymore. And that's why this racing format, 24 hours, it's a sprint race from lap 1 to the end. And everybody's pushing one qualifying lap after the other.
Thanks for talking to us. Hope you get back in. Martin Ragginger there, guys. Sorry, I'm in the depths of the garage there, talking to the man who we used to just think of as a Nürburgring specialist. He's so much more than that, always has been. Good to see him here with this Cup car, and the guys from Neuhofer Racing, Felix Neuhofer, brought that car in, and it's still being looked at. Now, the problem, as he said, and this is what worries me, gents, he said it's a gearbox problem, but a problem with the electricals on the gearbox. And as both of you know, the absolute nightmare on a road car or a race car is an intermittent electrical problem.
So hard to find, so hard to solve, and we've had a few cars with questionable issues already through what is just under 10 hours worth of racing so far. It was the last couple of hours we had the first chance to welcome Dario Franchitti back to the world of modern motorsport. He was in the Team Parker Racing number 31. I think it was a double stint for Dario in the night, first stints in the dark. He has now handed that 31 car back over to Rob Huff, who started it, and they are down in 26th position. They are 8th in the Pro-Am category. I know that John will be desperate to go and have a word with Dario, and I think I'm pretty keen to hear how he's found this, because he was, of course, racing at a very high level in IndyCar up until being forced to retire. We've seen him race in classic cars, but we've not seen him racing in modern GT3s for a long time. Right, up in the commentary box, I am now joined by Sami... Oh, hang on, Moutran.
Sami Moutran, that's right.
Sami has been a long-time participant of the Dubai 24 Hours, but not on the entry list this year, Sam.
Unfortunately not.
No. How does it feel being in this side?
You know, it's really funny. On the practice days, I was actually walking around the paddock and actually had the chance to talk to friends rather than be panicked and rushing around and worry about getting in the car and how the team's doing and everything. So it was quite pleasant to kind of sit back, and it was also pleasant to just enjoy Christmas and be able to have a good meal and drink and enjoy. And we did something else, actually. Me and my brothers went out to watch the Dakar Rally for a couple of days, which again we wouldn't have been able to do. Didn't get to see the end, which was mega on the bikes, but yeah, we did. We drove all the way out to the far side of Alula, watched it and followed it back, which was great. But I do miss being in the car. Gotta say it.
And you did 15 races?
I think we've done 14 or 15 of these now. We've had 4 4 class wins, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 5. It's been a couple of years since we had a class win, so I think we're due one next year.
And what were the preferred vehicles? Because you've done it in a multitude of different things.
Yeah, we've done it in, we started in Clios, went up to the Seat, won it a couple of times in the Seat, then we went up to Porsches, got a podium, then won it in the Porsche. And then we tried the Aston Martin. Talk about the electronic gremlins. We tried the Aston GT3, which was brilliant.
The new one?
No, it was the previous version.
Okay.
And we were running second in AM. We'd never driven a GT3 car before.
Wow.
Running second in AM after about 13 hours, and then we had an electronic gremlin. And the guys turned it around. They changed the whole wiring loom, but obviously we were pretty much out of competition then. And then we came back, and we've been in the Porsche a couple of years. Raced last year with Keeney, Phil Keane, who I'm sure you know, and Theo Oberhaus, who went on to have a good season at Super Cup. Yeah, just looking forward, hoping to come back next year. But this is a mega race. This has been awesome to watch, actually.
It hasn't really stopped being a sprint race, has it, from the very beginning? There's been such a depth of talent, and considering also how close we are to the Daytona 24 Hours, which takes a lot of the works drivers away, and we have Raw this weekend, so the test session for that this weekend. It's amazing to see the depth of talent we've got here.
But it's always been, I think Dubai has been that kind of understated race that a lot of motorsport fans kind of know about. I wish more would come and watch it, because the access is incredible.
Yeah.
The viewing points around this track are fantastic, and the driving is just, it's brilliant. I was speaking, funnily enough, to Dario. I met him for the first time a couple of days ago.
Okay.
And he was saying what a wonderful experience it is for him. It's a bit more light than some of the more serious events, but the racing is just as incredible.
What a lovely man Dario Frank is.
He really is. And these guys, if you want to watch a car in the Cup class, these are the ones to keep an eye on.
Well, Ivo Breukers, so Daddy Breukers in the car right now, clearly a little bit frustrated with what's going on in front of him. I think he's got a Cup car in front of him, and he's had a GT3 car, or is that the Rossa that he's been trying to get past? But he has been complaining on multiple occasions around the lap that he's being held up. That looks to me as though it's the Rossa. Here's a replay going into turn 1.
Ooh,
it's been dive bombed by, that's a GT3 car, isn't it?
That's the pure racing, isn't it?
But they're complaining about that as well.
Well, I mean, this is, I've been fortunate enough to do this race in every class.
Yeah,
frankly.
right.
And I think that's the biggest challenge. I heard someone saying on the interview now about it being a sprint race and every lap's quali lap. But we always had the mindset that if you need to give space, you're better off giving space than spending 20 minutes in the garage fixing a bend, right? So I always get frustrated, especially with the GT3 cars, when they're not giving that little bit of extra room for the slower cars to get around the lap. And inevitably, you both end up with a quicker lap time if you are working together through the lap. I always feel it's just a little bit rushed, if that makes any sense, in racing. Everything's a bit rushed, rather than just being a bit patient and finding your spots and working together. I know it's a race, but fundamentally, there's a lot of cars on track. Not as many as there used to be. You missed the good years when it was 100 cars.
Yeah, right.
Which were mad. I don't know how we did it. But you kind of wish that some of the quicker cars would just give you that little bit more patience, and everybody would get through a little bit better. Unfortunately, you end up with, I know the 2 Porsches, the Cup car and the GT3, had a bit of an incident earlier in the night, and that was fundamentally what that came down to. It's like rushing the move rather than being patient and finding the right time to make the move.
Do you think that you've got a sympathy towards that sort of level as you moved up into the GT3 category and bringing that understanding as somebody who had driven a Clio?
1,000,000%. Driving a Clio, I spent more time
Scared?
I wouldn't admit it on air, but yeah, totally. I mean, But I spent more time in my mirrors than you did looking forward, right? You kind of forget every braking zone, forget every braking point, every turning point. Apexes didn't exist for 24 hours. You just never got to them. And as you grow up through the ranks, you kind of start to respect the other cars, and you start to understand not just what they're going through as a human, but what their car is capable of doing, where they can and cannot go, and you work around that.
Yeah.
And I always said, and I've talked to Creventic a lot about this, I think, unfortunately, a lot of gentleman drivers this is a very accessible series. Financially, it's very accessible, it's friendly, it's welcoming, and a lot of people will go and get into the top-end cars without the experience required, especially at night. And you see them out there, and you're like, they're just not quite where they need to be. And I don't want to say it's dangerous, but it kind of just gets in the way of everything. And I do feel like people need to build their way up. I think it's a much better way to do it.
But you talk, that's your opinion of the amateur in a GT3 car. You've also got most of the GT3 drivers that will never have raced a front-wheel drive car in their life, and certainly won't probably have that understanding, even in being in a GT4 car, of what it's like being bared down by so much faster car, and knowing that you're well ahead at the start of the straight, but by the end of the straight they're going to be dive bombing you.
It's interesting because, yeah, 100% you're spot on, and that's a big challenge with the GT4s, the TCEs. The bigger challenge actually comes between a GT3 and a Cup car, because our straight line speeds are really similar. Braking points, I mean, you looked at Theo Oberhaus last year, was putting in quicker lap times than half the GT3 cars in a Cup car.
Wow.
So it's, you know, it's a bit of give and take, and I think some of the GT3 drivers kind of feel like they're given the right to bully you around when they're not. I mean, they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
What I love about Creventic is they tell the pro drivers, you're the guest here. And I think that's a brilliant mindset for a series like this. You are the guest. This is for the AMs. Behave that way. Whereas I think if we went and did, you know, GT World Challenge and WEC and all the other big series, you know, pro drivers are there to do a job, and that's fundamentally win the race and at all costs, which is one of the reasons a lot of gents do enjoy this series.
Yeah, it very much opens the door, and so many drivers come here and enjoy it so much that when they do go to GT World Challenge or something, they find it so intimidating.
Absolutely.
It's hard to come back. So what was the reason you definitely couldn't do this?
It was personal.
Okay.
Yeah, it was, you know, it's an expensive hobby. And if, you know, you want to be a responsible adult, my wife tells me I should be sometimes. So I think that's fundamentally what it came down to. Is, you know, is it the right time? And the guys that have been around know, you know, we don't come to hang out, we come to win. And if we're not ready to kind of put the best effort forward, we're not going to do it. So that's kind of what it came down to. I think we're preparing for next year already. We've spoken to a few teams, got a few options.
Great.
And I hope to see you next year.
Well, Sammy, I think you're going to come and bug John Hindhaugh a little bit later. He's in the box on his own from, is it 3 till 5, John? I think you're on your own, so he'll need a lot of friends, like including maybe Dario, if he can stay awake. Dario is with John Hindhaugh right now.
Yeah, Dario will not be still around at 3 till 5 when I'm in the booth on my own. Right, welcome back. Welcome back to Contemporary Motor Racing. You've done your first couple of hours. How was it?
Intense. Yeah, really interesting, especially, you know, at night, just trying to figure out what makes the car go fast. I do one lap or one corner and I think, that felt good. I look down and the delta's pretty crap. I do the same, what feels to me the same with 10 more laps on the tyres. I'm like, and I look down and the delta's good. Yeah. So I'm just figuring it out. The level of commitment from the front guys when they come by, it's something to behold. It's really impressive. And there's a lot worse places to be on a Saturday than here and doing this.
You said you wanted to have fun. You're sitting 8th in class at the moment. There's plenty of racing still to happen. Has that competitive instinct that you and Huffy and the rest of the guys I know have, has it started to kick in yet? Or are you still, oh no, we're just having fun?
It's a lot more fun when you're on the podium, isn't it? No, the competitive thing never goes away. And as much as we kid ourselves, and I do, and I got a good win, we're here to have fun. I have a lot more fun when I win. But one of the things, I mean, you and I have known each other decades. One of the...
Thank you for not being too specific.
One of the things I realised, when I did this as a job, it was very much about the result and what it took to get the result. And I realised when I stopped how much I actually loved driving racing cars. And that was, it was a wee bit of a shock actually, because it was so intense what I did. But that's part of the reason I'm here. I just love driving racing cars.
Plenty of racing still to come. You've just had a restorative cup of tea, I noticed there. Oh my goodness, the high life that you live. When are you next in the car? Will you actually go away and have some sleep, or will you stay at the track?
Oh, I'll be in, trust me, I'll have a couple hours kept. I reckon I'll be fine, at least 6 hours until I'm back in the car. Right. Probably do another double stint, and then
yeah, we'll see what happens. There's an updated driver schedule. Every time there's a code 60, it changes a wee bit, gets pushed a bit later. So hopefully that means a bit longer in bed before I get back in.
Are you going to leave the track? Are you close enough to leave the track, or will it be down on a cot somewhere?
No, we've got some friends with an industrial unit, and we've got beds in there, so we'll be having a wee kip.
I might be tapping you for that later, because I'm not getting away anytime soon.
Don't be coming in and cuddling me.
So the answer to everything, because Ben was saying, he said, go and speak to Dario, I want to know if he's still having fun. So you've answered that. So now the question I asked you earlier in the weekend, does this mean that the flame has been reignited, and will we see you doing some more GT3 racing? And if so, what races?
I don't know. I don't. With opportunities I get, then I look at them and go, yeah, I don't want to do that. This is not a comeback. This is not I want to do a season of GT3 racing. I've had some lovely offers, and I just kind of pick and choose what I want to do. Things are busy between